And luckily, they didn't caught in traffic. Up when they started slowing down on me, I'm like, oh, here we go. Gonna be trapped up here. And of course, we played the late B.E. Taylor song for you on the way in with Karen.
I love it, Karen.
That was right for Karen Maxwell, not for you, though.
Was it really, though?
Yes.
No way.
And they lived in an alley back to each other, and they screamed every morning, Karen, but so easy for you. I do it with my sister-in-law in Delaware all the time. She's like, what is this? I said, look at the video.
Well, you know what? The bad thing is right now is being a Karen. I'm so glad that I'm a Karen with an I. Honestly, every time I order anything from Starbucks or anywhere else, I'm like, hey, my name is Karen, but it's with an I.
Yeah.
Like, that makes a difference.
Or just say, hey, my name's Carrie, or whatever, something.
Anything
call me
Karen right now.
Call me Special K.
I get called Special K a lot. Karen, you're so special.
In a Karen category. Weather's not bad out, is it?
It's absolutely gorgeous right now. The sunshine, a little chilly, but you know what? It's good for November, and you can't really beat that. And what we had this past week,
oh my gosh,
that's not the norm.
You know, and you've of course grown up in Cameron. You know, days like this. Yeah, Fish Creek.
Yeah.
Fish Creek. We see some Fish Creek. I remember Mr. Bob when we had our big meeting when he got hired at WAMP. And the first thing he said, I'm going to tell you guys right now. He goes, if you say crick, if you say Blair, and hi, I'm firing all of you. So you got to make sure you said you're at Fish Creek, and I'm in Bel Air, Ohio.
Yeah. Well, a neat little story. Whenever I was in broadcasting, I worked in Charleston, West Virginia. And
is that where you started out, really?
No, I started locally, then I went on down there
TV7.
to WOWK and worked for a while. And I always called Kanawha County, Kanawha County. Kanawha, the way it's spelled.
Right.
Oh, no, you don't do that down there, especially live. When I was live and I was reporting live from Kanawha County, I had everybody and their brother calling in saying, you're not from around these parts, are you? It's Kanawha. It's not Kanawha. And so I learned to say Kanawha.
Kanawha.
You have to do what the natives do, right?
You have to. That's what it's like. I mean, like you said, you worked in that field. I mean, you graduated from Cameron, then went off to college, and then...
Went off to college, WVU, yep.
Wow, that was a fun time, wasn't it?
Not for, most people probably say, yeah, it was great. Not for me. I worked really hard. I wanted to get in. I wanted to get out. I had my eyes on the prize, and I should have had more fun.
Well, now you think about it, boy, I wish I would have done this. You know, I didn't even go there. Went to West Liberty and go to Morgantown for the whole weekend and come back going, oh, my gosh, what a weekend that was.
Well, that's what I tell my boys right now, 2 boys at West Lib, and I tell both of them, enjoy yourself. Have some fun. Work hard, but play a little bit as well. I didn't play enough.
No, you were serious. What did you get, 3 years?
Yeah, WVU, yeah, 3 years.
My daughter-in-law did the same thing at West Lib, 3 years. I'm like, no, but she wanted to get married and have kids. I got 2 great grandkids, and they're awesome to hang out with, and Ainsley and Ace, and but they're in Morgantown. They live in Morgantown now. So.
Yeah, I wanted to be networked by 30.
Did you?
Oh yeah, that was my goal, and I ended up having a baby instead.
Which is better,
5 or 6 years in, and it was much better. I would much rather have that.
Yeah, and that's what's funny. That's one of my goals. You know, when I got to college, I wanted to travel and work in every state. I wanted to do every state and figure out how to work in the radio or whatever I had to do to get into there. And I had a job at WNCI in Columbus, and then I had a baby. So I didn't have my wife at the time, or girlfriend at the time, whatever you want to call it, had my oldest. And I wouldn't change it for the world, but that was my goal, I guess, to be here, like you.
Yeah.
You know, we stayed here, and I would like to have traveled and see them all. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in a lot of states, but I haven't worked in a lot of states either. So.
Well, the way I look at it is now that they're getting older, I kind of have my time now. It's going to be fun after that.
Well, your youngest is what, 14?
He's 15.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have a few more years with him, but he's still old enough that.
Good baseball player?
Yeah, he's a good baseball player.
He's the best of the 3? Or?
Yeah, I shouldn't say that because, they're all 3 talented in their own right. Ty is a phenomenal pitcher. Cade is a third baseman. Braylon's a short. And he's good at short. Yeah. Pretty good ball player.
Yeah. Remember years ago in the flag football league, they come down and do quite well. Well, they're like, those kids are really good. And I said, well, but of course Cameron in the playoff beating the varsity team, but you guys were loaded on that JV, and then people are like, oh, well, they're not from Marshall County. I said, well, you got to play people to get better.
That's exactly right, and that's exactly what I say all the time. My son, the youngest son, has always played up, which made him better. I mean, he played up against some tough competition, and people will say, why are you doing that? He's only 10 years old playing with 12-year-olds, because it makes him better.
Yes.
Better competition makes you better. So, I mean, we're not scared of that.
No, no one should be. No one should be. Like this weekend, John Marshall, he was in the playoffs. Of course, they're 16th, and Cabell Midland is number 1, and
that might be
not
tough.
saying we're going to lose, but it's going to be a tough test.
That's going to be a tough test, yeah.
And of course, with William Park and William Central, with this COVID orange going on, and We won't go there because I'll get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble if I start mentioning that part because everybody goes, talk COVID. I'm like, I'm not talking COVID.
Nope. I agree.
But, they, William Park right now, or Ohio County, I should say, is now gold. Then maybe it's a yellow. Marshall County is still leaning towards that orange. If that's the case, Joe Marshall can't play Sunday. So.
See, I'm a huge college football fan. We can talk about this. WVU's lost to Texas last week. Wow, 3 questionable issues there. Not even questionable. Yeah, there were video evidence.
And then, of course, on the radio side, they were talking about whether they would come back on, and the referee had his mic on. Says, I just missed a blatant call against West Virginia on the pass interference.
Oh, the pass interference, it was blatant. I mean, how can he say he missed it? He was standing right there.
It was like he's getting mugged.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I mean, I was so angry.
But we're there. Okay, we've been here, 10 years now. And going on 10 or whatever it is, somewhere to that neighborhood. I can't remember how many years we've been in there. But anyway, we never seem to get the fair shake.
No, ever.
Even Tavon and all those guys, it's like, oh, well, they're offsides or holding or some phenom call.
No, all 3 of those calls. I mean, of course, the last one with the interference, that was just so in your face right there. But the other 2 that they overturned, I still don't believe there was indisputable video evidence to do that.
Well, if you look at the Clemson Notre Dame game, they all the referees flagged interference.
Yeah.
And the next we're looking, I'm like, it's third down. I'm like, it's automatic first down.
Yeah,
they all picked them up. It was kind of like, okay, what are we doing with this here? You know?
Somebody needs to review or sit down and talk to some of these.
Right. It's tough to look at how things work.
Yeah.
You look at it one way or the other, you're going, okay. It's like the good old boy system.
Well, it is. I mean, and also to me, in Texas, I don't think they have too much love for us right now with the whole, horns down thing.
Well, we play tough every year. Yeah, the horns down, but they'll throw a flag on that, but they go like this to us. They'll flag,
and it's okay.
It's okay. Well, that's nothing.
I just don't get it. But I mean, when I saw that, if I could have flown to Texas, what would I have done? But I was so upset.
Well, I had a couple of buddies of mine went down there, and they said it's really, the people are nice, and it's really enjoyable, and the whole place is great.
Oh, Austin's wonderful. Texas is nice.
Really,
great state.
I've been to Texas, but I was a little kid, so it's been a long time. That's how I became a Cowboy fan, but now I like the Steelers because when they fired Tom Landry, kind of ruined that little thing for me. So then Bill Cowher got hired to kind of like switch on that side.
I always loved Tom Landry, though. He was so classy.
He was. He probably said, we're firing. He said, no, you're not. Or you got to step down and not. I'm sure they said, get out the door. With old Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
But, so anyhow, but, Mountaineers, I mean, you went down there, you graduate from WVU, then you worked instead of partied at all.
Yeah, I think I can count on one hand how many times.
You graduated what year from WVU?
93.
Okay, so 1993. Which in 1990 we had an undefeated team, so that would have been like your freshman year.
Oh, it was so much fun. That was so much fun. Yeah.
I'll tell you a funny story for that. I've told this a few times, so I'll tell it again. But, when we went down to the Orange Bowl in 2012, and we went to the Cleveland. You ever been to Miami?
Oh, yeah.
It's expensive.
It's very expensive.
And
nice,
we finally got into place.
Fun.
And I walk up. I said, give me a bucket of beer. And it was $68. And I'm looking at that. And I'm looking at the guy. And I'm like, and I look at my buddy Kevin, who he's I'd stay. I told him I'd take care of it. I'm like, well, if we drank these pitchers, I get like $1,100 to spend, and I have no more money for the rest of the weekend. And but he had a free ticket, but we were trying the nosebleeds on the top. Anyway, we're standing there, and I'm looking at this can, and I'm drinking. I'm going, well, maybe I could eat this can and make myself feel better for the price of $68. And this guy looks over and goes, hey, come over here. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, you play with the 1990 undefeated team? I said, yes, I did. And he went, I told you I'm getting pictures for them all. The guy, he was the guy for Fidelity, who is a big wig. The guy next to him was another graduate donor. And I'm over there, they're giving us hotel rooms. And I'm like, this is like the greatest day ever.
Wow.
They all thought I played football. They never asked my name either. I'm looking like, can you Google this real quick and find out if it was on that 90 team? It looks anything like me at all.
That is awesome.
It was funny. But, the funny thing about the story is we went there, and it was, at the Orange Bowl with Don Shula. And it's a huge statue. We're standing there, this guy comes up and goes, hey, man, Mountaineer fan? I said, he goes, here's 2 tickets. I'm like I said, ours was clear up where airplanes are just hovering your head. And there's $375 ticket right behind the Mountaineer bench. I'm like, whoa. And I went, it was real. And all the people from Clemson were all going, oh, you hillbillies. And calling, they're in the woods,
too. Of course.
And I went there, and the whole row was empty. So but the lady said, give me a $5 Pepsi, and you can have it. I said, okay. And then people didn't like us. By halftime, they all left. So there was a blowout, 70-33 for anybody who's a Clemson fan. Oh, it was 10 years ago. Well, still beat him.
Still beat him. That's exactly exactly right. Still history on the history books.
You know, you go back to high school. I mean, you know, I tell funny stories. You know, going to Union Junior High in Moundsville, that's were rivalries. But you know, but before that, you had the county thing where you had you know, Sherrard, Moundsville, and Union were the primary schools. You know, of course, Cameron was out there, but there was really no rivalry there because you're too far out.
West Green and Pennsylvania.
West Green, absolutely. Waynesburg, whatever that out that way. And but you know, the consolidation, how different this whole county is. And look, Ohio County with consolidation. They find out now they're trying to deconsolidate and make things back to where you have a small school like Cameron, or you know, or the little schools bringing them all back.
I loved it. I wouldn't have changed a thing.
Oh my gosh, I loved the Union. There was 300 some kids there. You know, we had a blast. You knew everybody and had fun. And great teachers.
Some kids in my graduating class. I mean, I knew everyone, and it was, you knew the teachers, and they knew you. They took care of you. I mean, it just was different times, good times.
Oh, no disrespect to one of Joe Marshall. I mean, I had a fun time. Made a lot of friends there too. But it makes a whole different ball game if you deconsolidate. I mean, look at Ohio County with Bridge Street and, you know, Triadelphia and Warwood and Wheeling Middle, or Wheeling Junior High at the time when we were back in the school, going to school. But, but it's amazing. You look at it, it's like a whole different world there, too. I mean, just completely different.
I think kids get a lot more one-on-one attention, and also, I mean, not everybody, you know, thrives in that huge atmosphere. Most kids do a lot better with individual attention.
And they do. And your friends are close, and, you know, not saying, like I said, a bigger school, bigger classes, kind of like you're not there.
Right.
But you are.
But you are. Yeah.
But, you know, they kind of be more together and everything else. More kids will come out for sports. They have a better chance to be there in basketball. And I always use the Matt Philbin deal. Matt was a little guy, and in ninth grade he finally grew, and he started on the team. The other the games he already played, but he got better, bigger. But once again, with the eliminated of junior high, some kids get left behind. He would never played at a bigger school.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's a huge point right there. You know, a lot of kids who would otherwise be sitting the bench are out there playing, and so that's a great thing.
Well, and it's a good thing. I mean, like I said, it ran our courses and everything went along the way. We got Karen Januszewski here, and the number to call 304-214-1600. You want to talk to her, and any stories that you had in the past with her that are good stories.
Good. I don't have too many bad ones.
There has to be a bad one somewhere.
Well, ornery.
Okay, ornery. Yeah, ornery.
Most people who would know me, who'd be listening here, especially from Marshall County way, they know some ornery stories. We used to have some fun.
Oh boy, you know, like you said, you're out there in Fish Creek.
I loved it.
Oh my gosh! I mean, it'd be neat. I spent a lot of time out there. You know, friends of mine growing up had camps out there, Lynn Camp, and you know how to get over by the bridges and so forth. But it's a fun place.
Oh man, my parents are still there, and I go as much as I possibly can.
Oh, why not?
Why not?
You know,
especially now, in times right now when you just need to get away.
Oh yeah, nobody's gonna bother you out there.
That's what my parents say all the time. No one's gonna bother you, and they are as socially distant as you possibly can get.
Are they really?
Oh
out there in the middle of nowhere?
Out there in the middle of nowhere, and they love it. They love it like that. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm talking about they don't not masked and sitting there like 6 feet apart, are they? No, they're having a good time out there.
They're one with nature.
But that's what I'm saying.
Church,
you gotta love that nature out there, man. Nature is the name of the game.
It is.
But I was telling Michelle, you know, you heard earlier before I came on that the president to be, possibly, if he is the president to be, talking about having a mandatory 6-week nationwide lockdown.
Yeah, I'm really concerned.
Oh.
Really, I mean, of course, I'm so thankful because, you know, I'd like to tout, I'm with WVU Medicine, and, you know, I just do not want to see what is going to happen to someone unlike me who is going to have a job. I'm in healthcare because, you know, unlike this past spring, things weren't booming. We thought they were going to be booming. Now they are. I mean, things are starting to fill up now.
Well, that's what's crazy about it all, too. If you look at it, he's talking about a complete shutdown, and no stores, nothing open. So what's everybody going to do?
Yeah, what are we going to do?
Is the hospital going to be able to be open? Is a Walmart or Kroger to be able to get your food? And what that's going to do, if this keeps going out of what's that, it's going to create havoc because everybody start buying everything up again.
We can't do that. I mean, it just can't happen.
Please don't have it happen. It'd be terrible.
Yeah, I'm really worried about it, too.
Yeah, but I think we'll be okay. You know, like I said, we had another wave come by. You know, and like I said, you hear Ohio, Marshall, Belmont, whatever. They had 28 positives today. But they don't tell you there's 490 negatives either.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like we're going to tell you what's a positive and that's it.
Well, also the mortality rate. You know, it's not a high mortality rate. Yes, older people with predisposed conditions, they are getting sick. But if you look at the kids, I know the kids are taking it home to the families, and that's what you have to worry about.
Yeah.
But, you know, youngsters and teens, they're not getting sick from it or dying from it. And what else I'm starting to see a huge climb in is depression,
Oh, yeah.
substance abuse among the people, 15 to 20, 23 years old. It's crazy how depressed these people are. These kids, I mean, you imagine going from what you've done every single day, out with your friends, playing football, living a normal life.
Now you sit in the house.
Yes. Even in the college side of it. The kids up there in college, they can't do anything. College freshmen want to quit. They want to drop out.
Yeah, they want to go back home. At least go home, get a meal and everything else. It's good for them.
And have some, quality time with some people. I mean, it has upended our world. And, yes, I know people are dying, and it is sad and it is scary, but more people are dying of the flu.
But also you got to look at how you talk about it, because people are like, well, you said this, blah, 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 blah. You're like, wait a minute now, I get my opinion still.
Right, you do.
You work for the hospital, and they say, hey, did you say this today? No, I did not. It's kind of like smacking them, whatever.
Well, we know we have to be careful, and I'm hoping that with the mask wearing and the hand washing that the flu season won't be bad.
Absolutely.
But if you look at statistics, you'll know that, we see a lot more deaths with the flu annually, even with the vaccine, than what we're seeing with this.
All right, well, Karen, we're going to take a break here. We're going to take a break, pay some bills here. And we're at the Quaker Steak and Lube in the Brickyard. Karen Janiczeski here. She's on until 3 o'clock, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to stay all day? I don't care.
We have a 5 o'clock big event tonight, Marshall County Chamber. We're doing the Tree Gala tonight. I call it Gala. They call it Gala. So the Tree Gala is tonight.
Yeah, the Tree Gala Gala.
Yeah, I'm going to be live on Facebook from like 7 to 8, auctioning off those gorgeous trees.
Good. Well, hang in there. We're up here. Come on up. You want to visit? Sometime at the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to give away a $25 gift certificate, and we're broadcasting live on the Watchdog Network.
A serious injury from an accident can be just the start of your worries. What if you cannot return to work? How do you take care of your family if you're disabled? At Gellner Law Offices, we represent seriously injured people and understand their problem. We know how to get you fair compensation. We will work hard to make sure you get the money you deserve for your losses. Don't go it alone. If you're hurt in an accident, call us at 304-242-2900 or visit us at GellnerLaw.com.
We'd like to help.
Wheeling Coin and Hobby on 10th Street in Wheeling, next to the Bridge Tavern in downtown Wheeling, wants to buy any and all unwanted gold and silver jewelry. They are paying top dollar for 10, 14, 18, and 22 karat gold plus 925 sterling silver. They also want to buy collectible coins and paper money from before 1933. Wheeling Coin and Hobby is open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Saturday. Coin and Hobby, 304-232-8430, and add them on Facebook.
The Original Undo's in Benwood is the perfect place to enjoy the big game, great food, and the company around you. The outdoor patio is the best-kept secret in Marshall County, featuring plenty of big-screen HD TVs, an outdoor beer garden, and NFL and MLB packages, so you don't miss a second of the action. With the holiday season fast approaching, don't forget about Undo's Catering. Perfect for holiday parties, family gatherings, conferences, weddings, or any event large or small. Check out undos.com for menus, specials, entertainment, and more. Undo's Family Restaurants, family-owned since 1953.
In a hurry and need to see a doctor? The Woodsdale Health Center and Walk-In Clinic is located across from Little Caesars on National Road. Open 7 to 7 Monday through Friday. Patients can receive primary care, treatment of minor illnesses and injuries, wellness visits and physicals. There's also a lab draw station open from 8 to noon weekdays. A division of Wheeling Hospital, the Woodsdale Health Center is led by family physician Dr. Michael Wilson. Call 304-234-1971. They'll take good care of you.
Frio Stack and Associates Auctioneers, Realtors, Certified Appraisers specializing in antiques, business liquidations, multi-parcel land auctions. Frio Stack and Associates is a regional business offering the executor, attorney, agent, and other individuals the most comprehensive and technologically advanced auction and appraisal services available. For information on our service, call our office at 304-233-3168 or email frioauc@aol.com. Frio Stack and Associates sells the earth and everything.
Does your dog need groomed or walked? Are you looking for a pet sitter or dog boarding options? If so, call Dirty Paws, Wheeling's newest pet care service, providing the Ohio Valley with everyone's pet care needs. Check us out on Facebook at Dirty Paws WHG or call 304-639-7754.
Just like they always do, Quaker Steak and Lube at the Highlands continues to serve the Ohio Valley. The Lube is still open for carry-out and now offering their $10 meal deal every day of the week. Get one entree and one sidecar for just $10. Pick from steak, wings, ribs, and more. Call in or order online at thelube.com and follow them on Facebook to stay up to date on their latest specials and promotions.
Get the most out of your water at Menards. Morton water softeners are the best and most efficient way to eliminate hard water throughout your house. Your skin will feel softer and your clothes will come out cleaner. Right now, all Morton water softeners are 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
For all of your IT needs, visit OmniPerforms.com. Omni Strategic Technologies, the only IT company that the watchdog trusts.
The Metro News Update is brought to you by Thomas Auto Centers, Mall Road, St. Clairsville. Get the best deal at Thomas Auto Centers.
West Virginia Metro News, I'm Jeff Jenkins. The State Board of Education is taking a closer look at the finances and transportation department in the Lincoln County school system. State Department of Education's Matt Hicks told the school board today there was previously lack of leadership from the former school superintendent and assistant superintendent in Lincoln County, opening the door to the problems.
The observed lack of leadership and oversight created opportunities for misuse or mismanagement of state and federal funds.
The state school board discussed the report in executive session earlier today. There have now been more than 1,500 new COVID-19 cases added to the state's totals in the last 2 days. State Department of Health and Human Resources says there are currently now more than 8,100 active cases in the state. Deaths are now at 555 after 2 were added today, a 95-year-old woman from Marshall County and an 87-year-old man from Cabell County. Cross Lanes Christian School Junior is this year's winner of the West Virginia Scholar Program, meaning a free ride to West Virginia Wesleyan College for Eden Reynolds. She was named earlier today.
Words cannot express just how grateful I am for this gift. I feel so honored to be awarded with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I plan on making the most of this new chapter in my life.
Joining West Virginia Wesleyan and Metro News as sponsors are the West Virginia Hospital Association, ZMM Architects and Engineers, West Virginia Farm Bureau, Friends of Coal, and RBC Wealth Management. You're listening to Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. This afternoon, West Virginia First Lady Kathy Justice speaking to the State Board of Education about the Community in Schools program. A Fairmont woman is in custody after a teenager in her custody died of an overdose. Fairmont police have charged 38-year-old Rihanna Arnold with child neglect resulting in death. Investigators say the teenager died on November 2nd. Morgantown police say a man is dead after running from them and then shooting himself. 31-year-old Robert Rye was wanted on outstanding warrants. He died this morning. From the Metro News Anchor Desk, I'm Jeff Jenkins.
This is Coach Neil Brown, reminding you that the best game day coverage is found right here on your official radio home for West Virginia University football.
The Watchdog. The afternoon drive continues with more news, sports, and talk on The Watchdog.
Back on the Donnie Gilbert Show, broadcasting live up here at Quaker State, a little Earth, Wind, and Fire. Of course, it's November, but who doesn't like September? And we're up here, and Karen Janicevsky's here. We're on the chairs outside, and I lean back, and you can hear it going, and I feel it under my legs where it's breaking. And I looked at it, I caught myself by this lovely garage door, and it had been really embarrassing. I had like jammed in the neck with a piece of metal or something. You'd be like, oh, I'll have to take over for Donnie for the rest of the day.
I was trying so hard not to laugh.
Yeah. Everybody laughs.
You know,
hilarious. Thank God she didn't see it either. Thanks, Sierra. But we're up here at the Brickyard. Come on up at 304-214-1600. Any questions for her, for Karen Janicevsky? I keep thinking, look at me here. I'm sitting there, all this stuff. I'm going to choke myself with these wires. But hey, I'm okay.
Has that ever happened to you before? Have you ever done something stupid like that?
Yes, I have. Oh, my gosh. I remember years ago I was at a wedding, and I went out and did the kung fu thing. I split my pants, and I was DJing, and I want to pull my shirt. I'm like going, hey, how y'all doing? And luckily it was in Glendale, and they were taking to do something, and I put these songs on, shot 3 blocks, and got me a new pair of pants.
Hey, one time I was running, messing around with some friends, and I was, probably 13 years old, and I was looking back and laughing and running. As soon as I turned around, I ran right into a telephone pole.
There's my beautiful friend here.
Hi, beautiful friend. I'm her favorite bartender.
Here, put this on your head. You can't talk like that. People have to hear and see you. you know.
Yeah,
and
look at these things. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Put that over your mouth now. There you go.
Feel like Janet Jackson.
Anyway, Janie, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Up here for
How
some
are
more
you
wine,
guys?
are you?
Yep, trying to sell Sean some more wine today.
Sean, some more
Yep.
wine. Yeah, we're talking about, you know, wine stories. You saw Mad Dog 2020?
It's funny you should say that.
Boone's Farm.
Boone's Farm.
That's what we did back in the
I
day.
put a cartoon on my Facebook, you know, with the Mad Dog, the blue one. And it was like, all the stories are coming left and right.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I can't look at this. I can't
Hey,
drink
for
that.
$1.60, you get a big pint or a half gallon. It's
Oh, yeah.
$1.60.
Pure sugar, though.
Yeah,
Pure
pure sugar. And it just don't make you feel good the next day either.
No. Stick to our Tito's, right, girlfriend?
That's
it.
right. Yeah,
She
there you
knows
go,
my
Jane.
drink. Yes, she does.
So
Yep.
Janie's
I
here.
can't remember what I had for breakfast, but I do remember what some people drink.
Yeah.
So.
You know, it's what's
I'm
funny.
like-
You look at a wedding reception, everybody gets mad about this and say they're trying to cut corners, but they always want to cut corners with the DJ or the band or the food or the beverages. I mean, it's
But
like,
not
can
the
you?
booze.
No, the
The booze,
booze,
you
just
can't do
throw it
that.
in with a truck.
Yeah.
Just throw it out. We'll drink it all. You know?
That's it. That's
You
it.
know, me and her being from Marshall County, every time I have a party, I call Karen Brown. They're like, "Where's it at?" I said, "Marshall County." He goes, "Adds 5 30-packs." I said, "Okay." Right, too.
True. No, 100%. I mean, I was living out on Fish Creek. I remember the country store there. They would talk about getting more of a beer delivery there than most other places in Moundsville.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
You can't go anywhere else.
The
You need beer.
Warsaw was my hot spot. I
The
love
Warsaw,
I
really?
miss that place so.
Yeah, the Warsaw.
I
The
love
Big
that.
Stall Burger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a
with,
boss.
with my daytime hat, that was my
Yeah.
biggest account down there.
Yeah. You look at, I had a boss from over Dayton. He came over and goes, "This place looks like it's from 1970. I said, "It does, but,
But that
what
was
you
the
think is
coolness
burger."
of it.
That
you
was
know?
the coolness of
If
it.
that's
Yes.
the word,
Yes,
you
the
know.
Warsaw.
Someone
Annie,
could walk into somebody's house.
Yeah.
Honey, you were, you know.
Yeah.
family has taken her away from us, but oh God, what a she
Yeah.
taught me things about the weird beer that I sell.
There's some
Yeah.
weird beer, too.
Yeah.
But it's some good weird beer.
Yeah. Christine.
What kind of weird beers do you sell?
Well, I sell Sierra Nevada, Harpoon, and
Harpoon.
some wine.
It's like greasy or something.
Harpoon, huh?
Yeah. Oh, there's all kinds. And I just found one that, you know, although I don't sell it, it was called Unicorn Farts. And it has glitter in it. And
Is
Christine
okay to drink
says,
glitter, girls?
I got Christine some, and she went, "Oh, I didn't like it." And I was like, "Well, thank God I didn't sell that." You know,
well, if they throw up the next day, you'll know it was there. I mean, glitter, you know.
Glitter. It's all over you. All
like
day
the
long.
Jaeger
Glitter,
and all
glitter,
that
glitter.
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But
that was a big
Beer with glitter.
drink back in the day.
beer with glitter, yes.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
No.
I've been into my day job 26 years now, and if anybody would have said this stuff is going to sell, I would have called them crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and
you
now
still can.
it's ba-bing, bada-bee-boom.
You still call them crazy. Beer with glitter. It don't sound good at all.
That's it. That's
Different
it.
times now, though. People are just different.
Well, there's all types of different beers out there going on, too. All
Yeah.
types of different beers.
We did a wedding last week in Marshall County, and they had a beer wagon from Hightower. And that's like a lot of sours and stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody went crazy over it. It's in Rayland.
Hightower and Rayland? Yeah, that's a neat place.
Yeah,
It is a
very
neat
neat
place.
Yeah.
Don't let it say that across the border. Yeah. Be quiet. Yeah. It was in Bridgeport.
Yes.
Yeah. But that sounds
uh,
neat.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, our guest, one of the guests next week, once afterwards, wants to go to Hightower over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have special, you know, it is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
It
It's
is.
definitely.
They close at dark or something like that, or 8 o'clock. It closes
Everything
early.
closes it. I mean, pretty soon we're going to be
Nope. Bring it up.
Close at dark? What do you mean? It's 5:30 when it gets dark now.
Oh, okay. I'm saying.
5:30?
I go to work, it's dark. I come home, it's dark.
I walked outside the other night, or walked home the other night from work, and the stars were out at 6 o'clock. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
there
makes
are stars
you,
out.
Yeah, you're looking like 6 o'clock.
I
Only till December 22nd, then it starts going back the other way. So.
Yeah, I don't think we need daylight saving time to end. And I learned there's one S on it. It's daylight saving time. Yes, no savings. It's saving. But I don't think I think we should just stay there.
We don't save.
You know,
we spend more money on our electric and everything.
You're so right. That's a really good
I never
point.
figured that out.
Yeah, I don't know what. Well, some states are overriding it now.
Hawaii.
Yeah, but you
I wish we would do that.
Don't do it right now. Massachusetts next year, they will, in 2021, they will no longer have it. There are states that are petitioning.
So if you go to Maine, and it's going to be 5 o'clock, but you go to Massachusetts, and it's going to be 6 o'clock or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be total chaos.
Last year I flew to Arizona on the next day, the time changed. And I was so confused because I didn't realize that their time doesn't change. And there is an hour difference, but I was like, what's going on? I'd call back home, and I'm like, what is this time? And then I found out that they don't observe it. And I was like, smart people who live here. But that's what they say.
Keep it real.
Get outside at
Keep
night.
it real.
Yeah.
And it's warm there, so you can get outside at night.
Chappelle
You can
Show.
do things. Yeah. Did you watch? Speaking of Chappelle Show, did you watch him host Saturday Night Live last Saturday?
I watched the reruns.
What did you think?
I thought they were amazing. I was laughing. I was like, oh my gosh.
His opening monologue, though, I was shocked. I mean, there was a couple times my mouth dropped. I was like, no, you.
They don't hold back.
Say that he did not. He never held back.
Never.
I loved him, but I watched. He was very political and very intense, different for Chappelle. But I didn't realize he lived in Ohio.
Yeah.
Did not realize that.
Yeah. It's funny with his episodes you can pull up on YouTube. There's the one with Prince is one of my favorites. You ever see that one? Oh my gosh, it's hilarious with Charlie Murphy, who's on talking about how they met Prince and wants to play basketball.
Yeah.
You have to pull that up on your way.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
He kills me. He is funny.
You want some pancakes? You have to watch the whole thing. They play basketball and they're wearing the same stuff. It's just the whole thing with Dave Chappelle is crazy.
Yeah.
He's a funny man. He's like you said, he tells the way it is. That's the way it is.
Oh, he does. And he was talking about during quarantine how he was doing stand-up in the little town that he lives in Ohio, in cornfields. And he said, I started getting complaints that I was too loud in a cornfield. Seriously, because I think I kept that town alive by doing, bringing people in to do stand-up. And he goes, and people were more angry. And he goes, I hope they're watching this right now and going, hey, honey, that guy from the grocery store's on TV. And he goes, no, the TV guy is in the grocery store.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either till my kids told me because they loved to go see him when he was.
Well, he was going to be in Philadelphia last year. Of course, got canceled due to this thing.
Yeah.
And I would have watched him, but everything got canceled. Of course, some of this past year, I should say. And in Philly, I would have loved it. We could take a train right out of Pittsburgh, take the Amtrak all the way in.
We could use some comedy. We could use some stand-up. We could use some
we could.
I'm having.
Did you see what they're doing with concerts now?
No.
So they said today that you have to get approved. You have to have a document that you clear, and you have to have the new cure. The new
vaccine?
Yes, that's it. I couldn't get that word out of my mouth. And you have to have it to buy a ticket to go to any concert.
Well, I guess I'm not going to a concert then.
But here's my question. Here's the other side. So she goes and buys 4 tickets and gives them to me and you and somebody else.
Yeah.
So it's already taken. So
who's to know?
Yeah, who's to know? I'll buy some Jamboree Hills tickets you want.
Okay.
They're really cheap.
I got some land in Florida.
I'll take that too. We'll exchange it for the tickets.
No, I missed the concert.
Oh, I do too.
I
love live music. I mean, that.
My triple play last year or the year before all this started was Pink, Janet Jackson, of course, Gaga.
You have all 3?
Yeah.
Are they all together?
Well, no, they're all separately.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a concert.
I am like crazy. Oh, phenomenal.
That's what I heard.
Who was?
Pink.
I've seen her 3 times.
I've heard she's great.
She's something else.
Mine was, last year was Maroon 5. I really wanted to see Maroon 5.
They're
Bruno Mars.
Yeah.
Nope. I
wanted to do the dive bar thing with stuff, but didn't happen around here.
Oh.
Kept saying, come see Grandma, please.
We did that a couple of years ago.
I don't care. It's okay.
I can slap you around.
Just knock them back.
Yeah, this is made out of metal.
I'm a Polish Italian, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
With my hands. Huh?
We were talking about the song that started off with B. Taylor. Our run-ins with B. Taylor all over the years, and what a great guy he is, or was, I should say.
Yeah.
And what a great guy.
I miss him a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Merriment Lounge. Singing reggae, rock and roll. Mina Bear.
Oh my God!
I've got some.
Right there,
boy!
I've got some stuff that I want to get made over into CDs.
You won't have
because you made it happen.
Yeah.
I got to announce him a few times.
Yes. B.E. Taylor.
Yeah,
no Christmas shows or stuff like that with the kids or nobody. It's all gone.
Yeah.
A lot of things you take for granted, just like Jamboree Hills.
Yeah.
You went there, all the years I went. I mean, now you're like, I can't go now.
Yeah.
I'm mad about this.
The last year when we bartended backstage and they started taking the stuff off at the barn that we had our bar set up in for the stars, I was like, Lise, this is not good. I don't think they would have taken that down to paint it. And I got this crazy feeling. And Neil said, hey, girl, can you stay till 9 o'clock? And I'm like, well, this is definitely not good. Because he just wanted to hang out and stay there as long as he could.
That's sad.
But
I mean, all good. I mean, you have to try to look at it both ways because it was very difficult for them to make money.
Yeah.
I mean, and nobody wanted to come unless they could bring their own coolers.
But nobody appreciated what a great deal it was.
They had no.
All they wanted to, that's another show.
That's another show. But you're
it is.
right. Because they have to make money at the end of the day. These artists wanted, $500,000 for 45 minutes or $1 million for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You have to make money.
Yeah,
you can't just go in the hole doing something.
Now, let's go back to 1977, Jamboree in the Hills. Right, a local radio station puts a show on and gets Johnny Cash, Nate Nutter to sing the song. How much money do you think they made it first year? Profit.
Profit $5,000.
Probably
way off.
Nothing. That's a negative?
Karen is wrong.
Negative? Was it in the negative?
Up.
Oh, they need more?
20,000?
Up. I heard almost $4 million.
Oh, wow.
Without
in
no
77?
Without no Facebook, with nothing but word of mouth.
And you think in this area, though, country music was king. It really
was.
It's
been king. I mean, look, WWVA was #1 for many years. I remember Jim Ryan and the crew in '86 knocked them off their perch. I mean, it was crazy.
Every Saturday night there, at the Capitol.
And I know they honored Mr. Pride last night,
They
Charlie
did,
Pride.
yeah.
And Neil was really upset. He says he didn't get what he should have. It was just like too much of a hurry. You know, and
Neil was very good too. He was fun to watch at Jamboree.
He's so down to earth. It's just
it's great.
You and I, the three of us,
hanging out, talking.
Yeah.
That is pretty special.
But he was
Charlie
really
Price sounded good last night,
genuinely upset that Charlie has took all the bumps and the grinds, and he just thinks they rushed through it too much. But that's our Mr. COVID.
Yeah, Mr. COVID.
Mr. COVID.
Yeah.
The C
Spray
word.
with some Lysol, get rid of
The new
Mr.
C
COVID.
word. That's Mr. COVID.
The C word, the new C word.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
Nobody does. It's taken a lot of things away.
It
I
has.
think there's more things there to say,
Definitely
but I'm not
has.
going to say them either. So
Even the everyday things that we took for granted. I know,
Yeah. We won't take them for granted anymore.
Now I'm like spraying up.
Does your dog need groomed or walked? Are you looking for a pet sitter or dog boarding options? If so, call Dirty Paws, Wheeling's newest pet care service, providing the Ohio Valley with everyone's pet care needs. Check us out on Facebook at Dirty Paws WHG or call 304-639-7754.
Just like they always do, Quaker Steak and Lube at the Highlands continues to serve the Ohio Valley. The Lube is still open for carryout and now offering their $10 meal deal every day of the week. Get one entree and one sidecar for just $10. Pick from steak, wings, ribs, and more. Call in or order online at thelube.com and follow them on Facebook to stay up to date on their latest specials and promotions.
Get the most out of your water at Menards. Morton water softeners are the best and most efficient way to eliminate hard water throughout your house. Your skin will feel softer and your clothes will come out cleaner. Right now, all Morton water softeners are 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
And we're back on the Donnie Gilbert Show. Are we back? I think we're back. Are we back? Let's see here. Let's do the massive texting here. Are we back? Let's see here. All right. I can see everything. Can you hear us now? Can you hear us now? Hello, broadcasting live. Hello.
Yes, you're back.
Okay, she's yelling at me now. Thank you, Lola. You're the greatest. Anyway, Jeannie, we're back here. Lola's bad, but and of course, Karen's over here. We're all going good, and we were talking about things we mysteriously got off the air. What was we talking about now?
Oh, we were talking about what I was grateful for.
Oh, yes.
Anything, but the time I've gotten to spend with my family.
Yeah.
I mean, the three boys being at home, all summer, and then they're going to be coming home early this year from college, too, and I'll have all three together. And that was wonderful. We spent so much time doing board games and just hanging out and doing things together because you couldn't go to movies, you couldn't go to friends' house.
Right.
So it was just us together, and man alive, I appreciated that more than anything.
You
Because
got great boys.
I do.
Yes, I thank you.
Yeah, they are good.
Very
boys.
nice, very polite.
I just absolutely, I adore them. But they're soon going to be going off. 23, almost 21. They're going to get their own place and their own thing. And
I wish mine was 23. Mine's oh gosh, they grow up too fast.
way too fast.
Yeah.
It goes way too fast.
Yeah.
Everything goes too fast.
Yep.
That's what I'm finding out. The older you get, the faster it goes.
Well, think about it. Your kid played, it was what, in third grade?
Mm-hmm.
Playing flag football, and now he's 15 years old. So that was 9 years ago.
Unbelievable.
That went really fast,
Yeah, good times.
Yeah, it's good times.
Yeah, I tell it to anybody and everybody, don't blink. I mean, really, it's very true. I was told that. I didn't believe it. But, soak up every single minute you possibly can because you don't get it back.
No, not at all. Your kids are playing a sport, go watch it. If they're in a play, go watch it. You don't get a replay on it.
Well, that's what I said. I used to be all about work. Work, work, work. And the one thing with COVID, too, is made me realize there are certain things that are more important than any job, and that's your family. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have your family.
Yeah.
But jobs come and go.
Yeah. But 6 weeks come up in January. You're going to have plenty of time with them.
Yes. Yeah.
They'll turn 30 before you get out of it. But
I'm just hoping we have spring ball. I'm hoping we have spring sports.
Nice.
I'm praying we have spring sports. Yes.
Don't we all? Pray we have it all. But maybe we have to buy some wine off of her.
Yes.
For the big lockdown.
Yeah. We'll meet up here next Thursday and we'll have a wine tasting. For Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
As long as it's not Mad Dog 2020, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I was junior high.
Promise me no.
You do some Boone's Farm, though. You do Boone's Farm?
No. I used to.
You have any comparable to Boone's Farm that we could?
No, I used to do Mad Dog.
Junior high?
I've sold those brands.
Have you?
Yeah.
You're amazing.
But now I got the good stuff.
You got the good stuff?
Yeah. Dom, Cristal.
No way.
I'm
really?
lucky. I'm a lucky girl.
Hey, let's go. I'll be up here in a week.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
wine,
it
we'll be okay.
It's a fun job.
How
Everybody
much is
thinks
that?
I'm just a bartender, but I did have a day job to support the bartender.
And know what to get.
Yeah.
Let's get a bottle of this, bottle of that.
Yeah.
What does a bottle of Dom or Cristal go for?
In a store.
Probably about $250.
Okay.
Yeah.
$250?
Mm-hmm. No, it's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
I think it's okay. Yeah.
What about if we look at do you do the Alpha? Do you sell there?
No.
They have something there for $85 a shot. I can't remember what it's called, but
Probably Johnny Walker Blue.
right, probably. It sounds good to me. I don't know.
That better have some gold glitter
That's
in it.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Spitting.
You tell a date on the first time, gives me a shot. You're like, $85? Who is this girl? Gosh.
I did Abby's one Christmas, and somebody came in and ordered a shot of that, and Abby said, "Who ordered that?" I said, "That guy right there." And he goes, "And he drinks draft beer all year long." So the bottle went, boom, and Abby's not like that, you know. And that's how I found out how expensive it was.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Oh, Abby's another great place to talk about.
Yeah.
The Merriment Lounge.
Yeah.
Bring all those back.
What a great family there, too, the Maroons. Proud of crop, great people.
Recovering from another knee surgery, God love him. He's rocking and rolling now.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, his son, Joe. Yeah. I just saw him out on the bike trail the other day, and I'm going for a nice little run, and he has this big dog, and I saw this dog dragging somebody, and I was like, who is that? Then I see it's Joey, and I'm like, hey Joey, I think your dog's walking you. You're not walking your dog. He's like, heel.
I mean, like a dog sled.
It was really funny.
Yes.
That's a big dog.
Big puppy.
Big puppy. That's where I started my career in bartending, thanks to Abby. And,
No, really?
Yeah.
Happy darn.
Good year this year, the one that.
Pardon me?
The great wedding year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, tough gig there. It really hit you. It hit pretty good this year, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure
It
did.
hit pretty good. I'll tell you that much. And it was every weekend it's somewhere to go. And people like they're backing out. They don't want to do it. And you can't blame them. But now the governor changed it. That may change back.
Yeah.
And this weekend I have one.
Yeah.
And next weekend. And then we'll see what happens.
I just want everything to get back to normal, as we all do, and be
We
safe.
gotta hope.
Yeah.
We gotta hope so.
Yeah.
Wow, I guess it's a break time.
We're going to break.
Yeah, hey, Karen, thank you for stopping by.
I have enjoyed
we
being
talked
here.
so much about WVU medicine today. Sidetracked.
I think people will right now need a break, honestly.
They do. Yeah, they do.
And I didn't mean to crash your party, but it was so nice seeing you guys.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
want to come by, more than happy to.
Well,
Next
thanks
we
for
have
having
some
me.
wine tasting next time.
Yeah, we can
When
probably
do you wanna
arrange
do
that. Yeah.
When do you want to do it?
talk. Give me a jingle.
Christine, we'll set up.
I want the invite.
Yeah, we love the invite. All right, the Donnie Gilbert Show broadcasting live at the Highlands up here in the Quaker Steak and Lube in the Brickyard. Stop on by. Bob Shabbat come up next talking about our Steelers segment. The Donnie Gilbert Show broadcasting live on the Watchdog Network.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
The ABC News is brought to you by Thomas Auto Centers, Mall Road, St. Clairsville. Get the best deal at Thomas Auto Centers.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A small but growing number of Republicans beginning to signal President-elect Joe Biden should be receiving intelligence briefings. Senators Charles Grassley and James Lankford publicly stating that. So far, President Trump has not conceded and is launching legal challenges in the race. Ballot counts in undecided states are still underway, but not expected to change that Biden has the electoral votes to win. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer today.
I want to be very clear with the American people. The election's not in doubt. This is nothing more than a temper tantrum by Republicans, nothing more than a pathetic political performance for an audience of one, President Donald John Trump.
President-elect Joe Biden continuing to receive congratulations from leaders around the world.
The Biden transition team says that Pope Francis extended his congratulations and blessings to the president-elect. According to a readout of their phone call, Biden expressed his desire to work with the Pope on, quote, the basis of a shared belief in the dignity and equality of all humankind. Biden specifically citing issues such as caring for the marginalized and the poor, addressing climate change, and welcoming and integrating immigrants and refugees into communities. Biden is only the second American Catholic to be elected president after John F. Kennedy. The former VP attends Catholic Church weekly in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
Coronavirus cases and hospitalizations surging around the country. Some states taking an aggressive approach to travel restrictions.
In Chicago, a 14-day quarantine is mandatory for anyone traveling from a state on the red list. And in Hawaii, you can get out of that mandatory quarantine if you take a state-approved test within 72 hours before arrival. And as you prep for an unusual Thanksgiving this year, now is the time to also start thinking about what you need to buy for your smaller than usual feast.
ABC's TJ Holmes reporting. You're listening to ABC News.
I worry about lots of things. My finances, my grandkids.
If you're 65 or older, you have enough things to worry about. Pneumococcal pneumonia shouldn't be one of them. Even healthy adults 65 and older are at increased risk for this potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. Help protect yourself with the Prevnar 13 pneumococcal 13-valent conjugate vaccine, diphtheria CRM 197 protein. Prevnar 13 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 13 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 13 does not protect against all strains of the disease. Don't get Prevnar 13 if you have had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with a weakened immune system may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-866-694-9300 or visit Prevnar13.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 13.
Grocery stores urging customers to avoid hoarding.
With rising COVID-19 rates nationally, grocery store chains are seeing increased demand on staples again, some putting limits on toilet paper and other goods. Kroger CEO Rodney McMullen telling ABC News his company has been prepping for Thanksgiving for 6 months, but he says customers need to go easy this year.
We ask our customers, buy what you need, but only buy what you need.
Alex Stone, ABC News.
Prior to the current second lockdown, now in Britain, new figures showing the economy in the third quarter was booming.
The bounce back was strong. The economy grew by 15.5% in the July to September period. Treasury Secretary Rishi Sunak.
Today's figures show that the economy was recovering over the summer, but that recovery slowed coming into the autumn. It's likely that slowdown continued, given the necessary restrictions we've had to put in place more recently to control the spread of the virus.
Another setback's expected in the fourth quarter as the country rides out a 4-week lockdown. Tom Rivers, ABC News, London.
Now you can get your heart racing by starring in your own spy thriller. That's right, a new running app called Running Stories casts you as a secret agent during your run, accompanied with a heart-thumping soundtrack. It's one of the latest apps designed to make exercise more entertaining, using real-time data and integrating your surroundings. This is ABC News.
Is the cost of finishing the basement worth the benefit of some peace and quiet?
When questions find you, Merrill Edge Self-Directed Investing can help you find answers with personalized planning tools and insights to help you get where you want to go, even if it's just downstairs. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/withinreach to get started today.
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated. Registered broker-dealer, member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured, are not bank guaranteed, and may lose value.
I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hey man, what can I get you?
Yeah, can I have 2 Coors Lights?
You got it. Hey Mike! I need 2 Coors Lights!
Sure thing. With a taste as cold as the Rockies, only Coors Light gives you refreshment every time.
Here you go.
Thanks, Mike. Doing a great job. All right, 2 ice-cold Coors Lights.
That's the coldest beer I've ever had.
Hey, they don't call it the world's most refreshing beer for nothing.
Okay, be honest with me. Do you really have the Rocky Mountains in your beer cooler?
You don't believe it? Check it out.
Man, that's pretty amazing.
I know, right? I can't believe it myself sometimes. I mean, this cooler is only 3 feet wide.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
Managing your business can be a minefield. One step in the wrong direction, and it can feel like everything you've worked for is at risk. I always had a vision of building a team, a crew of true professionals that could handle it all, tax, insurance, and investments. Big enough to partner with Encova, but personal enough to protect your interests on the home front. I'm Gary, and this is the Glessner Group.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
For all of your IT needs, visit OmniPerforms.com. Omni Strategic Technologies, the only IT company that the watchdog trusts.
Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to Jim Robinson at the Highlands, home of lifetime powertrain protection. Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to Jim.
Hello, everyone. From the Watchdog, I'm the Storm Tracker, Darnell Foster, with a look at your local weather forecast for your Thursday. Partly cloudy skies through the afternoon, daytime high near 56. Partly cloudy overnight as well. Temperatures down to about 40 degrees. You'll see a mix of clouds and sunshine for your Friday, with highs in the mid to upper 50s. Have yourself a great day, everyone. From the Watchdog, I'm Darnell Foster.
The views and opinions expressed on the following program are not necessarily those of this station or its sponsors. The afternoon drive continues with more news, sports, and talk on the Watchdog.
For my life from the long arm of the law. Lawman is putting end to my running, and I'm so far from my home. Oh, mama, I can hear you crying. You're so scared and all alone. Hangman is coming down from the gallows, and I don't have very long.
And the Donnie Gilbert Show back on live up here at the Quaker Steak and Lube in the Brickyard. And in our new segment we have on this show here is the Bob Shabbat, the smartest Steeler fan in the world, is on the air. Bob, how are you, buddy?
Good, Donnie. Thanks for having me. Hey, real quick, our mutual friends Dave Ely and Danny Horton told me to tell you hello.
Oh, are you with them right now?
No, we text pretty regularly.
Yeah, they are amazing guys right there. There's two amazing guys. Not saying you're me or everybody else not amazing, but those two are something else. Hey, it's 54 degrees. We're at the Highlands at the Quaker Steak and Lube, and up here broadcasting live. And a lot of people are like, oh my God, it's so cold up here. I'm like, it's November. I mean, what do you expect? 85 and sunny? I'll take 54 and sunny.
That's perfect fat man weather. I love it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another thing too. That song we started off there, it's funny. We did the John Marshall games. We announced those games, and it was funny. We played that one night, and they scored like 4 quick touchdowns. Everybody's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Why do you keep playing it for?" I said, "Keep scoring. Why not keep playing it?" It's a nice song to listen to, isn't it, Bob? I mean, I agree. Listen to that. You might be the most knowledgeable. I think you do more with the Steelers than Mike Tomlin does.
Oh, I mean, the Steelers have definitely had double renegades played at Heinz. I've been there for them, so they definitely bring us good luck. I mean, they've played it before and we've lost too. But
absolutely. Remember that time we were up there? We were watching. I think it was San Diego came into town and came back and beat us on some weird calls. And they tried to play it twice up there, and we lost. Remember Horton and Philbin, we all went up there. That's when Matt had his Roy Gerella jersey on, okay? And me and Horton go, there's not going to be another person in this place wearing a Roy Gerella jersey. Well, they have that night when he comes back. Remember, he had like a kick thing at halftime or something. There's Roy Gerella on the field getting honored. I'm like, are you kidding me? Yeah. It was amazing. Amazing what you can find at a Steeler game. So, Bobby, how you doing? You doing okay? You surviving through this COVID stuff?
Yeah, I'm just like everybody else. Thank God I'm still working. I got my family, and
Yes, that's the key right there is your family. Yep.
I watch a lot of football.
And have a good time.
Just like everybody else.
So we're here to talk about the Steelers 8-0. I mean, last week you were kind of like biting your nails. It was funny because we mentioned earlier in the show, when we come back from California, the Gilberts are moving across the United States with my mom and dad, my 6 brothers, my grandma, and a 150-pound black lab in the back of the station wagon, okay? You had to go pee in a bottle or whatever it was. My dad wasn't stopping, but we went through Texas, and I see all these guys on horses and cowboy hats. I'm like, where's that? My dad goes, those are Cowboys. I'm like, I saw the Dallas Cowboys. I fell in love with them until they fired Tom Landry. They, Bill Cowher gets hired at the Steelers. I'm like, you know what? I kind of like the Steelers now, and I did ever since. So that's the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys game. I'm 52. I mean, I've been watching Cowboys games. Just like everybody else in my age bracket. I remember every one in my lifetime. And they're always pretty special, and they're pretty even. I knew the Cowboys, even though their record's terrible, that they would give us all we could handle. Plus, we were coming off, 2 pretty emotional games. And
oh boy!
But I mean, Steelers did what they had to win. It's the NFL. This is not college football. You don't have
about matchups.
You just got to win. Obviously, we're probably lucky to win that, but we did win it, and
that's all matters.
Obviously, the Steelers are a better team there, and I think we've been the better team against everybody this year. So,
and I agree.
The Bungles will give us probably a couple fits. Sunday.
They always do.
They got a good young rookie quarterback. I mean, we certainly don't fear them. But they're probably catching us at the right time, especially with a few of our guys on the Rona list and coming off.
Now, are they going to be off by Sunday or not?
I mean, they have to. I just got a Steeler alert popped up on my phone, but I didn't look at it yet. But I think it was just an injury report. But from what I understand, Ben doesn't even have it. He's just like high probability he could get it. And I would think if he tested positive even once, it would be news. I have not heard that. Now, I haven't been keeping up with it today that well, but I mean, I certainly expect him to play. He's a 17-year veteran. He doesn't need to be out there practicing. And plus, let Mason Rudolph get some snaps anyway.
Bob, I'm a firm believer, even at the high school level or junior high level or college level, let them other guys get their reps because you're one play away from them playing.
Exactly. And, we've had a lot of our young guys step up this year and really contribute. I mean, Chase Claypool looks like he's going to be an all-pro receiver someday. And
oh, my gosh.
Alex Highsmith's getting sacks for us. That McFarland that we got from Maryland, playing some. That Dodson, the guard from Louisiana, has already started a couple games. And that, I think it was our 7th round pick, Carlos Davis, played Sunday. And then our last year's draft, Devin Bush and Deontay Johnson and Benny Snell, and we've got guys that Isaiah Buggs is playing really well at nose tackle while Alualu's out. I mean, we've got some young guys that are contributing to our team, and that's only going to make them better for the future. So I really like the way the Steelers are headed. You need to have that nice mix of veterans and young guys.
With the youth, right.
The Steelers have that.
But, Bob, it's like any sport that you're playing in, especially you're a football guy, too. But if you're on a team that's successful, okay, and they're winning, everybody steps up. If you're losing, everybody kind of takes that regression and goes backwards.
Of course. And when you're talking pro football, it's about money. That guy that we just got from the Jets, how happy is he? Because he stands a strong chance.
He comes from 08 to 8-0.
He stands a strong chance of making some playoff money, which he was not going to get with the Jets. You know what I mean?
No whatsoever. Thank you, my sir.
When you get, good teams, that brings out the best in players, and you can tell when teams give up, or you can tell when teams, probably don't have it. But
the Jets are horrible.
Yeah, they're horrible. But last year the Steelers started out 0-3, and we make that huge trade to get Minka because we weren't giving up on the season, and we still went 8-8. We won. I think we won 8. We were 0-3, and we won 8 of our next 10, and then we finished. Last 3 games we lost, but just like the Steelers were in it all the way up to the end because they didn't give up, and a lot of those guys probably recognize. We weren't a Super Bowl team last year without Ben, but a lot of those guys were seeing. That's $50,000-$60,000 playoff check for that first round of the playoffs. That's
especially if you're a rookie or a second-year guy.
Oh, it's a lot of money for anybody, but at the same time, for those guys, I think the minimum wage now is probably $500,000. It's a tenth of your salary just for one game.
In one game,
and you win that one, then that money goes up the next game. So those guys are playing for money too.
Yeah, make it $1 million in one playoff run. Make everybody happy.
Well, I don't know if it's quite that, but if you make it to
if you go all the way through, right?
If you make it all the way through the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, it could probably, maybe $500,000 total, certainly in that range.
I'll take it.
$250,000.
I'll take it right now. That's funny stuff.
Plus, that also kicks in a lot of incentives on guys' contracts. I can't stand Antonio Brown, but his contract is just full of incentives. Making the playoffs and winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he needs it.
Those guys need to produce too. So the Steelers have contracts like that also.
But I like those contracts, Bob. You get a contract of that nature, and you guess what? You're a flop. Guess what? You flop your money, but you get to work out, right? Joe Canistro is here, the new Marshall County prosecutor is here. He's snuck in us at the last minute. Say hi to Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hold on here. Let me put that up here. Do it again. Say it again.
Hi, Bob. How are you?
There he is.
Good, Joe. How are you doing?
Good.
Pretty good.
But, Bob, if you look back at the games, okay, like you said, you played high school football, played college football, blah, 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 down the line, even at work. If they give you an incentive at work and say, if you get this done and do this, Bob, and we're going to give you $10,000, you're going to say, you're going to cry your darnest to get it, right?
Absolutely. When you have something out in front of you, try to obtain it, that's a goal you're trying to achieve, and that doesn't stop when you're 25 years old.
No, it does not.
Keep striving for that. You want something to play for. And, the Steelers are putting themselves in a pretty nice position. At 8-0, that's what Tomlin's his 14th year still has not had a losing season.
Isn't that crazy?
That's not the all-time record. It ties the all-time record for most seasons without having a losing season. Ben is now on his 17th season without having a losing season. I know that's a record.
That has to be.
Back in NFL history.
And he's been on one team the whole time, too. Makes it even more attractive, too, I think.
Of course. That means a lot of Steelers are like that. You can go back, Bradshaw was like that. Franco ended up in Seattle for a few games, but, Bradshaw was like that. Mean Joe Green was like that. Hines Ward was like that. We're loaded with guys. Because I saw something on one of the talk shows the other day that because they're trying to be nice to the Cowboys and not completely beat them up. But most players in the NFL, you ask them what team that they would want to play for, and the two top teams are the Cowboys and the Steelers because of their traditions and because of what players say about them when they leave their team. So we know what we're doing.
Yes, Bob, if anybody knows, it's you.
I'm very excited about what this team can do. As long as we have Ben, as long as we have that defense, we're going to have a chance. And, at some point we'll have to rebuild. But, it'll start with a quarterback. But we've got a young nucleus of guys coming up. And certainly our defense is loaded with young guys. So.
And once again, here they pulled the young guys up, and they're loaded with it. I mean, Bush, of course, blew his knee out, but he'll be back next year. But, there's a great team that built around defense, and it used to say it was offense, but if you go back to the old days, it was always about the defense, too.
No, you got to have if we don't have a defense, we don't win our last 3 games. So.
No way. You're absolutely right. And, a lot of people are like, they got lucky on offense, Ben. I said, Ben helped, but defense helped a lot, too.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly how we do things. And you can just tell. You can tell when the Steelers, when they're about to do something, at least I feel like, at least maybe that's just a Steeler fan. I mean, you just feel like they're getting on a roll. They're doing everything right. You can tell when Ben, when he goes to no huddle, that he's got, the flow of the game going. When he starts to get hot, Juju's making some big, tough catches for us. And you got the rookie Chase is making big plays for us. Everybody's contributing. That Deontay Johnson, he started out slow. He even started out slow last year as a rookie. But, man, he gets the ball in his hands. He is dangerous.
Oh, boy. My question for you, and I've been thinking about this, Mason is being our backup quarterback. Do you think that we could upgrade there?
I think you can upgrade any place on your team. But, you're never going to have a quarterback with as many snaps as Mason Rudolph has at this point in his career for a cheaper price. And, before we're going to go out there and spend $35 or $40 million on another quarterback, the Steelers are going to have to see if he's the next guy, because he could even be a bridge quarterback for us until we would find the next guy. Steeler fans can't go like it was between Bradshaw and Ben. That was 1983 to 2004. I can't do that again. And even during that time, we still went to a Super Bowl, we still went to playoff games, but you got to find out what you got. He's not Ben. I've said this to you before on your show. Don't compare him to Ben. Compare him to other backup quarterbacks in the NFL.
There you go.
He certainly is good enough to be a backup quarterback, and he'll make a lot of money as a backup quarterback. I'm sure he wants the chance to start, but on another team when his contract expires, which is probably coming up here. I mean, he's got to be his 4th year in the league.
At least, right?
I would guess the Steelers probably could offer him. I'm sure we would offer him another contract, but it ain't going to be big money. But it'll go up to maybe $5 or $6 million a year. But and even that's probably cheap for a quarterback. But I'm hoping to get every ounce out of Ben, certainly this year, which he's proven, and one more. Give me one more year after this. Now, if we win the Super Bowl this year and Ben wants to retire and go off in the sunset, I'll certainly give him my blessing to do that. But I certainly would love to see him. I would like to see him get one more year in at least. The Steelers are going to have to extend him. So, I mean, we're gonna offer him another contract, especially if he ends the year on a high note, or he wants to continue. I mean, we're gonna have to give him another contract, and that's you're $35-40 million guaranteed, if not more. So, I mean, he could get extended for another 3 years, $100 million.
And I'm sure you'd use it. But look at New England. They thought hey, we'll let Brady go. He turned, of course, the Buccaneers are turned around a good bit, but I think they signed the wrong guy. Everybody talking about him becoming a backup for the Steelers. I just don't think that he's. I don't know. I just don't think he's the right man for that job.
No, well, Brady. I mean, as much as I hate Brady, I mean you got to respect him. And,
yes.
He saw the rating. I've watched New England play a couple of times this year. I mean, they have nothing. I mean, they are not a talented team. They have guys that. I mean, I'm sure they got a couple defensive players that I'd be interested in. But honestly, there's really hardly any guys on that team that would start on the Steelers team, offense or defense.
I agree with that.
So, I mean, and Brady saw the rating on the wall, and he wasn't going to put up with that, and he got out of there. And he, once it's been Tampa Bay's loaded with talent. Although they got spanked the other night, but I mean, they'll be there in the end too. But Brady saw the rating on the wall, and Belichick's motto is you get rid of him a year early as opposed to a year late. And it seemed to work for him. You can't complain. I mean, we got 6 Super Bowls in my lifetime. They've got 6 Super Bowls since 2000. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's working for them.
Yeah, something's working out pretty good there. Yeah, but it's a tough league. I mean, honestly, you think Ben comes back? Super Bowl, if they win the Super Bowl this year, I would walk away. Wouldn't you, Joe? I mean,
yes,
you walk
think
away.
If they win the Super Bowl, I would expect he probably walks away.
And that's why, Bob, what do you think? Pretty much, you said earlier, he pretty much walks away.
It wouldn't shock me, but at the same time, now you get the chance to repeat. You get the chance to tie Bradshaw with 4 Super Bowls in your career. I think there would be enough incentives. Plus, he'd probably be walking away from $50 million. And if he ends the year healthy in the Super Bowl, I would expect him to come back. But I know that thought process there. That wouldn't shock me. That people was to do that. But I think if he ends the year on a especially with the Super Bowl when he's healthy and $50 million on the table, he's coming back.
Why not? I know I would. You never not have enough money. But his competitiveness is still there, too. It makes it a big deal, too.
Right. And those guys look up to him and stuff. He's having a great year. He obviously got banged a little bit, Sunday, but, it didn't look that serious. I mean, he finished the game. I mean, he threw a touchdown as soon as right after he got hurt,
Me and my boys come up here and watch the Quaker Steak, and watch the TV. Big Ben just tore his ACL. They're saying on the other network, so I'm like, what? I missed that. And then at halftime, he's right back out there. But they're saying that changes the outlook of the AFC with him out for any reason whatsoever. Knock on wood.
The AFC. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear right now that the Steelers and the Chiefs are the 2 best teams in the AFC, probably in the NFL. We're not perfect, but we don't have to be perfect right now. You just got to stack up some wins. We got to get into the playoffs, and then we got to move along from there. 16-0, going undefeated is not in the Steelers' mantra. We don't think that way. We just think about winning games and getting into the playoffs and winning those games and moving on. I mean, I would love
and you're right.
all that other stuff that comes with it, but we want to get in the playoffs and we want to win a Super Bowl, and that's always our goal.
Well, you look at J.J. Watt. He made a comment that wouldn't it be great to have all the 3 Watt boys on the Steeler team?
That would be awesome, but he's is he better than Cam Hayward at this point in his career? And the Steelers are going to have to pay Tuitt. Tuitt's going to command a lot of money. This is his last year under contract. He's going to get paid by somebody, and hopefully it's us. We're going to start. Our priority is going to be J.J. Watt and Gilbert or Myles Garrett up at Cleveland got he got $125 million. I mean, T.J. Watt's going to get that kind of money too, if not more. And not saying he's better than him, but that's just the way it goes. You get that contract a year later, and somebody else they set the market. T.J. Watt's getting paid now. Can you pay Tuitt also? We could franchise one of them, but Bud Dupree's probably going to be gone then. I mean, it's going to be a changing team. Kudos to the Steelers for drafting these guys and making them into the players they are. I'm sure they don't want to leave, but you can't pay everybody $100 million.
No. No, not whatsoever. It's crazy how you look at it all. Like you said, you're here, and like you said, the Steelers, they may be a symptomatic team too, and they go to the Browns and they go, ugh. We've tried this guy. He's not what we thought.
Le'Veon Bell is a perfect example.
There you go.
I mean, why would you leave? And the Steelers offered him, with all the incentives and stuff, that contract, he walked away from like $70 million with the Steelers. I mean, and did nothing for the Jets. Maybe I'm sure he'll contribute with the Chiefs. I don't know if he has yet or not. I'm not focused on the other teams right now, but I don't think he's getting 20 carries or anything. I mean, he was a superstar in Pittsburgh, and he walked away from that. What a dummy. And then AB, I mean, I'm so over him, but I mean, what a goof he was to do that. Hall of Fame career and everything he would have had with the Steelers and, everything he had, he walked away for just because he's a head case. I mean, I never knew he was a head case until, maybe that last year he was with us when it started to fall apart. So I don't know what went wrong there, but, bye.
I think the Steelers, though, historically have done a pretty good job judging players and when it's time to get rid of them. So
always, I
think they'll make the right decision.
Do it. Rod Wood's the only one I would say that we got rid of. We certainly could have used him. Gary Anderson, our great kicker, he wanted $1 million a year back then, and we no way was going to pay a kicker that much money. There's two that I can think of that stung the most. But other than that, everybody else that left
didn't really matter
has not hurt us.
Well, and, Woodson, of course, taking off. I think there was more maybe an egotistic thing he had going on at that point. For them to let him go that early.
Oh, he wanted paid too. I mean, and I know the Steelers offered him certainly a respectable contract, but you get a little bit more down the road. That's what he went on and won a Super Bowl with Baltimore. I mean,
right?
Maybe that's what I'm saying. He was probably the worst one out of it, but everything else, Joe's right. I mean, we know when it's time to go, just like with Brady and the Pager. He knew it was time to get out of there. He saw the writing on the wall, what he was going to have to deal with. He's 43 years old. He can't carry a team like that anymore. And, when you're young and you have all that talent, maybe you think you can and you prove it. He's afraid. I don't blame him. Shouldn't have to do that for 23 years of your NFL career, keep having to do that. Give him some help,
I'm with you, buddy. Well, Bobby, you want to stay on a little longer or you have to roll? Because we have to take a 3:30 break.
I'm going to have to go, but I appreciate your time.
Well, we'll have you on next week at the same time here, okay?
All right, buddy.
Every week we call it the Bob Shabbat Steelers Show for the segment every week. Thank you. Hey, Bob, real quick, prediction for the year for the Steelers.
We're going to win them all.
Okay, what do you think, Joe? I'm going 14-2.
14-2?
Yep.
Yeah, somewhere.
There's two games in there that they're going to not match up well, or just have a bad game. You can't. It's tough to go 16-0.
Yeah, it is.
So. All right, Bob Shabbat, thank you very much.
For me to say otherwise means that I'm saying they're going to get beat. I can't do that.
I know, but I have to. I just, if I say the same as you, 16, everybody say, oh, okay, pull Bob Shabbat. So I'm going to go 14-2. I hope I'm wrong. If they're 15-1 or 16-0, I'll be happy with it. So, thank you, Bobby. We'll see you again next week, okay? All right, so Bob Shabbat, of course, gentlemen. Bobby's hanging out. And we got Joe Canistro here, the new Marshall County prosecutor. When we come back here, we're broadcasting live. We're at the Quaker Steak and Lube Brickyard here at the Highlands, the Donnie Gilbert Show right here on the Watchdog Network.
Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 83 want to thank the owners and contractors of the Ohio Valley for using their locally trained workers to help build for the future. Local 83 helps design, fabricate, and build the gas infrastructure for the oil and gas industry here in the Ohio Valley. Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 83 is 300 members strong and growing. They also do residential, commercial, and industrial work on both sides of the river. For more information, call Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 83 at 304-233-4445. The original Undo's in Benwood is the perfect place to enjoy the big game, great food, and the company around you. The outdoor patio is the best-kept secret in Marshall County, featuring plenty of big-screen HD TVs, an outdoor beer garden, and NFL and MLB packages so you don't miss a second of the action. With the holiday season fast approaching, don't forget about Undo's Catering. Perfect for holiday parties, family gatherings, conferences, weddings, or any event large or small. Check out undos.com for menus, specials, entertainment, and more. Undo's Family Restaurants, family-owned since 1953.
Just like they always do, Quaker Steak and Lube at the Highlands continues to serve the Ohio Valley. The Lube is still open for carry-out and now offering their $10 meal deal every day of the week. Get one entree and one sidecar for just $10. Pick from steak, wings, ribs, and more. Call in or order online at thelube.com. And follow them on Facebook to stay up to date on their latest specials and promotions.
My little girl hurt her foot and needed a doctor fast, but her physician wasn't available, and I wanted her seen as soon as possible. Then I remembered the Wheeling Hospital Urgent Care, right in downtown Wheeling at the Stone Center on Market Plaza. Open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, the center is ideal if you have a sudden sickness or injury. The doctors and nurses were great, and they also provided x-rays, a pharmacy, and lab draw station. No appointments needed, and convenient parking is nearby. Wheeling Hospital Urgent Care. They'll take good care of you.
Or your loved ones facing a serious legal battle? The law office of Paul Harris wants you to know you aren't alone. Do you need someone that's not afraid to go to trial and fight for your rights? Attorney Paul Harris and his team are willing to go where most firms are not. The Courtroom. With a successful track record in civil litigation, criminal defense, including tax issues and healthcare fraud, Harris Law Office will fight for their clients by offering the most aggressive representation in and out of court. Call Paul Harris at Harris Law Office for a free consultation. 304-232-5300.
Does your dog need groomed or walked? Are you looking for a pet sitter or dog boarding options? If so, call Dirty Paws, Wheeling's newest pet care service, providing the Ohio Valley with everyone's pet care needs. Check us out on Facebook at Dirty Paws WHG or call 304-639-7754.
Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to Jim Robinson at the Highlands, home of lifetime powertrain protection. Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to
Island Pawnbrokers is now your local firearm dealer. In a pinch? Need cash quick? See us before going to the big box stores. Paying top dollar for firearms, gold, silver, tools, coins, and electronics. Don't lose your good credit. Let us give you instant cash. Stop by 2 North Broadway Street on Wheeling Island, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Island Pawnbrokers. Stop in for instant cash.
For all of your IT needs, visit OmniPerforms.com. Omni Strategic Technologies, the only IT company that the watchdog trusts.
How do you stop a running quarterback? Hi, everybody. I'm Tony Caridi. That story coming up on today's Mountaineer Report, brought to us by Kroger.
Did you know that 1 in 8 Americans struggle with hunger? Yet more than 40% of the food we produce is thrown out. At Kroger, we know we can do something about this. We're donating more food to local food banks through our partnership with Feeding America. And we're working with World Wildlife Fund to end food waste. But we can't do it alone. And we hope you'll join us in creating a world with zero hunger and zero waste. Visit thekrogerco.com to learn how you can help.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on backyard favorites like grill-ready hamburgers and fresh-picked strawberries? Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, plus rewards like fuel points, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
For the second week in a row, West Virginia's defense will try to slow down a quarterback that likes to run with the football. TCU's Max Duggan will scoot when the opportunity presents itself. Mountaineer head coach Neil Brown.
You've got to prepare for quarterback run game, whether it's designed runs where they're calling it, whether it's within the pass game where he pulls the ball down and scramble. You got to put yourself in those situations in practice. It makes it more difficult, though. You have to put at least one more hat in the box, or get, whether it's your nickel or your safety, you got to get another guy down in the box to help account for him.
All right, a little bit more specifically here. How do you stop a quarterback that runs? WVU defensive co-coordinator Jamiel Adai.
Obviously, the run-wise, we want to make sure that we close from depth once the ball is declared across the line of scrimmage, and that just means rallying to the football. Obviously, if you're in man coverage, you've got man eyes, so it may take you a little bit longer than if you're in zone coverage. In zone coverage, we like to tell our guys, we play zone coverage, you play zone eyes, meaning that you've got active eyes between what routes you're getting and the quarterback and what he's doing, right? And so in zone coverages, you give yourself maybe just a little bit more time, or I should say, you take away the amount of time in terms of reaction to the quarterback run game. And so really, we just want to be secondary, not necessarily contained, but secondary fitters where we close the pocket or close whatever alley he seems to be finding down from depth. In terms of the pass game, we got to make sure that we plaster, and that just means winning the second play. You know, we've got to make sure we get our eyes on that receiver and track him wherever he goes.
Mountaineer assistant coach Jamiel Adai. Join us tonight from 6 till 8, The Neil Brown Show. That is today's Mountaineer Report here on the Mountaineer Sports Network, brought to us by Kroger, the official grocer of WVU Athletics. I'm Tony Caridi on the Mountaineer Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College.
Hi, this is Chris Lawrence from the Metro News News Team. Join us weekdays on the Watchdog Morning Show with Howard Monroe.
for the latest regional news around West Virginia, along with news and weather from WTRF-TV and Bill DeFabio on sports. We give you the Ohio Valley's most comprehensive morning news right here on The Watchdog.
The afternoon drive continues with more news, sports, and talk on The Watchdog.
We're back on the Donnie Gilbert Show, broadcasting live here on the Watchdog Network. Of course, it's 3:39, and it's amazing that it's 53 degrees now, and up the Highlands at the Quaker Steak and Lube in the Brickyard. Joe Canistore here. Joe, how are you?
I'm doing very well.
Congrats on being the new prosecutor of Marshall County, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Donnie. Actually, don't take office till January 1st.
Well, you're still there.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's like that craziness going around. I mean, being in politics, you know how it works. Hey, you're the greatest, and turn around and go, whatever. It's you got to abide by the politicking rules.
Yeah. And
hey, I'm behind you 100%. They're not.
1 minute you're the greatest, and the next second you're the fool. So.
Absolutely. But like I said, it's like 20 till 4. A couple of people over here earlier yelling at me, "Oh, the weather is horrible." It's sunny out. It's 50-some degrees. I think it's pretty good.
Better than what it was this morning. It was 40 degrees this morning.
Yeah, it could be 30-some by the end of the week at night. But then again, we live here. We grew up with it here.
Right.
You got to accept it. It's not going to go away. I mean, it may stay nice, over a course of time, but that's the way it is. But I think it's pretty neat to get to have things go what they are.
Yeah, it's not raining, it's not snowing, so I don't think anybody can
gloomy,
complain.
Cloudy, gray, and spitting a little bit of snow. You're like, ugh.
Fingers crossed we don't see that for a while.
Hey, listen, I'm going to tell you, I said every week, my dear mother said the first day that it snows, it has to be like a cover an inch or half inch or an inch, I guess. I can't remember. But that's how many snows we have for the winter. Now, last year, you remember what day it was? It's November the 1st. We had basically, we had a couple of dustings. Up at the higher elevations doesn't count. I'm just talking about overall in general where snow falls. But anyway, we'll see. Hey, Mountaineer football. We're doing okay.
No, we're better than what we were last year. I think we've improved.
And of course, people get mad and say, "Oh, you're just mad." Hey, what happened in Texas was terrible.
Oh, it's.
Even, like I said, on the radio side, I mentioned this last hour, Karen Januszewski, of course, a big Mountaineer alumni, too, was saying that, they were on there going, the one referee's like, they're all talking, he goes, Wise blew a massive call on the pass interference. It was in the own zone, because we're at the one.
Right, we would be at the one, and we would have scored.
And everybody's mad, saying, "Oh, we should have kicked the field goal." Yeah, maybe we should on the first one. I said, maybe not. We scored there, scored another touchdown, we win the game.
But you don't know at that point if you kick the field goal. One, do you make it?
Right. Two, if you get the ball back.
If you do you get the ball back, and are you in the same situation in the same place on the field that you had the ball then? So
and you're absolutely correct. I agree with 100% on it. And of course they're like, "Oh, Neil Brown, he could be." I still think Neil Brown will be the next coach if the things keep going in hand at WVU. Which I think this year we're going to be okay. I'm going to call it now. I think we're going to beat Oklahoma. They're coming here. They're what happened? We don't have Dana Holgerson anymore, getting beat 56-48. You're like, what? What happened to that?
Well, you can see it. I mean, you can see the groundwork being laid of what type of football team Neil Brown wants. He wants a team that on offense mainly runs the ball, power running game and pass a little some, but and win it with defense too. And that, to me, that I like that type of team better than scoring 50 points and losing.
I don't mind scoring 50 points, not the losing part, but you get your offense, your defense up to par, which the Big 12 is not known for defense. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. And I grew up watching the Mountaineers in the early 80s and on from Neyland, and people got to remember if we can win 7, 8, 9, 10 games a year, even if we don't go undefeated and we make it a decent bowl, we've done pretty good with what type of talent we have in the state of West Virginia.
But I think he's getting the talent now that we would never. Then again, he's a good recruiter.
Yeah, you're right.
Holgerson said when he got the job, he goes, "I think it's funny because I'm a bad recruiter." Well, that should be one of the main things he should be able to do besides coach.
Well, personally, my thought on Dana was he was Donnie. I don't know how. It's a nice way to put it. He was lazy.
That's being polite.
I think he would.
That's being polite.
I think he'd much rather just call plays and do things like that than he would the other intangibles
Well, then
you need to be a head coach.
You're as good as your coaches, too, okay? When I coached, and I noticed this little Marshall County flag football, but I had 7 guys that helped me, and everybody had a job, and we had a great time doing it, and had a blast. The kids loved it. We won it, 11 years in a row. People were like, well, how'd you do it? I said, we got to bring the kids up. They get another level. I mean, you had some great players, too. But if you look at it and see how things operate, you're going to go, this isn't that bad after all. But your coach, your assistant coaches are huge on this part.
Oh, I think that's anything, not just college football or professional sports or college athletics. I think that's in any office. You got to.
Thank you, my dear.
You got to be willing to delegate to your employees, and you've got to trust them, and you got to find ways for them to have fun while working.
Oh, I agree. Got me eating a chip. But, go back to the Major Harris days. Amazing. Pat White, Rich Rodriguez.
Oh, where would Rich be without Pat White and Steve Slayton?
Still employed. Steve Slayton was a throw-in guy.
But think about it. That year, Pat White didn't even start that year until Bednarik got hurt.
Yeah, great guy there. We're watching. We're at Dan Moore's house, me, Matt Philbin, and Tommy, and it started getting dark, remember? We're down 24/7. Remember, it was yesterday. And Bednarik went on sideline, and it hurt his shoulder. Pat White comes in, Slayton comes in for, what was his name? Kept fumbling the ball.
Which one was it? It could have been Colson.
That's it, Colson. And kept fumbling. He lost his job. He was a senior. These guys come in. Here come my big fullback. Look out. We're on fire.
No,
they may never play in Morgantown.
No.
They may never see it down.
Yeah, things worked out good there. I think Neil's he'll get it on the right track.
And he will. You look at things and how things are. I think it's amazing how things have turned out so far for him. I think he's doing. I'd give him a high B. But that's a matter of opinion on what call you make. I told my buddies, they're like, I said, go back to the Georgia game. Georgia comes back, we're in a bowl, and it's 4th and such. Not one person in the world thought we were going to go to fake punt.
Right.
Nobody. But guess what? He gets stopped. Everybody thinks he's an idiot.
That's
but
true, but it works.
What a great coach he is or was, I mean, would you take him back?
Who, Rich? Not now, no.
Okay.
No, but
I'd rather have him back than Dana Holgerson.
Yeah.
That's not now.
Right.
Him back.
Not now. I think there's too many other young coaches out there that
are hungry and want to go
yes.
out there. Right. Hopefully Rich invested his money quite well.
I think he burned a lot of bridges here, but I think he burned bridges in other places too.
In Arizona, not in Michigan. I don't think he burned a bridge there. They didn't think he was the man. But you know what? The sad part about that is the class that he recruited, the kids he brought in, Michigan was on his way to turn the right around.
Right.
They fired him, and that coach that came, I can't remember his name now, come in there and won, and everybody's like, oh! And then next year it went down.
Brady Hoke.
Yes, Brady. Where's he at today?
He is, believe it or not, he is the defensive coordinator at San Diego State now.
What?
Or he may be the head coach, actually. The guy that was there quit and went to be defensive coordinator at New Mexico, and he's either the head coach or an assistant coach now.
Wow.
But look at Harbaugh. People thought that he was going to be the savior for Michigan.
Harbaugh not doing very good.
No.
He'll be out there by the end of the year.
It makes you wonder if he is gone, who gets that job?
Rich Rodriguez.
Would Luke Fickell take that, even though he went to Ohio State?
Ooh, that's a good scenario. I never thought of that. Look at he has in Cincinnati. He turned them around 2 years.
But again, look how they win at Cincinnati. They run the ball and play good defense.
And to me, and I like Neil Brown, I thought he was a perfect fit. But Fickell would have been a good one, too. Either one, I think we won either one. And he turned Cincinnati around already.
Right.
You know, everybody said, you can do this, do that. Well, yeah, you can and can't.
Well, let's face it, Ohio has so many good players, though.
All right, here's another scenario for WVU. All right, so everybody's complaining about being in the Big 12. All right, Big 12. We're not getting treated fair, which we're not, and that's okay. You got to just keep pounding the ball and winning the ball. But they're talking about Nebraska not being happy in the Big 10. I would love to have the trade with Nebraska and go to the Big 10.
Go to the Big 10.
Play Ohio State, Penn State, bring them guys back.
Yeah. But to me, as far as like having natural rivals and having fun trips for fans, et cetera, the ACC would be the jackpot for. It's not as good football-wise as the Big 12, I'll tell you that.
No.
But as far as for the fans and that, look at the trips you can make. Virginia Tech, Pitt, Syracuse, Wake is driving distance. All the Carolina schools are driving distance. Clemson's wouldn't be that bad of a drive. Neither would Atlanta for Georgia Tech. There'd be so many places fans could go.
They could go here too. I mean, this part. I argue with a lot of people all the time. I go, when we were in the Big East, I said, how many times did you go to Syracuse? How many times?
Once.
Okay. How about South Florida?
Never.
How about Miami?
Never.
All right. Let's go to Maryland.
Been there plenty of times.
Okay. Virginia Tech.
Never been
once.
there.
One time. How about Cincinnati?
I was there a couple times.
I was there one time. What a neat little stadium they have there.
Yeah.
Rutgers. Throwing these out there, people. And then the main thing is, how often did you go watch them at Pitt?
Oh, I would go to Pitt.
I'm talking about normalcy out there. Not many people went up there and watched it. A lot did. But they didn't go like they should have.
No.
You're 155 miles to see Auburn State. Well, okay, then go. You want to. I mean, it's okay. But I'm with you. But it'd be a lot simple. I think the perfect fit would be the Big 10. That's okay. But my primary choice would be the SEC.
Yeah. If you want to be in the Super Bowl college.
But you want to be in the Super Bowl college. But here's the thing. If you're now at the SEC and you go into Ohio, into the stomping grounds of Ohio State, please, a Diet Pepsi. What do you want to drink?
No,
how about an ice? A water.
I'm good.
He needs water. He's dehydrated. Anyway. But you go to these guys in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Hey, how you doing? Well,
want to play Alabama?
Yeah.
Want to play Florida?
Yeah. You want to come to WVU right now? And guess what? You're going to play. And they're all going to jump ship. Just like Terrell Pryor. I mean, he was coming in, and he said he'll play for anybody at WVU except for Bill Stewart. And then we hired Bill Stewart. He goes to Ohio State. What a recruiting class we have there. Rich stays there. We're the Oregon East. We have a powerhouse. Powerhouse.
You may get Denard Robinson.
Yeah. Somebody, anybody. They're all coming. It's just amazing.
I think that Rich a lot of it he let go to his head and thought that.
And his wife, too.
Yeah. Not to cut on the administration, but I think Rich wanted more control over some things, and they were afraid of him taking control. So, the relationship had strained between the athletic department and Rich. So.
That's a good.
Looking now, though, at his other stops,
yeah,
he's kind of crazy.
And that it is. Makes you wonder. You look at things and go, well, here we go with this, here we go with that. I don't know. I mean, if he stays, I think we get a couple national championships. I really do.
I think you're right.
Isn't she the greatest? Thank you so much, my dear. Now she's lost a couple tears. All right, my dear. Thank you so much. But anyway, we're broadcasting live. We got the new Marshall County prosecutor, Joe Canestro's here, and we're talking about all types of stuff. You want to call and have your opinion on anything, 304-214-1600. Ask Joe some prosecuting questions or talk Mountaineer football, or what do you want to talk about? We're okay. We're here, and here till 5 o'clock this afternoon. And, if you look at things, Joe, now that you're the prosecutor, is that 6 years?
4.
Okay, a lot better than being 2 for the House of Delegates.
Yes.
Where you're running nonstop.
It's crazy because you're constantly campaigning that way, and now I get a little bit of a break, but you still got to do a good job for people. That's number one.
Hey, just in, the NFL announces that the weekend will headline performers during the Pepsi Super Bowl at halftime.
Okay.
It's okay. I like that. The weekend's pretty good. Yeah, whatever. A lot of people in Bruno Mars are like, he was good.
He was
a lot
okay,
of great groups
yeah.
in there. You know.
I guess they wanted to roll out the Rolling Stones or somebody again.
I would like to see them one more time like that. You know, Mick up there going, oh, you know, not a Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake issue, but
no,
you know, it makes you wonder.
I don't know. It all depends on what's cool now in time, and that's what they're going to do. So.
Absolutely. Like I said, I like to roll back to the older groups that are still around to bring them in, and maybe a little montage of a few. I mean, it would be nice. You know, they've been doing pretty good lately, and with all that stuff. I mean, there's some bad ones too. You're like, I don't want to watch that. That's my opinion.
What was the one year where they had all the cartoon characters flashing Katy Perry? It was awful.
It was awful. And she's not a bad singer. She just had an awful show. Back to prosecutor. So now 4 years, you were House of Delegates for a long time. And the thing about being a House of Delegate guy with you and, of course, Mike Farrow, you know, you go and win the race, and you're running again for the next one. You're politicking. It's nonstop. I mean, it's a lot of work.
It is, but you got to love doing it. You can't, you can't be afraid to be out knocking doors when it's time, and you can't be afraid to be seen in public at different events, different charity events, and that you have to do it. You represent the community.
And here's the thing, and it was funny because I knew that COVID was easing off. Of course, not to pick it back up, but Charlie Reynolds knocked every door. I mean, I saw him everywhere. This guy, he's everywhere, and he wins.
But that's the way you have to do it.
Absolutely.
There's no other way to
all
campaign.
three are great candidates. All three are great candidates. And so is Lisa and everybody else. But, he went out there, and I'm like, wow, his hard work paid off. But you know how it is. You got to walk there nonstop.
Right. And I expect to have to do that at some point as the prosecutor.
Yes, you will.
If I want to stay more than 4 years, I'm probably going to have to work at it again and campaign at some point.
You're going to have to. It's the way it is. Nature of the business. A lot of work. A lot of people don't realize how much work you have to go do when you're running for an office. You got to sign it up. You got to use your head where my signs are at. Get the people who want to back you. I remember, I ran for county commissioner. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. I really had no clue. I think today I'll be a great county commissioner, but that's just my opinion. But you got to do your homework. Where do people vote? Where they're at? What they're doing? I don't care. That's what I tell anybody. You got to look at this a whole different process, whole different prospect running for whatever you're running for.
I think the biggest difference for me that why I'm looking forward to this is number one. I've worked as an assistant prosecutor for
a while.
A long time now. I know how the office runs. I know about everything that we handle, and basically I get to concentrate on just that. Whereas as a delegate, you had to worry about the budget. You had to worry about it.
Right.
In the budget is these people getting this amount of money again. What are you going to? How's it going to look if you vote for this controversial bill or against this controversial bill here? All I got to worry about is being fair to people.
Absolutely. There's politics involved to get elected, but after that, it's pretty much over on the politics side, I think. I mean, just my opinion. I mean, you're going to have somebody go, hey, man, I'm like Joe LaRusso, who hired the White Sox. He's 78 years old, 76. He gets a DUI and says, I'm a Hall of Famer. Well, what do you do with something like that? You got to be fair all the way around.
Fair, that's all. But number one, you better look at the facts and evidence and make sure you can prove the case. Because if you can't, then you're trying to put forward a lie, and you ethically shouldn't do that.
Oh, I'm with you there too. I mean, like I said, it's amazing the things that you're going to have to go through, but you're the assistant, so you know what you're getting into.
Right.
More than like you just like, hey, Donnie Gilbert's running for prosecutor, and I'm walking in going, what do we do here?
I love the place. I love the job. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stuck around this long.
Absolutely. And the Ronda's done at the end of the year. Then that's when you pop in. And then I saw her the other day talking about moving south or something or whatever.
Well, she has a place in, where's Lake Norman, North Carolina.
I don't want to see her leave.
No, I don't think she's going to leave.
I hope not. Somebody was telling me, I can't remember who it was now, said she may take off. And hey, that's her right. You're retired, and you retired to be retired. Right?
At some point, I'd like to be. I know that.
Well, what are you doing? I'm retired. But, being a teacher and retiring is another thing that's tough to look at. You go back and substitute. Things change. You get that age gap that comes popping in. It's just crazy.
When I get to see with the public employees pension, you have to hit a magic number of 80 to qualify or to be able to collect, but you got to be 60 to collect the total. You'd have to take a cut. So what I hope to do is when I hit the magic number, I'll go work on a golf course or something. I don't care.
Something like that, being a greeter at Walmart. I don't care whatever you're happy doing. I mean, I'm not going to go out and run a jackhammer. I can tell you that right now.
But there's things that, I have other hobbies and interests that I'd like to try to work in someday when I'm semi-retired.
And a guy told me, why are you still out there doing that DJ circuit? I said, because I love it, for one. I think it's fun. But, you get to meet a lot of great people.
And that's basically the biggest reason I made the switch and decided to do this from being in the house to wanting to be the county.
And you did a great job in the house, too.
Yeah, and it was fun, and I made a lot of good friends.
I'm with you 100%. Are you going to hang out for another half hour?
If you want me to.
I would love to have you for another half hour. Joe Canistro here in the new Marshall County Prosecutor hanging out. Keep in mind that we're still coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Ryan Storm talking Wheeling Central football if and when they get to play this weekend. And we'll talk about this week in history coming up on the 4 o'clock hour. Donnie Gilbert Show broadcasting live at Quaker Steak and Lube, the Brickyard on the Watchdog Network.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
The ABC News is brought to you by Thomas Auto Centers, Mall Road, St. Clairsville. Get the best deal at Thomas Auto Centers.
We are wrapping this effort up.
He says the results will be made official on Monday. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Georgia is launching a handout and a hand count audit in the too close to call race there. Biden leads by 14,000 votes. The Trump campaign continuing to file lawsuits in multiple states alleging fraud. So far, courts not finding any evidence to support those claims. ABC political director Rick Klein explains what's next.
The president has a right to the legal process. It's playing out now in courthouses. It's playing out in state houses. You've got various stages of recanvassing and recounts. So far, it really is the system working the way the system's supposed to, but it's just not going to be quick. And the president may not publicly concede what I think is very obvious to anyone to see.
In just the past week, more than 7,300 Americans have died from coronavirus, an average of 1,000 a day, levels not seen since summer. States beginning to urge people to social distance again ahead of Thanksgiving. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
At the end of the day, traditions are so important to all of us. But this year, we need to celebrate a little bit differently.
Dr. Anthony Fauci today says Americans do have hope on the horizon with vaccines, but says not in time for the holidays this year.
Help is really on the way. If you think of it metaphorically, the cavalry is coming here. Vaccines are going to have a major positive impact.
On Wall Street, a sell-off for stocks today. The Dow closing down more than 300 points. You're listening to ABC News.
With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Dell Technologies just announced their Black Friday sale. They're releasing new doorbusters every weekday, plus up to 50% off cutting-edge tech for your business. There's no better time to upgrade your small business with the latest laptops and desktops with Intel Core processors, plus there's free shipping on everything. Yes, everything. Give Dell Technologies advisors a call. They'll identify the right tech solution for your business. Call 877-ASK-DELL or go to Dell.com/SB Black Friday. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Tropical storm Eta hitting Florida for the second time in a week, slamming north of Tampa Bay today, now sweeping northeast. ABC's Rob Marciano in Tampa, where the storm lashed the region with heavy rain and wind.
We had winds over 50 and 60 miles per hour, a surge nearly 4 feet here in Tampa. We haven't seen water that high since 1991. So a lot of flooded businesses, a lot of flooded neighborhoods.
The Justice Department finding no misconduct associated with Jeffrey Epstein's 2007 plea deal.
Then U.S. Attorney in Miami, Alex Acosta, may have exercised poor judgment when he resolved a federal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein through a state-based plea agreement in 2008. But the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility cleared Acosta of misconduct, saying the decision was within the scope of his authority. Epstein's alleged victims have sued over the deal, which they've said was reached in violation of their rights as alleged victims of federal crimes. The Justice Department conceded the women were not treated with the forthrightness and sensitivity expected. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
When the Los Angeles Lakers return to the Staples Center for the new season, no fans will be there to greet them. The team says because of surging COVID-19 cases, fans will attend games and will not attend games until further notice. The NBA champs say they will delay the ceremony to raise their championship banner until fans can be there to celebrate. This is ABC News.
These days, it's okay to do some things halfway, like wearing your pajama bottoms on a work call. But managing your prescriptions shouldn't be one of them. That's why CVS has a proprietary search tool to find ways that may help lower your prescription costs, and will deliver them for free. No wonder CVS customers are better than most at staying on prescriptions, which tends to make you healthier. Come in or call today and get a free prescription savings review at CVS. Savings vary. Not all patients eligible for savings. Delivery restrictions apply. Visit cvs.com for details.
I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Just like they always do, Quaker Steak and Lube at the Highlands continues to serve the Ohio Valley. The Lube is still open for carryout and now offering their $10 meal deal every day of the week. Get one entree and one sidecar for just $10. Pick from steak, wings, ribs, and more. Call in or order online at thelube.com. And follow them on Facebook to stay up to date on their latest specials and promotions.
The Original Undo's in Benwood is the perfect place to enjoy the big game, great food, and the company around you. The outdoor patio is the best kept secret in Marshall County, featuring plenty of big screen HD TVs, an outdoor beer garden, and NFL and MLB packages so you don't miss a second of the action. With the holiday season fast approaching, don't forget about Undo's Catering. Perfect for holiday parties, family gatherings, conferences, weddings, or any event large or small. Check out undos.com for menus, specials, entertainment, and more. Undo's Family Restaurants, family owned since 1953.
My little girl hurt her foot and needed a doctor fast, but her physician wasn't available, and I wanted her seen as soon as possible. Then I remembered the Wheeling Hospital Urgent Care, right in downtown Wheeling at the Stone Center on Market Plaza. Open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, the center is ideal if you have a sudden sickness or injury. The doctors and nurses were great, and they also provided x-rays, a pharmacy, and lab draw station. No appointments needed, and convenient parking is nearby. Wheeling Hospital Urgent Care. They'll take good care
Are you
of
or your loved ones facing a serious legal battle? The law office of Paul Harris wants you to know you aren't alone. Do you need someone that's not afraid to go to trial and fight for your rights? Attorney Paul Harris and his team are willing to go where most firms are not. The courtroom. With a successful track record in civil litigation, criminal defense, including tax issues and healthcare fraud, Harris Law Office will fight for their clients by offering the most aggressive representation in and out of court. Call Paul Harris at Harris Law Office for a free consultation. 304-232-5300.
Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to Jim Robinson at the Highlands, home of lifetime powertrain protection. Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to
Island Pawnbrokers is now your local firearm dealer. In a pinch? Need cash quick? See us before going to the big box stores. Paying top dollar for firearms, gold, silver, tools, coins, and electronics. Don't lose your good credit. Let us give you instant cash. Stop by 2 North Broadway Street on Wheeling Island, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Island Pawnbrokers. Stop in for instant cash.
For all of your IT needs, visit OmniPerforms.com. Omni Strategic Technologies, the only IT company that the Watchdog trusts.
Hello, everyone. From the Watchdog, I'm the Storm Tracker Darnell Foster. With a look at your local weather forecast for your Thursday. Partly cloudy skies through the afternoon, daytime high near 56. Partly cloudy overnight as well. Temperatures down to about 40 degrees. You'll see a mix of clouds and sunshine for your Friday with highs in the mid to upper 50s. Have yourself a great day, everyone. From the Watchdog, I'm Darnell Foster.
The views and opinions expressed on the following program are not necessarily those of this station or its sponsors. Live and local conversation continues. This is the Afternoon Drive on the Watchdog.
Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you kiss me once or twice and say it's very nice and then you run. Little sister, don't you do what your big sister done. Well, I dated your big sister and I took her to
The Donnie Gilbert Show broadcasting live. We're back here in the Highlands, I guess we can say the best way to put it, with Quaker Steak and Lube, and we're in the back Brickyard, I should say that part. 52 degrees, sunny outside. A lot of people are like, it's so cold out. Well, because you had 70 to 80 degree temperatures 5 days ago. It was sunny and warm, and and you can't argue with a day like today in November. Oh, sorry, Judd, me. That's not me. No, that's you. No, try it now. Are you working?
Is it working? Oh, let me switch.
Well, yeah, maybe you should. Something happened to that one. Let's try that. Bring that one up. Maybe you had the wrong one you picked up. Talking that one real fast. I think you had the right one to get talked now.
This isn't working?
Yeah, you somehow grabbed the other one.
I don't know what I did. I screwed it up somehow.
We're up here broadcasting live. But like some sort of cheese and chips there. Not too bad, was it?
No, it's pretty good.
Good food up here. If you look at the great beers on tap, if I was allowed to have a beer right now, I might have one, but I go to Washington. There's all types of stuff out there. I've kind of switched over to they call it, my buddies will call it the sissy beer now. Michelob Ultra, I don't mind it.
No, you like Ultra?
Well, it seems like you don't get hungover if you drink a good 8 to 10 beer a night, maybe a 12.
Have you ever tried any of the craft brewery stuff up from Hightower up in Rayland?
What we were talking about that the 2 o'clock hour. How there's a wedding last weekend in some town. I'm not going to say because it's not supposed to be said to town, but they had it there and had their wagon there, and I guess it was really good.
Yeah, it's not bad. I had the pleasure of having their Oktoberfest. It was called like.
Was it the wedding drinking it?
No. This was weeks ago in October. They had like Beauty of Change. It was good. It was a good beer.
A little dark?
No. Oh no.
Really?
It was kind of like a lager. It was okay.
Yeah, one of my guests next week after the show wants to go up there to up in Rayland and try this. And I said, I can't go get drunk. He says, you can all stay at our house. I'm like, no, I'll go up and have a beer too.
Yeah,
I'll get my taste of it.
Just for that, yeah. It's fine for that. Don't go crazy because a lot of the stuff is. I'll tell you, it's potent.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll bring someone to drive me up there then.
But what they specialize in, and it's different, Donnie, is they have a lot of sours.
That's what they're saying. Their kegs are sour beers.
Right.
And everybody loved it at the wedding. And I'm like, But then again, there's so many drinks out there now and different brands of seltzers and everything else. It's crazy.
See, I've tried seltzers, and I
got on that kick for a little while there, but the problem was you get a little tipsy.
I didn't like the taste.
6.5% some. I'm like, that's enough for me.
I like beer, and I can drink dark beer, light beer.
I'm not much of a dark beer drinker, but I do like, but I can drink Ultra and drink Bud Light. I mean, it was like a change. I went through the little part there with the seltzer part. There's some good ones there, too. The Bud Light seltzers are good. The Natty Light seltzers, I'm not a Natty Light fan at all whatsoever, but their seltzers were good. There's a bunch of different ones. You got there and taste the booze. All I'm saying, the problem is, today you can't go booze and cruise.
No, please don't do that.
Knock on wood.
No, but if you're at home and you're staying at home and you want to try stuff, go right ahead.
Yep. Anytime you want, it'd be fun. But on this week in history, all right, in 1946, none of us here were born, but what do you think happened? You'll never know. The first drive-through bank, the Bank of Chicago, had the first drive-through going by. They didn't have any little tubes in it. Probably had to chuck it at them, And of course, in 1955, Chuck Berry, Johnny B. Goode, he was the R&B Artist of the Year. Then, of course, in 1972, here you go, the all-time high, the U.S. dollar was, if you had took the German mark, which is the second highest, it was 2.61. So basically, your dollar was worth $1.61 more
than the next high.
Right. So back in 72, then it cost 79. You simply see hostages. There's 66 of them in Tehran. And, of course, President Jimmy Carter puts a ban on exporting oil from Iran. And you can say what you want, all you want. I think what happened back in this is my theory. We went to Iran, we went to Iraq, these places, and these third world countries at the time come in, taking their oil to bring over to here. And then I think what happened was you brought little Johnny Jr. or whatever his name would be. He came over to America and went back and said, hey, Dad, there's indoor bathrooms, everybody's got a car, everybody's got everything. And his dad came over and went, huh. Then they said, well, hey, we want some more money now. And I think it's where all this stuff come from. So they can say what they want to say on that, we talked off the air there a little bit. The rumor floating around that, if ex-president or president, what do you want to call it? Is it president? How about President Trump?
He's the president
right,
at least until January
20th, right? Or first, or whatever you call it. But they're saying now that he's getting enough of these states are flipping. They call it so-called illegal voting fraud is supposedly going on out there. I mean, I can't say if it is or it isn't. I mean, I'd be willing to say probably some, maybe more than I think. But if he flips these states and he don't concede, and you being a House of Delegate, they said it goes back to the House of Delegates.
No, it would go basically to Congress, or he could get the legislature in each state to have their own electors. But like for West Virginia, it don't matter because he won here, so they're not going to switch electors.
No, they're not. There'll be 5 of them.
Right.
It's a crazy scenario.
It's a long shot, though, Don.
Well, I'm just saying, if it happens, what do you do there? I mean, that changes a lot of things. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I mean, it's crazy if you look at it. You hear all types of different scenarios and what's going on, what didn't go on. Is there some mischief? Yes, there is somewhere.
Well, in anything.
Absolutely.
But what's interesting for someone like me, being a lawyer, is when lawsuits are filed and that, and I haven't delved into any specifics with what he's filing or that, but it'll just be interesting to see what they allege and things that whether they stand on or
the truth or not truth. And what do you do? I mean, what's going on? It's like, I mean, like I said, I'm not on this man. I'm not a fan of that because you listen to some doctors say it's worse for you to wear the mask, not to wear the mask. You got to build an immune system for it, or you should wear a shield. Okay, whatever, that's fine too.
Well, but that's why you have a personal choice.
That's right. But then now we're not going to have that personal choice come up here, and they're talking about a 6-week mandatory shutdown, and that's everything. So you can't go to Walmart, you can't go to Kroger, you can't go get food somewhere. What do you eat in 6 weeks? You better have a lot of booze at your house.
Better stock up on porridge, I guess.
Porridge and canned food items and things like rice and
hope you have a lot of spaghetti or flour to make spaghetti.
But hopefully the electric company still works so you can have electric.
That's true.
Then
I don't think you could do a 6-week shutdown.
That's what they were saying today. He came out of his own mouth, and that just worried me there. I'm like, no, Joe. So again, you may not remember that tomorrow.
I disagree with that, but I would think that at the beginning of this, the only thing that I could have seen myself would have done differently is that there were some things that were probably deemed essential, I think, that probably weren't essential. And would that have changed things? Probably not, Donnie.
A little bit more of that right there, if you don't mind. Thank you, Danielle. Come by and see Danielle up here at the Quaker Steak. See her, hello. Let's everybody come by and make sure.
Would it have helped? Probably. In the end, maybe not.
But no one knew. In both sides, Democrats and Republicans, they blame each other what's going on in that part. But no one knew at that time which way this was going either.
No.
And a lot of people who probably knew what's going on didn't say anything what's going on. It's like, hey, he said, she said, blah 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 blah. And then now it's like, well, it was his fault for 200,000 deaths. I don't think it was anybody's fault. The administration on both sides were caught hands down.
It's the virus's fault as well.
And that's the truth. Thank you, my Danielle. Come on by. Tell everybody, come on by. Oh, that will troublemaker over there. Okay, thank you, my dear. Very appreciative, Danielle. Okay.
Look at the state of West Virginia, though. We were doing so well back when we came out of the shutdown before. And all of a sudden, then summer hit, and it's fall, and now it's exploded for some reason. It just It's
you're going to get in trouble.
It's mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling. That it is. Yeah, but
I mean, and then you have the argument: test, don't test. Everybody should test, even if you feel well, etc. You get people on both sides of that.
I agree with that too. Look at it. I mean, the more you test, the more you're going to find something. Right?
That's what I think. I think the more you're going to find people that are positive. Or you're going to have false positive tests, and then your numbers are going to rise still.
And I agree. But I do not agree on it.
No, not on a 6-week shutdown.
But here's another thing, too. Here we are at a restaurant bar, okay? There's nobody else in this room with us, me and you. We're like dating. Anyway.
And if you look on the other side, right now, and I know it's only 4 o'clock, but you could basically say we're 2 of maybe
30 people?
If that.
Okay, so here we are. But then you got the restaurant, the bar, and the fitness places. All right, they're shutting. Ohio said if they don't straighten up next week, they're shutting down. All right, so what I'm getting out of here, you go work out and wiping stuff down. I don't see what it is. The theory is that people are touching the equipment. Okay, fine. A bar, they said people will start drinking, get drunk, and they'll spit each other's mouths. I'm like, is that why you're shutting a bar down? I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? It's just amazing. Right. Good.
Of course, I think that may happen.
Happens anywhere.
But again, to me, it's personal choice. If you want to go take the risk and drink in a bar, go drink in a bar.
My brother Frank nails it perfectly on the head. He goes, here you are. If someone gets sick, okay, or they get test positive, okay, so it's mandatory. The next day you get tested again. You may come back as a negative because they're not accurate tests all the way through. So now you're so-called good. Maybe take a third test. If you're negative again, you're good. But if you are positive, then they should take them, and you should go either quarantine, whatever. And the next day you find out guess what? You're in part of the list to get quarantined to get it over with. Putting people in this perspective that we're going into, I don't know if it's the right way, the right direction to go in.
I don't know. I can tell you personally, I've tested twice. Was negative both times. And the first time was because I was around people, and that was first when they had the test out in McMecken outside the city building, what was Bishop Donahue, and I tested again because it hurt when I was breathing at one point. I thought, oh crap!
Yeah, here we go.
But both times were negative, and it must have just been from lifting weights or something.
Yeah.
But to me, I don't. If I feel well, I don't know that I should test. But
well, you hear people say it's so dangerous. We have to test to see if you have it. That's true too. I mean, like I said, this second wave coming through. You may get like anything else. What I really don't get the flu. Once in a blue moon, I have the 24-hour one. My mom always made me take vitamins and orange juice and whatever. Try to exercise as much as you can. But if you look at it, so you get that 24-hour flu. I mean, maybe sometimes the 48. But it can be devastating too.
Right. I can tell you back in February when I was in Charleston in session, it was February 16th, somewhere around there. I was very ill and flu-like symptoms. Wasn't the flu. Fever. I missed 2 days of the session because I actually basically stayed in my apartment Thursday. Friday, I got up and said, I'm going home. I can't. If I'm going to be miserable, I'm going to be miserable at home.
Right, not in some apartment or a hotel.
And I can tell you, I had a fever probably and cough and that from Tuesday until probably the next Monday.
Wow, almost a whole week.
And I wonder if I didn't have it back then.
You don't know. You don't know that. I mean, like I said, there's times when people don't feel good for a couple of days. I mean, like I said, they take orange juice and this will take care of that. There's also these people said that in France they took this and this pill and this medicine. It worked for them and it worked for everybody else. But we couldn't use it here, even though it was a over-the-counter drug. I'm like, what? Mylan Pharmaceutical had a thing that they discontinued in 2010. And they were, but they said take years to reactivate it, which, it's like I said,
Well,
matter of
that's
opinion
like
all
the
way
vaccine. You know what I'd like to see, and I've not seen this, and I wish I could find it somewhere. I'm sure it's out there. Is just how effective the polio vaccine was and the other vaccines, like chicken pox, et cetera, when they first were developed. Because the Pfizer one was 90% effective, and I wonder how when they were doing testing in that back then with these other vaccines, how effective they were.
And it's funny, you look at, like you said, Pfizer, 90% effective, which, in my opinion, is pretty daggone good to look at. But, the thing I think a lot of people are afraid of, what are the side effects?
We don't know.
You take this pill right now, and it'll cure up your emphysema, or whatever you want to call it. But the side effects are extreme vomiting, extreme, pooping, I guess the way to put it in there. You're going to be sick and high blood pressure and hiccups, and you're like, wow, maybe I should just keep that other part and just be okay with it.
At this point, I don't think we know.
No, we don't.
The other thing is, did you see what temperature it has to be stored at?
Yeah, well, no, I did not.
You did not. No. It was like minus 80 degrees. That's what it has to be stored at.
This medicine does?
Yeah.
Minus 80 degrees? Who's going to have that? We're going to ship it to Alaska and put it up on the ice?
Then you have to have 2 doses of it, too. So.
And what's it, like $5,000 each dose? You don't think that's going to happen?
Oh.
Money. It's out there, my friend, and it's a lot of it's about that too.
I think
can't deny it. It's all in hand. I mean, there's a virus, and people are getting sick. There are some people that are dying, but it all goes in that vicious little circle. Like if that lady over there said she wasn't feeling good, found out she had the flu, we're like, oh, okay, whatever. She's in the flu. She leaves. She throws up on the floor, and everybody leaves. Whatever. This part here, it's very similar as of right now. We'll see. Like I said, I'm going to get in trouble. People get mad at me because they don't think I believe it. I believe it's there. But I think we're mishandling how we're handling it right now. That's my opinion. I am Dr. G, so, I'm an amazing guy. But anyway, like this weekend, Mountaineers are going to play, but if this thing takes off, it may affect the college basketball season. And we have probably the best team since we went to the Final Four back in the day.
You're right. And it may be something where they're in a bubble. Maybe they switch it to a bubble when they're playing only Big 12 games in Kansas City or somewhere. So, or they're playing at home and away, but there's no fans there.
But somebody still has to operate the scoreboard. Somebody still has to operate this. That one person may have it too. I don't know. I get confused.
I can tell you, I've been to 2 WVU home football games. Was lucky enough to be able to go to 2 of them, to Kansas and Kansas State, and I felt safe the entire time.
And
of course, I was with friends, and I knew that they weren't sick and everything.
Well, you don't know if they're there or not, but I mean, I'm with you. I mean, you look at things a little differently than everybody else, and it's just crazy on how this works, And I know people listening right now going, well, they don't know what they're talking about. Hey, if you have a better solution, 304-214-1600. We'll have them come on by. And there she is, ladies and gentlemen, the boss, the queen of them all, Christine McNichol-Thomas in the house. She's looking right at home, throw a knife at him. But anyway, she's amazing. Good boss up here, too. We are broadcasting live at Quaker Steak and Lube, as we do every Thursday from 2 to 5. We're in the Brickyard. And it's a neat place to look at and see these garage doors and the bricks everywhere on the ground. And we talked about earlier about having Michelle was on from Quaker Steak talking about the new Quaker Steaks have bowling alleys in it.
Really?
I think that'd be pretty neat here.
That would be neat.
I say take the Brickyard, put 6 bowling alleys in it.
There was a place when WVU played High State up in Cleveland last year. A couple of us went up, and there was a restaurant bar up there that had a bowling alley attached to it. It was pretty neat. So of course we bowled a couple times and had fun.
That's what you got to do, my friend. That's the way I look at it. But everything here, like I said, the Quaker Steaks are neat. They're a little different than most other places. Moundsville, of course, has the Buffalo Wild Wings, and it has a whole different venue than this does. I mean, It don't even look nothing similar.
No, it's nothing similar. No.
No. Food's different.
What are those doors? I don't know. There's doors open in the summertime?
These?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When we were up there last week, all the doors are open. Every one of them is beautiful out. 78 degrees. We're in great shape. Way to go. So what do you do there? But they're up here on the Brickyard. Like I said, they do a lot of things. There's a lot of things that they have planned and had planned, but we can't do nothing about.
That's true. Even look at the state of West Virginia. Even legislators, we've not had much of a say of what goes on.
No, because the governor does.
Right.
I love you, West Virginians, more than you ever know. I love you.
So even as a delegate, I can tell you there's a lot of times dealing with this that I've felt powerless.
And it shouldn't be that way either, at all.
No.
At all. So, what do you do? I mean, it's amazing how things have been working out.
Well, that's something they're going to have to tackle at some point as a body down there. How far does his emergency powers
the governor
go?
makes the rule, and everybody says, and it's a suggestion. Everybody says, "Hey, thanks. It's okay that we have to do this or do that." He's another guy going, "I love you guys out there," and he's struggling, had no mask on, then he has a mask on. So I mean, it's not his call. It should be everybody's meeting. So, what are you guys saying? What are you hearing in Marshall County? What are you hearing in Mingo? What are you hearing over in Fayette County? Or what are you hearing in Bluefield? Whatever, you know what I mean? I mean, and say, hey, we're okay.
Well, I think that's the way it should have been done for school in the first place. It should have been who's on the ground in that county that sees what's going on, not
the governor.
Not the governor. Not him tweaking. To me, it's tweaking numbers, Donnie.
No, I agree. That's why I keep telling people all the time. You watch and see what happens here. High school football playoffs start this week. Do you think a team like number one team in a state's going to be red and have to forfeit? Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
It does make you wonder.
Makes you tweaky. Makes you wonder what's going on. So that's why I tell people on that as well. Well, my friend, we got to go take another break.
Okay, it was good being here.
Always congrats on becoming the new Marshall County prosecutor. And we'll make it fun.
Thank
you. Be a good man. Okay, we'll have you on again soon. Matter of fact, Janie and Karen said earlier we'll have a wine tasting thing up here one Thursday afternoon right before Thanksgiving. I'm like, okay, let's do it. So anyway, Joe, thank you very much. Joe Karen
Thank you for having me.
And, of course,
stay safe, Donnie.
Yes, we will. Ryan Storm coming up next, talking about high school football. You're listening to Donnie Gilbert Show, broadcasting live. Quaker Steak and Lube here at the Highlands on the Watchdog Network.
Does your dog need groomed or walked? Are you looking for a pet sitter or dog boarding options? If so, call Dirty Paws, Wheeling's newest pet care service, providing the Ohio Valley with everyone's pet care needs. Check us out on Facebook at Dirty Paws WHG or call 304-639-7754.
One in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners. For all of your IT needs, visit OmniPerforms.com. Omni Strategic Technologies, the only IT company that the Watchdog trusts.
Oh, there's something so real about living local, and I know without a doubt I'm not alone. And I love living local. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Said I'm loving living local. WTRF is working for me. The Ohio Valley is where I love to be.
CA House Music has all the gear to make your music legendary. With all the best gear, including Fender, Epiphone, Yamaha, and more, CA House will have you rocking in no time. Get the most for your money with everyday low prices. And we meet or beat internet pricing. Play before you buy and let our product specialists help you pick out the instrument that's right for you. CA House Music, supporting local musicians since 1872. Play music for life.
Hey, I'm going to the kitchen. Can I grab you a Coors Light?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Huh. I never knew there was a zip line in my fridge. Hey! Hey, buddy! Yeah! You got 2 Coors Lights up there?
You got it! Always brewed down to 34 degrees. With a taste as cold as the Rockies, only Coors Light gives you refreshment every time.
Here you go. 2 Coors Lights.
Awesome, man. Wow, these are really cold.
That's the only way I deliver it.
Sure. I mean, you being a mountain climber and all.
Yep.
You probably need a pretty warm coat in there, huh?
Yep.
Hey, Ben!
Yeah!
Ask him if he has any nachos.
You got any nachos in there?
No.
Just icy cold Coors Light?
Yep.
That makes sense. It is the Rockies.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
Most of us are faced with uncertainty every day. Your job, your finances, sporting events, schooling for your children, and so much more. With so much uncertainty surrounding you, there is one auto dealership that you can be certain about, and that's Doan Ford. You can be certain that you always get a great deal and the best service afterwards. Being in business for over 50 years has given Doan Ford the reputation of being a strong, reliable dealership. Be certain. Choose Doan Ford. Online at doanford.com.
I'm not buying till I check Doan Ford.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The Metro News Update is brought to you by Thomas Auto Centers, Mall Road, St. Clairsville. Get the best deal at Thomas Auto Centers.
West Virginia Metro News, I'm Jeff Jenkins. The State Board of Education is taking a closer look at the finances and transportation department in the Lincoln County school system. State Department of Education's Matt Hicks told the school board today there was previously lack of leadership from the former school superintendent and assistant superintendent in Lincoln County, opening the door to the problems.
The observed lack of leadership and oversight created opportunities for misuse or mismanagement of state and federal funds.
The state school board discussed the report in executive session earlier today. There have now been more than 1,500 new COVID-19 cases added to the state's totals in the last 2 days. State Department of Health and Human Resources says there are currently now more than 8,100 active cases in the state. Deaths are now at 555 after 2 were added today, a 95-year-old woman from Marshall County and an 87-year-old man from Cabell County. Across Lanes Christian School Junior is this year's winner of the West Virginia Scholar Program, meaning a free ride to West Virginia Wesleyan College for Eden Reynolds. She was named earlier today.
Words cannot express just how grateful I am for this gift. I feel so honored to be awarded with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I plan on making the most of this new chapter in my life.
Joining West Virginia Wesleyan and Metro News' sponsors are the West Virginia Hospital Association, ZMM Architects and Engineers, West Virginia Farm Bureau, Friends of Coal, and RBC Wealth Management. You're listening to Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. This afternoon, West Virginia First Lady Kathy Justice speaking to the State Board of Education about the Community in Schools program. A Fairmont woman is in custody after a teenager in her custody died of an overdose. Fairmont police have charged 38-year-old Rihanna Arnold with child neglect resulting in death. Investigators say the teenager died on November 2nd. Morgantown police say a man is dead after running from them and then shooting himself. 31-year-old Robert Rye was wanted on outstanding warrants. He died this morning. From the Metro News Anchor Desk, I'm Jeff Jenkins.
Hello, Ohio Valley. This is Kate Delaney inviting you to join me overnight here on the Watchdog. Whether it's talking to big names in entertainment or sports, discussing the latest political news, or just chatting about life, I'll be here to keep you company on the Watchdog, WVLY AM 1370, FM 97.7, or online at watchdognetwork.com.
The afternoon drive continues with more news, sports, and talk on the Watchdog.
The Donnie Gilbert Show. We're back here at the Highlands and Quaker Singing Lube in the Brickyard. Now we'll go to my buddy Mike in Philadelphia, and that was his wedding song way back in the day. Of course, it's Casey and the Sunshine Band. And Please Don't Go. Hi, Hannah. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Oh, I'll just sit there, just look at my picture of Tony here. I just loved it so much. Anyway, you're up here at Quaker Steak, and tell people to come by and see you.
Yeah, come and see me. I need your money.
Yeah, she needs some money. She's going to live and pay her apartments and stuff up there and up on the hill.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell her where you live. They might start stalking you.
Right, yeah, please no.
Hello. I didn't know where you live. I'm going to get you. But anyway, things are going up here. You're here tonight, and they come by and see you. Of course, there's specials. What's your Thursday special? Anything good? You know what?
We don't have Thursday specials anymore. We have Burger Mondays, and then we have the $10 Tuesday.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Thursday's just, hey, get up here and just drink and eat?
Right, yeah. But we have happy hours, 3 to 6.
3 to 6?
Yep.
Okay, so what if I get a Michelob Ultra Draft, how much can I get it for?
$3.
That's a good deal.
Yeah,
That
right.
is a great deal.
Right.
Until 6 o'clock, then what's it get to, $4?
I think like
Not
6.
Oh, 6. Oh,
Yeah.
fine. You don't have them big things anymore either.
No, we have pitchers now instead of the
Yeah,
lube
I'm not a
tube.
big. Lube tube is better.
Right, I know.
All the legality things, I think, on there, right?
Right, but some of us got them. We put ice water in them beside our bed, and
Well,
that way we got it right there.
Garrett, my son, has one, of course.
Yeah.
But in fact, I think he has 2.
Really?
And he's crazy. Of course, he played for the Cowboys this past weekend. Garrett Gilbert never really believed it. I'm like, are you people kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, it's unreal. But are you a Steelers fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Bob Shep was on our talking about the Steelers. Old Bobby Shabbat. It's amazing. But, did you know that on this very day that the first drive-through bank was made in 1946?
No way.
The Bank of Chicago.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, there's something you learn right there. Some good information for you.
Yeah.
Are you staying COVID-free?
Of course.
Oh, yeah, you
Trying
get
my
your mask
best.
on, everything else,
Yeah.
washing them hands. But anyway, you're here till what time? Well, unless you have to go home early, but
Well, I close, so I'll
come by
probably
and
be
see
here till
Hannah. Say, I'm here. Here I am. Nicole coming late today. She had to get a babysitter. I always tease her every week. Every week, I she was like, "Shut up, Donnie." I like to tease them all. It makes it fun. And she's like, "Well, I had a baby. And it's okay that she had a babysitter. It's all right. Hey, baby comes first.
Yeah.
She got here in time. She'll be all right."
Right.
That's why I see it. So nothing special. Come by and see you tonight. Come up there, and you're going to be roaming around and say, look for Hannah,
Yeah.
and have it that way right there.
In the back
Next, you know what
bar.
I'm going to do next week? Well, if you come on, and I'll make sure Christine gives me a couple $25 gift certificates. We'll have them come by and see you.
All right, yes, please do.
We'll call it the Hannah special.
Yes. Yeah, I like
see,
that.
The Hannah special Thursday night. All right, my dear. Well, hey, we're going to go to Ryan. Ryan, are you on the line? Ryan, you there? Not much, man. Hannah's here. Hannah's here, and she's trying to get you to come up and eat dinner, but of course you couldn't make it today for high school football.
I haven't played this song. Listen, you're trying to push the money for your listeners. I know you're pretty deep pockets. Why don't you finance Hannah's tips tonight? Come on.
Oh, I'll make sure I will. And she has my table as one of her bonuses. I'll make sure I take care of her, and she's well compensated because I get really deep pockets. It's amazing what it all. But anyway, we're up here. Like I said, Hannah will be here till dark. Or no, not dark. It'll be darker than an hour.
Yeah.
She'll be here, of course, tonight until closing time, which is only about 10, 11, 12.
We close at 9.
Well, I was way off on that one, wasn't I, Ryan?
We used to close at 10, but COVID.
Yeah, and COVID gets worse at 10 o'clock at night.
Right, yeah.
So stay away
It's
from it.
worse when it gets dark.
All that overhead.
Yeah, that overhead, all these lights are on. And it's like, I'm the COVID one. I'll come out at 10 o'clock tonight. What about daylight savings?
That COVID has a special attack syndrome. After 10 o'clock, it's really bad for bars and stuff.
Yeah, you better be careful. That fear and stuff gets you. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. But, we're talking about the latest that's going on for Wheeling Central. Of course, not only Wheeling Central, but Wheeling Park and of course, John Marshall all this weekend playing on Sunday, depending on the outcome of the COVID map.
Oh, yeah, there's the paintball snap there. Yeah, kind of waiting and praying kind of game here, though.
The numbers today, I hate to interrupt you, but the numbers I found today that Marshall County is about halfway between being orange and red. Okay, so those numbers will change, of course, tonight at midnight, which you get a lot of people were out getting tested today and yesterday. Those numbers won't show up until Saturday.
Right.
The same with Ohio County.
Yeah, Don, my buddy, for Jerry Ings, we've been going back and forth about this and on that DHHR map and looking at stuff. We've been gold the entire week on the daily just hit orange yesterday. It was a low orange. But we think, it goes from Friday through Thursday will have the impact on what we play on the Saturday map. So, after today, I think today's the last day for figures that will go
right at midnight tonight.
So if and Johnny, it's the thing we've talked about before with Ohio County, Wheeling Hospital. What happens is with those figures, they keep getting revised. Because anyone that comes from like Belmont County, Marshall County, wherever, if they get tested in Ohio County, it goes into us initially, but then it gets kicked back out a day later to like their home state, home jurisdiction.
Absolutely.
So, from looking at Ohio County, a couple of times it's been like orange, but then the next day it gets revised down to gold because it takes some time to get those figures, the active figures, kicked back out. So right now, I think Jerry and I were working on this number. He's doing more. We look like we're going to be gold, but we can't have an explosion of numbers today, or hopefully get a bunch.
Right, at midnight tonight, they put them in there. And like I said, one thing I don't like about
it's frustrating attacks for these Park kids, the Central kids. John Marshall down in Marshall County.
Right, waiting to the last minute at 5 o'clock on Saturday.
Well, especially the kids I know at Park have been doing a good job trying to isolate the team and everything like that, and the kids at Central have been doing really well. And so it's just frustrating when you might have only one kid that ever gets expected in one of the schools, but the map in the county shows them because of nursing homes or people in the more at risk that really won't even have an effect on the game, and the way they get punished for it. But hopefully the communities of Ohio County, Marshall County, try to do their part, try to get the kids. You're negative, or you don't think you're in the system, get tested, drive that negative number up and the positive number down. That'll do wonders for everybody. But I know Central, Park, John Marshall, they're playing like they have the game on Sunday. Central's at 1:30 at St. Mary's in Pleasant County.
Right. Park's hosting who?
What's that?
Who is Park hosting?
I believe I think it's Princeton.
Okay.
Check here.
Well, John Marshall played him earlier in the year, and then John Marshall will travel to Cabell Midland, the number one team in AAA.
Right. That's a tough one right there. Yeah.
It's a tough one, all right.
Princeton, and Park is scheduled for 5 o'clock on Sunday.
I thought it was 1:30.
Well, I think the way it works is the state automatically sets it at 1:30. That's what sets at 1:30. But if you're playing Sunday, I think you can adjust that time, so to speak. So
you were saying the Park game's at 5 o'clock, and Central will be at 1:30.
Yeah, Central's at 1:30 at St. Mary's. In Pleasant County, they've been yellow the entire week, so they should be good to go. I don't think
one rule that I found out there that if just say the higher seed, which is going to be St. Mary's, okay, they're traveling to St. Mary's, and if both counties turn red or orange, they get the advantage. And if they, even like say Ohio County is gold and they turn orange down there, okay, then St. Mary's moves on.
Right, that's why that was a rule Jerry and I were reading about, found out more about, I think Monday or Tuesday this week to get a better understanding of that. Yeah, not only you watch your county, you have to worry about the other counties. And initially I was kind of upset about this. It kind of makes sense because, say, for example, Ohio County, they're getting a break now. Normally we've already been canceled, we can't play. So St. Mary's could have played this week, already scheduled. But if for some reason, we get the gold, but in that week where they could have played, and then all of a sudden they have an outbreak or whatever, and they get punished, and now they can't play. It's like, well, no, we could have played originally, but now because we had to wait for you guys, we can't play.
So there it is.
It's convoluted, it's crappy overall, but I can see the theory behind it, and the reason behind it.
And I'm with you at first.
I think, of course, we make things complicated more than it needs to be. I think if all these kids just have the players test Friday or Thursday before, if they're all cleared, if anyone gets positive, sit them out, let everybody else play. I really think we're overthinking this thing, but I'm not a politician or a bureaucrat, so.
No, but I'm with you. I think the overthought of the process is kind of tough.
Yeah.
You look at something like Hannah here. She's going to work up here, and she's going to see people all day long they could be from Chicago to whatever, passing through, like I said, the thought process is too high. If you have it, you test positive twice in 2 days, you need to be quarantined. If you don't, you can feel free to roam.
But like I said, it's fun through all the.
Give them some penicillin. It cures everything.
Yep. But I know. The big thing is, I know Central. I'm hoping Frank will be all right. I think we still be going to be surprised today. And I know Central, they're ready to go. They're preparing for this. And Coach Young and the staff had the boys prepared to try to deal with control what you can control. That's a crazy year off.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. Everybody in the state's worried about them coming playing too, because Central gives 10.
Well,
look out.
You can't get ahead of yourself. But yeah, we talked a little bit last week how Central's peaking at the right time. They just went down to Petersburg, 4-hour bus ride, and just obliterated the team on their home field. That was kind of in their 10th or 11th seed initially. And, they're humming. The offense is humming along. Waterhouse at running back, Marling at running back, and a quarterback. Mike Topher has done an outstanding job these last 3 games. He's a first-year starter, a little rough to start the year. He's getting his feet wet. He's looking good on offense, controlling the offense there and coordinating that. And it starts with the offensive and defensive line. That's where you win the games in football. The offensive line, they've had a couple injuries early in the year we talked about. They're gelling. They're looking good. They're moving bodies. And defensively, the defensive line has been fantastic all year. They've done a great job harassing the offense, controlling the ground game. If you looking at Central, we can do this because we're prognosticators and we're not involved, but I think the only thing that's going to stop Central is COVID. I really do. I think they're humming along at the right time, and they're going to look good. This St. Mary's team, they're a solid team. They have a good running game, but I think Central can control it. I look for them to, if they play the game, I think they'll win by 2-3 touchdowns. I do. I think,
it'd be amazing.
What's that?
It'll be amazing that they get in one of their state title. Central's what now? 5-3 or 5-4 or 6? What is it?
6-3.
Okay.
6-3. They've won 4 in a row. You look. It's kind of hard because everyone's had a different season this year. But Central and St. Mary's have a mutual opponent, Williamstown. Central beat them by 4 touchdowns, and St. Mary's lost them by 20-7. Now that was earlier in the year for St. Mary's. Central's more recent, and you can't do a team A, team B, team C. But if you're looking at
it's all about matchups, Brian.
There's one right there. And we've talked before. Central's been scheduling up all year. They played AAA Parkersburg close. Played AA Poca, who I think will be the top 4 finisher semifinalists in AA, if not better. So it's Fort Fry, who's done wonders down in the Ohio playoffs. Central got walloped by them. But since that Fort Fry loss, they got reorganized. They got their season on the right track, off the right foot. The coaching staff has been great. The players have been great in terms of refocusing and getting on that winning streak. So they're peaking at the right time. One in the playoffs, you want to be peaking, and they are.
It's amazing.
So, like I said, hopefully we get a little bit of luck, a little bit hope, and we get the game in on Sunday. Because I former high school player, John, high school player. I mean, to have that senior season, basically have a touch short, really, basically no control of your own power over
none.
I mean, that's thing. It's just the best way to put it. So I'm hoping that all the kids, in the Upper Ohio Valley here, get their games in.
Weird Madonna's in too.
Yeah, Madonna's. I think their county is some green, maybe yellow, so they should be good Madonna. I think.
Right. Oak Glen will be in there too.
Oak Glen should be good. They're up in Hancock County, so I think they're fine. So hopefully.
Did Weirton make it?
Have a nice game. What's that?
Did Weirton make it?
No, Weirton did not. They had a tough year. They're young. They had a tough year this year, but they have some good young kids. They'll be good.
Started out number 3 in the state. And...
Yeah, they lost some talented kids last year. The Spencer kid, he was like a track star down there in North Carolina. He was an excellent football player. So they lost some talent from last year's team. But when Central played them this year, I know Central was worried about that game, and they won it pretty well. But you can see Weird and some talent coming along here in the next couple of years.
Right. Hey, not to cut you short here, Ryan, for a second. Hang on. But Hannah, is Peyton sipping it tonight?
Yeah, Peyton sits tonight. In that room and then in here.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
People still can't come to sold out?
No, yeah, they can. Well, they do it in advance. Well,
get up here and try. I'll be an opening. Somebody may not show up.
Yeah.
Right? Come and see Hannah. Hannah needs some dollars.
Yeah.
She'll wait on your table. But Ryan, like I said, back to Central real quick. I'll make sure to get you a plug in there. Central at 6-3. Of course, Park's going to be hosting the game. Joe Marshall will be traveling the game if we're allowed to play.
Yep. Yeah,
I
Central
think
6-3. St. Mary's 8-1. 13 seed versus 4 seed. 1:30 Sunday in St. Mary's, Pleasant County. And so hopefully, Park, Park's been great this year. I know we're on Central. Park, they lost the first game to St. Clairsville, close one. They reeled off 7 straight. Coach Doc and that team, they're humming along too. So hopefully they get their games in. I coach some of the kids from baseball and stuff in the city. So I got friends over there that I want them to do well and get in the playoffs.
Well, it's not for all the local teams. You talk about the local teams all you want.
Really I'm on the Shady side. No, it's like Shady side lost the top one last week to Newark Catholic. I mean, that's a great program. Coach Alenka on their staff, and Newark Catholic. I mean, they're a top team over there in Ohio. And Shady side lose 10-7. You feel for those kids. We found out about them on bus ride back from Hughesburg last week. So. Yeah, any of the Ohio Valley teams, once the regular season's done, you kind of pull for them. Hopefully they can bring back titles back to the Valley. I think what's left in Ohio. Do you know? Is it just St. Clairsville?
I think Ohio want red.
Yeah,
I think they want red. So I'm not totally in on that.
I'm not familiar with Ohio's map. I think they have like a purple color too, or something. I think purple might be.
Yeah, some crazy color over there. Who knows?
So
way too much thought in all these colors.
Yeah, right.
And it has to be like so many percent of the county, 1% for every 10,000 people. It's I'm lost in those numbers.
No, you got 2 different rates. You got the infection rate and then the positive rate. You can use the lower the one, whichever one's lower is the one that's applied. So it's a nice math formula, and I know you're a good math guy in high school, Donnie. And
hey, I hate it. I mean, as far as algebra 2, what'd you do?
Fifth grade.
Yeah, she was 10th grade, and she's 10th grade math. She was done. She said it's enough of that stuff.
Yeah, no more.
Yeah, but the sad part is, I was straight A's in introductory algebra, and then, of course, my sophomore year, they threw me clear into algebra 2. I had no idea what I was doing.
Well, listen, Hannah, Donnie knows enough to tip 30% on his bill, so you should like that.
Well, hey, listen, when you come on here next week, I'm going to remember that, too. I'm going to remember that you get 80% on yours.
Honestly, I got called in with that work call, but honestly, I'd love to go back up there again next week, and hopefully we can...
Yeah, well, you're right. We'll have a playoff for at least the rest of the high school season anyway.
Yeah, good.
Have you come up
Good
time.
Lord willing, hopefully everyone wins, and we get these games in here, and we can keep this going. It's a great time of year, man. November, December,
it is
football. Football playoffs. There's nothing.
Super 6,
in my high school year. So
Super 6 with everybody in on that. So that's what we're looking at. Everybody's calling me. Everybody knows I'm on here at 5 o'clock, Ryan. They know I'm on until 5 o'clock. They're all calling me already. Yeah, well, it's Dave Blockman, my son Donnie, Tony Wood calling too. But we're silly up here. We're Quakers Take and Lube. Of course, we got Hannah's here. You got Ryan there. We're talking about all types of crazy things that's going on in this crazy world. But the high school coming up, and we got to make sure that these kids. A lot of people are like, well, it's the football kids who play, and I can't cheer. Well, cheered last week, and they did well.
Give a shout out, Wheeling Park Girls Soccer brought them a state title last week. So happy for them.
Absolutely, chance to Wheeling Park Girls.
Yeah, so, they ran some things out of their control with lawsuits and everything like that, and trying to get down there and win. So I'm happy for them. Right?
Hey, but you didn't say. Listen, you didn't say like David Flatley there. You didn't say wheeling. Okay, you said wheeling, and I'm like, wait a minute. It's where, when, why, what? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying there, Rhino? Every time I level Flatley,
it's not a hard age.
Well, it's funny with Flats. Teddy Michaels, when I worked with him at WAMP, and he does the Wheeling Park games, and I do the John Marshall games, and but every time he comes down, I would say timeout Patriots timeout, or hey, we're welcoming our Wheeling Park Patriot fans. And he looks up and he'll go, thanks, Donnie. I really appreciate it. I said, hey, whatever, Flats.
He's awesome. He does the Nailers game. Well, he does the Nailers games too, doesn't he?
Well, hey, when the Thunderbirds came back in 1991-92 season, or was it 92-93, whatever year it was. Yeah, 92-93. And I was there, and they wanted Frank Allen and David Flatley and myself. They're like, you want to do this? I'm like, I want to do the Thunderbird reports. And at every game that year, it's real. Well, I guess that's our cue. We got to get out of here. Hey, Ryan, we'll see you next week. Good luck to Wheeling Central, okay?
All right. Thanks, Donnie.
All right, buddy. Ryan, anything else to pass along, Hannah, real quick?
Nope, just come give me
Come
your
and
money.
see Hannah, ladies and gentlemen. She's up here. When you come up, look for Hannah, and I'll tell you, if you tell her, if she tells me she saw you here, we'll make sure next week get you a nice gift certificate. All right?
Yep.
Hannah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lola, thank you very much, and everybody else, thank you very much for Bob Shabbat, and of course, Marsh County Youth Prosecutor Joe Kenneth-Ferrero, and Ryan Storm, and of course, Karen Janiszewski, all broadcasting live. Donnie Gilbert Show at the Highlands, right here in the Watchdog Network.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Happening right now at 5, West Virginia saw a small drop in COVID-19 cases reported in the last 24 hours, but another person from the Ohio Valley has died due to the virus. Thank you for joining us for 7 News at 5. I'm Shelby Davis. The West Virginia DHHR reports 696 cases of coronavirus in the last 24 hours. This comes after a pandemic high of more than 800 cases yesterday. According to the DHHR's website, there are currently more than 8,000 active cases of the virus across the Mountain State. One of the 2 deaths reported was a 95-year-old woman from Marshall County. Governor Jim Justice is expected to hold another COVID-19 briefing tomorrow. Stay with 7 News for any updates. Well, as we see a surge in coronavirus cases throughout the Mountain State, testing continues. 7 News reporter Stephen Ruffing stopped by a busy Wheeling Health Right today, and he joins us in the studio now with how they're doing. Stephen.
Well, Shelby, Wheeling Health Right continues to be on the front lines of COVID testing and have been busier than ever. 60 tests were administered in just the past 2 days, and when I was there around 10:30 today this morning, 6 tests were already given in just 30 minutes of testing being available. Executive Director Kathy Brown says anyone and everyone can be tested. She said people as far as Arizona came to get tested before seeing family. As the state continues to encourage a rise in testing, Brown says being busy is a good thing.
We are very busy. I think a lot of people, if they've been around somebody, want to know. Other people just want reassurance that maybe they don't have it. And if you've been exposed, you certainly want to get tested to make sure if you do or don't have it.
Wheeling Health Right continues testing from 10 a.m. to 2 Monday through Friday unless it's a holiday. They also now have rapid testing, which costs $40. Reporting live in the 7 News studio, I'm Stephen Ruffing, working for you.
Stephen, thanks. These are challenging times for businesses, restaurants especially, so the executive director of the Marshall County Chamber of Commerce came up with an idea, and the Wheeling and St. Clairsville chambers enthusiastically joined in. Let's go straight to DK Wright live in the 7 Newsroom with how you can help make it happen. DK.
If every person in the Ohio Valley went out for a restaurant meal on the same day, it would be a boost to the local economy. So they're asking us to do that next Wednesday. The year of coronavirus has hit restaurants hard.
Being limited in their capacity at sometimes 50%, they have limited menus, so we brainstormed, come up with an idea.
The idea to urge everyone to go out to a restaurant on one day. It doesn't have to be fancy.
Now that could be your fast food, it could be your pizzerias, it could be your restaurants like Chick-fil-A, it could be a Cracker Barrel, and they will give you a sticker and then you take a hashtag or a picture of yourself and then you hashtag Eat Local.
It would help not only restaurant owners but employees as well.
The wait staff, and they've been affected by the reduction in the capacity that they're able to serve. You know, that's got to be a hit to their personal households.
The reality is, eateries of all kinds need your patronage.
There's a lot of restaurants, mom and pop restaurants, our diner uptown, our Nolestown diner, they need support. So you have to eat. So why not do it on November the 18th?
It's hashtag support local restaurants.
So it'll show up on our social media pages, and we just really want to start, something big. I'm really glad Scott had called. We're able to work together, the three of the larger chambers in the area.
The chambers have already been working together. Now they're bringing the public into it. It can be dine-in or takeout. It's next Wednesday, less than a week away. So put it on your calendar, November 18th. DK Wright, live in the 7 Newsroom, working for you.
DK, thanks. Looking across the nation now that election is over, seemingly over, at least, lawmakers are scrambling to try and pass a COVID relief bill to help millions of Americans still struggling. But Democrats and Republicans remain divided on a path forward. 7 News Washington correspondent Raquel Martin reports as both sides dig in their heels.
This is a red alert.
Thursday, Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi accused Republicans of ignoring the raging pandemic to peddle false election conspiracies.
Thousands are dying. We don't have time for these kinds of games.
The two insist Biden's victory proves Americans want a more aggressive approach and called on Republicans to pass Democrats' more than $2 trillion COVID relief deal.
We really have to focus in on how we're fighting this.
Wisconsin Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin says it's time to strike a compromise.
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely ready to do that.
She says Wisconsin businesses are crippled and hospitals are overwhelmed. For 2 days in a row, the state has reported more than 7,000 new cases.
They're in very dire straits.
But even after months of debate, Democrat and Republican leadership remain as divided as ever.
The only thing that's standing in the way, in my view, Speaker Pelosi.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says Democrats are blocking Republican efforts to pass targeted relief for hospitals, businesses, and the unemployed.
They should drop this ridiculous partisan gamesmanship.
Republican Missouri Senator Josh Hawley blasted Democrats who say Republicans are distracted by the election.
That's nonsense. Republicans are here. We have attempted repeatedly to move a bill onto the floor.
So far, negotiations haven't resumed since the election. In Washington, Raquel Martin.
Today was a mild, no rain day, unlike yesterday, but will it be staying that way as we head into the evening? Well, let's take a live look outside right now. Beautiful picture right here on our iCam of that sun coming down over across the Ohio Valley at the Highlands. Let's send on over to Storm Tracker 7 Chief Meteorologist Dr. Dave Walker, who can tell us what's in our future for our forecast. Doc.
Well, Shelby, it's looking fantastic out there. It's just going to be a bit chilly as we wake up tomorrow morning and find the thermometers in the mid to upper 30s. Right now, Storm Tracker 7 live Dulce Doppler radar scanning the skies. A system that got us wet about 36 hours ago is now hanging along the east coast from coastal New England all the way down into coastal areas of the Carolinas. Now, in terms of temperatures, can't complain too much about this. The sunshine really made it feel a lot warmer today. Many of us are in the mid-50s as we speak. Those thermometers will be dropping rapidly, though, as we have mostly clear skies and we'll have relatively light winds. And we're going to put that low down into the mid to upper 30s and the high for tomorrow back into the mid-50s. 7-day forecast will show even colder air heading our way. More about that in a couple of minutes. Let's head back to Shelby for now.
Doc, thanks. The decorating, the baking, the shopping, the holidays are coming, and they can be a handful, but none of those things are at the top of the list when it comes to what stresses us out the most. That would be money. So in a year where everything is more challenging, 7 News anchor Catherine Guyon shows us how we manage our money and still give to everyone we love.
It's hard for us to talk about money. It's taboo for us to talk about money.
But in order to stay on track this holiday season, you have to. Much like Santa himself, the first place to start is making a list, checking it twice, and assigning a monetary amount to each item. Also remember to include activities, baked goods, decorations, and all those miscellaneous holiday items.
My suggestion is to break it down into different sections. So you kind of make sure that you spend the most on the things that are most important to you, you buy those first. And then as you go down the list, if you find that you have less money and they're not as important to you, you don't spend that much.
Weatherford says last-minute spending breaks a budget, so keep track of what you've spent. In this year of COVID-19, the way we shop is changing too. Since Santa's little elves can't do our gift buying for us, local businesses may be the way to go this season.
The local businesses, I think, are really the key for anyone who's concerned about shopping in crowds this winter and doesn't want to spend all their time shopping online.
Shopping small supports businesses struggling to survive this year, and they can easily accommodate local needs.
So you could even call and say, you know, I'd like to get this, or I need to get a gift certificate, and they could pop it in the mail for you. Whereas some of the bigger businesses are like, well, you can come in and get it.
Since everyone's budget is different, this may be the year to approach holiday gift giving in a new way. The key, Weatherford says, is having these conversations with family before the spending begins.
But saying, hey, would it be a good year to set some limits on things? Nobody needs to go over. So what if we had some limits on how much we get for the kids, or we did Secret Santa for the adults?
Or try a new tradition like homemade gifts or handing down a family heirloom, because it's the thought that counts, not the dollar amount.
Those are the things that people are going to say down the road. Remember that Christmas in 2020 when we did that? And those things are the things that will really matter and keep the stories and the traditions alive in your family.
Something else to remember for you online shoppers, start early because shipping will take even more time this holiday. If you'd like more help balancing your holiday budget, we have detailed tips over on our website, WTRF.com. Well, as the Thanksgiving holiday approaches and drivers hit the road, the West Virginia Governor's Highway Safety Program is reminding of the importance of using your seatbelt. The program is joining the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration for this year's Click It or Ticket enforcement that runs from November 16th through November 29th. Officers will be out in full force citing seatbelt violators who are traveling without a secure seatbelt or traveling with unbuckled children. The national campaign is to keep all drivers and passengers safe, runs in sync with the busy travel season. Doc.
Does Saturday look better than Sunday? We'll answer that question coming up in a couple of minutes.
WTRF Moundsville Weather Eye is brought to you by Marshall County Co-op Propane Division.
Hey man, what can I get you?
Yeah, can I have 2 Coors Lights?
You got it. Hey Mike! I need 2 Coors Lights! Sure thing.
With a taste as cold as the Rockies, only Coors Light gives you refreshment every time. Here you go.
Thanks, Mike. Doing a great job. All right, 2 ice cold Coors Lights.
That's the coldest beer I've ever had.
Hey, they don't call it the world's most refreshing beer for nothing.
Okay, be honest with me. Do you really have the Rocky Mountains in your beer cooler?
You don't believe it? Check it out.
Man, that's pretty amazing.
I know, right? I can't believe it myself sometimes. I mean, this cooler is only 3 feet wide.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
Frio Stack & Associates auctioneers, realtors, certified appraisers specializing in antiques, business liquidations, multi-parcel land auctions. Frio Stack & Associates is a regional business offering the executor, attorney, agent, and other individuals the most comprehensive and technologically advanced auction and appraisal services available. For information on our service, call our office at 304-233-3168 or email frioauc@aol.com. Frio Stack & Associates sells the earth and everything on it.
CA House Music has all the gear to make your music legendary. With all the best gear, including Fender, Epiphone, Yamaha, and more, CA House will have you rocking in no time. Get the most for your money with everyday low prices. And we meet or beat internet pricing. Play before you buy and let our product specialists help you pick out the instrument that's right for you. CA House Music, supporting local musicians since 1872. Play music for life.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration.
Cooler today than yesterday, but the big story was the sunshine. So nice to feel that sun, and It's been beautiful since about 10 a.m. We are still looking at the system that got us wet yesterday and the night before, and right now it's still producing some very heavy rains along the coastal areas of the Carolinas into a little bit of southeast Virginia. At this point, we're looking at temperatures generally in the low to mid 50s. As we go through the overnight, thermometers will drop quickly, probably low 40s by midnight, down into the upper 30s by dawn. A high temperature tomorrow up around 54. Another view of that system out to the east. They'll put it into motion for you, and you can see they're still moving up to the northeast. This is moisture associated with Tropical Storm Ada. More about that in a minute. At this point, we're looking at mostly clear skies, cool and dry conditions overnight. We'll put the low temperature down around 37 and give you winds generally out of the east and southeast at about 3 to 6 miles an hour. At this point, it looks like the coolest air is out to the east where they've got some rain and a lot of low-level clouds. You can see the 48 there in Clarksburg, up to Morgantown, 46 in Somerset. And the cool air is out there up in the Adirondacks. They're looking at upper 30s. Meanwhile, it's mid to upper 50s in parts of Kentucky. Well, as we go through the overnight, tomorrow's looking fantastic. We're going to give you lots of sunshine. We've got the Mountaineers hosting the TCU on Saturday, and it looks like the weather will be fantastic. And then we get into Sunday, it looks like some rain showers. What I'm going to try to do is push those rain showers out of here before the Steelers and Bengals meet there at 4:25 on Sunday. And then we get into Monday. Some cooler air coming our way. And then, yes, it looks like it could be cold enough for a few snowflakes flying around early Tuesday and Wednesday. No big deal there. And we can say goodbye to Ada. It looks like it's going to rapidly move out to the north and east, and over the next 2 days, it'll be long gone from the east coast of the U.S. Now, our 7-day forecast is going to feature 2 more days featuring high temperatures only into the mid-50s. And we're expecting a lot of sunshine for Friday and Saturday, so that should work out well for us. We'll see a few clouds from time to time on Friday. Saturday, mid-50s. Sunday might be the warmest day we'll see for a while, but it's going to be windy, and we're expecting rain showers coming through the area, and then quite a bit colder as we get into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And probably the best chance for a few snowflakes will be early on Tuesday and then again early on Wednesday. Now remember, you can always go to our website at WTRF.com to get the latest in the weather information. We're on Facebook and Twitter and on the WTRF mobile app. We're also on radio at Cool 105.5, Biggie 100.5, Willie 100.1 on the FM dial, AM dial, Willie 1290, and WKKX, the Watchdog Network. Weekly influenza-like illnesses courtesy of the CDC. Minimal cases being reported in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio.
Doc, thanks. Taking a look at some of today's top trending stories around Veterans Day, we hear a lot about VFW posts and the veterans they help connect. Well, one post is doing things a little differently. VFW post 85 to 41 is the first and only post to have a cyber cafe. The post commander teamed up with a Texas company called LFG Cyber Cave to create a gaming suite in hopes of attracting younger veterans to join. But even some of the old veterans are enjoying the games. The hope now is to get these cafes in other VFWs and eventually create an esports league for veterans. Well, one Texas veteran had more than just Veterans Day to celebrate yesterday. It was also his birthday. Army veteran Vincent Moreno turned 96, and his friends and family coordinated a parade to celebrate. When they heard about the event, complete strangers even drove by to thank Moreno for his service. He says it was one of the best surprises he's ever had, even better than the day he got discharged. Moreno is among the more than 300,000 surviving veterans of World War II. Well, it's the day golf fans have anxiously been waiting for. The sport's most prestigious tournament kicked off today after a 7-month delay due to the pandemic. The Masters will look different due to COVID-19, but fans can count on one thing: great golf. Manuel Borges takes us inside the tournament.
Defending champ Tiger Woods teed off after a morning rain delay, looking to win his 6th green jacket, which would tie him with icon Jack Nicklaus for most Masters wins. Woods had an off year, and many are looking at Bryson DeChambeau, the big hitter who won this year's U.S. Open. But Augusta in November will play differently and could set up a few surprises, says CBS Sports golf analyst Dottie Pepper.
So I think you're going to see a little more unpredictability than you would normally in April, where everything is just so perfectly pristine that you know exactly what's going to happen with every shot.
No blooming dogwoods or azaleas. Also missing due to the pandemic, the throngs of patrons who lined the fairways and crowded the greens. Their familiar roar has always been integral to the Masters tradition.
But I think you're going to see the biggest Augusta National you've ever seen because it's so clean. There's nothing out there. There aren't even any gallery ropes. So you're going to see really the terrain that makes this place so difficult.
One question is whether some players will miss feeding off the crowd or whether it will help others focus on their game. What is clear is the impact not having fans is having outside Augusta National. It's a loss for businesses already hurting from the pandemic, like Megan Alex Catering Company.
I've gone from a substantial income to I was on food stamps for the last 3 months.
There is some hope. The tournament is scheduled to go on as planned next April, though no call has been made about fans. So for now, the focus is on the game. As the tournament plays on, the newness of November will give way to the sport and the spectacle that is the Masters. Manuel Bojorquez, Augusta, Georgia.
The COVID-19 numbers have escalated rapidly to a grim toll. We take a look at the cases across the country next in your Health Watch 7 report.
Save big during the Black Friday sales event at Thomas Auto Centers. Choose from over 80 in-stock certified pre-owned Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram vehicles. Get a 2017 Grand Cherokee Limited, 25,000 miles, sunroof, and leather heated seats, just $29,900. Or a 2019 Cherokee Latitude Plus, only 19,000 miles and local trade-in, just $25,228 at Thomas Auto Centers.
Check the best deal. Thomas Auto Centers.
Ball Road, St. Clairsville.
Save big money in your next project now at Menards. Get moving on those staining projects with help from Minwax. With a wide variety of stains and finishes, Minwax will have what you need to get the job done right. Right now, all Minwax products are 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving today at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
How do you give hope to a child in the foster care system? It starts with your heart. That tug you feel in yours when you hear that children are waiting for a stable, loving voice to speak up for their best interests. And then it becomes your time. What started out as a feeling that maybe you could make a difference becomes the difference. Change a child's story. There is a child waiting for a volunteer like you. Learn how you can help at casaforchildren.org.
I'm Josh from Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. I hope you are staying healthy. We continue to respond to structural, fire, and water emergencies. We are combating COVID-19 with our highly trained staff and latest disinfection systems, providing preventative and reactive disinfection to facilities around the region, while working with area hospitals on isolation areas and air filtering. At Panhandle, we continue to follow social distancing and hygiene protocols. We are dedicated to our community, and together, we will get through this.
WTRF, the home of 7 News. Now more local news coverage with 7 News.
Looking at our health tonight at 5, coronavirus cases are surging in 49 states. Texas became the first state with more than 1 million confirmed COVID-19 cases, and California is nearing that mark. Tanya Backus reports from Los Angeles.
The U.S. is hitting new coronavirus milestones, the highest daily death toll since May, and both the highest number of hospitalizations and new cases ever.
We have now about 10 million cases in the United States, about 240,000+ deaths. When people are going to be congregating out of necessity because of the weather indoors, that makes for a very challenging and ominous situation.
New daily case records were set in Vermont, North Carolina, Kentucky, Oklahoma, and Texas. Minnesota hit a new record for COVID deaths in one day. The NFL's Minnesota Vikings will now close its remaining home games to fans. In neighboring Wisconsin, a large healthcare system is scaling back testing because it needs the healthcare workers to tend to sick patients. With hospitals filling up in Michigan, the state's hospital and medical leaders held a Zoom meeting to beg residents to wear masks and social distance.
We are squarely in the midst of a public health crisis.
In New York, the governor has ordered all restaurants, bars, and gyms to close at 10 p.m. There are similar new restrictions in New Jersey. California is on the verge of 1 million known coronavirus cases. Here in Los Angeles, the mayor has expanded testing. Testing sites are now able to handle more than 32,000 tests per day. Dodger Stadium, the city's biggest testing site, is now open until 8 p.m. And a story of survival from New Mexico. Arthur Sanchez just underwent a double lung transplant.
My life has changed forever.
One of the first cruise ships back sailing on the Caribbean since the pandemic began ended its trip early after one passenger fell ill. It's believed that passenger has COVID-19. Coming up, Doc has a final look at your weather. We'll be right back.
This is the sound of a racing heart. It's beating a little faster because it belongs to a young child. But this child isn't in the middle of a close soccer game or playing with her puppy in the yard. Her heart is racing because she's just been told she has to move foster homes again. Change a child's story. There's a child waiting for a volunteer like you. Learn how you can help at casaforchildren.org.
A serious injury from an accident can be just the start of your worries. What if you cannot return to work? How do you take care of your family if you're disabled? At Gelner Law Offices, we represent seriously injured people and understand their problem. We know how to get you fair compensation. We will work hard to make sure you get the money you deserve for your losses. Don't go it alone. If you're hurt in an accident, call us at 304-242-2900 or visit us at gelnerlaw.com.
We'd like to help.
Most of us are faced with uncertainty every day. Your job, your finances, sporting events, schooling for your children, and so much more. With so much uncertainty surrounding you, there is one auto dealership that you can be certain about, and that's Doan Ford. You can be certain that you always get a great deal and the best service afterwards. Being in business for over 50 years has given Doan Ford the reputation of being a strong, reliable dealership. Be certain. Choose Doan Ford. Online at doanford.com.
I'm not buying till I check Doan Ford. Oh, there's something so real about living local. And I know without a doubt I'm not alone. And I'm loving living local. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Say I'm loving living local. WTRF is working for me.
This is WTRF, the home of 7 News. Now more local news coverage with 7 News.
Two more beautiful days heading our way. It's just going to be a little bit cooler than maybe some of us would like it to be, but it's near average. Then we get into the weekend, Sunday. It looks like some rain showers moving through. Hopefully we can get them out before the Steeler-Bengal game, and then much cooler early next week.
That's all the time we have for 7 News at 5. West Virginia Tonight is next. We'll see you back here in a half hour for 7 News at 6.
Hey, I'm going to the kitchen. Can I grab you a Coors Light?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Huh. I never knew there was a zip line in my fridge. Hey! Hey, buddy! Yeah? You got 2 Coors Lights up there?
Always brewed down to 34 degrees. With a taste as cold as the Rockies, only Coors Light gives you refreshment every time.
Here you go, 2 Coors Lights.
Awesome, man. Wow, these are really cold.
That's the only way I deliver it.
Sure, I mean, you being a mountain climber and all.
Yep.
You probably need a pretty warm coat in there, huh?
Yep.
Hey, Ben!
Yeah!
Ask him if he has any nachos.
You got any nachos in there?
No.
Just icy cold Coors Light?
Yep.
That makes sense. It is the Rockies.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
In a hurry and need to see a doctor? The Woodsdale Health Center and Walk-In Clinic is located across from Little Caesars on National Road. Open 7 to 7 Monday through Friday. Patients can receive primary care, treatment of minor illnesses and injuries, wellness visits and physicals. There's also a lab draw station open from 8 to noon weekdays. A division of Wheeling Hospital, the Woodsdale Health Center is led by family physician Dr. Michael Wilson. Call 304-234-1971. They'll take good care of you.
The Original Undo's in Benwood is the perfect place to enjoy the big game, great food, and the company around you. The outdoor patio is the best kept secret in Marshall County, featuring plenty of big screen HD TVs, an outdoor beer garden, and NFL and MLB packages so you don't miss a second of the action. With the holiday season fast approaching, don't forget about Undo's Catering. Perfect for holiday parties, family gatherings, conferences, weddings, or any event large or small. Check out undos.com for menus, specials, entertainment, and more. Undo's Family Restaurants, family owned since 1953.
Are you or your loved ones facing a serious legal battle? The law office of Paul Harris wants you to know you aren't alone. Do you need someone that's not afraid to go to trial and fight for your rights? Attorney Paul Harris and his team are willing to go where most firms are not. The courtroom. With a successful track record in civil litigation, criminal defense, including tax issues and healthcare fraud, Harris Law Office will fight for their clients by offering the most aggressive representation in and out of court. Call Paul Harris at Harris Law Office for a free consultation. 304-232-5300.
Save big money in your next project now at Menards. Get moving on those staining projects with help from Minwax. With a wide variety of stains and finishes, Minwax will have what you need to get the job done right. Right now, all Minwax products are 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving today at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Now, Forecast First, brought to you by Encova Insurance.
I'm meteorologist Spencer Atkins. It is 5:30 across the Mountain State, a divided area when it comes to sunshine today and clouds as well. We had more sun to the north and west, more clouds across the south and east. Tonight, expect some clearing as temperatures drop back down into the 40s and some 30s in the mountains. Now, temperatures will be close to normal for the end of the week. We'll have details on that and your weekend weather coming up in your local forecast in just a few minutes. West Virginia Tonight begins right now.
From the state capitol with news from across the Mountain State, this is West Virginia Tonight.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. It's been another record-breaking day in West Virginia when it comes to COVID-19. The Mountain State has set a new high for the number of people hospitalized with the coronavirus. West Virginia is now seeing a record number of hospitalizations for COVID-19. Part of that is due to ramped up testing, which is identifying more people who have the coronavirus. 306 people are now hospitalized, 93 are in intensive care, and 34 are on ventilators. If there's a positive development, it's that the hospitals are not yet at capacity and can handle more patients.
Specifically for Kanawha County, we have the capacity to go much bigger as far as the needs for ICU beds, ventilators, hospital beds, because we can also shut down some of the elective procedures and reroute some of our resources.
St. Francis Hospital in Charleston has been designated as the state's surge hospital if other facilities are at capacity. So far, it has not been needed, but health officials say another surge in the next 2 or 3 weeks could change that. Meanwhile, health advocates worry that people are letting their guard down and not taking enough precautions.
And this is what I tell my employees and my students all the time. Wear a mask, wear a mask. If my 7-year-old granddaughter can wear a mask, and go to elementary school. We can wear masks.
Health officials continue to stress testing and more testing. On any given day, West Virginia has 1 or 2 dozen test sites. You can find those locations on the DHHR website. The DHHR says West Virginia still has more than 8,000 active cases, including the 306 who remain hospitalized. And in the past 24 hours, 2 more people have died from COVID-19 in West Virginia. That brings the state's death toll to 555. And with cases continuing to rise, local health officials say in order to slow the spread, we must follow the rules. West Virginia Tonight reporter Caitlin Rivas spoke to the Mercer County Health Department about ways to stay safe and healthy.
It's been nearly a year of wash your hands, social distance, and wear a mask. But those CDC guidelines are falling on deaf ears, according to the Mercer County Health Department.
We need to emphasize the importance of wearing a mask and wear it properly. There are so many you see wearing them, but they have them below the nose.
Below the nose, under the chin, dangling from an ear. Always, Donathan says, masks are worn and all allow for the spread of the disease. And if you choose not to wear a face covering, try to distance yourself from others.
Keep at least 6 feet apart. Try not to congregate in groups, big groups.
And with the holidays approaching, Donathan says it's best to just stay home.
The holidays are coming up, and people will want to gather up for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but they, if at all possible, they shouldn't do that.
Donathan and the staff at Mercer County Health Department say continue to follow the guidelines correctly, and they hope this will all be resolved soon. Reporting in Mercer County, Caitlin Rivas for West Virginia Tonight.
Meantime, in Kanawha County, there's been a surge in cases, including a large number of hotspots. Dr. Sherry Young with the Kanawha-Charleston Health Department says many of those are tied to bigger gatherings such as weddings, funerals, and church get-togethers.
Some of it really needs to be rethought as we go into a bigger surge. And so, of course, we don't want to go into a full shutdown, but minimizing the amount of congregate events and big events where people gather together, that is really going to be key as far as us getting back to where we want to be.
She says people need to remember to socially distance, wear a mask, and get tested. And Wheeling's Health Right continues to offer testing as cases continue to rise. In just the past 2 days, 60 tests were administered. Executive Director Kathy Brown says anyone and everyone can be tested. She says even people as far away as Arizona came to get tested before seeing family.
We are very busy. I think a lot of people, if they've been around somebody, want to know. Other people just want reassurance that maybe they don't have it. And if you've been exposed, you certainly want to get tested to make sure if you do or don't have it.
Wheeling Health Right offers testing from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, unless it's a holiday. It also now has rapid testing for $40. And among the casualties of the pandemic is the dramatic drop in tourism, but one couple in West Virginia's eastern panhandle is bucking that trend. Kathy and Brian Gray own a bed and breakfast in Harpers Ferry and have now acquired a new property in neighboring Shepherdstown, another B&B, the Thomas Shepherd Inn. While COVID-19 has made prospective travelers skittish about hitting the road, their close proximity to the booming Washington, D.C. market is convenient, and the owners say both communities in Jefferson County give visitors a safe sense of escape while still being close to home.
And we found even with the pandemic, people were trying to get out of the city just to get out by themselves and enjoy nature and be outside.
And the Grays say that a lot of their guests are bicyclists who stay overnight in the B&Bs, which are just off the popular C&O Canal Trail along the Potomac River. A federal lawsuit challenging health care for transgender West Virginians was filed this morning. The suit claims transgender citizens are denied certain coverage for basic health care in the state's health plans. According to the lawsuit, there is, quote, blanket exclusions of coverage expressed to Medicaid participants and state employees. Lambda Legal has filed similar lawsuits against other states fighting for transgender equality. And staying well during what is supposed to be a challenging winter could be difficult. COVID-19 combined with the usual wintertime ailments could have you looking for ways to boost your immune system. West Virginia Tonight reporter Nikki Walters found out that while age and genetics are a factor, a large part of your immune system health is determined by the choices you make from day to day.
Many things you do throughout the day can impact your immune system. One of the easiest things you can do is make good choices when it comes to what you eat, getting plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables.
So less fried food, less oily food, more healthy, more fresh. Food is good, and anything processed is not good for the body. Because it takes time to digest it.
If you don't have access to fresh produce because you are isolated at home, she says frozen vegetables are a good option. Better than canned vegetables, which can be high in salt and preservatives. But your diet is just one step. If you're hoping to fight off winter illnesses like the flu, doctors say physical fitness is a good place to start.
Seniors being active and getting out is a huge part of their mental health and as also their physical well-being.
Here at the Charleston YMCA, they are still offering classes for seniors while taking plenty of safety precautions.
Not only does physical activity help your immune system, it also helps your brain health and your mental health. So it can be an overall kind of encompassing factor in what you do. So that's why we really promote physical health amongst our seniors.
Fighting off stress can also strengthen your immune system.
Finally, like doing things to reduce your stress, because stress can increase the levels of cortisol in the body, and that can actually that can be harmful for our immune system.
Which is why finding ways to relax can help keep your body strong.
I've been encouraging a lot of my patients to take up meditation. There are a lot of online guided meditations on YouTube. They can go to YouTube and pick any one of those and start doing them. And if they don't have access to it, I've been encouraging them to just sit with their eyes closed and focus on their breathing for like 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes in the evening, and that can help.
In Charleston, I'm Nikki Walters for West Virginia Tonight.
Well, COVID-19 has changed everything this year, including how we shop this holiday season. Coming up next on West Virginia Tonight, we'll show you some ways to stay on budget with shopping for your friends and family.
Hello, I'm Wheeling Fire Chief Larry Helms. As our city and region get back to business, it's extremely important to continue the following specific health guidelines to stop the spread of COVID-19. This virus is highly contagious and is more deadly than the flu. Please wear a mask or face covering in public, wash your hands more often, socially distance yourself as much as possible, and by following these guidelines, it potentially could save your life.
Hey man, what can I get you?
Yeah, can I have 2 Coors Lights?
You got it. Hey Mike! I need 2 Coors Lights!
Sure thing.
With a taste as cold as the Rockies, only Coors Light gives you refreshment every time.
Here you go.
Thanks, Mike. Doing a great job. All right, 2 ice-cold Coors Lights.
That's the coldest beer I've ever had.
Hey, they don't call it the world's most refreshing beer for nothing.
Okay, be honest with me. Do you really have the Rocky Mountains in your beer cooler?
You don't believe it? Check it out.
Man, that's pretty amazing.
I know, right? I can't believe it myself sometimes. I mean, this cooler is only 3 feet wide.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
For all of your IT needs, visit OmniPerforms.com. Omni Strategic Technologies, the only IT company that the watchdog trusts.
Just like they always do, Quaker Steak and Lube at the Highlands continues to serve the Ohio Valley. The Lube is still open for carryout and now offering their $10 meal deal every day of the week. Get 1 entree and 1 sidecar for just $10. Pick from steak, wings, ribs, and more. Call in or order online at thelube.com. And follow them on Facebook to stay up to date on their latest specials and promotions.
Does your dog need groomed or walked? Are you looking for a pet sitter or dog boarding options? If so, call Dirty Paws, Wheeling's newest pet care service, providing the Ohio Valley with everyone's pet care needs. Check us out on Facebook at Dirty Paws WHG or call 304-639-7754.
stresses us out the most? That would be money. So in a year where everything is more challenging, how do we manage our money and still give to everyone we love? West Virginia Tonight's Catherine Guyon reports.
It's hard for us to talk about money. It's taboo for us to talk about money.
But in order to stay on track this holiday season, you have to. Much like Santa himself, the first place to start is making a list, checking it twice, and assigning a monetary amount to each item. Also remember to include activities, baked goods, decorations, and all those miscellaneous holiday items.
My suggestion is to break it down into different sections. So you kind of make sure that you spend the most on the things that are most important to you, you buy those first. And then as you go down the list, if you find that you have less money and they're not as important to you, you don't spend that much.
Weatherford says last-minute spending breaks a budget, so keep track of what you've spent. In this year of COVID-19, the way we shop is changing too. Since Santa's little elves can't do our gift buying for us, local businesses may be the way to go this season.
The local businesses, I think, are really the key for anyone who's concerned about shopping in crowds this winter and doesn't want to spend all their time shopping online.
Shopping small supports businesses struggling to survive this year, and they can easily accommodate local needs.
So you could even call and say, you know, I'd like to get this, or I need to get a gift certificate, and they could pop it in the mail for you. Whereas some of the bigger businesses are like, well, you can come in and get it.
Since everyone's budget is different, this may be the year to approach holiday gift giving in a new way. The key, Weatherford says, is having these conversations with family before the spending begins.
But saying, hey, would it be a good year to set some limits on things? Nobody needs to go over. So what if we had some limits on how much we get for the kids, or we did Secret Santa for the adults?
Or try a new tradition like homemade gifts or handing down a family heirloom, because it's the thought that counts, not the dollar amount.
Those are the things that people are going to say down the road. Remember that Christmas in 2020 when we did that? And those things are the things that will really matter and keep the stories and the traditions alive in your family.
That was Catherine Guyon reporting. Remember, for you online shoppers, start early because shipping will take even more time this holiday. In other news, a Randolph County community is considering a change that would allow ATVs and UTVs on city streets. The discussion comes after a change in the state law that allowed the use of properly licensed and insured vehicles on the streets of the state, but that law did not override stronger restrictions in the city. And a city committee is moving forward with the process of lifting them.
This is something new. I can see in the future of having a UTV, ATV show here in Elkins. We have car shows. People like them.
In today's meeting, the Rules and Ordinance Committee decided to forward the proposal to the full Elkins City Council for approval.
Well, it certainly was a little on the cool side today. Check out this amazing satellite imagery here. The Ohio River area stayed a little clear, and then it actually started to clear from north to south. We stayed cloudy from Charleston to the south and on over east of I-79. We'll try to see more clearing. That'll really take hold tomorrow, but that really kept the temperatures down 40s now. Find out more about tomorrow in just a minute here on West Virginia Tonight.
My little girl hurt her foot and needed a doctor fast, but her physician wasn't available, and I wanted her seen as soon as possible. Then I remembered the Wheeling Hospital Urgent Care, right in downtown Wheeling at the Stone Center on Market Plaza. Open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, the center is ideal if you have a sudden sickness or injury. The doctors and nurses were great, and they also provided x-rays, a pharmacy, and lab draw station. No appointments needed, and convenient parking is nearby. Wheeling Hospital Urgent Care. They'll take good care of you.
Are you or your loved ones facing a serious legal battle? The law office of Paul Harris wants you to know you aren't alone. Do you need someone that's not afraid to go to trial and fight for your rights? Attorney Paul Harris and his team are willing to go where most firms are not. The courtroom. With a successful track record in civil litigation, criminal defense, including tax issues and healthcare fraud, Harris Law Office will fight for their clients by offering the most aggressive representation in and out of court. Call Paul Harris at Harris Law Office for a free consultation. 304-232-5300.
Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to Jim Robinson at the Highlands, home of lifetime powertrain protection. Now, during the Jim Robinson Ford Lincoln Toyota Pre-Owned Super Sale, select from over 80 vehicles in stock starting under $5,000. Most are local trades, many with one owner. Hurry to Jim Robinson at the Highlands, home of lifetime powertrain protection.
Island Pawnbrokers is now your local firearm dealer. In a pinch? Need cash quick? See us before going to the big box stores. Paying top dollar for firearms, gold, silver, tools, coins, and electronics. Don't lose your good credit. Let us give you instant cash. Stop by 2 North Broadway Street on Wheeling Island, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Island Pawnbrokers. Stop in for instant cash.
Oh, there's something so real about living local, and I know without a doubt I'm not alone. And I'm loving living local. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Say I'm loving living local. WTRF is working for me.
Struggling to get into the mid-50s today, but at least we had the sunshine. Yesterday, you may remember all the rain and the clouds and well, it was warmer yesterday, but we sure didn't have that beautiful sunshine out there like we did today. Now, the system that brought the rain yesterday is now moving off the East Coast, and it's has lingering effects across much of Virginia, all the way up to our nation's capital. We can show you what the radar's been showing over the last 4 or 5 hours. A lot of this moisture is associated with Tropical Storm Ada, which is off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia right now. More about Ada in a minute. At this point, you can see the temperature readings. Depends on your location. Now, some of us are only into the upper 40s, like Carrollton. You might be able to feel that chill in the air today. I was a little brisk early, but I was raking leaves and got worked up a little bit of a sweat, and it felt just fine. Cool spot appears to be out there in Somerset with about 42 degrees and 56 right now in New Martinsville. You can see winds coming in generally out of the north. They'll be shifting in direction as we go through the overnight, and we do expect that many of us will be waking up tomorrow morning in the mid to upper 30s. Now, mostly good news on Predictor. It's looking fantastic for our Friday. Lots of sunshine again, and Saturday's looking good as well. Mountaineers will be hosting TCU, I believe, and I think the game starts around noon, and the weather is looking fantastic. Could be a different story on Sunday, though. You see how the green comes through the area, and hopefully we can get most of those showers out of here before the Steelers-Bengals game up in Heinz Field. And then we'll get into Monday and Tuesday, and it looks like significantly colder air is going to be coming into the area, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few snowflakes around here. Not expecting any accumulation early Tuesday through early Wednesday, but there will be likely accumulations in northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, the Allegheny Plateau, the Laurel Highlands, all the way down to about Snowshoe. Well, let's show you the track of Tropical Storm Ada. At this point, it looks like it's going to accelerate as it moves off the coast, and the highest sustained winds could get back up around 50 miles an hour. But it looks like it's going to be pulling off the East Coast, and they'll begin to dry out by morning. Here's what we expect to see in terms of high temperatures for tomorrow. Very much like today, most of us struggling to get into the mid-50s, and it looks like it'll be the same deal for us tomorrow. But remember, it's a lot of sunshine coming Friday, and Saturday's looking good. And if you have a choice to go out and run errands, Saturday is looking better than Sunday. And then we'll have to bundle up as we get into the early part of next week. We're going to show you the 7-day forecast and more, and that'll be coming up tonight at 6.
Hey, man, what can I get you?
Yeah, can I have 2 Coors Lights?
You got it. Hey, Mike! I need 2 Coors Lights!
Sure thing.
With a taste as cold as the Rockies, only Coors Light gives you refreshment every time.
Here you go.
Thanks, Mike. Doing a great job. All right, 2 ice-cold Coors Lights.
That's the coldest beer I've ever had.
Hey, they don't call it the world's most refreshing beer for nothing.
Okay, be honest with me. Do you really have the Rocky Mountains in your beer cooler?
You don't believe it? Check it out.
Man, that's pretty amazing.
I know, right? I can't believe it myself sometimes. I mean, this cooler is only 3 feet wide.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
Managing your business can be a minefield. One step in the wrong direction, and it can feel like everything you've worked for is at risk. I always had a vision of building a team, a crew of true professionals that could handle it all, tax, insurance, and investments. Big enough to partner with Encova, but personal enough to protect your interests on the home front. I'm Gary, and this is the Glessner Group.
CA House Music has all the gear to make your music legendary. With all the best gear, including Fender, Epiphone, Yamaha, and more, CA House will have you rocking in no time. Get the most for your money with everyday low prices. And we meet or beat internet pricing. Play before you buy and let our product specialists help you pick out the instrument that's right for you. CA House Music, supporting local musicians since 1872. Play music for life.
Save big during the Black Friday sales event at Thomas Auto Centers. Choose from over 80 in-stock certified pre-owned Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram vehicles. Get a 2017 Grand Cherokee Limited, 25,000 miles, sunroof, and leather heated seats, just $29,900. Or a 2019 Cherokee Latitude Plus, only 19,000 miles and local trade-in, just $25,228 at Thomas Auto Centers.
Check the best deal. Thomas Auto Centers.
Ball Road, St. Clairsville.
Save big money in your next project now at Menards. Get moving on those staining projects with help from Minwax. With
your local 5-star Chevy dealers.
WVU football is at the tail end of its 5-game stretch, and it will have its hands full with TCU on Saturday. Angelica Trudon joins us now in Morgantown with what the head coach is expecting from the Horned Frogs this weekend. Angelica.
Well, Mark, when West Virginia defeated TCU by 3 in 2019, it was the 5th and final win of the season for the Mountaineers. When the two programs clash on Saturday, win number 5 is once again at stake for West Virginia. Both teams enter with a 3-3 mark in Big 12 conference play. Coach Brown's team is perfect at home, while Gary Patterson's is undefeated on the road. Last season, it was a 35-yard touchdown pass to Isaiah Esdale with 2:10 on the clock. That sealed the 2017 win. Coach Brown says the teams are evenly matched in 2020, with defense being the strong suit for both. And that's why he's expecting a shootout once again.
Yeah, we'd love to run away with it, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think this is going to be another game that's been familiar in the Big 12, not only with our games, but most of the games that aren't involving Kansas so far this year have been games that have came down right to the end, and we fully expect this one. A lot of respect for Gary Patterson, coach football team. They're going to be really good on defense. They're going to try to run the football, and their return units are always as good as anybody in our league, so it's going to be a challenge.
So what exactly is a typical Gary Patterson football team? Make sure to tune in this weekend to a brand new episode of The Neil Brown Show. The answer is in that exclusive interview. It's a big one tonight at the WVU Coliseum for WVU Volleyball. The number 13 Mountaineers are hosting top-ranked Texas. That match starts at 6 p.m. on ESPN+. We will have full coverage at goldandbluenation.com. That's the latest on the Mountaineers, live here in Morgantown for West Virginia Tonight. I'm Angelica Trudon. Mark, back to you.
Lots going on. Thanks, Angelica. You're watching West Virginia Tonight. We'll be right back with more.
Save big money in your next project now at Menards. Get moving on those staining projects with help from Minwax. With a wide variety of stains and finishes, Minwax will have what you need to get the job done right. Right now, all Minwax products are 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving today at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
A serious injury from an accident can be just the start of your worries. What if you cannot return to work? How do you take care of your family if you're disabled? At Gelner Law Offices, we represent seriously injured people and understand their problem. We know how to get you fair compensation. We will work hard to make sure you get the money you deserve for your losses. Don't go it alone. If you're hurt in an accident, call us at 304-242-2900 or visit us at gelnerlaw.com.
We'd like to help.
The Original Undo's in Benwood is the perfect place to enjoy the big game, great food, and the company around you. The outdoor patio is the best kept secret in Marshall County, featuring plenty of big screen HD TVs, an outdoor beer garden, and NFL and MLB packages so you don't miss a second of the action. With the holiday season fast approaching, don't forget about Undo's Catering. Perfect for holiday parties, family gatherings, conferences, weddings, or any event large or small. Check out undos.com for menus, specials, entertainment, and more. Undo's Family Restaurants, family owned since 1953.
Are you or your loved ones facing a serious legal battle? The law office of Paul Harris wants you to know you aren't alone. Do you need someone that's not afraid to go to trial and fight for your rights? Attorney Paul Harris and his team are willing to go where most firms are not. The courtroom. With a successful track record in civil litigation, criminal defense, including tax issues and healthcare fraud, Harris Law Office will fight for their clients by offering the most aggressive representation in and out of court. Call Paul Harris at Harris Law Office for a free consultation. 304-232-5300.
Does your dog need groomed or walked? Are you looking for a pet sitter or dog boarding options? If so, call Dirty Paws, Wheeling's newest pet care service, providing the Ohio Valley with everyone's pet care needs. Check us out on Facebook at Dirty Paws WHG or call 304-639-7754.
Back today, West Virginia First Lady Kathy Justice unveiled the official 2020 Christmas ornament. And this year's ornament is actually a quilt made by West Virginia artist Cassie Mace of Huntington. Mace says she wanted the quilt to show West Virginia's history and was inspired by her grandmother, who would make a quilt every winter. And to keep with Christmas tradition, she chose the colors of red, green, and gold. Only 500 ornaments will be made, and they will be sold at the Tamarack inside the Culture Center and the Tamarack in Beckley. They go on sale tomorrow, and they will be available at $22. Great stuff. Thank you for joining us this evening on West Virginia Tonight. Have a great evening. Your local news at 6 begins right now.
Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 W.
This is MSN, the Mountaineers Sports Network. It's time for the Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill. Kegler's, now offering delivery via DoorDash. The Neil Brown Show is also brought to you by Bud Light. Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Dan Ryan Builders, better value, better living. By Subway Restaurants, the official training restaurant of athletes everywhere. United Bank, West Virginia's bank, proud to be united with the Mountaineers. And by WVU Medicine, official medical provider of the Mountaineers. Get the latest insight and information on West Virginia football from the head coach himself. Have a question? Be a part of the show and text us at 304-314-4161 or tweet us at WVUMSN. Now, here's the host of the Neil Brown Show, Tony Caridi.
And good evening, everyone across the state of West Virginia. We welcome you into the WVU team room here at Milan Puskar Stadium. It is time for another edition of the Neil Brown Show, and we're with you up until 8 o'clock this evening. The conversation, West Virginia University football. We'll look back a little bit to last Saturday's game against Texas, and we look ahead to this weekend's game against the Horned Frogs of TCU. Don't look now, but we're down to our final 3 games of the regular season, and Saturday's game will mark the 5th in a row for West Virginia. After the TCU game, the Mountaineers have a much-needed bye week, and then on Thanksgiving weekend, they'll play Oklahoma here before closing the regular season on the road in Ames against Iowa State. Good evening to you, Coach.
Tony, good evening.
Nice to have you here. We're going to jump into Mountaineer football in a little bit, but first, you got a heavy heart coming in here this evening because you have lost one of the guys that you coached with in a couple of different stops. Kentucky's offensive line coach, John Schlarman, has passed away, battled cancer, just 45 years old, and looking through the ESPN story, you brought him to Kentucky when you went there.
Yeah, tough day, really is. He's been fighting a real rare form of cancer, bile duct cancer, for 2+ years, and the people here not as familiar, but John Schlarman was all SEC offensive lineman at about 6'2", and he played at about 270. Wow. And this was the mid-'90s. It wasn't that ancient ago, and as a player, just one of the toughest people that you'd ever, really smart, but a tough guy. And long story short, successful high school coach. We brought him to Troy, and he was our offensive line coach for 3 years. Won 3 conference championships. Had some of the best times I've ever had in my career during those 3 years. And then was able to bring him to Kentucky when Mark Stoops hired me as the offense coordinator there, and John came back, and really that program in 2013, we went back in 2012, and Kentucky's home for both of us. And really, I can remember calling him, and he was at Troy, and said, "Hey, John, hey, listen, man, we're gonna go back home and try to get this thing right." And I can remember, and I could hear the joy in his voice about doing that. And so that program was as low as it gets. And win 2 our first year, and I'm not real sure how we won 2, honestly. And then 14 kind of got it almost. We got beat and we dropped an interception to beat Louisville in the last regular season game that would have got us to 6. Ended up winning 5. And I was fortunate to get the Troy job, and tried to bring him with me. Tried to bring him with me to Troy, and he made the right decision, stayed at Kentucky, and really has taken that program. And, they've won 10 games, and they've won back-to-back bowl games. And under Mark Stoops done a great job there, but the team just kind of took John's identity. And the offensive line, he's had multiple draft picks here. They've ran the football. They've been in the top 5 rushing the football the last 2 years. And about a little over 2 years ago, right before my last year as a head coach at Troy, he is diagnosed with bile duct cancer, just a real rare form, and fought a courageous fight. I mean, he coached. Think about this, Tony. 3 weeks ago, he coached in the game at Tennessee. They win 34-7. He gets the game ball. First time Kentucky had beaten Tennessee in Knoxville in 30-something years. He coached in the game. He coached in the game, and just the way he fought, and this really changed my perspective. I'll never forget it. We lose. He did it 2 different times, Tony. We lose a game my last year at Troy, a game I thought we could win. And he called me on Sunday, and he said, "Hey, man, how's it going?" I saw the score. And I was feeling a little sorry for myself. I'm sitting there, we ended up winning 10 games, but I thought we had a chance to maybe run it. And he's like, "Hey, listen, dude. Hey, they're looking at you. So if you pout around, they're going to pout around." And it hit me. I'm like, he's right. Here's this dude that's fighting cancer. You know what I mean? And he tells me, he says, "Hey, when somebody looks you in the eye and tells you that you've got cancer and you're going to die from it," and the way he attacked the last 2+ years of his life, and with the positivity and the impact he made, is really changed my perspective. And he's not only was he was a great offensive line coach, really a big-hearted guy, but he was probably one of my, if not my closest, one of my closest friends in the profession. And man, just sad day. He's got a 14-year-old son, a 10 and 9, and a 4-year-old daughter. And just a sad day. Not only for myself here, but Sean Reagan worked with him. Chad Scott worked with him. He coached Caleb Carbine, one of our GAs. Tyler Hancock, one of our analysts he worked with. So just a guy that touched a lot of people's lives.
Sure.
And so been a rough here 12 hours or so.
Yeah, so sorry to hear that. And you move on, as you said, and you took something from him that you'll probably have for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
Not a deal.
It is. 45 years old, Tony. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. 45 years old, that's too long to be sitting here talking about somebody passing away. And but heavy heart and a lot of good memories, a lot of really good memories. And I just praying for his family. And but it is. I appreciate you bringing it up, but really sad day.
We move ahead, and why don't you give us an update coming off that practice field today? How you think your week went?
Yeah, I think we've had a solid week. Our this is a rough end. I'm sorry for the people at Keglers. I'm moving them around. I apologize. But no, we've had a solid week. You can tell we're kind of at the end of this five week run. Mm-hmm. We try to be smart with how we practiced because we want to be. And I think our kids will. They'll play with a lot of emotion, a lot of energy on Saturday. But we were really intelligent about how we practice. Couldn't be as physical as we normally would just because we don't have depth, number one. We've got some guys that are beat up. Nobody that's necessarily going to miss the game, hopefully. But just some guys are beat up. But they had great attitudes. We had a really good Wednesday practice. And our guys are looking forward to get back on the field. Anytime you lose a close one like we did last week, you want to get on the field and redeem yourself.
We know what your take was coming out of the Texas game. What was your sense of what the kids thought about that game from the performance?
I think our players always, and I think this is the way it is in all realms of leadership. I think they always feed off the people that are in leadership roles. And so in this case, it's myself, it's our assistant coaches, it's some of our better players on our team. And so just as a coach, and you and I have talked multiple times this week, for me, it's kind of like, hey, I'm really positive in one light because, man, we are so much better than we were a year ago, and it's not only, you don't only see it with how our guys carry ourselves or how we're doing academically or how we're doing, but no, there's actually on-field visual evidence of how much improvement we've made in a year. So you feel really good about that. And then at the same time, we've been really close to knocking off two teams on the road in Oklahoma State and Texas that are two of the upper, those two in Oklahoma, those are the most talented teams right now. Now, I'm not saying Iowa State's not one of the best teams, or maybe not the best, but the most talented teams are Texas, Oklahoma, and then probably Oklahoma State. And we're right there at Oklahoma State and at Texas with an opportunity to win. So, I'm really encouraged because we're better, but it's frustrating because we've had opportunities to win and we didn't do it. We didn't get over the hump.
Yeah, that's the thing. And again, statistically, and I brought the stat up last week as far as average net yards per play, you're still sitting there at number 2. And the teams that are also there, guess what? Oklahoma's 1. West Virginia's 2. Oklahoma State is right there as well in that top 4. So that kind of proves your point that it's right there.
Yeah,
it's right there.
We've closed the gap.
Yes.
We weren't a great football team last year. I mean, I think our fans will fully appreciate that. You know that. We weren't a great football team. That didn't mean we didn't try. I mean, we just weren't a great football team. And so we've closed the gap between the upper teams in our conference. But we've got to figure out ways to win that game, and the 3 that we've lost, or we had chances to win with under 5 minutes to go, and we didn't do it. And we're not going to be pleased here until we're able to close out games and win those.
Yeah. You mentioned the mental and the physical grind of playing now what will be 5 straight games.
It's not just that, though, Tony. It's 5 straight games. It's 3 COVID tests a week.
Sure, no, I know, totally get you.
You know, and I'll be honest with you, and here's the deal. Like, our kids want to go home. and that sounds real trivial. It really does. People are listening going, what do you mean they want to go home? You know, like, we've got 17 to 23, 24-year-olds that have not been back to their hometowns, okay, since June. They haven't been home.
No, I know.
You know, they haven't been home, and that sounds like something that's trivial, but we're getting ready to be in Thanksgiving week, and those kids haven't been home, and they're starting to feel the wear and tear of that. And so, you know, it's everything, emotionally, physically, all those type of things. And I just want our fans to be able to appreciate that, because, you know, and that doesn't mean I'm not saying they should be applauded for it. I'm just saying that there's been a lot of sacrifices being made by these players to put themselves in a position to play, and they're rewarded. They're on full scholarship. I'm not saying that they're not rewarded, but it is taken, and it takes a toll, and we've got to be conscious of it as coaches, and stay positive. And I think that I always go back to this. At the beginning of the year, I said it was going to be a win if we could play. If we can physically play the games, that's a win. Now, we're trying to actually compete and have the most points at the end of every game, but if we can just play the game, that's a win. And so we're winning. Scoreboard didn't show, but I think just college football in general, with the way this virus is really still very active, maybe the most active it's been, for us to be able to play, I think it's a win. And now we've got to continue to play well.
Yeah. A point I was going to make there was it's smart. And I don't know, the old school guys, I don't think they back off this week on practice. You know, I'm talking about 30 years ago. No. Those coaches, they say, we're grinding it, we're going to hit on Saturday, we got to hit today. Yeah. And then you could potentially go out there and not have legs, and it looks really bad. So it's up here right now. Make sure that it's Saturday at noon is when they're absolutely ready to.
Yeah, that's the goal. I think that you've got to, you know, you talk about, you know, motivation. What buttons do you push to get your guys to be able to respond? And I think that's what every coach, and this is a challenge. Because of John, and, you know, this week I've probably talked to more active head coaches, just people reaching out because of John and things like that. And, you know, the sentiment across the profession is this is really hard. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm totally with you.
I mean, it's really difficult. And players, coaches, everybody are kind of showing the wear and tear.
Yeah.
And then Saturday's kind of the reward for all the stuff that goes into it.
Yep, I'm with you. Statistically, 85% of the games that have been scheduled have been played. 15 have been postponed or canceled at this point, which I think is a massive win in comparison to us thinking back like in June, July, that we may not even get on the field at all.
It is.
So it's been really good.
No, it's been great. It's been great for our players. People don't think about this, but our guys, like, during the quarantine time, mental health was such a concern. And so by these players that we have in our program being able to do what they love to do, and just the camaraderie from being around guys, it has worked wonders for them. Yeah. It really has.
We'll take a break. More coming up. We'll get into TCU and more after this. From Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill, home of the most live TVs in the area, and now offering delivery via DoorDash.
Since 1994, Kegler Sports Bar has been one of Morgantown's most popular hangouts for sports fans. Come enjoy the game while eating Kegler's award-winning wings or try our selection of over 45 beers. But don't take our word for it. Come into Kegler's and see for yourself why we've been recognized nationally for our lively atmosphere and superior service. Follow us on Facebook or visit KeglerSportsBar.com to check out our daily specials. Kegler Sports Bar, sports, food, and great times.
Nobody expects an honor student to get hooked on opioids. When I got a hold of pain pills, it took over everything really, really fast. But even at my darkest, I never lost my dream of having a family, a home, and a life. My name is Cassidy, and I'm from Fayetteville, West Virginia. Treatment with medication gave me my life back.
Opioid use disorder can happen to anyone.
Through treatment with medication, so can recovery. Learn more at backtolifewv.org.
Morgantown's #1 new home builder and the official home builder of WVU Athletics, Dan Ryan Builders, builds award-winning homes for Mountaineers and their fans. Make your first home or your last home a dream home by Dan Ryan Builders. Dan Ryan Builders and WVU, a winning combination. Let's go, Mountaineers. Visit DanRyanBuilders.com to learn more.
Dan Ryan Builders, better value, better living.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineers Sports Network.
You're listening to The Watchdog, FM 98.1, AM 1600, and FM 97.7, AM 1370.
Highland Sports Complex is the coolest destination for sports and entertainment the Ohio Valley has ever seen. Pop in for some open basketball in our field house or reserve some turf time for your next practice or game on our synthetic fields. Online registration is open for development classes and leagues for youth and adults. Highland Sports is also the hottest destination for birthday parties and other events. So come challenge yourself on our play climb and enjoy your favorite virtual reality game in the arcade. No memberships required, so visit highlandsports.com to find your next entertainment experience and get ready to reach new heights.
Local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success, because to us, this is home. United Bank, West Virginia's bank, proud to be united with the Mountaineers. Member FDIC.
Want to be a part of the Neil Brown Show? Text us your question at 304-314-4161. For more of tonight's show, here again, Tony Caridi.
Thanks so much for being with us, everyone. Neil Brown Show continues from the Pushkar Center. We got a lot of things going on this weekend that we were going to get into. Obviously, Veterans Day was officially yesterday, and Military Appreciation Day is going to take place at the stadium this week.
Yeah, excited about that. We'll wear the special helmet decals again today, or in the game. I might be preempting our uniform reveal. I don't know if I am.
No, wait, 6:30. You got 11. Don't say a word. 11 minutes before the world finds out.
You're getting the benefit of listening to the radio show. But, Veterans Day is, we really want to do that. We want to make sure that we honor those who served. That's important. My sister's in Italy, and she's been there for going on 18, 20 months now, and serving in the Air Force. And so, we want to think about all those who are serving not only overseas but here in our own country as well. So it's we've got a lot. In our team meeting yesterday, I asked our guys to raise their hand who has immediate family members that are in the military, and I was shocked. Over half the people in the room raised their hands. So that was, this means something. We gave them the option. We told our players, hey, do you want to wear the traditional WV, or would you like to wear the Stars and Stripes with the logo? And man, it was unanimous. They wanted
hands
to wear,
up, right?
Yeah, they wanted to wear the logo or the state with the Stars and Stripes. So we'll wear it, and we'll wear it proudly.
Something else that the players aren't going to wear this weekend, but you're going to be wearing, is an arm patch, and we do this each year, and this is the weekend for Coach to Cure MD. It's the American Football Coaches Association initiative, and they will be wearing it to raise awareness for muscular dystrophy. 13th year that coaches have worn the armband on one weekend each season, trying to raise funding awareness for muscular dystrophy, and you'll see coaches around the country with that on the arm.
Yeah, great. The American Football Coach Association, who's led by Todd Berry, they do a really good job of fighting for coaches and really fighting for football, more than ever probably. And this isn't something we talk about a bunch, but, football in general we're having to fight for it. It's, there's fewer young men playing the game of football. than ever before. And in my opinion, I think football is the best team sport that there is, and I really believe that. I'm a big time believer in athletics in general. Coleman and I were having a conversation today.
You need to tell people who Coleman is, because I mean, while he is your right hand man, I don't think he's received proper statewide branding yet.
That's right.
I mean, I think he needs to become a focal part.
We should. He needs to be on a billboard, doesn't he?
Walk us through the Coleman Barnes story. So, first time you met was when?
Yeah. So Coleman, I don't even remember. We were too young. So Coleman, we actually grew up in Bardstown, Kentucky, which is, how many people is in Bardstown? 12,000, Coleman? Yeah, about 12,000. And my mom's brother was the head girls basketball coach at the time, and Coleman's dad was his assistant. And my dad worked in the school. He's a coach, and then he ended up being an assistant principal there. And then they coached the girls and had a lot of success, and switched to the boys, and had a lot of success coaching the boys basketball there at Nelson County High School. And Coleman and I kind of grew up in the gym. And really,
so we're talking 5, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, probably 4 or 5, something like that. Yeah, 4 or 5. Yeah, that's right. And 4 or 5, all the way up till my dad took another job and I moved to Danville. And but we've been really close, before either of us can remember. And so, but he and I were just talking today about athletics and the role of the athletics has played in our lives. I think I might have even told this story. My kids have these, what do you eat on? What are those called? Like
TV trays, plates?
What do you put where the plate doesn't leave the mark on the table?
Oh, coasters.
Yeah, coasters. There you go. Yeah. We'll use coasters. But anyway,
sounds good.
There's one that my kids have that have the 50 states on it.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know, it's been a few weeks ago, we were kind of looking at that, and Ansley, who's my 9-year-old, says, hey, where have you been?
Yeah.
So we end up counting all these places, and I've been to 40-plus states, and all but 2 of them been because of something athletically related.
Yeah,
either coached or played or recruited in those states, and it was low 40s. I don't remember the exact number. But, just what athletics has done. And I just think the game of football is, there's in my opinion, there's not another game where you have to, your personal safety depends on those around you. And I think the camaraderie, the chemistry, I was thinking, we were talking about my friend who passed away early this morning, and just that relationship was really brought on by the game of football. Mm-hmm. And I just think of some of the best relationships, and it's really hit me is because John Schlarman, who we were talking about earlier, passed away. He and I didn't play together in Kentucky. We missed each other by 1 year. So his last year was in 1997 at Kentucky. My first year was in 98. But then he came back and GA'd while I was playing. But obviously we had a bunch of common people that we played with. And so we've had a text thread over the last, 6 months or so with guys, former players. And, man, I just tell you, that bond that you have, some of these guys I haven't talked to in 15 years. But that bond that you create through this game is like any other. It's unlike any other. And but anyway, what I was saying is, I don't know how we got up drifted here, but American Football Coach Association really fights for our game, and they got some really good causes that they get coaches behind, because there's a lot of power with the College Football Coaches Association, and the Cure for MD is one of them. And it's a great cause. It raises awareness, but there's also some fundraising efforts attached to it as well.
My perception is that rules changes that are being made will help this game. I think it's made it safer. Don't you agree?
It has. It has. There's frustration, targeting. I think it's really, really hard. I think it's really hard, but it has cleaned up the game.
Yeah.
It's hard to officiate, but it's cleaned up the game. I agree with that. I think there's some things we got to continue to do, but I think that, you talked about the physicality in practice. I think that some of the equipment and how you have to practice now, those are making the game better. Those are making the game better. And I think the real key for us is really education at the youth, in the middle and the high school level. We got to continue to educate those coaches, make sure we're doing it and getting guys to play and doing it where it's a fun, and keep getting guys playing, because I think we'll be doing a major disservice if the numbers in our game go down.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Hey, let's jump in here a little bit and talk about Texas a little bit. What are your biggest personal takeaways from that game?
I think that, we'll start. I thought defensively we played okay. We played well enough to win it on defense. We only gave up 17 points. I do think some of that's because Texas didn't play their best either. Offensively, I thought Ellinger was a little bit off. They had some drops. But we didn't do a good enough job limiting their run game. I think that's probably maybe the biggest stat for us, is rushing offense for us and then rushing defense for us. We gave up 180 and didn't run the ball well at all. And I think if you look at, I think that's going to be a huge factor in our game Saturday, but if you look back at all the games we've played, that's been a factor, a huge factor, probably the number one factor. Offensively, I thought tale of two halves. First half really did not play very well, just off rhythm, just didn't play very well. When Letty got injured, him not being the bell cow, him not being the guy that we could really lean on, because he's really been the most consistent player for us. I think it took us a little while. Came out second half, thought we had a really good plan. We moved the ball up and down. We just didn't make some critical plays when we need to make them. Yeah. And it's part of the growth. Nobody wants to hear it, but we're really young, and I'm not using that excuse. I'm just saying that's what it is. And so, but the takeaway is, like we talked earlier, we're really close, but we didn't do enough to win. And so we got to get better. I mean, that's the deal. I'm encouraged by where we're going. I'm frustrated. It doesn't always look exactly like I want it to look or like I see it. But I am proud of how our kids have handled this year. I'm proud of how we've competed. And we just, our situational awareness, which you and I talked about, we just got to be better, man. Like, there's some situational things that we've got to get better at. And whether it's, and I gave you these examples. I talked about situational awareness in our press conference, and then you and I talked about it off air one day, is situational awareness. I'll give you an example. Offensive line, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. Most defenses are going to slant, blitz. There's going to be some kind of movement. You got to be able to expect that. And we looked like that we didn't have any idea that they were going to slant move on 3rd and short. And we had 3 short yardage situations in the first half that we just cut guys loose. Defensively, we had a play in the red zone. It's 3rd and 7 in the red zone. The ball's 12, 14-yard line, something like that. And we got DBs that are backing up. I mean, they're literally backpedaling in the middle of the end zone. Well, I mean, you got to play catch there. You can't give ground. There's nowhere to guard. You can't guard anybody but you can't guard the back of the end zone. Or last play, 3rd and 5, and we're not playing at the sticks. We're pedaling. They throw a 4-yard gain and fall forward for 5. I mean, we just got to be situationally better. And that's on us as coaches. I'm not blaming the players. It's on us as coaches. But we've got to be better in critical situations.
Can you replicate that in practice?
Yes,
or do you have to
absolutely.
suffer the pain of going through it before you really get it?
Little both, Tony. Honestly, little both. We try to do a segment every Friday where we show clips to try to educate our football team. These clips are from anybody that we see in college football. Bill Legg, who's our senior analyst and works really close with myself, football and all things football. And Bill Legg, he's doing a great job. I'm glad to have him here, and former player and former coach here, and just really good person and great football mind. But he and I work together, and we put together an educational video every Friday, and we show clips across college football. Like last night, Western Michigan, fake clocks, and they score a touchdown to win. I'm texting him, I'm like, hey, put that on the Friday night video, and so we do, and we try to use situational football. We don't have a play that's not down and distance in practice. But, a lot of times for young football players, they have to understand, they have to be in the fire before they learn. And unfortunately, that's what happened on Saturday.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We invite you to stay tuned. More coming up from Farmer, Klein, and Campbell, West Virginia's injury lawyers.
Have you been injured in a wreck? You shouldn't have to worry about fighting the insurance company, and it shouldn't cost you a dime. Call attorneys Farmer, Klein, and Campbell, 800-687-5990. We help fellow West Virginians. Ask around. We've probably helped a friend, neighbor, or even a family member. We never ask you for money, and we don't get paid unless you do. Injured in a wreck? Call the law firm you know. 800-687-5990. Attorneys Farmer, Klein, and Campbell. Around here, you matter.
We are Staples, and we're ready to help shape the future of work life. With a team of real people by your side, dedicated to serve, sharing innovative ideas to keep your team connected, productive, and inspired. With a product assortment focused on business, so you can find exactly what you need. We're Staples, the work-life fulfillment company. Get to know us at staplesadvantage.com.
WVU Medicine Children's provides specialty maternal, infant, and pediatric care for families in West Virginia and the surrounding region. We offer care to high-risk mothers, premature infants, and children with life-threatening conditions through adolescence to adulthood. Visit WVUkids.com.
At Northeast Natural Energy, we're making the most for West Virginia through the state's abundance of clean natural gas. We're West Virginia operated, West Virginia trusted, and West Virginia fans. Northeast Natural Energy, doing things well for West Virginia.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network.
The Ohio Valley home for complete coverage of the West Virginia Mountaineers is right here on the Watchdog.
Does your dog need groomed or walked? Are you looking for a pet sitter or dog boarding options? If so, call Dirty Paws, Wheeling's newest pet care service, providing the Ohio Valley with everyone's pet care needs. Check us out on Facebook at Dirty Paws WHG or call 304-639-7754.
We encircle you with insurance solutions you can trust. We provide coverage to protect what you care about. Business insurance, including workers' compensation, auto, home, and life insurance. What makes us unique? Our superior financial strength, smart technology, a one-stop shop for custom-tailored solutions, Encova 360, our approach to workers' compensation, and local decision-making. We are Encova Insurance. Visit Encova.com for more information.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill, continues exclusively on MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network. Once again, here's Tony Caridi.
We're back inside the WVU team room here at Milan Pushkar Stadium. Yeah, I think one of these days you might want to give me an opportunity to address the team. What do you think? I mean, you address the team in here.
I think it'd probably be better if we got these. No, I don't actually address the team in here. Right now, I address the team in the indoor. We are 6 feet apart.
You have blue tape on.
That's for our.
seats.
This is where we have staff meetings.
And if the only seat you can sit in has
the blue tape. Yeah, blue tapes are the ones you can sit in.
This is for staff.
Yeah,
So
this is where
you're
we
only using for staff.
We're only using the team room right now. We use for staff meetings, and then the O line and D line meet in here. Because what we're doing during position meetings are we're lifting to keep everything separate. We kind of lift and meet at the same time. So, for instance, defensive line, they'll meet in here while the offensive line's lifting, wipe it down, O-line comes in here.
Those are the things that when you talk about people don't realize, don't understand, and the fatigue that sets in, those are the kind of things that are just so abnormal. Hey, I wanted to ask you on the last break, you'd mentioned Letty Brown's injury situation earlier this week, and it was going to be, okay, what's his practice week like? How is he doing?
Hopefully he's going to play. Yeah, we very limited in practice, but that was planned. He probably could have done a little bit more than we allowed him to do. I just, he's had to carry the load, and he's had to take some shots, and he's played really well. And I just felt like that, he's got an injury, and it wasn't going to get any better unless we really rested, and he got a bunch of treatment. And to his credit, he's really, he has spent a lot of time with our trainers this week. And so we're hopeful he's going to play. I'm not going to play him unless he's going to be able to play and play at a high level, but our plan is for him to play, and that's what our hope is.
As a Kentucky guy, that's kind of a horse racing thing, isn't it? I mean, unless the thoroughbred's ready to go, you don't run the thoroughbred.
That, no doubt. I use some of those. You can't win the Derby without the thoroughbreds.
Yeah. Also, a donkey's never won the Kentucky Derby.
I
you ever use that one?
Yeah. Yep. There's no donkeys that are even running. They ain't winning because they ain't running.
What is your depth chart at running back right now? After when you go Letty, you go Alec, and then what would you do?
We got 2 other guys that are on scholarship that we feel like are, a Barry Sparrow, who's a guy that has a lot of speed, and really he's starting to play on special teams, and I'm really excited about his future. He had very limited football experience. He's only played football a year and a half in high school, and some people are listening, going, "Oh man, he only played a year and a half." Like as coach, and I'm a little bit unique in this because, all right, he doesn't have a whole lot of football knowledge, but he doesn't have a whole lot of bad habits. And so when you get a guy that hadn't played a whole lot, it's a blank canvas because they only know what they know. And so you're not trying to correct a bunch of bad habits because he didn't have any habits at all. You know what I mean? And so he gets better and better. Chad Scott's doing a really good job with him, but he gets better every day. And he's a guy I'm excited about. And then Tony Mathis. Tony Mathis played some at the end of last year, and he's the other guy in that room.
You may lead the country in guys that didn't play a lot of high school football. Casey Legg never took a snap. Mike Brown never took a snap. They happen to be starters right now.
Yeah, that's
right. Barry Sparrow played a season and a half of high school.
Yeah, only played one season, actually.
One full season.
One full season.
Yeah. I mean, no, I understand. I get your point. I get your point. And occasionally you'll see like a rugby player come over that has played rugby, and they teach those guys the game. You know what? If you have the inherent physical abilities, you can learn the game.
You can learn, actually, absolutely. And, the thing was, I always talk because we were really kind of apprehensive whether to take Sparrow or not. He actually played 2 years. I said 1. He played 2 years in high school football. But we were real apprehensive, and Chad Scott, to his credit, kept going to bat for him, because we needed a running back, and it was late in the process when we signed him. He kept coming back. He's got so much raw ability. He rushed for over 2,000 yards in a great high school football league, okay? And in an area close to where Chad and Jamal are from, so an area they knew really well. And so, and Chad just felt like he had the tools. And so we went on him late, came on a visit, and it's been a great fit, and he continues to get better. And it kind of reminds me of this. Always, offensive line-wise, is, we've always been a team that threw the ball, and really kind of transitioned to this kind of 50-50 deal over the last few years. But we've always been a team that really threw the ball. And offensive line-wise, everybody that, anytime somebody was presenting an offensive lineman, they felt like they had to show pass protection on their high school film. And I was like, whoa. I'd almost rather them not, because a lot of high schools, all right, pass protect in a different way than we're teaching. So I'd almost like to have a blank canvas, somebody that just, hey, if they played somebody played a run-oriented offense, that means they're physical, they'll come off the ball. We'll teach them how we want to pass protect. And now we got a blank canvas. They're starting from scratch. They don't have any bad habits. They're not having to forget what they've been taught and learn what we want. It's a blank canvas. So that's kind of the way I looked at Sparrow, and that's where I got to a point. I was like, you know what? Chad, you're right. We need to go on him.
Saturday's game, you guys, you've heard the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. That could have been you had you gone back out in the second half and tried to pound the ball, because running the ball in the first half was not working. You guys changed. You went very, very heavy to the screen game and worked the perimeter. Walk us through, if you would, the conversation and how that transpires during the break, so that when you do go back out there, and it's only 15 minutes, when you do go back out there, you said, okay, here's what we're doing.
Yeah, so I think our offensive staff is really talented and real fortunate. Jared's got some really good experience, the people he's been around, and I think it's really good that his experience is different than a lot of people in our room. Trickett, same way. Trickett doesn't come from an air raid background. He comes from Jimbo Fisher kind of background and really tied into some of the principles of what Gus Malzahn is doing at Auburn, what he did in the past. So we've got some different perspectives, which brings really refreshing ideas. But I thought we had a good plan, and then we had to regroup there at halftime because Letty wasn't as effective because he was injured. For the first time all year, our inside people had really struggled. We went into the game with a game plan to really help our tackles. And, our tackles, we did help them, and we were able to overcome some of the matchup issues we had versus Texas, but inside-wise, we just didn't play as well. And some of that because Texas got really good players. They've got NFL guys, and they're really good, especially 93. He's a special player, and he played his best game of his career against us. And that's just, we drew the short straw on that. But so what we did is we came in and said, okay, what gives us the best chance? And then we showed some motions in the first half, and we thought they overplayed them. And so we kind of went back, and we saw their adjustment, and we went kind of, in the opposite direction. We played the backside rather than the front side. So we'd motion and then play the backside. Where we're motion strong and then play the backside. And it did. It really worked until we got down inside the 15, and then there's just not as much open space. And we had a couple bad plays. We had some opportunities to win the game where we dropped 2 in the end zone, and then we had some play calls that I'd like to have back, and that's on me as a coach. I'd like to have a couple of those back, and I'm no different than the players. You make mistakes, you learn from them, and when you get that opportunity again, you do better.
Let's talk a little timeouts, because several people asked me questions about timeouts, and I didn't have the answer, but I wanted to get your take on when you use them. What was your evaluation of timeout usage?
Yeah, I didn't like, and if you look at the way we use timeouts traditionally, how we used them versus Texas wasn't what we normally do, and I didn't really like the way that we use timeouts in the game versus Texas. They were by necessity, not because I wanted to use them, and so we had to use 2. One of them was on the first 4th down play. We had to use a timeout there, and we got the wrong personnel grouping in the game, and so rather than rushing that, I just felt like we take a timeout. And so we did that. Not a timeout that we really wanted to use, but I thought that that was a critical play, so I think it's worth the timeout there. We had to use one. We had to use one on the last drive on 2nd down because we had a signal that went in the game wrong. We had a kid that missed a signal, and so again, I just thought we were in the red zone, needed to take a timeout. Didn't want to use that one. Don't condone using it, but it was better than getting a penalty because the play clock was running down. I could tell that it wasn't going to be a positive play, so we used timeout there. And then we used the timeout on 4th down because on the our last offensive play. And at that point, I used that because I wanted to make sure we were on the same page because I knew we couldn't stop the clock anyway.
Yeah.
So by that time, it was one of those that, hey, we might as well use it because it's not going to be overly beneficial anyway.
Yeah, and you make the point is you want to call timeouts when you want them, not out of necessity in a perfect scenario.
You really want to use timeouts when the opponent has the ball. You don't necessarily want to use the timeouts when you have the ball because when you have the ball on offense, you can essentially stop the clock. You can clock it, you can get out of bounds, you can throw an incomplete pass, whatever it is, you have the ability to stop it. When the other team has the ball, you don't have the ability to stop it. So you want to have timeouts when they have the ball. And for whatever reason, we didn't, and I just gave you some of the reasons, but we didn't have that luxury, and that's something that we've got to learn from, and we got to be better.
Coming up in just a little bit, top of the hour, we're going to head over to Kegler's. Dale Wolfley is holding court inside the temporary Wolf's Den at Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill. And if you are listening in, don't forget that you can always watch this show at Kegler's. It's the only place you can see it, and it's available there at Kegler's on the big screens. We'll check in with Wolf in just a little bit. In our assistant coach guest spot this week, an oldie but a goldie. Jeff Castile will join us on the program. We've got more coming up after this from Gomart, official convenience store of WVU football.
Secure your field position in November, the last month of the Mountaineer First and Goal contest at Go-Mart. All month long, you'll be automatically entered for a chance to win a signed WVU football by purchasing 24-ounce Coke products. And if you've played each month, you're on your way to the final push into the end zone for a chance to score the grand prize, a tailgate and tickets package for a game during the 2021 football season. But remember, you must register your rewards card to play. Go to gomart.com for more details.
Get more bank for your business with United Bank. Whether you'd like to start a business, purchase commercial real estate, or equipment, United Bank can help. We support business development throughout our great state, making business and consumer loans and fueling opportunities. Small business owners' dreams come true and larger corporations grow. What can we do for your business? United Bank, West Virginia's bank. Proud to be united with the Mountaineers. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
The coronavirus continues to affect us all, and AARP is here in West Virginia actively supporting you and your community. Every day, they're providing trusted information from experts, working to protect people from fraud, supporting family caregivers, and making it easier for neighbors to help neighbors through the new AARP Community Connections website. We may be apart, but we're not alone. Click to connect at aarp.org/nearyou.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network.
Choose your paint colors with confidence and save big money on your next project at Menards. Dutch Boy Paints provide your home's interior surfaces with a beautiful look that stays clean year after year. Right now, all Dutch Boy paints are 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving today at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
C.com. Trust the climb. West Virginia football is on the rise under Coach Neil Brown.
Ellinger pressured. Stills got him down. He sacked him. Here he is. Stills sacks Sam Ellinger.
Join us as we do battle against the Big 12 at Mountaineer Field and Milan Pushkar Stadium.
Deep downfield has a wide open receiver. The ball is caught into the end zone. Touchdown!
Tickets for the 2020 season are on sale now at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME.
Join the climb today.
Welcome back to the Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill. Have a question for the show? Send us a tweet at WVUMSN. Here's your host, Tony Caridi.
With the head coach, Neil Brown, West Virginia and TCU. Again, a noon start. Someone sent us a text today. You're not going to believe this. Someone sent us a text today and said, this is the 7th straight noon home game for West Virginia, going back to last year. And we haven't had a night game since November of 18. And so we started thinking, so you've never coached a night game yet?
Not a nighttime start.
Right. You've coached in the dark.
The lights have came on.
You finished in the dark, but you've never started in the dark. You've been involved with some 3:30ers and things like that, probably. But anyway.
That's a shift in college football on television, because there was the prime time was 8 p.m. Now it's kind of shifted to that 12 to 3:30. The 12 and 3:30 kicks have kind of shifted.
You're right.
You know, as a coach, selfishly,
I know
you like the 12 o'clock kick. Selfishly, you like it as a home team sometime, the 12 o'clock kick. Now, it is harder for our fans. I understand that, and maybe this year it doesn't matter as much, but I think it's better for our fans, late afternoon, evening games.
I was talking with Shane Lyons this afternoon about this. Here's what I think doesn't get fully appreciated. So we're on Big Fox on Saturday at noon. Okay. When you're on Big Fox, while I know from a fan perspective, if everything was normal and fans would much more like a 3:30 or a 7 o'clock game, the fact is you can't buy the exposure. Now, we have gone from, in the course of 10 12, 13, 14 years ago, those games would be on the Big East syndicated network.
Exactly.
And they would be regional and they would be sporadic. We're talking about...
We're spoiled.
Dude.
We're spoiled.
This is national. This is
we're
big.
Spoiled.
And I was telling Shane, you don't have enough money to buy the brand that Flying WV gets for 4 hours on a Saturday.
No, we've been on ABC last week.
Yeah, and ABC last week. Joe Tess. Now, did you go back and listen to Joe Tess?
Only if we win.
Yeah, me too.
Only if we win.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, only if we win. I don't. Now,
you'll watch the coach's tape, but you won't watch the TV tape.
I watch the coach tape plenty. I can tell you, and I know all the plays, but I don't. Now, my 12-year-old, Adeline, watches every TV copy, and she's quick to criticize.
So she's into it.
Oh,
so
she's
she
into
watches.
it. She criticizes the coach, not the announcers.
What'd she get you on this week?
Oh, the obvious,
How does she bring it up?
No, she's fine. But there's no she's not throwing any softballs in there. She's quick to criticize. I'm like, whose team are you on?
Does Brooke ever have? No, hon, we can ask that. We'll talk about that later.
She's on
she'll
team.
Step in.
Yeah, she'll take up for Dad.
Yeah, she'll step in. I understand. Hey, let's look ahead here to the Frogs of TCU. It's building up to the next opponent, brought to us by Dan Ryan Builders. Dan Ryan Builders, better value, better living. Compare them to someone you've played.
I think Kansas State, I think our fans don't probably have an accurate, and what I mean by that is Kansas State, that's the best game we've played. They didn't play as well, okay? And so, in fairness to them, but defensively, a team, and we've talked a lot about Gary Patterson's defense. I have a really strong respect for him, and I'll tell you a couple of reasons why. So I have a really strong respect for him. Number one, because he's done it for a long time, and the game has evolved and changed. He's been calling defense for over 20 years now, and he has kept TCU because he's been there the whole time. 3 years as defense coordinator, and then whatever it is now, 17, 18 years as head coach, and they have been one of the top defensive teams in the country the whole time. And that he's in the WAC, the Mountain West, the Big 12. You know what I mean?
Never played a game, but was in the Big East.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They never played. But what I'm saying is they, like, defensively, you think about it, they've had to defend everything. And they've always been really, really good. And so I just have a deep appreciation for people that have excelled for a long time. And he's excelled for a long time.
Okay, so with that being said, when you were at Texas Tech as the OC.
We played him one time.
Okay, so you played him once. Same deal? Same scheme, same philosophy, or has that changed?
No, his scheme has really evolved. And that's what I'm saying. He's not the same. They've always made it really difficult for you. Like, to me, they don't give you any easy completions. Like last week against Texas. All right, Texas was going to kind of bend, but they let us throw some balls out there. Uncontested catches. There's 0 of those this week. Like, they're not going to give you anything. And I have appreciation for Gary for that reason. The other reason I really respect Gary is because he's been a proponent for coaches in college football for a long time. There's a lot of people in this profession that can't take the logo off. And what I mean by that is, so we have a Big 12 head coaches meeting, and a lot of times people that are talking for the betterment of whatever logo they have on.
Yeah.
I respect him because when he says something, he is not just talking for the benefit of TCU. He's talking about for the benefit of the Big 12 Conference, or he's talking for the benefit of college football in general. And he's taken a leadership role within the American Football Coaches Association. He has been on the board of directors. He's been the president. He's been an advocate. He's not scared to put himself out there and really fight for the game. I've got a really good friend who's the offense coordinator. Sonny Cumbie is the offense coordinator at TCU. He and I worked together for 3 years at Texas Tech. And I haven't talked to him this week, but we're really good friends, close, and love his family. And he's a really good guy. He's done a great job there. But through that relationship, before I ever coached a game at Troy, when I got Gary allowed me to come visit there. And I stayed probably 3 or 4 days and watched him practice. And the thing that really, and I always respect him and I'm always very appreciative of this, is he didn't know me other than Sonny and I were close. And he took me in and really spent quality time with me about head coach and how it would be a play caller and a head coach. And I've appreciated that. I appreciate that, and I respect him, and he's done a great job with that program. And this is going to be a difficult football game. It really is. It's a game that I think, like most of the games in our conference, is going to come down to the fourth quarter. We're going to have to play really, really well, and it's a game we need, without question.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a break. We invite you to stay tuned. More coverage continues after this from Subway, official training restaurant of athletes everywhere.
Right now at Subway restaurants, you can choose from 3 foot-long faves starting at $5 each. That's a foot-long Black Forest ham, cold-cooked combo, or meatball marinara made with any veggies you want on your choice of bread starting at $5 each. Grab a few faves to feed your whole group, or get yourself one for now and save another for later. But hurry, foot-long faves starting at $5 won't be around for long. Subway. Eat fresh. At participating restaurants, extras additional plus tax. No additional discounts or coupons. Freshly prepared in front of you.
While we anxiously await the return of Mountaineer sports, there are other athletes like you trying to stay in the game. Hi, it's Tony Caridi. Whether you suit up for WVU or just play for fun, don't let an injury keep you on the bench. The state's best athletes rely on world-class care from the same WVU Medicine Orthopedics team of experts that help you with sprains, broken bones, or anything life throws at you. It is a great day to be a Mountaineer with WVU Medicine. Call 855-WVU-CARE to schedule your appointment today.
If you're looking to build or upgrade your current outdoor space but have no idea where to start, well, look no further. Central Supply Company can connect you with local contractors and get you the material that you need to start enjoying your very own outdoor living space. Whether you need to add an outdoor fireplace, pavers, brick, stone veneer, sidewalk, driveway, or a retaining wall, Central's got you covered. Call for the red trucks, 1-800-348-5577, or online, centralsupplywv.com.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network.
The Mountaineers on the Watchdog.
Managing your business can be a minefield. One step in the wrong direction, and it can feel like everything you've worked for is at risk. I always had a vision of building a team. A crew of true professionals that could handle it all, tax, insurance, and investments. Big enough to partner with Encova, but personal enough to protect your interests on the home front. I'm Gary, and this is the Glessner Group.
Like this. That's why U.S. Cellular is building a 5G network that works from outside to inside uninterrupted, so you can stay connected even if you aren't at the game. Right now, get unlimited data for just $30 a month. Check out uscellular.com for more info. U.S. Cellular. Upgrade to fair. Data may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Video streams at up to 480p DVD quality. Credit approval and autopay paperless billing required. Additional terms apply.
Welcome back to the Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mountaineer Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, VLY Moundsville.
Welcome back, everybody. We head into our number 2 here on the Neil Brown Show. Oh, can you hear in the distance? Yes, it's the call and the sound of Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill. It's that time to join the Wolfman, Dale Wolfley. Good evening to you, Wolf.
Hey, TC, Coach Brown, how you doing tonight?
We're
Wolf,
great.
Wolf, I'm doing good. Hey, Tony, so Wolf and I did a segment earlier today.
Yeah.
You would be super impressed with the man's attire.
Wolf, what'd you wear?
He
What'd you
looked
have on
sharp
today?
Oh, you know, I wore the tie and the coat and trying to do my best impression of TC.
No doubt. He did.
No,
Slightly stronger upper body.
Well, I would, he's an offensive lineman. I mean, I get that part of the deal, sure. Now, Wolf even brings a sport coat and tie to the radio booth on game days.
Hey, it's impressive. Here's the deal. He and I always do this segment for our 1891 club elite members. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of in a bum phase right now. Like I don't do a great job shaving. I haven't had a haircut going on 2 months, and it's really showing. I had shorts and which Tony appreciates too, because I'm in straight COVID attire, which is shorts and try to put on a nice top. Tony and Wolfman both, they're going full suits and stuff on all our TV stuff this week. But Wolf took it to another level today. He really showed me up. I mean, he was dressed sharp. Nice coat.
Wolf, I think next week you take it to the next level and wear a cummerbund.
Bow tie. If he gets one of Dr. Keith's bow ties, that'd be awesome.
Hey,
that'd be awesome.
for a cummerbund, it would look like a WWE championship belt.
Well, hey, Wolf. So Wolf hadn't been traveling with us, but so we've kind of been going, and Tony knows this, which I don't think he's probably a fan of, but we've been a little bit more casual as we go on the road.
Fine, that's good.
We've been more casual on the road, and so just kind of wearing, nice pants, nice shoes, but pullover, whatever. So we lose 2 on the road. I'm like, you know what? I'm going back to the coat. Get out a nice, got a nice coat that somebody gave me. One of our supporters gave me. I appreciate it. Nice coat. And I'm like, this is going to be the key. It wasn't the key. You still got it. Funny, the coat had no effect on the outcome of the game.
Well, maybe if you would have taken the coat and put it in over the back judge's head, maybe that could have helped. The coat could have done the difference there.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll let you say that.
Although he made a few calls as if he had a coat over the top of his head, but that's a whole other story. Hey, Wolf, fire it away before we get indicted here by the league. Go right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I got some people chopping for some questions, so hang on. There you go. Make sure you say your name now.
Casey.
Go ahead.
Hi, Casey.
What makes TCU top of the Big 12 year after year? Their defense.
All right, so it's I think schematically they always have good answers, and so they try to make you play left-handed. They try to take you the best things that you do in the run and pass game and try to take those away. And they've got really good personnel. They've always had defensive ends that can rush the passer and corners that can play man coverage. And if you have pass rush and guys that can play man coverage, then it allows you to do some things that some other teams can't. So I think those are some big reasons why they've been successful for a long time. Appreciate the question, Casey.
Yeah, how was that for a first question, huh?
That was solid.
They know what they're doing there.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Next question.
All right, this is Cappy, and I think we have a much better defense and more consistent offense. Do you have any areas of concern with this TCU matchup? If so, what's the key in stopping it?
Yeah. Cappy always have concerns. So I think the biggest concern I'll talk about when they have the ball first is just the ability of the quarterback to run. Pull down, broken plays, and then he's got long speed and he's strong. So he had an 80-yard run last week. He's a big kid. He's strong. So the quarterback running the football is probably my biggest concern when they have the ball. For us, when we have the football, the concern is we've got to get a running game going, and they've been stingent against the run. And so those are the concerns. And then the biggest thing special teams-wise, their punt returners averaging over 20 yards every time he gets the ball, which is, in this day and age, is incredible. So those are my chief concerns going into the game.
That's a great question by Cappy. Hang on now. We got another one.
Okay.
Hi, Coach. This is Chelsea. I've been really impressed with the offensive calls this year, but I want to know, is there any chance that we're going to see the flea flicker this year?
Yeah, the flea flicker. Casaza killed me on the flea flicker last year.
Well, you had that. The O'Loughlin play was basically a flea flicker.
It was kind of a flea flicker.
Yeah.
I like the flea flicker. We had one that was wide open against Texas, and they closed on it fast. Mike got me on it. And then here's the funny thing. Texas ran it, or maybe it wasn't against Texas. Texas completed a flea flicker on the same day that we didn't complete one. No, I'm a fan of the flea flicker. It won't happen this week, but we'll try to bring it back for you.
Well, she loves the flea flicker. She likes the way it sounded, so that was her question. But now, I got one more person here for a question, Coach, and I think you know this one.
Hi, Coach. This is Valerie. Saturday is honoring our veterans, but Saturday is also the 50th anniversary of the Marshall crash. Will there be any mention of that at our game?
Yeah. Val, good to hear your voice. Hadn't seen you for a long time, so glad you're here in town. and appreciate the question. And it's funny because actually you either Wolf lets you in on our conversations during the break, or you could read our minds. But Tony and I were just talking about that. And 50th year anniversary, we will have mention of them during our game. And it's Bill Legg was actually, and we talked about Bill earlier, Bill coached at Marshall for a long time, and Bill was actually educating me on some of the things that Marshall does to honor the victims of the plane crash. And he was talking about the fire at the Student Center and the fountain out front,
Right.
and really enjoyed listening to those stories. And Bill can tell a story, but I really enjoyed listening to that one. And we will, in game, we will honor and be thinking about those victims and the Marshall plane crash.
Hey, TC, I got one more person question. If I don't get around, she's going to be upset. So hang on, please.
Wolf's got a lot of ladies around him. You notice
Hey, I'll
that?
tell you what.
Heavy
they know what's
female.
going on in this football game. I'm telling you. It's impressive.
Absolutely, Wolf.
Regina.
Go ahead. You're on there.
Okay. Hi. With countless impacts the epidemic has had on this season, have you seen any developments that may have positively impacted the team during this unique season?
That's a good
Yes.
question.
It is. That is a deep question. I will even say that. That's a deep question. I think that just not taking things for granted. Just being grateful for the opportunity to play is something that our staff and our players have used during this difficult time. I think that's the biggest thing, is just understanding how fortunate we are to be able to play the game and take part, not only in the game of football but here at West Virginia. That's the takeaway. But it's been a challenge, and we're trying to overcome it.
Yeah.
Thanks
Thanks
for
so
the
much.
question. Yeah.
Hey, Wolf, since
Yeah.
you've done such a fun, not only did you do a great job of corralling the questions, technically you're working that thing over there. Sound beautifully. You're doing a great job.
Wolf is actually the engineer
tonight as well. It's
That's going on my resume. This is definitely going on.
Hey, Wolf,
first.
we're going to get up with you a little bit later on, but before we cut Neil loose, what's on your mind? What are your questions about this game to Neil?
Well, I asked most of the questions I had today with Coach, but the one thing I really did want to say is that I really enjoyed seeing the progress of this team thus far. I know a lot of people are wins and losses, and I understand that and the measurables of that. But again, is when you see the growth that's actually happening, when I saw the growth from Oklahoma State on the road to Texas and just competing with the big boys, you went number 16 Kansas State, you beat them, you whooped them, and then you come back and you play number 22 Texas. That's big for anybody. And the fact that you're in the games, you're competing, shows that the program is moving up. And TC, remember this, last year the Mountaineers averaged 20 points scoring. This year they're at 30. Last year, the defense was giving up 30 points in scoring, and now they're at 20.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely.
That's what I had to say, and I talked about that with Coach earlier. But again, I think it's important to take it into perspective and see the relativity of what's happening.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and this is a bottom line business, and so wins and losses are the only thing that obviously people will recall. But I do think that in time, when we look back at this era, we always talk about trusting the climb. You're going to see, okay, that was that point where it was here, and now that next piece. The next piece is going to be real fun. You got to get to it.
Yeah, we got to. And we've got a ways to go. We've got to continue to improve. And the game on Saturday is going to be a big stepping stone for us. It's a game that, playing at home, how do our guys respond after a tough loss? TCU's coming here on a 2-game win streak. They got a lot of confidence. Quarterback's playing his best football in his career. Defensively, they've had a lot of success the last 2 weeks. And it's going to be a huge challenge for us. And I hope crowd, whatever we're letting in, I hope we can get that number and enjoy. It's going to be another nice Saturday.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to it.
All right, man, we're going to cut you loose. Jeff Castile in the on-deck circle. He's
ready.
Looks like he's studying game notes over there, getting ready because he's trying to handle the high, hard fastball. We'll get with him. Neil, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. We're back with more after this from Subway, official training restaurant of athletes everywhere.
At Encova Insurance, we encircle you with insurance solutions you can trust. We provide coverage to protect what you care about. Business insurance, including workers' compensation, auto, home, and life insurance. What makes us unique? Our superior financial strength, smart technology, a one-stop shop for custom-tailored solutions. Encova 360, our approach to workers' compensation and local decision-making. We are Encova Insurance. Visit Encova.com for more information.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Injured in a car wreck? The last thing you should worry about is how much it's going to cost you to fight the insurance company. Call 800-687-5990. Attorneys Farmer, Klein, and Campbell. It costs you nothing out of pocket, and we don't get paid unless you do. We know about the money the insurance companies won't tell you about. We could get you more. Injured in a car wreck? It costs you nothing out of pocket. Nothing. Call attorneys Farmer, Klein, and Campbell. 800-687-5990. Around here, you matter.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineers Sports Network.
The Mountaineers on the Watchdog.
Homes for Mountaineers and their fans. Make your first home or your last home a dream home by Dan Ryan Builders. Dan Ryan Builders and WVU, a winning combination. Let's go Mountaineers. Visit DanRyanBuilders.com to learn more.
Dan Ryan Builders, better value, better living.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on backyard favorites like grill-ready hamburgers and fresh-picked strawberries? Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, plus rewards like fuel points, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
We're talking West Virginia football on the Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill. Now, once again, here's Tony Caridi.
Welcome back, everybody. Neil Brown Show continues, and coming up a little bit later on in the program, we'll head back out to Kegler's. Wolf's going to be over there, and we'll do our Subway Fresh Take. I'm having this like really surreal moment right now. It's kind of like Back to the Future. Joining us on the program is Jeff Castile, the pride of Paden City. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, Tony. How you doing?
I'm good. So your first year at WVU was 01?
Correct.
01.
Yes.
19 years ago.
Yes.
You haven't changed a doggone bit.
Yeah. I came in as probably one of the younger guys, and I'm now, I think, the oldest guy. So.
Are you the oldest guy? If you are, then this is a young staff. If you're the oldest guy.
I would think I am, pretty sure.
How fast does that happen, dude?
Yeah. My hair's changed a little bit, Tony.
You were at Shepherd when? When were you at Shepherd?
I went to Shepherd in, I believe, 88, I think, was when I started there. My first year was at a high school in Miami, Florida, Palmetto High School. I was there one season and then went to Shepherd.
Came back home. You were with Monty Cater for all those years.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Good coach. Great guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's good to have you back here, man.
Man, I appreciate it. I'm glad to be back. Thankful, grateful, everything.
It's been a journey, huh?
Yeah, it has. It's been fun. I've enjoyed every place I've been. It's just it's no place like getting back home, though.
Yeah, absolutely. You make the transition back onto the field. For those that don't know, you came in the off season as an analyst, and then transition happens in the summer, and you're back out onto the field, and it's kind of like back where you started, right? You're back in that same position. You're back in that same world, and it's got to. I'm sure there have been times at practice where it's had to hit you for at least a second where you're kind of like, wow, right?
Yeah. I tell you, I'm enjoying it. It's, the thing that I miss is game day without the crowd is, that's
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, because that's we have such a great atmosphere here, and I kind of miss that, and but we got a good group and good staff, and everybody gets along, and we just got to keep plugging.
Yeah, I want to get into that as far as because the staff has done a great job. Let's talk about your room first. When you're an analyst, you're not really dealing with the players. You're doing, you're doing what it says. You're analyzing opponents, you're breaking down tape, but you really don't know the kids. So you had a short leash to get into your room and to learn your kids, start to build relationships, a whole different deal.
Yeah, it was, and it, when I had just gotten started, then the COVID hit, and everybody was. We were Zoom meeting and all that. And I would sit in on Coach Jeff Kuhn's meetings. And so, I'd get a chance to listen to the kids a little bit there. But, I really didn't know hardly any of the guys, and let alone the guys that I had to coach. So, but that's been good. And, it's a good group. And, I'm enjoying it, and hopefully the kids are. I don't know if they are, but...
or they're playing for you.
Well, and, it's a kinder, gentler Coach Castile right now for,
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm just, I'm being a little bit more calm. I don't have as, the kids really, just coaching, not one position and having... those guys, and I had to come in and really learn the defense as well, and so it's really been a good experience, and I'm just now really probably starting to get with and understand the kids a little bit more as what makes them tick, and that's the key.
Well, let's get into that a little bit because I'm really interested and intrigued of this molding together of all of these coordinators in that room, right? Dante Wright coordinated. You coordinated. Obviously, Jordan had coordinated. All you guys. Jamal has had that for the Coach Kuntz has had. So, and it's a different deal. It's not the dictatorship iron fist of the old school. That's the coordinator, and what he says goes. Kind of like when you ran the deal. No, I'm just teasing. but it seems as though it is so much more of a collaboration than it is a coordination.
Yeah, I would say that's quite true. It's really a good staff, and it is a younger staff, and kind of like when we first got there, we were probably 40, 41, and most of the guys are, Jamal played for us, and boy, is he doing a good job. But everybody has, gets their 2 cents, and Jordan does a good job of letting people put their ideas together.
Yeah. Well, I want to get into, we'll pull apart the defense as far as, okay, so exactly what is it? Because I think that's intriguing to try to figure that out. So Jeff Castile is our guest. We invite you to stay tuned. More coming up here on the Neil Brown Show.
Since 1994, Kegler Sports Bar has been one of Morgantown's most popular hangouts for sports fans. Come enjoy the game while eating Kegler's award-winning wings or try our selection of over 45 beers. But don't take our word for it. Come into Kegler's and see for yourself why we've been recognized nationally for our lively atmosphere and superior service. Follow us on Facebook or visit KeglerSportsBar.com to check out our daily specials. Kegler Sports Bar, sports, food, and great times.
The coronavirus continues to affect us all, and AARP is here in West Virginia actively supporting you and your community. Every day, they're providing trusted information from experts, working to protect people from fraud, supporting family caregivers, and making it easier for neighbors to help neighbors through the new AARP Community Connections website. We may be apart, but we're not alone. Click to connect at aarp.org/near-you.
Staying connected means games can still feel like this, even if they actually sound like this. That's why U.S. Cellular is building a 5G network that works from outside to inside uninterrupted, so you can stay connected even if you aren't at the game. Right now, get unlimited data for just $30 a month. Check out uscellular.com for more info. U.S. Cellular. Upgrade to fair. Data may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Video streams at up to 480p DVD quality. Credit approval and autopay paperless billing required. Additional terms apply.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network.
The Ohio Valley home for complete coverage of the West Virginia Mountaineers is right here on the Watchdog.
Mountaineer First and Goal Contest. Rush to score a touchdown as you gain yards by purchasing qualifying items each month. The best part, gear up for next season with Gomart's monthly WVU giveaways. Leading up to the ultimate win, a tailgate and tickets package, or a game during the 2021 football season. Go to gomart.com for more details.
The chance of bowling a perfect game, 1 in 11,000. The chance of becoming a famous YouTuber, 1 in 135. The chance of cracking the screen of your smartphone, 1 in 6. So what's the chance of winning the West Virginia lottery? It's 0 if you don't play. With prizes ranging into the millions for draw games, instant win scratch-offs, and an app to make it all easier, don't you think it's time to take your chance? You may be a winner. App does not allow purchases. Please play responsibly at a distance.
We're talking West Virginia football on the Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill. Now, once again, here's Tony Caridi.
A reminder, the kickoff on Saturday is at high noon. Pregame coverage with the Gomart Mountaineer Tailgate Show will begin at 8:30, and we invite you to join us. Our special guest is WVU assistant coach Jeff Castile. Okay, so now let's talk a little X's and O's. So this is always funny to me, because if you were to do a general survey in West Virginia, and they would say, hey, what kind of defense does Jeff Castile run? And people would say, the heavy majority would say, well, odd stack. He's an odd stack defense guy. But the reality of it was, you were not an odd stack defense guy until Rich said, I want to play the odd stack defense. Correct. But it became you're an odd stack guy. So now let's go back. So you come into this environment and you walk into that room. What do you term this defense? Just simply multiple?
Yes, very, very much so. Because there's so much movement up front, number one, and that's really tough on the offensive line. And there's some odd front principles. There's it's really a mixture and very, very multiple. And coverage-wise, and behind it is the guys can do a good job of hiding things.
Is that just a result of how the game has changed, that you had to be multiple? Can you still run odd stack all the time?
I don't know. You probably there's so many different ways of really doing things. So, again, from what we did it, the odd stack really from an even front principle. And that's because we were even front guys, we kind of built it towards that. But, I think you have to be multiple. You got to mix it up. And the big thing is being able to get after the quarterback enough and make them uncomfortable. And we've had success here this season by being able to be multiple and make people uncomfortable.
Knowing this state as well as you do, doesn't it absolutely blow your mind that we've got 4 kids from Fairmont Senior and 2 kids from Bridgeport that are running around? I was telling Neil, I said, Neil, I don't think you quite understand. What you have here it's probably a once in a generation plus of that happening, right?
Yeah, quite true. Quite true. And I tell you, and all those kids are contributing.
Yeah.
You know, they're doing a great job. They're tough kids. They're smart. They're workers. And, you know, and they come from good programs. I mean, those the programs that they come from, that's a winning, those guys win.
Yeah. I'd love to get your take on the difference of style of play of football since you were out west, you were Pac-12. So now you've seen Big East, you've seen limited amount, but you're seeing the Big 12 and obviously Pac-12 as well. Walk me through here what the biggest change or styles. Is it football or are there differences of note?
No, you know, at least I think the Big 12 and the Pac-12 very similar probably in the style of play. You know, they want to, with the exception of Stanford. Stanford is still, they still want to smack you in the mouth with it. But, you know, for the most part, they're going to throw the ball. But there's a lot of similarities, I think, between the two leagues. And, you know, the Big East, I thought when we went out to the Pac, the Big East had gotten really a bad rap because I know the teams that we had here and some of the teams that we played in that league would have been very competitive out there. So, I think the Big 12 and the Pac-12, probably there's similarities there.
Dante Wright was with us a couple of weeks ago, and he said that basically offensive football today is triple option football, but the option is the slant becomes, instead of throwing it backwards, now they throw it forwards. So what is your impression of what offensive football is today? How hard is it to stop this stuff now?
Well, it is. They're still ahead, I think, because of some of the rules that
you defensive guys always say that.
It's the truth, Tony. I mean, they're letting guys down the field when they throw the football. It's not fair. You know,
you're right.
I hate to complain, but holding is basically legalized now. You know, they get outside the framework, but you know, the fast pace, the tempo makes it tough. And you know, Rich was doing that back here. You know, whatever, 15, 20 years ago. But it is. Dante's right. It is. It's option football from way back in the day. But it all comes down to being able to have success, whether you can stop the run defensively and run the ball offensively. It still comes back down to those
still
things.
it, isn't it?
Football is still football. It's just a different way of doing it.
Because last week, you know, you could make a huge point to say Texas won because they ran it and West Virginia was unable to run it.
Yeah. So, you know, it's still a block and tackle game. You just have to be careful. Sometimes it's a little different with the blocking. And, you know, some of the things that were great plays defensively that you would consider to be physical football, now, you know, that you may get thrown out of the game for.
I see. Yeah. I mean, that was the Jamal Adai probably wouldn't play all the games.
I said that to him, I don't know, probably a month ago. I said, if you were playing, you'd be thrown out every game. You know, I mean, he was as you know, you can remember, he was he was a hitter.
Yeah, he'd absolutely. Give me your this week's work. When you see TCU on offense, I know coordinators and I know coaches always dislike quarterbacks that'll take it and run. So you got one of those this week again.
Yeah, he's really talented. He can run. I don't know, he went 80, 85 yards last week, but and then I think they do a really good job of designing plays for him to run. I don't know that he's, you know, when he drops back to throw the football, that he's going to take off probably as quick maybe as the kid from Texas, but he can run and will run. And the problem with him is the design runs, because they get a hat advantage on you from the beginning. And you have a talented kid that he can flat out fly.
He goes, doesn't he?
Yeah, and they have you know, I like their backs. They get kids out on the edge like everybody does in this league that can run, and he can throw the deep ball. He's done a good job throwing the ball down the field, so we got our work cut out for us.
Jeff Castile is our guest. We invite you to stay tuned. A little bit later, we'll be going back out to Kegler's with Dale Wolfley. More coming up. Stay with us after this from United Bank.
At United Bank, banking means more than financial solutions. It means rallying around the causes that are important to our customers, employees, and communities. While we have grown in size and presence, we have never forgotten our roots. By giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success, because to us, this is home. United Bank, West Virginia's bank, proud to be united with the Mountaineers. Member FDIC.
My name is John. I've worked hard since I was 15 years old. I've injured myself quite a few times. I thought I knew what addiction was, but I really didn't. Kicking opioids by far has been the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I drew a line and I got in the program I'm still in today. 600 days sober and counting.
Opioid use disorder can happen to anyone. Through treatment with medication, so can recovery. Learn more at backtolifewv.org.
Julia's Pepperoni Rolls, the original pepperoni roll and the official pepperoni roll of the West Virginia Mountaineers, still made with the original recipe since 1925. Julia's Pepperoni Rolls features delicious homemade bread, succulent pepperoni, mouth-watering cheese, and are conveniently available at quality retailers everywhere. When ordering, be sure to ask for a Julia's Pepperoni Roll, because if it's not Julia's, it's not the original or official pepperoni roll of the Mountaineers.
Welcome back to the Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill. Have a question for the show? Send us a tweet at WVUMSN. Here's your host, Tony Caridi.
The greatest athlete in the history of Payton City is our guest.
Boy, I don't know. You might be going a little too much there.
Jeff Castile joins us, and it's time now for our Parks Hard Worker of the Week. It's brought to us by Parks. Work hard, play harder. Park Superstores. All right, so the way this works is that we ask each of these coaches who stands out to you either when you're watching tape or when you're on the practice field, it's flying around, it's constantly working hard the way you want them to work. Who do you got for us?
You know, I'm going to go Alonzo Adai.
Oh, he becomes a repeat winner.
Yeah,
Dante
well, you know
Wright
what?
won with him too.
But I'm telling you, when I got here again, when we started practicing with the kids, he works his tail off. And, you know, you watch him play on Saturdays and, you know, he's flying all over the place. But he's doing that on Monday, he's doing that on Tuesday, he's doing that on Wednesday. I mean, that's the way he practices, just the way you want him to play.
That's super interesting, isn't it? And normally there's a couple of guys that'll do that and make the coaches go like, that's what I want. Why doesn't everyone do that?
I don't know. If we knew that.
Well, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
You know what? I don't know. I think sometimes the kids think that they're probably doing what they're supposed to be doing at a speed, and they don't realize that that they can go harder. In fact, I just pointed that out to the group I coach 2 weeks ago. You know, we did a great job, K-State game. But they can play harder. They can. They're still. We still haven't gotten as good as we can be here from a defensive standpoint.
Right.
Talking about that, and as far as just effort, you know, and so those, you know, we're working on those things, and you know, the kids. It's not that they're trying to loaf or, you know, not give great effort, but you know, they you know, you still have to push them.
Do you think they don't realize how much they can go?
Correct. Correct. And I think, you know, they get worried about the next play, where's the end at? You know what I mean? And I think they're afraid sometimes they'll run out of gas. But that's what I tell us is what we need, you know, we'll put another guy in, you know, get your breath and so we can come at people in waves. But and they're doing. We're getting a lot better with that. I think from the first week to where we're at now. I think overall we've gotten so much better from a defensive standpoint.
What was your evaluation, Jeff, of last week's performance by the defense as a whole?
Well, we didn't do enough to get it done. I think, and again, we didn't probably tackle as well as we have the first 6-7 games, but and I think probably Texas kids had a little bit to do with that. Their backs were, and we knew that going in that they're big kids and could run, but they did a nice job, and we just got to continue to try to work it, doing the things that we need to do to tackle. But I thought that was probably the biggest thing that that was a difference for us. We had been tackling really, really well.
When you look back at this season, there's not a whole lot of situations where people have just mowed down the field against you, but there have been some big plays.
Right.
Oklahoma State, you give up a run.
Yep.
Last week, you give up that first doggone play.
Yep.
You give up a big run. So those are obviously, you're close, but you got to stop the big one from happening.
Correct. And, it's just a matter of, again, we saw something there a little different that they hit us on the Texas game anyway. And then we had we jumped out of a gap with the Oklahoma State. It's just, playing team defense and doing your job. And that's what, everybody preaches. And, the kids are, again, nobody's going to play mistake-free, but, hopefully, and that's one of the reasons why we talk about effort, because when there is a mistake, sometimes effort can cover up mistakes. I know back here in our day that was kids played and ran to the football and covered up a lot of things that coaching wise we're like, that's not what we want, but effort covers it up.
That's a great point, isn't it? What are your memories from your days here when the thing was absolutely rolling at that level?
Well, back then, I'm so thankful for the player. We had some really, really, really good players, and it's so funny when you have them. At least I don't know that I was really fully appreciated until you
don't have them.
Right. And and I hear from a lot of those guys throughout the, whether they were linebackers, D linemen, the back end guys, and there's a great camaraderie with West Virginia football, and again, I think that's some of the things that these guys, these players are going to experience, and and I guarantee you the guys are watching them, and all the guys who played at West Virginia over the years, they're paying attention to them, and
they like what they see.
Absolutely.
I hear from them, and they like this whole. They like where this thing's going.
Absolutely, and that we try to remind the kids of that. Those guys are watching, and and there's been some really outstanding, great football players here, and we've got a few that are walking around in the building these days right here.
Yeah.
And we have some good young players, and we've got some good older guys, and we're just trying to put it together.
Jeff Castile is our guest. We invite you to stay tuned. More coming up after this from WVU Medicine, official medical provider of the Mountaineers.
WVU Medicine Children's provides specialty maternal, infant, and pediatric care for families in West Virginia and the surrounding region. We offer care to high-risk mothers, premature infants, and children with life-threatening conditions through adolescence to adulthood. Visit WVUkids.com.
At Northeast Natural Energy, we're making the most for West Virginia through the state's abundance of clean natural gas. We're West Virginia operated, West Virginia trusted, and West Virginia fans. Northeast Natural Energy, doing things well for West Virginia.
Gear up with the latest Mountaineers apparel from the official online store, shopwvu.com. You'll find a great selection of over 2,000 Mountaineers products, including official team merchandise from Nike. Get everything a Mountaineers fan needs, including jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, and more. Remember, real Mountaineers gear up at the West Virginia Mountaineers official online store, shopwvu.com.
At Encova Insurance, we encircle you with insurance solutions you can trust. We provide coverage to protect what you care about. business insurance, including workers' compensation, auto, home, and life insurance. What makes us unique? Our superior financial strength, smart technology, a one-stop shop for custom-tailored solutions, Encova 360, our approach to workers' compensation, and local decision-making. We are Encova Insurance. Visit Encova.com for more information.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineers Sports Network.
The Mountaineers on the Watchdog.
And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
When the unexpected happens, it's good to know you can count on the certified professional restorers at Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Whether it's fire, smoke, flood, or storm that damages your home or business, you can rest assured that we have helped thousands of families just like yours. With the right people, equipment, and expertise, we are ready to respond 24 hours a day to get you quickly back on your feet.
I'm Neil Brown. When disaster strikes your home or business, tell your insurance provider you prefer the restoration company the Mountaineers call. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration.
Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler Sports Bar and Grill, continues exclusively on MSN, the Mountaineers Sports Network. Once again, here's Tony Caridi.
Neil Brown Show brought to us by the West Virginia Lottery. You know, the lottery just got easier with the app. You can check tickets and winning numbers, view jackpot information, create digital play slips, and more. Download the West Virginia Lottery app today. Please play responsibly. What's the biggest thing you missed about West Virginia when you weren't here?
Well, that's a lot. Number one, my family, but you know the people here. I mean, it's just I don't know. When you're from here, it's just there's just something about it, and you know, I really am thankful to be back. There's just I don't know. It's home. There's no other way to say it other than being home. And the other thing I missed eating some hot dogs back here.
Yeah, some Fairmont dogs, pepperoni rolls.
Yeah, the food out west wasn't quite
not your thing.
Not my thing. No.
So you're much more hills and valleys than you are desert and mountains.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and a few too many snakes out there for me.
You see a few, did you?
Yeah. I got a house and you know I had to get some trees cleared out and all that and I come back home. I'd lived in there. We'd been in there for 3 months and the guy calls, "Hey, I guess I got good news." I said, "Good." He goes, "I got your stuff done." He goes, "I got some bad news." I said, "What?" They took 4 rattlesnakes out of my front yard.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. That was Tucson?
That was Tucson.
How was the Nevada thing?
Nevada, that there wasn't quite as many snakes, but there's still snakes, and I don't like snakes.
All right, good enough. Hey, I want to ask you a philosophical question here. 2020 absolutely has been miserable, all right? Worst year probably that we've all had to collectively endure. But eligibility's frozen. Mm-hmm. Is there a big upside to the fact that some of these kids in this program, right, are going to get a developmental year that doesn't count on their clock?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's really big. You know, the thing that would really help is if we got that free year and nobody else did.
Yeah, I hear. No, I get you.
But yeah, that's really big, and that's one of the things we talked about. Like, you know, in the NFL, you know, they get those guys for 7, 8 years or whatever, you know, sometimes longer than that. But, you know, and just think how good they're. Just like, you know, you have your like Dylan Tonkery's probably playing as good as he's played, the last few weeks. But he's a fifth-year guy.
Right.
And they should be playing their best football their fifth year. So if you can add another one or two to that, it's the kids, Tonk can run the meeting in there, basically. He knows what's going on. And, so I think, a kid, you got a guy like Jared Bartlett who's young and still learn. So, for him to get an opportunity to get an extra year.
You mentioned Bartlett, a couple of opposing coaches the last several weeks, they come out unsolicited and they say that 50 is jumping off the tape. Mm-hmm. So he's going to have a big upside, just a redshirt freshman.
Yeah, he can run, and like I say, he's a young guy that's just learning the game, and good kid's got a work ethic, and I think his best football is down the road here a year or so.
Perfect. All right, Jeff, appreciate it very much, man. Good to see you. We wish you the best of luck on Saturday. This will be a very important, good one to get.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Same here. Mountaineer assistant Jeff Castile. We've got more coming up. We head to Kegler's with the Wolfman when we come back after this from Bud Light.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Secure your field position in November, the last month of the Mountaineer First and Goal contest at Go-Mart. All month long, you'll be automatically entered for a chance to win a signed WVU football by purchasing 24-ounce Coke products. And if you've played each month, you're on your way to the final push into the end zone for a chance to score the grand prize, a tailgate and tickets package for a game during the 2021 football season. But remember, you must register your rewards card to play. Go to GoMart.com for more details.
Have you been injured in a wreck? You shouldn't have to worry about fighting the insurance company, and it shouldn't cost you a dime. Call attorneys Farmer, Klein, and Campbell, 800-687-5990. We help fellow West Virginians. Ask around. We've probably helped a friend, neighbor, or even a family member. We never ask you for money, and we don't get paid unless you do. Injured in a wreck? Call the law firm you know. 800-687-5990. Attorneys Farmer, Klein, and Campbell. Around here, you matter.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Committed to safety and providing opportunity for mountaineers all across the land. Diversified Gas and Oil, sustainable energy for the future of West Virginia. Diversified Gas and Oil, official partner of West Virginia Athletics.
We're committed to your individual journey. First, your degree online. Next, your career. Explore our graduate or undergraduate degree programs today. With hundreds of online courses, flexible start dates, and competitive pricing, WVU Online has a program for you. Join our Mountaineer family wherever you are. Start your career path or get ready for that next career move with learning options designed to fit your busy lifestyle. Take the next step on your journey by visiting us at online.wvu.edu. Your journey, your career, your choice.
Want to be a part of the Neil Brown Show? Text us your question at 304-314-4161. For more of tonight's show, here again, Tony Caridi.
And the Neil Brown Show is brought to us in part by Northeast Natural Energy. More than 150 years of combined knowledge and expertise focused in the Appalachian Basin. It's that time to head back over to Kegler's Sports Bar and check in with Dale Wolfley for our Subway Fresh Take of the Day. Fresh Take brought to us by Subway, and they are the official training restaurant of athletes everywhere. So, Wolf, you were over today, I know, here talking with Neil and recording with Neil, and you've been watching Scheme this week. Let's bust down TCU. Give me your just overall impression. What kind of a football team will West Virginia battle with here Saturday?
They're going to be playing and battling, Tony, a team that is on the rise. There's no doubt when you look at their offense, special teams, and defense that they were playing better. And on offensively, there's no doubt that Max Duggan is the cog in the offense. He is like a Sam Ellinger. He's doing the running. He's doing the passing. He's a player, man. You got to admire him. He's a true sophomore, and he's just a baller.
With that being said then, Wolf, walk me through some responsibilities on the defensive side for West Virginia. How do they try to make sure that they contain or slow him down?
Well, I think they're going to try to have him be minimized as best they can. And, we talked a little bit last week about Sam Ellinger. How did you go ahead, or how did you go and stop him? And, he only averaged 3 yards per rush, which is a yard shorter than he has all season. So the Mountaineers did do some good things against him. I thought I don't know if they spied on him or not, but Tony Fields was certainly watching him a lot. Also, you have to credit his 12 tackles that he had, being sideline to sideline. But I think they got some eyes on him, Tony. I think that's what you have to do with Max Duggan because he is an impromptu. They will do the stretch zone read. So they're going outside left, and he's going to run right. He had some huge plays against Texas Tech, and he is the leading rusher right now for TCU.
And what's interesting as well, Wolf, most teams, as we all know, use 1 or 2 running backs in the course of a game. These guys use multiple running backs through the course of a game. So they don't have a lead dog, but they use a bunch of bodies.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you know what, Tony? They're all averaging 5 to 6 yards per rush, which is also scary. But here's the core. Besides one player, all of them are freshmen. They are freshmen or redshirt freshmen. It's a stable of freshmen. And then you go ahead and you look to the wide receivers. And besides one player again, they have all freshmen in the top 4 receivers. It's really something else that I'm seeing this. We talk about the Mountaineers being a young team. Well, offensively, you have to say the same thing about the TCU Horned Frogs.
Use a bunch of players. I'm looking at their numbers right now. They only have 3 players who have more than 10 receptions. Tay Barber leads the way. You'll see him. He's number 4. He's got 27 catches. Blair Conrad's got 14. Quentin Johnston has 13. And then everyone else in single digits. And there is over 12 other guys who have caught passes this season for them.
Yeah, there's no doubt when you look at this. I'll tell you, Tay Barber, he's averaging 10 yards per reception, and he has 2 touchdowns. But, Tony, when you look at this, TCU has rushed for 12 touchdowns. Max Duggan has rushed for 6, and he's thrown for 6 touchdowns as well. They only have 6 receiving touchdowns, period. So, again, is this offense of the passing unit averaging about 212 yards per game. When you take a look at Max Duggan, because he hasn't played the whole season, he's only averaging about 185. So, again, is if you can corral him on the run, which I think the Mountaineers will surely try to do, then I think they're going to say, go ahead and beat us, Max, with your arm, because we know you can beat us with your legs if we let you.
Okay, let's jump over on the other side. We've been talking about Gary Patterson's defense all week long. What makes it good in your opinion?
Well, it's all about fundamentals. And when you look at the defensive line, when you look at the linebackers and the secondary, it is about fundamentals. And they're the same year in and year out. The only thing that I see that is different this year is that they've been hurt at the corner spot with injuries. And that has led to them going ahead and letting 20 plays of 30 or more plus yards, Tony. That has been their Achilles heel. When you look at this defense and break down the film and you look at the stats like I have, you're going to see that this defense is tough, man. They play solid. They go ahead and they will shut you down. It is hard to sustain a drive for a long time with this defense. But they give up the big play. And that is their Achilles heel. And that's why the Mountaineers have to go ahead and make sure that they are executing big explosive plays that Coach Brown's been talking about all season.
All right. Wolf, we appreciate the insight. Have a good night, and we will see you bright and early on Saturday morning.
Okay, great. Can't wait, man. Let's go, Mountaineers.
There he is, Dale Wolfley. That's our Subway Fresh Take, brought to us by Subway, the official training restaurant of athletes everywhere. And the Neil Brown Show, brought to us in part by Northeast Natural Energy, more than 150 years of combined knowledge and expertise focused in the Appalachian basis. Special thanks to our crew here, Devin Kane, Pat Sargent, David Kahn. We are off next week because the Mountaineers are off. We'll talk to you on Saturday, Mountaineer football. Have a good night, everybody.
Get more bank for your business with United Bank. Whether you'd like to start a business, purchase commercial real estate, or equipment, United Bank can help. We support business development throughout our great state, making business and consumer loans and fueling opportunities. Small business owners' dreams come true and larger corporations grow. What can we do for your business? United Bank, West Virginia's bank. Proud to be united with the Mountaineers. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
We are Staples, and we're ready to help shape the future of work life. With a team of real people by your side, dedicated to serve, sharing innovative ideas to keep your team connected, productive, and inspired. With a product assortment focused on business, so you can find exactly what you need. We're Staples, the work-life fulfillment company. Get to know us at staplesadvantage.com.
Morgantown's #1 new home builder and the official home builder of WVU Athletics, Dan Ryan Builders, builds award-winning homes for Mountaineers and their fans. Make your first home or your last home a dream home by Dan Ryan Builders. Dan Ryan Builders and WVU, a winning combination. Let's go, Mountaineers. Visit DanRyanBuilders.com to learn more.
Dan Ryan Builders, better value, better living.
The Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill, continues after this local timeout. This is MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network.
You're listening to The Watchdog, FM 98.1, AM 1600, and FM 97.7, AM 1370.
Highland Sports Complex is the coolest destination for sports and entertainment the Ohio Valley has ever seen. Pop in for some open basketball in our field house or reserve some turf time for your next practice or game on our synthetic fields. Online registration is open for development classes and leagues for youth and adults. Highland Sports is also the hottest destination for birthday parties and other events. So come challenge yourself on our play climb and enjoy your favorite virtual reality game in the arcade. No memberships required, so visit highlandsports.com to find your next entertainment experience and get ready to reach new heights.
World-class care from the same WVU Medicine Orthopedics team of experts that help you with sprains, broken bones, or anything life throws at you. It is a great day to be a Mountaineer with WVU Medicine. Call 855-WVU-CARE to schedule your appointment today.
Listening to the Neil Brown Show, presented by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill on MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network. Join us on Thursday nights throughout the season as we talk West Virginia University football. The Neil Brown Show has been brought to you by Kegler's Sports Bar and Grill, now offering delivery via DoorDash. Bud Light, whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Dan Ryan Builders, better value, better living. By Subway Restaurants, the official training restaurant of athletes everywhere. United Bank, West Virginia's bank, proud to be united with the Mountaineers. And by WVU Medicine, official medical provider of the Mountaineers. Be sure to join us right here on this MSN station on game day for coverage beginning 3.5 hours before kickoff. The preceding has been a Learfield IMG College presentation of MSN, the Mountaineer Sports Network.
You've been listening to WVU Football on the Watchdog, WKKX and WVLY. We now join our regularly scheduled program.
Tom Brady is in Tampa, and everybody thought he wouldn't do well. At first they laughed and said, Super Bowl. He's not going to the Super Bowl in their own building. Now, you could argue they're going to that game. I think they can beat Seattle. They already beat Green Bay. I think they can beat anyone in the NFC. And in fact, with Tom Brady and that team loaded, I think they can beat the Chiefs, Steelers, anybody.
Farrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Wake up call! It is bad that this guy died, but his title, he was the Sausage King of Russia.
Yes, I saw this yesterday on Twitter.
All I could think about was Abe Froman.
Me too. I posted this on Twitter under the link. I said, a man was murdered and all I care about is coming here for the Abe Froman jokes.
Yes.
Like, that's all I cared about. I see this story where the Sausage King of Russia gets murdered, and I'm like, oh, I bet there's a lot of cool Abe Froman jokes.
Yeah,
I didn't even give a thought to the man that was killed. I was like, where are the Abe Froman jokes? Come on. And Twitter did not let me down.
Not. The one thing I was wondering was, did he get snooty?
Yeah, right.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, we're not going to tell you. You need to just culture yourself.
Come on, culture yourself.
The Sausage King of Russia. Not to be confused with the Sausage King of Chicago.
That's right. You're Abe Froman. Yes, I am. Sausage King of Chicago. That's awesome.
Wake Up Call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. AutomotiveMap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, AutomotiveMap.com has it covered. Visit AutomotiveMap.com today.
The middle.
There you go. Can you give us a live update now? But give us an update on the leaderboard in Jerry Jones, not Jim Nance.
Your leader is Lee Westwood, currently 5 under par from 9, followed by his countryman Paul Casey, 4 under par. Tiger Woods, he's been on the party bus a time or two. He's a 2 under through 6 holes. Now back to my good friend Jim Nance.
Thank you, Jerry. Not bad. The world needed a little Jerry Jones updating the Masters, man. We all needed that.
He would be great in the booth.
Can you imagine that?
He awesome.
Right.
That never gets old, man. No. You can always get you a laugh out of Jerry.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
The middle.
Crown Royale?
Yeah, Crown Royale. If I go to the bar and want some Crown Royale, they'll be like, what?
They'll give you whatever you want. You're ordering 7 and 7. You're ordering kids' drinks. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Shirley Temple's in 7 and 7. Are you back at Kansas State?
How tall are you, Barrett? 6'5", 6'6"? 6'5 and a half. Yeah, you're going to get whatever you want.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Wake up call!
We are joined by legendary Hall of Fame quarterback, 4-time Super Bowl champion, the best quarterback in my lifetime, the one and only Joe Montana. How do you look at the quarterback situation in the NFL? Is it better? Is it worse? Where do you see it being played today in 2020?
Well, it's obviously a little bit of a different game, with the rules the way that they are. You're going to see a lot of yards because the guys are going to throw it because the rules kind of lend itself to that. It's great to see some of the young guys stepping up and playing early. It's not easy league to make the transition into. Obviously, Patrick did it very well, and Rose is coming along, and Herbert, those guys, they're fun to watch. And then again, on the other end of the spectrum, the older guys are fun to watch too. When you watch Tom, you watch guys like Russell Wilson and Drew Brees. I think the essence of it's all still pretty much the same, no matter what, how active and how athletic these guys are. It's still played pretty much from the pocket.
Wake Up Call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Coast to coast!
Sounded like Adam needed a tissue after the game. Here's Adam Gase.
It hurts. It's like guys, they battled. Just have a few mistakes that cost us the game.
We did a really good job of doing what we wanted to do here, which was lose, so that we would maintain an 0-9 mark and get the #1 draft pick. Everyone did a fantastic job.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on Quicken Loans, internal data. Rates and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumerAccess.org. Number 33.
This is the Die Hards.
Sale winds. He fires. Swing and a miss. Strike three. It's over. The Red Sox have won the World Championship.
Tom Brady takes the snap, drops to the knee, and the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title.
The Die Hards start now on the Sports Map Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Visit swingjuice.com today. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
It is Thursday. That means one thing. We have Mark Linehan. Yes, indeed. Hey! And there he is.
Howdy.
And we have Coach Billy Donovan. No. Come on, silly. Not that Coach Billy Donovan. Somebody.
Not too bad. Hey, I'm the Coach Billy Donovan that went to the MIA state tournament last year. I don't know about the Oklahoma City Billy Donovan.
Dude, you're all dressed up. You're wearing khakis. What's up? Did you have a court date today?
Parent-teacher conferences. Parent-teacher conferences at Milton High School.
Sure it is.
So not live, right, on TV?
I'm still finishing them right now. I'm on the phone.
So what
Do you have to wear pants to those things, though?
Recommended.
So what was the court date like?
Take the plea?
I did, and I pled the fifth.
There you go.
I drank a fifth.
There you go.
So
it's for the kids, though.
Yeah, all about the
It's all
kids.
about the kids.
So Linehan.
Yes.
The Buffalo Bills.
What'd I tell you?
What is your advice for the Buffalo Bills?
Don't pay your bills. Bet your bills.
You worked out well for you.
Yeah, that's why I'm so successful.
Yeah,
Follow
you're
your
awesome.
own advice?
You are awesome.
Yeah. No, of course not. Are you kidding me? I'm still disappointed because I was promised a very important position in the Kanye administration.
Yeah, how'd that work out for you?
I voted twice for him. Still didn't win.
Secretary of SUP.
We have Joe and Luke Duke, our associate producers, hanging out in the live studio audience
One of them
today.
voted for Pedro.
Yeah, they did. So what's happening, guys? What's new?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. I'm just trying to work on my fracking career.
All right. How's that working out for you?
Well, you know, it's time consuming.
Yep.
But it's for the kids.
It is for the kids.
And I'd like to thank my offensive line as well.
All right, good. Good. And Coach Billy D?
I'm ahead in Georgia by 12,000 votes now.
We've got a great show lined up for you tonight. We will talk to our NFL and SEC correspondent. We're calling it diehard correspondent as well. Leon Herring will join us later on in the program to give mid-season grades for some teams in the NFL. We'll talk to our betting pal from BetMGM, Jeff Stoneback.
Stoney
will join us on the program. The Masters today. We'll break it down. Jason Sobel will join us on the program from Sirius XM PGA Tour. Coach's Corner, the one and only Rick Neuheisel will join us on the program. We'll do a Beantown rundown. Coming up next, covers the Red Sox, covers MLB. Sean McAdam joins the Diehards next on the Sports Map Radio Network.
It's for the kids.
The Sentinel Group sponsors this paid advertisement for legal services and is responsible for legal services. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months? The FDA has warned that Zantac and other medications containing heartburn drug, ranitidine, may be contaminated with cancer-causing agent NDMA. Zantac may be linked to these cancers: bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months, call now. 800-325-8544. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. You may be owed significant compensation. Call 800-325-8544. 800-325-8544. That's 800-325-8544.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you can consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter. Licensed in all 50 states and MLS Consumer Access Federal number 330.
Over 2.5 million airline passengers fly every day in the United States. Those passengers depend on reliable airplanes, and those planes need certified aircraft technicians. That's where you come in. We are the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, and we train tomorrow's technicians. We train our students hands-on with real aircraft, develop their skills, and prepare them for real jobs in the industry. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the average aircraft technician in the United States makes over $62,000 a year.
The job opportunity is there, the money is there.
If you want to work with your hands, it's a perfect place for you.
Call 800-876-0097.
I'm very impressed with the AIM curriculum. The school's keeping pace with the demands of the industry.
The potential for growth is astounding.
At the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, we train tomorrow's technicians.
800-876-0097. 800-876-0097.
You're listening to The Diehards on the SportsMap Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Visit swingjuice.com today. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
Also hanging our pal, Coach Billy Donovan. No, not that one. But he is wearing khakis.
Yep.
And a belt. And a belt.
And two shoes.
And his court appearance went well.
And he has a good pen in his shoes. Thank you.
So it was parent-teacher conference? Is that what it was?
Parent conference night.
All right. How did that go, by the way?
Excellent.
What's it like dealing with parents during COVID in 2020? Is it a little bit more stressful? The parents, like, paranoid and ridiculous?
All my dealings with parents this year have been nothing but great, as they usually are. But I think they get that their kids are going through a tough time and that we're going through a tough time doing our best to help their children.
How about Linehan, the Ivy League shutting down today, winter sports.
Yeah, that's
no hockey, no basketball for the Ivy League. Now, they were the first league to shut down fall sports. Are we going to see a domino effect is the big question.
I hope not. It looks like Hockey East is going to start anyway. I mean, they are going to start. They got the schedule out.
I found out yesterday that next week there's a BC hockey game on Friday night.
BCU's not till December 5th. And then, we'll see what happens. I feel bad for Coach Donato at Harvard. He had a pretty good team. He lost a lot of his players. That had kind of taken a leave of absence, I guess it is, from Harvard to come back, playing like junior hockey and stuff like that. But you would assume that all his good players now, NHL's going to be knocking down the door.
Let's go to the Progressive guest line. Progressive, making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Get your quotes at Progressive.com today. He is a friend of the show, Red Sox beat writer, columnist, Boston Sports Journal, BostonSportsJournal.com, contributed to Red Sox broadcasts on WEI and WCVB, Channel 5 in Boston.
Does it all, man.
The great Sean McAdams on the line. Hey, Sean. We're finally able to connect. What's up, buddy?
How are you guys?
I don't know. Were you blocking us? What's happening?
Most people block Pep. Wouldn't be take a number.
I am not blocking you, but we're having some problems with incoming calls to my phone, so I called you. It all worked out.
We made it work. So my first question right off the bat, Sean, did the Red Sox look at Tony La Russa?
Yeah, they looked at him.
No, they did not. No.
Hope they didn't look at him driving away.
All right.
It's funny because when Tony was here, he was certainly an ally of Dave Dombrowski and was brought in at Dombrowski's behest. But I found that speaking to a lot of the younger guys in the baseball operations department, the guys that you might think would roll their eyes at the thought of listening to what a then 74-year-old Tony La Russa had to say, it is quite the opposite. They all enjoyed exchanging ideas with him. couldn't say enough nice things about how he treated people when he was here, his open-mindedness, his willingness to incorporate new things. I'm not suggesting by any stretch that he was in the running here, but just to point out that while there are questions, and this is obviously independent from his legal case, which is another matter altogether, but in terms of his his ability to adapt and what he might be able to bring to the game in 2021, if indeed he holds on to that job, they're far more optimistic about that than you would think they might be.
Sean, any chance those ideas were tossed around over a bottle of Chablis?
I don't know if that was a contributing factor, but I do know that they really enjoyed working with him.
Sean, are you surprised that the White Sox gave him a deal? I mean, are you surprised at all?
A little bit, and yet, if you know anything about Jerry Reinsdorf, he is a guy who is famously loyal to people. Yeah. People that leave that organization talk about how Reinsdorf would do anything for them, the close personal bond he has with a lot of employees. And Jerry was on record as saying that allowing Hawk Harrelson, and that was the guy who did it, because for a brief time he was a GM. That's probably hard to understand right now. But Jerry has said his biggest regret as a White Sox owner is allowing Tony La Russa to be fired. And here it is, some 44 years later or whatever it is, and he's decided to make up for it. So in that sense, while it looks kind of funny from a distance that a 76-year-old guy who hasn't managed in 9 years is being hired, if you know the dynamic of that relationship, it's not.
Sean, Alex Cora signed back here in Boston on the radio today, going around kind of giving the apology tour. Were you surprised by this hiring?
No, I don't think you could be surprised by it. Yeah. I think I probably told you when I was on last time with you guys that I didn't think it was a slam dunk either. I think there were a lot of people who assumed that, the minute the suspension's over, that's their guy, and or whatever hiring process they have is just a smokescreen, because in the end they're going to end up with Cora. And in the end, to be fair, they did. But I think it was a genuine job search. I think that Chaim Bloom went into this process thinking that while Cora would be someone he talked to, I don't think he had him as the favorite in his mind. But an in-person visit in Puerto Rico and a lot of phone calls, I think, convinced him that he was the best bet. But I think it ultimately was probably a tougher call for Bloom than he expected it was going to be at the outset.
Do you think the people that he interviewed, I know he liked the guy Ureta in Arizona, and I also got told that they watched the World Series game with Sam Fuld and tried to, talked about analyzing it. Was it just kind of a smokescreen type situation, or did those guys just not answer the bell?
Well, it looked like Ureta was knocked out fairly early, which is strange because he had been on the interview list back in January when the job first became available. And people started reading the tea leaves and figuring, well, if he's bringing him back a second time to talk, he must really think highly of him. And, that may well be the case. But Ureta was knocked out pretty early in the second round. Fuld, by all accounts, was the guy in it right to the end. But I think, you start adding up all the perceived pluses and minuses. And as imaginative and creative and intelligent as Sam Fuld is, he's never coached in the big leagues, much less managed. And you're sitting there trying to choose between someone that you really like and know, and Bloom and Fuld spent 3 years together in Tampa Bay, so there is a history there, which he didn't have with Alex Cora. But in the end, it's pretty hard to pick that guy and those qualifications, however good you think he may be on the job eventually, in favor of a guy that just won 108 games in a World Series for you 2 years earlier.
How much of it, I guess the Sox obviously looking for good PR, and I guess Cora is good PR.
They always are looking for that.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, Cora is a good, obviously a likable guy, and people want him back. How much of a factor was that, do you think, with the ownership?
Well, I think, look, it's no secret that ownership and team president and CEO Sam Kennedy wanted Alex Cora back, or would have preferred Alex Cora be the guy. Now, their stance is that they also made clear to Chaim Bloom that it was his call, that he was brought in to run baseball operations, and if he wanted somebody else, then they would go with that. But I think in the back of your mind, again, let's say that it's a 50-50 proposition if you're Chaim Bloom. You're trying to decide between Sam Foltz and Alex Cora. And Alex Cora not only is popular with the fan base, but to be the choice of your bosses. That's enough to put the finger on the scale a little bit, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sean, now that Cora's back in the dugout, what can the Red Sox do? What can Bloom do now to build this roster and make them competitive in 2021?
Well, there are a couple of weak spots in terms of the everyday lineup. They need help in the outfield, and they need a second baseman, or at least some other options at both those positions. I think there's probably going to be a ton of players to choose from, not only the free agents out there, but I think there's going to be a lot of non-tender candidates in the first few days of December. So however many, 180 or so free agents there are now, that number could be another 50 or 60 or more when we get around to non-tenders. So I think there are going to be some choices there, but let's face it, the big improvement and the thing they have to focus most on is the pitching staff. This team needs starting pitching, and it needs a lot of it. You look at Martin Perez, almost certainly not coming back. Yes, you're going to get Chris Sale back, but probably not till late May or June. Eduardo Rodriguez says he feels good, has begun his off-season program. He's recovered from not only COVID, but the myocarditis that he got as a result. But the only guy you go into next year knowing is a established major league starter is Nathan Eovaldi, and he has not exactly been the Cal Ripken of the pitching set.
Cal Ripken Sr.
Always right. So they need guys to give them innings, and I think if you by mid-season have both Rodriguez and Sale healthy and back, and Eovaldi there, and then maybe Tanner Houck, then there are four pretty good options, but we've seen how quickly injuries and everything else can thin out a rotation. So I would say they need a minimum of 2 starters and maybe as many as 3, and then you start adding additional depth beyond that. Pitching is what they have to pay most attention to in the next couple of months.
Quote, buy and save on home insurance with Progressive's new Home Quote Explorer, only at Progressive.com. Sean McAdam joining us here on the Diehards on the Sports Mat Radio Network from the Boston Sports Journal, bostonsportsjournal.com. Red Sox beat writer, covers the MLB as well. And Sean, we got about 2 minutes left here. Elsewhere around the MLB, Mets, obviously new ownership, Stephen Cohen, a lot of people excited. Mets fans clearly excited. They blew everybody out in the front office. Not a surprise. Were you surprised they blew out Omar Minaya?
Yeah, I think a little bit, because he's been, kind of the constant link there for much of the last 20 years. He's been a very loyal employee, but I think in the end he was so closely associated with the Wilpons, and obviously Steve Cohen is looking to start completely fresh. He's got Sandy Alderson back, and, they're going to put together an entirely new baseball operations department that Sandy's going to pick and oversee, at least initially. And, Cohen hit all the right notes in his introductory press conference the other day. He talked about, I'm not in this to make money, I'm in it to win. And for the first time in a long, long time, there's a team in another borough in New York seemingly ready to go dollar for dollar with the Yankees when it comes to competing for free agents and taking on contracts and being aggressive. And when you're the Mets and you've kind of been the little kid who's had sand kicked on them for the last
You're talking about Pepe, right?
Steve Cohen is looks like the savior right now.
Hey, Sean, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule. We really appreciate it. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you
thanks, Sean.
later on down the line. And by the way, we now know how to connect. You have the bat phone number.
Yes. No more excuses.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. There he is, the best in the business. Sean McAdam from Boston Sports Journal joining us here on the Diehards. Quick TO, when we return, we'll do the highest rated segment on the program. It's called the Beantown Rundown. It is up next. He is Mark Linehan.
I am.
He is Coach Billy Donovan. I'm Anthony Pepe. We are the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Connection comes in. Most schools train you on campus. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn from professional mentors in real radio stations. They've put their private classrooms in these places so you can apprentice under professionals. And as you learn, you're making connections and gaining access to the people that are doing the hiring. This is not the promise of a job, no. But it is a promise to get you as close to the action and opportunities as possible. If COVID is a concern, no problem. You can learn from a radio professional via remote learning tools as well. This is education reimagined to keep you out of debt as you learn in real-world settings. Interested? Visit radioconnection.com for more information today. That's radioconnection.com.
Wake up calls. Yeah, you don't need the 32 team.
32 for you?
Yeah, we're done breaking down
no.
The
30,
Jets.
I don't have the Jets at 32.
Where do you have 32?
At 32, I put Alabama.
You've been on that train for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
You know what? It finally came to the station.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
The Jake Asman Show.
The MVP of Super Bowl III, Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Willie Namath joining us. There could be a big decision that this year's Jets team is going to have to make if they're sitting there with the first overall pick.
Well, whoever's handling that ball, they need some help up front. I don't know whether Sam's still going to be there. I do know that if the Jets are in that undesirable position at one time or another during the season to being in last place, they're being in the most desirable position to have the first pick. But, you know, they could maybe get other draft choices. Do they still believe in Sam? It'd be hard to pass on Lawrence, I tell you. He's just a marvelous player and has been there the last few years. Everything about him, his passing ability, his movement, his habit of winning, he's a monster.
The Jake Asman Show. Weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
If business, pleasure, or sports fandom takes you to Houston, Dallas, Austin, Fort Worth, or San Antonio, check out CultureMap.com to get the scoop on the local favorites. From the best restaurants, bars, pubs, and clubs to the biggest sights and sounds each city has to offer, CultureMap has it all. Just head over to CultureMap.com. The expert team personally reviews and visits each spot to make sure you get the best experience. And if you're coming back, sign up for free CultureMap updates at CultureMap.com.
You're listening to the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Now time for the Beantown Rundown.
All right, boys, let's do this.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios East. Need replacement parts and tools for your repair, maintenance,
I need
or
tools.
restoration project. O'Reilly Auto Parts has you covered. AC and running rock and roll control in Houston knows we're not sending air checks to our clients when Linehan's on, so we have that.
I mean, it's funny.
Trusty, friendly, knowledgeable parts professionals at O'Reilly Auto
I put
Parts.
the FU in fun. Did you know that?
They know what it takes to get the job done right the first time. Yeah, we should send this one to the client.
Yeah.
In fact, professional technicians have counted on
What about
O'Reilly Auto Parts
amateur
for years.
technicians? Who do they count on?
Yeah, they don't. They're professionals.
Oh, okay.
Stop by.
There goes the Olympics.
Talk to one of their professional parts people today. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better parts
Woo!
every day. Coach Billy Donovan hanging with us as well. Coach Billy Donovan, O'Reilly Auto Parts. How does that jingle go?
O'Reilly.
Oh, yeah, trying to mow my lawn.
Oh, you were like an R&B singer there.
Yeah,
what was going on over there, dude? I mean, you're wearing khakis tonight.
And a belt.
and 2 shoes.
Up,
And he brought his good
17,000 votes in Georgia.
Let's get to the Beantown Rundown. Question number 1.
Kanye
Masters started today. Tiger Woods going, he's ranked 33rd in the country, trying to win another green jacket back-to-back. You're not going to top what happened last year. But what do you think his odds of taking home his 16th major? Question 2, Beantown Rundown. Russell Westbrook, James Harden, future Houston Rockets are looking uncertain. Russell says, bye-bye, I want to get out. Harden, not sure what's happening there. Overall thoughts on where do you think they could end up in that whole overall situation? Question 3, your Boston Celtics in potential trade talks. The Pelicans guard Drew Holiday. Overall thoughts on that? Do they give up?
Drew.
Thank you.
My mother almost named
Yeah,
him.
you look like that. Yeah.
Thank you. I get that a lot.
And then question 4, Chris Paul, trade rumors heating up. Where do you see him going? Possibly Phoenix
The movies
Suns?
this weekend, I think.
What do you see happening there? And then question 5, Lamar Jackson. I was watching this earlier. It's comical. Defenses are calling out the Ravens' offensive plays. And the offensive coach is on saying, well, this has been happening since they had leather helmets.
Yeah.
Players calling out saying, hey, we think we know where it's going, but we hope it's going that way. And they maybe are right, maybe they're wrong.
Maybe they're
What's
left. Maybe
new
they're right.
here? I don't understand it. But Lamar Jackson come out and saying that, it's kind of calling out his offensive coordinator, calling out his team, which it's a bad look. Overall thoughts on that. So get back to it. Linehan, go. Tiger Woods.
He's a hell of a fella.
Yeah.
Pretty good golfer.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I think on the first day of the Masters, when not many people are watching, that's when golf is fixed. It's like wrestling. Because one time I saw him putt, and the hole got really big.
All right, first of all, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
It's
it
not
is.
true.
Oh, it is, right?
But he played well today.
Yeah, he was plus 3,300 to start the tournament.
No bogeys today for the, again.
I didn't have any bogeys either.
When he
I
doesn't
didn't
have any
play golf.
bogeys, he usually wins tournaments. I think it was one
Yeah.
tournament he finished second, but when no bogeys.
I wonder what it's worth to television to have him around in the weekend.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge.
$7-8.
I mean, he played fantastic today, but again, see what happens. Coach
Yeah.
Billy D.
He's
not
plus,
that Coach Billy
plus
D.
800. Numbers are dropping.
There you
Wouldn't
go.
that be the story of November?
All right, how about if he has a 3-shot lead on the back 9 on Sunday and sneezes, and they have to shut the whole tournament down?
That's not going to happen.
6 feet away from a putt?
Not going to happen.
He can't make
He's going to win the green mass.
He can't make any 5-foot putts because they have to be 6 feet away.
Does he wear khakis and a belt?
So we used to hit the same Applebee's down in Orlando together.
Not for nothing, but last year, him winning that Masters was awesome. To me, one of the greatest sports moments I've ever witnessed on TV. One of the best. You can't top that, but right now,
He wins again, he can.
He's looking good. He's looking good.
He's really cool.
So it's only day 1. A lot of golf still to play, but he's looking good.
Day 2 is tomorrow, then day 3.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to finish. They're going to finish round
Sundays.
1 tomorrow morning, and then start round 2 in the afternoon.
Round 4 Sunday.
Coach Billy Donovan, please save me. Russell Westbrook, James Harden, future of the Houston Rockets. It's all falling
Who cares
apart
about
there.
Houston?
Andrew Carlson running rock and roll control in Houston. He's a basket case. He doesn't know what to think of his team. Coach Billy D, what do you think?
Russ is going. Russ is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to move him.
Yep.
The Hornets look like a favorite to take him on. He's got a relationship with Michael Jordan, and Michael Jordan would love to lock in the 7th seed in the East for the next 3 years. So there you go. Harden, I mean, the 76ers it would be an interesting reunion with Daryl Morey there. But
Please don't tell me the Celtics. I want nothing to do with James Harden and the Celtics.
No,
I heard that last night.
I heard that too, and it doesn't mesh with what you're trying to build here in Boston. But him and Embiid, maybe they want to give up on Simmons, add a little more shooting there.
You know what's funny about this, though? It's always easy to just go trade him. In other sports, it's easy. In the NBA, it's impossible. So hard. You're talking about cap space and salary. It's impossible to trade a max guy like James Harden. And everyone's like, just get him to salary. Well, you got to give up like 3 players. It's not possible.
2 words. Future considerations.
Yeah, I know.
That's who Danny Ainge wanted back in the Kendrick Perkins trade 9 years ago. Was a young James Harden.
Yeah.
What do you think, Linehan?
I'm agree with Billy. That's how I get through life mostly. You know, it is weird, though.
Stop
wearing a belt.
I'm glad Billy's here because the Beantown Rundown's been a lot easier for you. You disagree with him.
Yeah, well, what the hell. But you know what, too? It's interesting as far as listening to radio around here, and I'm sure it's the same way in other cities. It's just unbelievable. The Celtics apparently getting 11 team players to come in.
You know what?
They're only trading 3.
Yeah, exactly, It is unbelievable.
We hear Anthony Davis is unhappy with the Lakers. Let's just bring him to the Celtics. So, it's that easy.
We'll give up Tremont Waters
and Taco Fall.
Yeah.
Whoa. Future considerations.
All right.
But it is unbelievable how you just think of the mindset of somebody that calls up, gets on hold, and then just rants this ridiculous foolishness.
Linehan, Celtics, potential trade, Pelicans guard, your boy.
Giroux?
Yes.
I'd like to see it. I'm going to defer
Me
to Coach
too.
Donovan.
Me too. Coach Billy D, what do you think?
Pressure?
No bueno.
No?
Makes too much money. He's entering
I'd like to see a player.
31.
I'm not saying he'll fit or not, but
Yeah, I don't-
Again, from a name standpoint, yes, I want him on the roster. From an actually the
team
ability
room,
to pull it
you
off.
want him.
I don't know if you can pull it off.
I
It's
know.
tough.
A lot of rumblings about them trying to move up to get that lottery pick to flip him, but with you're building around Tatum and Jaylen Brown, two young guys under the age of 24. I don't think adding a 31-year-old guard that doesn't shoot it that well, who makes a lot of money, makes a lot of sense. I'd like to see him get a good young player.
All right.
What about if they traded for future consideration?
Whoa. If they got Harden, but then flipped him for my boy.
You have the 14, 26, and 30, so it'll be interesting to see. Chris Paul trade.
They're not taking three guys.
Chris
There's no
Paul
way.
trade rumors up in the air. Maybe Phoenix Suns. What do you think?
Suns is a rumor out there. I still think the Bucks at some point, they have to do everything they can do this year to be
Keep
competitive
Giannis.
with
Yeah.
Giannis. And Chris Paul might get him. It might be that guy in the East.
They should open up a bunch of Greek restaurants in Milwaukee to keep him there. That's what I'd do.
Call-
I'd have baklava for everybody.
Future consideration.
There you go. There you go.
Lamar Jackson says that the defense
Milwaukeeopolis. That's what they should change.
They know all his plays. He's kind of calling out his offensive coordinator and the team. I mean, it's a bad look.
When I play Madden with my 6-year-old son, Cormac, he knows that I'm going to run when I'm Lamar Jackson. So the fact that the NFL guys do doesn't surprise me.
Lenny, and you can agree with Coach Billy D?
No, not this time. He's a dope. I think
But he's wearing pants and khakis.
Yeah, there you go.
And a belt.
And 2 shoes and his good pen. I would just, you know what I'd do? Hey, guess what? We're changing the name of all the players this week, dear son. Learn some new terminology.
All right.
Ocean Ida Nora, 317. Buckle Go Shoe 7. On 8. Hike.
Don't put a play in that has an L and an R in it.
Yeah, I know.
Ickus.
Should be interesting to see what happens with the Patriots in Baltimore.
Well, okay.
Take a break. Come back and wrap things up with Coach Neuheisel next.
Connects victims with powerful lawyers. They fight for you.
I called Auto Accident Help Desk and got help for my pain and suffering.
Don't let an insurance company take advantage of you. Our attorneys fight and beat big insurance every day.
Call 800-528-6859. 800-528-6859.
If you've been injured in an automobile accident in the last 6 months, you owe it to yourself to make this free call with no obligation. We're available 24/7 to help you get the money you deserve for your pain and suffering. Auto Accident Help Desk helps accident victims like you every day.
Call 800-528-6859. 800-528-6859. That's 800-528-6859.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744.
Over 2.5 million airline passengers fly every day in the United States. Those passengers depend on reliable airplanes, and those planes need certified aircraft technicians. That's where you come in. We are the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, and we train tomorrow's technicians. We train our students hands-on with real aircraft, develop their skills, and prepare them for real jobs in the industry. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the average aircraft technician in the United States makes over $62,000 a year.
The job opportunity is there. The money is there.
If you want to work with your hands, it's a perfect place for you.
Call 800-876-0097.
I'm very impressed with the AIM curriculum. The school's keeping pace with the demands of the industry.
The potential for growth is astounding.
At the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, we train tomorrow's technicians.
800-876-0097. 800-876-0097.
I want winners. Here we go. Welcome back to the Diehards.
Hello.
Presented by Swing Juice.
You play to win the game.
Time now for the Diehards Coach's Corner.
Playoffs? I'm a man. I'm 40.
Yeah, I've already covered this.
But they are who we thought they were. And we let them out the hook. Just keep matriculating the ball down the field, boys. What the hell's going on out here?
You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Favorite segment of the week. Again, it's Anthony Pepe, Mark Linehan, Coach Billy Donovan. No, not that coach. We will go to the Coach's Corner here with the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network. Coach Colorado, Washington, Cal, UCLA. Also coached the Baltimore Ravens. Most recently with the Arizona Hotshots of the Alliance of American Football League. He is a friend of the show.
Also an attorney, which I might need one.
Coach Rick Neuheisel's on the line. Hey, Coach, welcome back to the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network. How are you, pal?
I am well. It's great to be back with you. And as I listened to that open, I mean, that was brilliant. I heard dang near everybody. You had Lombardi. You had Hank Stram. You had Dennis Green. I mean, you had Jim Morris Sr. I mean, you had it going, man.
Lombardi, Stram, and Neuheisel, Coach. Lombardi, Stram, and Neuheisel. That's my favorite law firm.
I thought that was brilliant. Well done.
Thank you, Coach. So that's our production crew at Sports Map Radio Network. So, Coach, Mark and I had dinner with you back in the day when this network was Sporting News Radio.
It's like 19 names ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. And we were in Philadelphia at a Brazilian steakhouse, and we were talking shop, and we first met you then. You know, and who would have thought? 10 years later, you used to be talking to us.
Yeah, you're the only one.
Well, that was an evening that I learned what the term meat sweats were.
Yeah, I'll say.
I had
Keep
never
that card on green.
Hey, Coach, let's
certainly when the host of that dinner said, "Hey, I've got the bill," there were several at that table that broke out in proverbial meat sweats. There's no question about it.
Game on, Coach.
Hey, Coach, let's start with the Alliance of the American Football League. What was that experience like? Again, obviously the league folded. I enjoyed the football. I thought it was good football. We had Coach Steve Spurrier on last week, and he seemed to enjoy it. Everyone seemed to be disappointed that it went under. Your overall thoughts?
It was a blast. I can't tell you how sad I was that it went away. I never had as much fun. The guys on my staff were all in. We had two rules: work hard and laugh. And our job was to make sure that we did everything we could to get the kids that we were coaching another shot at chasing their dreams. And that's exactly what it was very egoless. From our standpoint, we weren't looking for the next job. We were just happy to be teaching. And I never had so much fun. I coached quarterbacks. I had a kid by the name of John Wolford that, is still with the Rams. He's the backup right now to Jared Goff. And so I'm thrilled that he's gotten to keep it going. Nick Folk, our kicker, just made the game winner for the Patriots the other night. What is the true testament to it is there's a thread where these guys all text back and forth, all the former coaches and so forth. They are on that. Maybe it's a sign of very little to do during the pandemic, but they are on there all the time. And it was an absolute kick, and it's just a shame it didn't have the financial legs to survive, because I think it's an important thing. I think it's important for there to be a life after college and that purgatory as you're trying to figure out if you can make it to the NFL, because as we know, so many guys just don't get in the right place to find their opportunity. And there's a place they can stay alive as ball players. Maybe that can be afforded to them later in life. So anyway, but it was a treat. It was an absolute treat.
Coach, the other league, the XFL, supported by The Rock, if they call Coach Neuheisel, are you in?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially if it's spring, right? The spring league, allows me to do what I do in the fall. And like I said, I would go into it under no pretense I'm trying to get back in as a coach at anywhere. I'm going back in because I still think I can teach. And given the kind of fun that I just had, I would absolutely be back in.
Coach, I love your work on CBS. I'm a big fan, but let's get into it. What is going on? What happened to our UCLA Bruins last week?
Well, listen, we all pull for our Bruins, and I know you're close with Chip, and Chip's a brilliant coach. All you have to do is remember.
Let's not get carried away.
You know better than I. He went 46-7 at Oregon. What has to happen at UCLA? What has to happen at UCLA, and it was true when I was there too, they just have to finance their expectations. They have to give Chip what he needs to go out and recruit and let him get the same players that other teams that he's playing against are recruiting. Because when you watch UCLA, they don't look big enough. They're not big enough in their offense or defensive lines. And if you're not big enough in those fronts, it's going to be hard to stop people, and that was the case last week as Colorado put 48 points up against them.
Yeah, they gave it away to them early. Kind of played well in the second half, obviously. And you're looking at his offensive line. Still no seniors starting there. Still a young team, even though it's his third year. I mean, he's got a big week against Utah this week, obviously. Hopefully they play. Hopefully the good kids from Utah are sick.
We don't pull for anybody to be sick.
Oh, I
but,
can't.
We do hope that the game gets played.
Yep.
It's precarious out there right now with all these cancellations, and it's happening all across the country. And the word on the inside is that these Power 5 commissioners are on the lines trying to figure out how to extend this thing so that we can kind of take a pause, get everybody back on track, and see if we can't finish the season in good stead. And not just because the kids want to finish and get to championship level play, but also because it's really important that they earn as much money as they can via their television deals, because the athletic departments are in dire straits. I mean, they have lost so much money. The Ivy League today decided to not have any winter sports. We are not out of the woods. And if we lose basketball again, in particular the NCAA loses another NCAA basketball tournament, we are going to see epic job losses at the NCAA and in college athletics. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Coach, you talked about your great experience coaching in the AAFL. Once upon a time, you were a quarterback on the legendary San Antonio Gunslingers in the USFL. Can you speak a little bit about playing as a player in a minor league?
That was the highest of all levels of football there at San Antonio. We played in a high school stadium called Alamo Stadium.
There you go.
And I think 8 or 9,000 people came to our opening game, where the owner's daughter, Malou Mangus, was the halftime show. She went out there and did some Elvis Presley, and I'm not sure how I was in the locker room, but I'm not sure that.
Do you still keep in touch with Malou, Coach?
No, I do not. I will tell you this: that our stadium, in order to be compliant with the very strict USFL rules back then, that required that there be 32,000 seat minimum at the stadium that you played in. Alamo Stadium only held 18,000, so we had 7,000 folding chairs in each end zone. And honest to God, 7,000 folding chairs in each end zone, and no one ever sat in them.
That is awesome.
Every time I went out to play, I'm going, somebody's got to tell me that makes sense. Somebody's got to tell me that makes sense.
Now, back then when you were playing for owner Clint Mangish, wouldn't you have expected him to be the owner from the USFL to one day live in the White House?
Yeah, Clinton was he was a different sort of cat. You know, one time he's gone now, rest his soul. But one time he walked up to me on the tarmac as we were getting ready for a plane ride. I think we were headed to D.C. to play the Washington Federals, and that was the same trip that our coach, Gil Stanky, said, any of you guys miss bed check in Chicago, I'm fining you $100. And somebody said, hey, we're going to be in Washington. He said, well, then you better get to bed early if you're going to be in Chicago. But he actually showed me a picture of his family in Colorado. I said, Mr. Mangus, you're married and have a family here. He says, I know, but, I just like to keep things loose and easy. Thanks, Clint. That's not the information. That's not the information I need to know. I'm on a need-to-know basis, sir. I promise.
You're surprised he didn't live in Utah. Quote, buy, and save.
It was something.
Quote, buy, and save on home insurance with Progressive's new Home Quote Explorer only at Progressive.com. The coach, Rick Neuheisel, is joining us here on the Progressive guest line here on the Diehards on the Sportsman Radio Network. Hey, Coach, talk a little bit about this season, 2020 college football. Can a champion be crowned with a team that plays 10 games and a team that plays 6 games? I mean, how are they going to differentiate that? How is this season even possible?
Well, I mean, there are lots of different answers to that question. There are some who are going to say, "Oh, the season's an asterisk, right? It's just, cancel Christmas. This thing doesn't work. We can't get it all in. It's not fair." There are others that say, this gives us an opportunity as a college football family to do what I think is best for the game, which is to let every conference produce a champion and then let those champions play. I mean, the arguments in the past have been we don't want to overly tax the players because they'll play too many games. But just as you pointed out, that isn't the issue this year. And maybe we can find another playoff system that doesn't keep letting Ohio State, Alabama, and Clemson continue to, run the party. And Oklahoma shouldn't be in there. They're 0-4 in the playoff. But the bottom line is, I just think, and it's not so much that I think we'll produce another winner. As a matter of fact, I think the champion will come from Alabama, Ohio State, or Clemson. And even despite Notre Dame's victory, because I think when Trevor Lawrence gets back and some of those defensive players in Clemson get back, they're better than Notre Dame. But that being said, it will at least tilt the tables back onto a level playing field so that we can keep the recruits from leaving the West Coast heading to the southeastern portion of the country. Because right now, because of their dominance in the playoff era, they're getting every player. And the real gold bullion of college football are the defensive linemen. And if the defensive linemen are all headed to Clemson or Alabama or other places in the southeast, the rest of the country is just playing for second place.
Coach, you see a lot of SEC on CBS, obviously, ACC. What is the depth in those two leagues this year? And you already mentioned earlier that you don't think the Clemson loss take the Trevor Lawrence into effect. But is it strictly, is the SEC top to bottom better than everybody else still?
I don't know that they're top to bottom better than everybody else this year. I think Alabama is. And, LSU had that monster year a year ago where they had kind of everything come together with, in terms of their depth. Offense, defensive line, receivers, the quarterback was magnificent. But you can see what's happened since they lost all those guys. They're in a completely rebuilding deal. Alabama has been the phenomenon because they don't rebuild, they reload. Yeah. And it's amazing. This is the 13th straight year in Nick Saban's tenure there that they have been at one time or another in every one of those 13 seasons been number one in the country. That is a phenomenal run, but it also speaks to what, when you're playing for the big prizes, what you can lure in. And he's built, an NFL-style personnel department, what we call those analysts, all those former coaches that are on that staff, not in full-time capacity, are basically scouts and have become a personnel department. So they're sitting there evaluating every high school kid in the country, evaluating the transfer portal. So if they think they can upgrade themselves just like an NFL personnel department does, they're going to go and get those guys. And with the success that they've enjoyed, it's hard to say no when Nick Saban walks in and shows you his Aflac coat and, has the ducks quacking.
You didn't have one of those, Coach? Hey, Coach, a minute left or so. Quick, Ohio State, kind of, the team nobody really talking about early. Obviously, playing fewer games than everybody else. How good is Coach Day's team this year?
1 minute left here.
They're fantastic. And Justin Fields is the truth. The kid is 73 for 84. He's got 11 incompletions after 3 games, and he's got 11 touchdown passes. That's incredible. Ryan Day is a very, very talented young coach. He'll be sought after at the NFL level because of his schematics, and he's got some NFL experience. But he's got a really good gig there. And as long as Michigan keeps looking like Michigan, why would you leave Ohio State? I mean, it's a heck of a deal right now. Their biggest challenge left is Indiana, that game being played a week from now. And you give a lot of credit to Tom Allen, but they don't have Ohio State-type talent.
Coach, you mind if I start the rumor that you're taking the Michigan job?
Start any rumor you want.
I got your back, Coach.
Except for the one that I have a second family, okay? That one you keep that.
Hey, Coach, thank you so much. And who would have thought of it, 10, 15 years ago, we would have been still pals here after, eating meat on a stick.
I think you're still beating up on the forehead from that evening. I really do.
Hey, Coach, I think your kid needs more TV time on the UCLA sideline. What do you think?
He does need more TV time. And if we could only grow that hair just a little longer, we'd go.
You should lend some to Chipper.
The great Coach Rick Neuheisel joining us here on the Diehards, wrapping these up. We'll wrap up our final segment here in the first hour here in the Diehards. It is on the Sports Mat Radio.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Come in and struggle. He was going to play poorly. And so the team was comfortable sitting Tua because they thought they'd be right back in the top 5 to draft. There's no way that Tua Tagovailoa is better than Ryan Fitzpatrick is right now for the Dolphins. There is just no way that in practice you're watching Tua and watching Fitzpatrick and you're like, yeah, Fitzpatrick shouldn't play. I get why you're going to Tua, but you got to be a little bit more upfront with Fitzpatrick on this. If you've asked him to buy in and you've asked him to play well and you've asked him to kind of be your guy, and then he goes out in there and does that, and the move to Tua is the best for Miami to win games right now, get out of here. That's a lie.
Pushing the odds with Matt Peralt. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
Pharrell.
Coast to coast! Kevin Cash right now on why he took Blake Snell out of the game.
Personally, I felt Blake had done his job and then some. Mookie coming around for the third time through. I value that.
The bottom line is this. Snell had Mookie Betts dead to rights. The guy threw 70 pitches. He was filthy. And what it was, a terrible decision that he'll regret for the rest of his life.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Wake up call!
The rumor is that George Stephanopoulos is lobbying to replace Alex Trebek.
I heard this. I heard his people are pushing hard for him to get the job.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that's a good fit.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
I don't know who is. I have no idea who can replace Alex Trebek because, he is Jeopardy.
Here's my advice to the Stephanopoulos people. Just like we say about quarterbacks, you never want to be the guy that follows the guy.
Yep.
You want to be the guy that follows the guy who follows the guy. You want to be the guy that takes over the job when the guy who takes over for Alex Trebek can't do it anymore.
Who knew we would be that strong about the next host of...
I know. Totally.
We got opinions, people.
That's right.
You can't have just anyone start reading off answers and you have a question.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit automotivemap.com today.
This is the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
Also hanging with Coach Billy Donovan, the last hour of the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network. Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Ready for a new home?
I am.
Rocket, Cam. Coming up in hour number 2, we're going to talk Masters with Jason Sobel, golf writer, Action Network, host of Sirius XM PGA Tour. Talk to our pal, BetMGM, Jeff Stoneback. Talk some gambling talk in Vegas. And our NFL correspondent from esports, rebelwalk.com, Leanne Herring, will join the Diehards in hour number 2. You keep it locked right here.
Where?
Sports Map?
Radio?
Network.
Network.
Network. Definitely a network.
Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville, FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
I'm gonna go home early because football starts. I'll be eating it with my TV tray in the living room. Meanwhile, I'm a kid in New Hampshire where my mother's telling me to go to sleep. The Steelers are playing, and it's 9 o'clock, and I gotta go to bed.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
The middle.
Love sausage. Yes. This is the other product. Outside of the Santa's Yum Nuts, M&S also sells the Love Sausage. Now, what would you rather buy? Now, seriously, let's all be Barrett Brooks. Let's be 6'6", 3+, former Eagle football player. And then you have the cashier say, price check on Yum Nuts, price check on Santa's Yum Nuts. That or the Love Sausage. I got to be honest. I see Barrett Brooks. I see Jeremiah Trott. I don't care, Brian Dawkins. Y'all out here ordering Love Sausages. I might think twice about rocking a jersey next time.
I got to go Love Sausage.
Okay, you'd rather have the cashier say Love Sausage.
Yes.
Barrett's thinking.
I'm like, yo, we might just have to go hungry that day, bro.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Coast to coast! What's more important, NBA games on Christmas Day or Thanksgiving football? I put 5 NBA games over family and over the Detroit terrible Lions on Thanksgiving every year with their crappy performance on Turkey Day. The only thing good about the Lions ever on Turkey Day was watching the old fat coach eat the turkey legs.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Perrault.
The Raiders are turning into an old-fashioned power football team, and nobody really is paying attention to it. Their defense has been smacking people. If the game had been played in 50-degree temperatures, then I think it may have been a totally different game. You couldn't punt, you couldn't kick, all you could do was run. The Raiders were a better run offense than what the Browns were going to be able to put out there. Remember, just because trends are pointing one way, you have to be able to look at a team, handicap the game, look at the numbers, and talk about it on this day, not what happened previously. Trends only talk about what has happened. We bet on what is going to happen. The Raiders suck in cold weather, or they suck in the wind, or John Gruden's not good on the road. So be careful when it comes to that. You got to look at what's happening on that date.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Perrault. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
The middle.
So you want to talk about a guy who's been taken care of. Now, he's not making Sam Bradford money.
Sam Bradford's like a walking hedge fund. I look up to him. He was the last first rounder to get that ridiculous money before they put a cap on it.
Yeah.
And he made every single penny of every contract that he signed.
I know we're tearing statues down around the country. They should build one to Sam Bradford.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
The middle.
So you want to talk about a guy who's been taken care of. Now, he's not making Sam Bradford money.
Sam Bradford's like a walking hedge fund.
I look up to him. He was the last first rounder to get that ridiculous money before they put a cap on it.
Yeah.
And he made every single penny of every contract that he signed.
I know we're tearing statues down around the country. They should build one to Sam Bradford.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Wake up call!
Chicago White Sox have hired Tony La Russa to be their manager. I'm blown away by this.
Things are bad in Chicago, I guess.
Tony La Russa started his managerial career with the White Sox back in 1979. Jimmy Carter was president. Make no mistake, I'm blown away by this. So blown away by this that I have to revisit something I actually said on this show. Tony La Russa's name being bandied about as a manager in 2020 is insane. You're talking about bringing in a dinosaur. I'll be walking if they make that move. I'll be trudging right through Gatlinburg, all the way up through Louisville, all the way through Indianapolis to Valparaiso, all the way to the south side of Chicago.
So this just in, Tony is on sabbatical till next year.
I can't believe they did this.
Wake Up Call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com. You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on besthotelrates.com. BestHotelRates.com works with all the top hotels in the country while delivering you great hotel and room choices for the best prices. Why wait? Go to BestHotelRates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. BestHotelRates.com, it's in the name. BestHotelRates.com.
This is the Diehards.
Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over. The Red Sox have won the World Championship.
Tom Brady takes the snap, drops to the knee, and the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title.
The Diehards start now on the Sports Map Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Visit swingjuice.com today. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
And Coach Billy Donovan. No.
Hey, Pep, when can I get a cigar?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Linehan. It's time to light up the show with our friends at twoguyscigars.com. Two Guys has a great selection of premium cigars. It's where I buy mine online.
Oh, you do you?
You should get yours there, too.
I think I might
It's
just steal
the
yours
number
instead.
twoguyscigars.com. The number twoguyscigars.com.
They have a big boy?
This week, we're smoking the big boys. You are such a jerk. You know that? I told you to shut up, and you didn't want to listen to me.
I didn't know. I was just trying to get ahead of myself. I like cigars. I like big boys. What can I say?
These
Cigars.
dark, delicious, medium-bodied beauties have retailed for nearly $10 per cigar, but are selling right now for less than half that by the 7-count bundle. The big
That would
boys.
be under 5, roughly.
Correct. So what you want to do is you want to go to twoguyscigars.com. So
Let me
number
write this
two.
down. Number 2.
Guyscigars.com. See my boy, Dave Garofalo, the best in the business. Again, the holidays are coming. The holidays are here.
Yeah.
You want to buy something. You can't see, like, family and friends because of the COVID thing.
My late grandmother used to like a good cigar.
Order cigars, send them to people, and boom.
How about I just steal
Enjoy.
yours?
Twoguyscigars.com. Smoke a big boy. So, Linehan.
Yo, baby.
Hour number 2. What do you got for me right here? You want to talk about something?
Well, I was just talking, I'm a big Masters guy. I like watching a good Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, you're a big golf guy. You used to golf a lot.
Just practicing. But Jim Nance annoys me.
Why?
Jim Nance, Joey Masters. Because Jim Nance, and you can Google it, Jim Nance toast. Jim Masters. He carries around a picture in his wallet of a picture of burnt toast.
What?
And he shows it to the waitresses when he orders breakfast to say,
No,
this
he
is how I
doesn't. No,
want my
he
toast.
doesn't. No,
True
he
story.
doesn't.
That's Coach Donovan.
No, he
Look it up.
doesn't.
He does. Imagine that.
Put it in the Google machine.
Yeah. Here's how I want my toast. Really? Here's how you were getting it anyway, goof.
Is this like the coach that had the intern walking around putting the temperature on 72
Greg
degrees?
Schiano. Yeah. Greg Coach
My
Schiano.
buddy Tulsa does that with the toast.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, burnt toast.
We're talking
Imagine
Masters next. Jason
How
Sobel,
do you
golf
like your
writer for
bacon,
Action
dude?
Network, host of Sirius XM PGA Tour.
Oh!
He joins the diehards next on the
Free.
Sports Map Radio Network.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick and loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. MLS Consumer Access.org. Number 3330.
Over 2.5 million airline passengers fly every day in the United States. Those passengers depend on reliable airplanes, and those planes need certified aircraft technicians. That's where you come in. We are the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, and we train tomorrow's technicians. We train our students hands-on with real aircraft, develop their skills, and prepare them for real jobs in the industry. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the average aircraft technician in the United States makes over $62,000 a year.
The job opportunity is there, the money is there.
If you want to work with your hands, it's a perfect place for you.
Call 800-876-0097.
I'm very impressed with the AIM curriculum. The school's keeping pace with the demands of the industry.
The potential for growth is astounding.
At the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, we train tomorrow's technicians.
800-876-0097. 800-876-0097.
The Sentinel Group sponsors this paid advertisement for legal services and is responsible for legal services. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months? The FDA has warned that Zantac and other medications containing heartburn drug, ranitidine, may be contaminated with cancer-causing agent NDMA. Zantac may be linked to these cancers: bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months, call now. 800-325-8544. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. You may be owed significant compensation. Call 800-325-8544. 800-325-8544. That's 800-325-8544.
You're listening to The Diehards on the SportsMap Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Visit swingjuice.com today. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
Coach Billy Donovan hanging with us tonight. I feel like I'm at an 8th grade dance. What's going on with this music, AC?
Masters song.
Sunday at the Masters
Yeah.
theme.
Come on,
Sunday
pay
at the
attention.
Masters.
Swingjuice.com, this golf-inspired t-shirt brand was founded on the thoughts. You can be a big fan of golf without being overly stuffy and boring. Swing Juice provides a community and a product that allows you to display your passion for golf in a more fun, unique, and approachable way. At swingjuice.com, you'll find fuel for your golf-loving soul. We even have a special deal for you diehard listeners. Use the promo code DieHards30 for 30% off your order.
What do I put in DieHards 40? Can I get 20% off?
You get 30% off, DieHards30. Go ahead and take a look around at swingjuice.com. That's swingjuice.com.
Okay.
And don't forget to use the promo code DieHards30 for 30% off, Linehan.
Okay, I got it.
We're going to go to the Progressive guest line. Progressive,
Is that
making
30%
it
off the
easy.
shirt itself or the price?
Make it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Get your quote at progressive.com today. Talking day one of the Masters, Jason Sobel is on the line, golf writer at Action Network and the host of Sirius XM PGA Tour. Hey, Jason, welcome to the Diehards on the SportsMap Radio Network. How you doing, pal?
I'm doing great. What's up, boys? Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, we appreciate you taking the time. And for the people that were not in front of their TV or radio today, give us day one update. And we know it has to continue tomorrow morning at Augusta. 50 players of the 92 were under par, which is a good thing. Solid day for golf, to say the least, right?
Yeah, so quick synopsis of the day. It started very much like 2020 has started. We got all excited about everything, and 22 minutes later, a horn blew, and there was lightning in the area, and we had to stop everything. So, that wasn't so great. There was a 3-hour weather delay, but I tell you what, once the weather did go away, the sun came out. It looked glorious at Augusta National. The course played super easy. This course is not playing the way it normally does in April, but look, it's playing the same way for everybody. You just got to understand that it's gettable right now. In fact, Tiger Woods shot the first ever bogey-free opening round of his Masters career, which is pretty impressive. The guy's had some decent rounds at Augusta National. And so we've still got the first round left to finish. Paul Casey in the lead. And like you said, a bunch of guys who are under par. and a bunch of big names, too, on that leaderboard.
How much of a factor was the wet weather, and were you surprised by the low scoring, and will it continue if it dries out?
Huge factor on the scoring. We saw guys basically just hitting darts into the greens, and the ball would just stop. I mean, the ball would basically get stuck in its own ball mark on these greens if you hit it high enough. So I expect the folks at Augusta National, and they usually don't consult with me on this kind of stuff, but I suspect that, I don't know. I don't know why they don't ask me, but I suspect that they're going to have those sub-air systems under the greens going full blast throughout the night, taking as much moisture as they can out of the greens, and there's no more rain in the forecast. So my guess is that, there's not a whole lot you can do, but we're going to see a few more tuck pins. We're going to see it get a little firmer, a little faster, a little harder throughout the next 3 rounds, which will be, I think, a lot of fun to watch.
Jason, you mentioned Tiger having a great opening day. Is him winning, is that the best case scenario for Augusta in the networks this weekend?
Yeah, Tiger's still 1A. It's still, he gets the front page, everybody else gets the back page. So, yeah, that's absolutely the best story for CBS and for Augusta National itself, to have Tiger not just win the Masters again, but you remember, he's chasing history, and I think that we've all sort of kind of gotten lost in all the other stories. Bryce DeChambeau hit the ball 1,000,000 yards, and Rory McIlroy going for the career slam, and Dustin Johnson, #1 in the world. That it's weird. I feel like we almost haven't talked enough about not just Tiger. I mean, we've talked about Tiger, reminiscing about his win from a year and a half ago. We haven't talked as much about the what if. And the what if is, hey, now that he's in contention, shoots a 4 under 68, he's 3 shots back. If Tiger can go out and somehow win this golf tournament this week, he will tie Jack Nicklaus with the most green jackets of all time, 6. And that, to me, is, that's one of those records in sports that I know we all talk about the 18 career major championships, but 6 green jackets is a pretty impressive number as well.
Quote, buy and save on home insurance with Progressive's new Home Quote Explorer, only at Progressive.com. Joining the diehards here on the Sports Map Radio Network.
You think he has a favorite of the 6 green jackets?
He is a golf writer at the Action Network and the host of Sirius XM PGA Tour. Jason Sobel's on the line. Hey, Jason, talk about the favorite, Bryson DeChambeau. He played okay, but not great, right?
He started slow. Started with 3 pars and made an ugly double bogey where he hit one into some bushes, and he's called these par 5s basically par 4s for him. So I guess it was a triple bogey 7 that he made on the 13th hole today. But came back nicely. He made 5 birdies coming in down the street in the last 13 holes. He's 2 under par. He's 5 shots back. I look at it as, look, that wasn't exactly the way he wanted to play. It wasn't exactly how he envisioned the first round going, but that was probably about as badly as Bryson can play on that golf course, and he's still under par, so that's probably a good sign for him moving forward.
Obviously, these guys have been playing golf without any fans all year long, but with no fans at Augusta, is that a little bit different?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it's just
weird.
It's strange. Although I was just reading some comments from Paul Casey, who's in the lead right now, and he has to say, he's been very vocal about not being as energized, not being as enthused playing PGA Tour events without having any fans there. But he said, you know what? You come to Augusta National, and there's still some magic there. Even without the people around, you sort of imagine it. You sort of kind of hear the wars in your head, and you get here, and it's still special. So even though there aren't fans, first of all, these guys, if you can't get up for Augusta National and the Masters, then that's a you problem, not a they problem, first of all. And secondly, it affects everybody the same way. I've been calling it a hypothetical intangible because, quite frankly, we can't sit here on Sunday night and say, well, if there had been fans there, player A would have been 2 shots better and player B would have been 2 shots worse, and we would have had a different leaderboard. There's no way we can quantify that anyway.
Sunday Mass is obviously a big TV day. Going to be a little different this time being in November. We talked about the Tiger Woods factor for TV, but how about McIlroy at Spieth, guys like that, names that McIlroy's at even, Spieth's at +2, names like that TV's rooting for?
Yeah, sure. And there are enough of them now. That's probably the good sign for golf moving forward is that, okay, we've moved out of the Tiger era, and Tiger's still sort of, he's the needle, he drives the bus. Tiger's going to bring in more of the casual fan than anybody else. But right now, I mean, you mentioned Rory and Spieth. I could mention 15 other guys. I mean, I can go down the list and say Dustin Johnson and Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka and Justin Thomas. And there are so many of them these days that you don't need all of them playing well on the same week. All you need is, a handful of those guys on the leaderboard, and you'll get a pretty big board, and you'll get people that want to watch it. And, guys, I get that there's football on this weekend, and it's middle of November. It's kind of weird. I still think the Masters, more than any other golf event, supersedes any of that. And I still think that ratings are going to be fine. They might not be what they were last year when it's in April, not against football and Tiger Woods is winning, but they're still going to be pretty good this weekend.
Jason, is there any possibility the Masters in 2021 could get moved back if fans aren't allowed in April? It would be something they get moved back to May or June or even back to the fall again?
No, I don't think so. I think it's locked in now for April. I would expect fans to be there in some capacity. Maybe not as many fans. I mean, look, that's above my pay grade to figure out what the world is going to look like 5 months from now. So we're having a tough time figuring out 5 hours from now, let alone 5 months. But I would think that it's on the schedule. It's not moving from that schedule, and you would hope they can have fans there by that point. Maybe it's limited. Maybe it's everyone has to wear a mask. I don't know exactly what it would look like, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of locked in.
Get back to the two guys I mentioned to you before earlier, Rory and Jordan Spieth. Spieth could be all done, you think? And Rory seems to have problems hitting his irons.
Spieth's got issues right now.
Yeah.
And I like
what
you said. It was a couple of months ago after the we all have I joined the club. I like what he said a couple of months ago, though, after the U.S. Open. He said, look, finally, because he's been saying for a year and a half, 2 years, I'm close, it's coming around, it feels good in practice. Finally, he stood in front of some microphones and some cameras and said, you know what, I'm kind of lost right now. I've got to find something. It's not good right now. I like that. I felt like that was probably a good weight for him to get off his shoulders to at least admit publicly that his game is not what he keeps saying it is, because we can all see it. We've all got eyes. We can all see the way he's playing it. It's not good right now. So I'm still bullish on Spieth long term. If he's a stock, I know he's at like an all-time low right now, but I'm still buying. He might not ever get to that all-time high again, but I still think that stock is going to double in price at some point. Rory is a guy that, there's no one in the world right now, as far as the top golfers, that has more volatility in their game. I said this coming into the opening round today, that it wouldn't surprise me if Rory went out and won by 6 shots and absolutely obliterated the field. It also wouldn't surprise me if he missed the cut by 6 shots and just kind of never got it going. Rory just has these high ups and these low lows, and I don't know sort of, whether he needs more motivation, whether it's, technical or mental or emotional or physical or what it might be with Rory, but sometimes he looks like the absolute best player in the world, and sometimes he looks very ordinary.
Hey, man, final 2 minutes here. Paul Casey shot a 65 today, leads the field 7 under. What does he need to do to hold on? And part B to that is, has there ever been a player that from day number 1 is taken control and led the whole way?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's been a handful of wire-to-wire winners. I believe the last one was Trevor Immelman back in 2009. I could be wrong about that. There might have been one that decade as well. But, yeah, there have been wire-to-wire winners, and the stats show that you've at least got to be up there in the top 20 usually. I mean, I think it's like within 3 shots of the lead and in the top 20 after the first round. So, obviously, the first round isn't over yet, but Casey's in good position. He's been doing this for a long time. He's 43 years old. He's one of the best quotes in the game. He's fantastic. I love talking to the guy, even if we're just talking like off the record, not about golf, just kind of hanging out on the range and just having a conversation. He's a great guy to just kind of pal around with a little bit. But so he's a guy that I think a lot of people would root for if they get to know him a little. But look, that's going to be tough to sort of stiff arm all these guys out there that are playing such good golf right now.
Hey, Jason, as we say in the radio business, you were great radio. We really appreciate it, man. And enjoy the Masters, and we'll talk to you later on down the line. Okay, pal?
Anytime, boys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, again, there he is, Jason Sobel, golf writer, Action Network, and host at Sirius XM PGA Tour.
I think me and him would get along.
Quick TO, when we return, we're talking some gambling talk. BetMGM, it's at BetMGM. Jeff Stoneback, our new friend on the program. You're listening to the Diehards right here on the Sports Map Radio Network.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
He has a cannon for an arm. He's really accurate. He's big. He's mobile. Anthony Lynn's got experience now in these games, and he is still making critical errors at the end of games that are costing his team the chance to win. 1 second left. You could have done anything you wanted to if you were the Chargers. And you throw it to Donald Parham on a jump ball? No. Horrible play call. Awful, awful play call. Bad, bad decision for the Chargers, but the team's got talent, and the team's got a lot going for it, but they get hurt all the time, which is really problematic. But then they just don't have the edge, that coaching advantage that you need to win close football games. The Chargers do not have it.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Peralt. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
Wake up call!
I guess the only issue with Tampa winning the Stanley Cup, they may not get a parade out of it.
Boo-hoo. Now, the guy that has to travel with the cup, what is his COVID protocol? That thing has been around everywhere in every possible scenario.
This cup has seen things.
A gallon of Smirnoff vodka, 2 strippers, and the Stanley Cup meets a long night for the curator of the cup.
Wake up call with Tony B and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
The Jake Asman Show.
November Masters. Can't wait. Yeah, the fall foliage. And then I wake up this morning. I'm getting ready for the show. There's a weather delay. So we waited a long time for the Masters, golf fans. We have to wait a little bit longer now. And hope the inclement weather goes away. I am a rooter of rain when it comes to golf. My father owns an umbrella company. So there is a picture of Tiger Woods, getting some practice strokes in. And in the background, you'll see there is a Gustbuster umbrella being used by someone in Tiger Woods' party. Tiger actually has a custom Gustbuster umbrella. It says TGR on it, which is the sweetest thing ever. It's got his logo on it. So Gustbuster umbrella, well represented at Augusta, and as someone who roots for rain for that reason, not a bad start. But I'd like to see them actually play, so they play in the rain with the umbrellas out.
The Jake Asman Show. Weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
Headed to Texas to watch your team play, but don't know where to go for that pregame drink? Visit culturemap.com for all of the hottest spots in Houston, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, and San Antonio. From the most popular bars to those favorite dine-in gems, Culture Map has it all. Then before you leave town, why not visit some of the best places to shop or see some of the sights? Culture Map has extensive coverage on all the things to do in the city you're in. So check out culturemap.com. That's culturemap.com.
This is the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
And Coach Billy Donovan. Shut Mark Linehan's mic off because I'm doing a read for O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Riley, yeah.
Are your wiper blades chattering, skipping,
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
or squeaking?
All of those things.
Don't compromise your visibility with streaks or smearing on your windows.
No, smearing's the worst.
When it's time to replace your wiper blades, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and see their selection. The professional parts people will help you find just the right wiper blades for your vehicle.
I'll take the anti-smearing ones, please.
O'Reilly Auto Parts will install your wiper blades free of charge.
Both blades, not just one of them, by the way, Pep.
O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day. Please save me. Progressive Guest Line, Progressive making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Get your quote at progressive.com today. He's a friend of the show, Director of Trading at BetMGM. Jeff Stoneback's on the line. Hey, Jeff, what's happening in Vegas, buddy?
Well, we're trying to get some of these football games through here. Crazy week, a lot of cancellations and everything, but hopefully we won't have any more. And, of course, we got the Masters going, so it's a big week here.
Did you have a lot of handle on the Masters?
We did have a lot of handle. Actually, our handle is probably what it equaled to when we have it in the spring. So a lot of interest in it, and I was very surprised at that, being that it was the different time of year competing against football, but it's drawn a lot of interest this year.
Do you have a lot of worries on Tiger? Do you get a lot of people to just bet Tiger because he's Tiger when they're out there and bring a $50 ticket home?
Tiger and Phil Mickelson are two that are always bet. But yes, we had Tiger, and so if he wins this tournament, we lose quite a bit of money. We open him up at 40 to 1, and he's golfing pretty good, and he's down to 16 to 1 now. But the number one tickets written is always on Tiger.
Now, you see a lot of people now trying to jump into gambling here in Massachusetts. We don't think it'll ever happen. But one thing that caught my attention this week is that Shaquille O'Neal took a trademark out on the word Shackpot. So apparently he's getting in this game too?
Shackpot, huh? I hadn't heard that. That's pretty catchy.
That's what I'm here for.
So.
Yeah. Now, how does something like that work when he does it? Just to line up with a gambling association type, somebody that has the backing for him?
He would probably have to do something with that, and get with some company. But he's got the money to back it, and if he can do it, God bless him.
Yep.
Jeff, how much, when guys are betting football, how much does like a teaser or a parlay factor into lines you might make for football games? Or are those things you worry about in Vegas?
They aren't things that we can really we do worry about them because we do get a lot of action on it, but we don't base our lines based upon the teasers at all, just because it's something that we can adjust. It's 6-7 points off the regular line, but we are always usually in a lot of situations in the NFL when we have those teams that are 7-point favorites, 6-point favorites. People like to tease those favorites down to basically -1 or a pick. So anytime the favorites do win, on the card, large majority of them we usually do get beat up in the teasers. So they used to be called a sucker bet, and years ago, but they're not sucker bets anymore. I mean, there's people that make a good living them. The two-team teaser back in the day used to pay even money, so the books have had to really adjust on that. So now you got to put up either $1.20 or $1.30 on a two-team teaser, depending on when you're playing.
Hey, how much has this COVID crap kind of made your life a little bit more difficult as far as as far as like
crap.
As far as all of a sudden, for example, like UCLA, Utah this weekend. First they thought about cancel, now they push it back a day. You have to look into what players are hurt. How does that affect, and just how much does that change your life?
Well, basically what we do is we don't take as large a bets. If somebody wanted to watch a casino player and wants to like bet $100,000 on it, usually we'd say okay if you're a casino player, but we don't here because the COVID makes it a little bit of a different situation with injuries. We know, hey, this guy, these 3 players are out. With the COVID, it could be today there could be 6 guys with COVID, and by game time there could be 15 guys with COVID. So it's kind of like an injury that just gets passed on to the rest of the team. So we don't know what's going to happen by come game time. So we kind of protect ourselves by taking lower limits during the week. But it has made it very difficult for us.
How about over-unders that started in the season when teams don't play as many games? How does that get dealt with?
Well, what happens is we put a stipulation on there that they must play the right number of games, so that they're scheduled. But we will pay off. Let's say, for example, we've got a season total of 9 wins, and or let's say 6 wins, and they finish the season with 8 wins, but they miss a game. So we'll go ahead and pay those people that had the over 6 wins there.
Okay, cool. That's very cool.
Jeff, speaking of total bets, we're looking ahead possibly to hopefully the start of the NHL season, the NBA season coming up. Like, how much are you figuring into COVID into doing season totals for those leagues?
Well, definitely we've got to put some new rules in that we've never thought we had to put in there before, and the house rules. So, we'll put them up just like we regularly do. And you can't figure out the COVID, and if it happens, it happens. And, so if it does happen, it'd probably, refund the bets, being that they wouldn't play the number of games that we specified. But, it's just, you put it up there, you got some different house rules. Usually we've got something like the games must go within a week. We may put up there the games must go by the end of 2021 or something like that. But there's been a lot of different rules that we never thought we'd have to put up that now with COVID, who knows?
Quote by and save on home insurance of Progressive's new Home Quote Explorer, only at Progressive.com. Here on the Diehards on the Sportsman Radio Network. Jeff Stoneback, friend of the show. He is the director of trading at BetMGM. Hey, Jeff, I do some work for Boston College Hockey, part of the broadcast team and the engineering side. Mark Linehan here does the color for Boston University Hockey, Division I hockey, best in the business. How come there's not more lines on college hockey?
Just There's not a whole lot of interest on the betting on it, so that's the problem. Those niche, I won't say a niche sport, but a smaller sport. If you put up the lines, it's you don't get much action on it. And what you want to do is get some public action. So you want to get some money in the pool. So if you got like something that the public really isn't involved in as far as wagering on, you're just going to get all professional money. And believe me, the people on the other side of the counter are much smarter than the people behind the counter, even though a lot of people disagree with that, how many of those games come down. But, so if you're dealing with small pools and only the professionals, you're just going to get beat in the long run.
Fair enough.
If you could tease hockey plus 6 goals, I could retire. Hey, how about the Tuesday night, Wednesday night MAC action, that kind of thing? How much of a factor has that been in your business?
Actually, it's been very popular. It was funny because on Tuesday night we had 3 MAC games, and I was like, we are, if all 3 of them had gone our way or for our way, I said, we're going to get killed here. We're going to get either killed or have a big night. It'll be just like a Saturday because you got those limited games, 3 games, and that's all they got going on the night, and so everybody betted. I mean, we took quite a few 6-figure bets on both nights on those MAC games. So, yeah, I mean, if they were played on a Saturday, just in the middle of the schedule of everything, they'd be, just insignificant as far as the whole card goes. But when they're isolated on a Tuesday and a Wednesday night like that, we take a lot of action on them.
Jeff, 30 seconds left at BetMGM. Talk about why people should sign up.
Oh, the app is great. I mean, it's the best thing that's come into sports betting. It's right the convenience, palm of your hand, and the best thing about it is you've got in-game wagering. So let's say you come home on a Monday night or like a Thursday night like tonight. You just get home from work. It's a couple minutes left till halftime. You weren't able to get a bet down. Well, you can get a bet down now. Yeah, there will be adjusted point spreads, and all through the game you can make wagers. So it keeps you in action the whole game. Many more wagers to bet on, lots of props, but like I said, the most important thing is you can bet any time on any game.
Jeff, thank you so much for taking the time. Again, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week, okay, pal?
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay,
Thank you.
Talk to you then.
There he is, Jeff Stoneback from at BetMGM, and again, it's
plus 6 goals.
Fascinating to me, but why isn't there more gambling on college hockey? Please, come on.
That's all I need.
Take a timeout. When we return, we're going to talk NFL with Leanne Herring.
I'm going to talk something else with her.
Linehan's favorite comes up next here on the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter. License in all 50 states. MLS Consumer Access.org. Number 330.
The Sentinel Group sponsors this paid advertisement for legal services and is responsible for legal services. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months? The FDA has warned that Zantac and other medications containing heartburn drug, ranitidine, may be contaminated with cancer-causing agent NDMA. Zantac may be linked to these cancers: bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months, call now. 800-325-8544. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. You may be owed significant compensation. Call 800-325-8544. 800-325-8544. That's 800-325-8544.
You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on besthotelrates.com. BestHotelRates.com works with all the top hotels in the country while delivering you great hotel and room choices for the best prices. Why wait? Go to BestHotelRates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. BestHotelRates.com, it's in the name. BestHotelRates.com. You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on BestHotelRates.com. BestHotelRates.com works with all the top hotels in the country while delivering you great hotel and room choices for the best prices. Why wait? Go to BestHotelRates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. BestHotelRates.com, it's in the name. BestHotelRates.com.
You're listening to The Diehards on the SportsMap Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Visit swingjuice.com today. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
Also hanging out with us tonight is Coach Billy Donovan, as he does always. No, not that coach. Stop it.
Yeah, I've had enough of him.
Guys, when we talk gambling, do you get fired up and you pissed off that we can't gamble here in Massachusetts? Like, when is it ever going to happen?
Billy knows a guy.
Yeah, of course he does.
Got a guy advocating for it, Ryan Villard. He's a lobbyist up on Beacon Hill.
Oh, yeah, he's a big deal, yeah. He knows everything.
Billy, I mean, you know everything. You got pants on and a belt.
A belt.
Let's go to the Progressive Guest Line. Progressive making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Get your quote at Progressive.com today. She is a friend of the show, NFL and SEC content writer for, NFL content writer, SEC content writer for RebelWalk.com. Also, diehard correspondent. Leanne Herring's on the line. Hey, Leanne, how you doing?
Good. How are y'all?
Linehan was just waiting for you to say y'all.
Yeah, it works for
I
me.
know.
You must have been a hit dropping those y'alls in Providence back in the day.
Oh, my accent was a lot heavier. Coach can tell you. You can ask Estes, especially when I was on the sideline. I was telling Pepe the other day, I almost got kicked out of a Harvard game. We played a couple of times. I got rowdy with the ref with a bad call. Anyway, my accent was. They always said my accent came out after midnight, especially the Texan one. So yeah.
I can't believe Coach Estes would have a problem with an official.
No, never.
That's right. Hey, Leanne, I'm going to jump in, stop right on college football before we get to the NFL. I really enjoy reading about your Ole Miss recruiting stuff. How's that going, and how are they getting to the point where all they can compete in that SEC, maybe steal some kids from the Bamas?
I think recruiting, what I'm learning, especially with the 2022s, with a lot of these kids have opened up their recruit. You got a lot of hard commits to Alabama, to FSU. These 5-star number one, especially on offenses. But they're not able to make official visits. Limited contact with coaches and things like that other than social media. So it's really had to step up and change the game, So a lot of these kids, even though we've already had early signing day start there, they're reopening their commits. And these are, like I said, 4- and 5-star kids that, were our legacies or, like I said, hard commits to big programs saying, you know what, I need to rethink my options. Where am I going to play for the next 4 years? And that's really opened up a lot of doors for, programs building like Ole Miss, LSU's going to have to do some rebuilding. I mean, SEC, and right now, they're going to have an interesting stage with so many games getting canceled. I mean, we got 4 major games getting canceled in the SEC alone. They're talking about, Ole Miss and Texas A&M, who's up and coming in number 5 right now, possibly being canceled next week already. So it's going to be an interesting second half in college football, especially for a major conference.
Yeah, and especially with all the over-recruiting now, you can see a school like Ole Miss, kid that maybe has been committed to Bama or LSU, and then on signing day they say we don't have room for you. Have you seen kids like that sneak into Ole Miss that way?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's those kids that, a lot of the young kids, especially the 4- and 5-star kids, and you get that with a lot of multi-sport kids. I'm seeing a lot now, like 3 kids that we're looking at right now. One's a three-sport kid. He plays basketball, he plays football, and he runs track, and he's also a 5-star. So it's just, you're seeing a lot of these kids that they're going for more than just playing football. They're going for education. They're going for a lot more. And a lot of those commits are changing because, they're like, I want something more. And then of course you get those weird commits that, are going because of the uniform combinations or, things like that. So you hear everything from one extreme to the other.
Leanne, stay on college football here for just a second. SEC country, which you are smack dab in the middle of. How does this continue? I mean, you're looking at all these games, 4 or 5 games canceled. How are they going to continue the season?
I think, it's going to be an interesting call. That we were on a call with Greg Sankey, and, the rest of the SEC every Wednesday we do a coaches call. And I find it really difficult if we keep canceling major games like LSU and Bama not being, especially with those top tier teams, if they continue to be canceled. I just don't see there being a rest of the season. What I think they're going to end up doing is if they end up putting a halt, they're going to do record strength of schedule and then play one SEC championship. Because it just seems like if they're already talking about, number 5, Texas A&M, who wants to play football? If I was Texas A&M and I'm number 5 right now in the country, I want to play some football. But I don't care if it's against Ole Miss because I want to keep my record going and hope that some of these other teams are going to fall off, and some of these other SEC teams are going to play. So it's going to be an interesting first half with second half with these Power 5 conferences if games start getting scheduled. And I feel like they're going to just jump straight to championships. And I don't want to be on the CFP committee. I feel for those members that are going to have to figure out how this national championship is going to work because, like I said, we still have the Pac-12 that's barely jumping in. And my thing is it fair? Their strength of schedule, getting basically a long fall break and coming in fresh. And then you got, these smaller conferences like the AAC, and then you got powerhouse conferences already getting sick. So I just think it's going to be an interesting second half, and there's going to be some heavy weight on where we go postseason and bowl season.
All right, Leah, let's get to the NFL again. You rated the top 12 teams halfway through the season. We're going to jump around a little bit.
Who's number 13?
I want to ask you, stop it. I want to ask you about the Bucks. I believe you have them at number 5. Your overall rating for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and give me your breakdown of halfway through the season with Tampa Bay.
It's exactly. It's all about they've ridden their money around Tom Brady, and with a good reason. Being 6-3, top the NFC South. They have a hellacious backfield. Antonio Brown, Leonard Fournette. All the best things. The biggest question I have about the Bucs, are they legitimate? Are they, they look better on the outside than they are going to play? Those are a lot of questions because we've seen them go back and forth. That loss against the Saints was horrific. And so, that's my thing. Okay, can they make it stiff? I think that Tom Brady is going to have a comeback. I think that the toughest game for the Bucs is going to be, going against the Kansas City Chiefs. Because look at the Kansas City Chiefs. They're still managing to play really good ball. Even though they're not undefeated, they've made a lot of adjustments. Mahomes is playing some of his best football. I think it's going to be really difficult. But I see the Bucs coming back, and I think that their final opponents are really going to help. They see the Falcons twice. They see some of these teams, so their schedule is really going to help them if they can stay consistent and healthy. And I think they can get that offense going. I say the Bucs go 11-5.
Y'all got the top 3 teams as AFC teams. Kansas City standing out that big. We get Baltimore Ravens are coming here to New England this weekend. I'm a Baltimore guy. How's that matchup going to end up?
It's wishy-washy down in Baltimore. Baltimore, I have them at 3. AFC North 6-2 right now. I think that they're still a good ball club now. If we're thinking that Lamar Jackson's going to have another MVP year, the Baltimore Ravens are going to come up like they're going to be in 2019, they're not. They're stumbling. They have the elite talent, but they're stumbling because they haven't managed to be able to play a complete game. The question is, can Lamar Jackson, he's a phenomenal quarterback, but can he step up as a passer? That's going to be the biggest thing, the separation that would help alleviate and I think push the Ravens if Lamar Jackson steps up as a passer. And he's failed to show that he can do that consistently. So even though he's a hell of a quarterback, if he doesn't get that passing game going for the Ravens, it's going to be a long second half of the season. And I think the biggest game that is going to be for them is going to be, of course, against the undefeated Steelers right now. That's going to be a big deciding factor whether Baltimore can finish out strong. I still think that the Baltimore, if they can get things going with their remaining, they have the easiest, strong sense of schedule to end the season. So if they can manage to win a couple games and still lose, they still have the ability to make a playoff run, and I have them going 12-4.
So we've established you have the AFC as the top 3 teams. Who do you see going to the Super Bowl halfway through the year?
I like Kansas City. And I like Pittsburgh. But like I said, a lot can happen because I think we have to open up that bottom half. You can't leave out teams like the Dolphins, or you can't leave teams out like the Bills. Playing really complete football. And I think, the second half of the season is going to be very interesting because we're going to see a lot of players that were on injury reserve coming back healthy. I think that was the biggest thing that helped the Saints shut down Tom Brady and the Bucs, was that they had players healthy again, 2 key players. And I think that was one of the best games that Sean Payton and Breeze played. So I think that's going to be a determining factor. A lot of it is going to be for the Steelers, I don't think that they go undefeated because, it's going to be tough going undefeated, still having to have no bye week, and they've had big wins, but unfortunately for the Steelers, they haven't had clean wins. They haven't consistent wins. We have to think about the Steelers. The reason I have them going, not undefeated is because 8 of their 5 wins were just by 1 possession, and the last 3 games came very close. I mean, they almost lost to the Dallas Cowboys, 2-7. I mean, with their 4th-string quarterback, if that tells you anything. So a lot can happen in the second half of the season, but I think it's going to be interesting as far as when we see these the Black Horse teams, trying to, the bottom 5 teams trying to come up, playing more complete football and complementary football.
That's my favorite kind of football. You got Tampa Bay still number 5 underneath New Orleans, not taking a lot into consideration about the whooping from last weekend?
Like I said, it's going to be about clicking. I think that, like I said, the Saints I still have them there because I don't know what we're going to get with Brady. I think that, like I said, with Tom Brady and the cast that they have invested in, it's $1 million cast. But it's like the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones. You have a multi-million-dollar backfield with all those wide receivers, but you didn't buy the offensive line to protect the quarterback. So you can be in that situation. The thing is, with the Bucs, is who are we going to get? Are we going to get a team that can click and rally behind Brady? Or are we going to get a flip-flop that's going to show up, and have a couple good wins, but then, fall? So the Bucs, I still think, are a flip-flop for me because I don't think that they have set themselves behind Brady and click where they need to be playing on offense and defense.
Leanne, Thursday Night Football, Tennessee up on the Colts. They lose 17-13. You have the Tennessee Titans at number 9. Do you think they're better than that?
Obviously not. You put them at number 9. Pay attention.
I
Girl
like
went to
Tennessee,
Brown.
and this is why I like Tennessee, because they have a solid defense, and I think that has helped them step up a lot. And I think that has created balance. I think we've seen a lot of the top teams not have strong defenses in secondary, whereas you have a team like Tennessee who's kind of in between there that they still can do something. I mean, they had a lackluster, thing, but then is it going to pay off? The thing is it going to pay? Because they have a stout team. I mean, you have a $21 million investment in your defense, and you're struggling. So my thing is, are they going to be able to bring that defense up down the stretch? Because they have power players. So that's how I look at it. And they have it. Their quarterback's young. He's fresh. He's leading. He's doing things for them. But like I said, they still have to play Green Bay, and we can't leave Green Bay out because Aaron Rodgers, anybody who said that his career was, on the downside, on the flip side, hasn't been watching what LaFleur has been doing down that way.
Well, you didn't leave Green Bay out. You have them 6th in your power rankings, if you will, and you're great. I mean, do you think Aaron Rodgers and those Green Bay Packers can get to the NFC Championship game and possibly get to the Super Bowl?
I don't. I'm still, like I said, I'm still not sold on them being right at the Super Bowl. But if anybody's going to lead them in how they're playing right now, it's Aaron Rodgers. I never like to say that you should balance your whole team on one quarterback or on one player. But if you're Green Bay and the way Aaron Rodgers has been, functioning and just really playing some of his best, best offensive football that we've seen in a really long time. Like I said, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on there, like I said. And then they have, the number 2 wide receiver in Devontae Adams. Is he going to pay off? That Aaron-Adams combination has been interesting. And I think that if it continues to flourish, if it continues to do it. But, the interesting thing that as where the Packers sit as far as schedule in the AFC South, they have the Colts. Yeah, they have, they see the Titans again in Week 16. But, depending how those, come out, it could be the Bears. And, of course, it would have to be the Bears of all teams that, could make or break whether the Packers go and are able to clinch and rise in the NFC North.
Tom Brady had a tough night. Were you surprised at the reaction of his coach, kind of throwing him under the bus?
You know, I mean, if you look at that scoring thing, if you would have praised him, I mean, I know it's Tom Brady and I get it, and we all have things, but I mean, if you're going to be a coach and your best investment, and Tom Brady and someone that you built your team, and this is not a young kid, this is not someone, you know, I mean, you need to put a little fire in his butt, you know. I mean, seriously, I have no sympathy when you play like that. If you know you don't deserve a pat on the back, and sometimes you need that because you get caught up in that. You get caught up in the fact that it's Tom Brady and he's got these, you know, players and stuff. You got to bring yourself down and remember you're playing football. You got to be gritty. It's not about you know, press. It's about what you're doing doing on the field.
Absolutely.
Hey, Leanne Herring, great job as always. NFL content writer and SEC writer for Rebel Walk.
Which game are we going to this weekend, Leanne?
I'm sorry?
Which game we covering that are going to be around this weekend?
No, off this weekend. You know, I was gonna do LSU, Alabama, but you know we're shut down for COVID. So
what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do this weekend?
Work on some other projects this weekend.
What's the plans? Anything special?
I'm sorry?
Any plans? What are you gonna do? Anything good?
Probably going to work on the business, spend time with the kids, and, you know, do all the other side projects. And like I said, really work on recruiting. It's like I'm by no means a head football coach, but I mean, they do a heck of a job what they do. I mean, having to do with recruiting. So it's a 24/7 job, and I'm definitely learning that one real quick.
Leanne, thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
You know, you
all
were
right,
great, buddy.
thank you. Y'all have a good one.
All right. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back with our final segment, tell you about Rocket Mortgage, and wrap things up.
Rocket Mortgage.
We are the diehards here on the Sportsman Radio Network.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Football culture is going to be about. It's going to be about winning, and it's going to be about competition. Facts are facts, man. Mitch Trubisky was not playing well enough to deserve being the starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears at the point in time when the move was made. And also, look at the numbers. They aren't eye-poppingly great from Nick Foles either. But there was a palpable difference in the tempo of the game, the speed of the offense, the flow for the Chicago Bears, honestly, on both sides of the football. Once Nick Foles took over as quarterback midway through the third quarter, it was clear that they needed to do something. And Matt Nagy took a huge step yesterday, making a franchise-altering decision that also happened to be the one that helped you win the game on the football field.
Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
Weeknights at 10 Eastern.
Pharrell.
Coast to coast!
Sounded like Adam needed a tissue after the game. Here's Adam Gase.
It hurts. It's like guys, they battled. Just to have a few mistakes that cost us the game.
We did a really good job of doing what we wanted to do here, which was lose, so that we would maintain an 0-9 mark and get the #1 draft pick. Everyone did a fantastic job.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Wake up, Cole!
It is bad that this guy died, but his title, he was the Sausage King of Russia.
Yes, I saw this yesterday on Twitter.
All I could think about was Abe Froman.
Me too. I posted this on Twitter under the link. I said, a man was murdered and all I care about is coming here for the Abe Froman jokes.
Yes.
Like, that's all I cared about. I see this story where the Sausage King of Russia gets murdered, and I'm like, oh, I bet there's a lot of cool Abe Froman jokes.
Yeah,
I didn't even give a thought to the man that was killed. I was like, where are the Abe Froman jokes? Come on. And Twitter did not let me down.
Not. The one thing I was wondering was, did he get snooty?
Yeah, right.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, we're not going to tell you. You need to just culture yourself.
Come on, culture yourself.
The Sausage King of Russia. Not to be confused with the Sausage King of Chicago.
That's right. You're Abe Froman. Yes, I am. Sausage King of Chicago. That's awesome.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
The Athletic is delivering every sports story that matters. The Athletic has full-time local writers dedicated to your teams, providing breaking news, in-depth analysis, and exclusive stories you can't find anywhere else. Plus national names like Robert Mays, Stuart Mandel, David Aldridge, Ken Rosenthal, Lindsey Jones, and many more who provide unrivaled league-level perspective and insight. All personalized and ad-free. Subscribe today for $1 a week at theathletic.com/radio week. Once again, that's theathletic.com/radio week.
This is the Diehards on the Sports Map Radio Network. Presented by Swing Juice. Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Anthony Pepe and Mark Linehan.
Last hour of the Diehards presented by Rocket Mortgage. Rocket! Want to see your loan options, adjust payments, and closing costs online in real time? Rocket Cam.
Rocket Cam. I know that one.
Can't send that air check to the client. Thanks again, Linehan.
That's
You're
what
the
I'm
best.
here for. Entertaining America.
You're the
Like
best.
Bob Hope's brother, no hope.
Coach Billy D. No, not that Coach Billy Donovan.
Enough of that. Yes,
But
it is.
You
The
were
other guy
awesome.
Thanks, Houston.
As always.
Have a great weekend. How'd I do, all right? I'm going to do some fracking this weekend.
Andrew Carlson on Rock and Roll Control in Houston. You're the best in the business. Linehan, you suck.
I get that a lot.
Talk to you again tomorrow night.
Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Your next project at Menards. Light up your garage or work area with a 10,000 lumen LED shop light. It has a heavy-duty tread plate housing and is super bright, energy efficient, and built to last. All shop lights are 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving today on everything you need at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Stern.
The middle.
There you go. Can you give us a live update now? But give us an update on the leaderboard in Jerry Jones, not Jim Nance.
Your leader is Lee Westwood. Currently 5 under par from 9. Followed by his countryman Paul Casey, 4 under par. Tiger Woods, he's been on the party bus a time or two. He's a 2 under through 6 holes. Now back to my good friend Jim Nance.
Thank you, Jerry. Not bad. The world needed a little Jerry Jones updating the Masters, man. We all needed that.
He would be great in the booth.
Can you imagine that?
He's awesome.
Right.
That never gets old, man. No. You can always get you a laugh out of Jerry.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Coast to coast! Tom Brady is in Tampa, and everybody thought he wouldn't do well. At first, they laughed and said, Super Bowl. He's not going to the Super Bowl in their own building. Now, you could argue they're going to that game. I think they can beat Seattle. They already beat Green Bay. I think they can beat anyone in the NFC. And in fact, with Tom Brady and that team loaded, I think they can beat the Chiefs, Steelers, anybody.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Wake up call. We are joined by legendary Hall of Fame quarterback, 4-time Super Bowl champion, the best quarterback in my lifetime, the one and only Joe Montana. How do you look at the quarterback situation in the NFL? Is it better? Is it worse? Where do you see it being played today in 2020?
Well, it's obviously a little bit of a different game, with the rules the way that they are. You're going to see a lot of yards, and the guys are going to throw it because the rules kind of lend itself to that. It's great to see some of the young guys stepping up and playing early. It's not easy league to make the transition into. Obviously, Patrick did it very well, and Rose is coming along, and Herbert, those guys, they're fun to watch. And then again, on the other end of the spectrum, the older guys are fun to watch too. When you watch Tom, you watch guys like Russell Wilson and Drew Brees. I think the essence of it's all still pretty much the same, no matter what, how active and how athletic these guys are. It's still played pretty much from the pocket.
Wake up call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit automotivemap.com today. Where are jobs in radio given out? They're not given out on a college campus. No, they're given out in the real world, at real radio stations. And to get a job, you need to know people. That's where Radio Connection comes in. Most schools train you on campus. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn from professional mentors in real radio stations. They've put their private classrooms in these places so you can apprentice under professionals And as you learn, you're making connections and gaining access to the people that are doing the hiring. This is not the promise of a job, no, but it is a promise to get you as close to the action and opportunities as possible. If COVID is a concern, no problem. You can learn from a radio professional via remote learning tools as well. This is education reimagined to keep you out of debt as you learn in real-world settings. Interested? Visit radioconnection.com for more information today. That's radioconnection.com. Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com. Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on Quicken Loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. And MLS.consumerAccess.org. Number 33.
It's time.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
He talks about sports on the radio.
On the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Home loans that fit your life. Rocket can.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
We are live here on a Thursday night, a thirsty Thursday maybe for you. This is Sports Map All Night. I'm Bill Schmidt, Andrew Carlson alongside. Thanks for hanging out with us. We got a lot to discuss here tonight. Which quarterbacks in the National Football League need the final 8 games, 7-8 games, and maybe a couple of more to keep themselves right where they are? I'm watching Phillip Rivers here tonight, who just might be doing enough for me to back down on the Phillip Rivers hatred, I guess is the easiest way to put it. I'm critical of a guy that turns the football over the way that he does. However, hasn't done it yet. 20 of 28, 223 yards and a score. And Indianapolis, the team that was favored once this game got underway in Nashville, trailing by 4, 17-13, fresh out of the break. We'll keep you posted there. And it's Thursday Night Football. That means we get to catch up with our guy, Tom Barton of Sports Garden, Wanna Bet Weekend Edition, each and every Sunday here on Sports Map All Night. But one of those quarterbacks is Carson Wentz. And Bo Wolf, our athletic reporter in Philadelphia, is going to stop by, covers the Eagles, and see what he believes Carson Wentz needs to do in these final 8 games to not only stay the starting quarterback in Philadelphia, because unlike a couple that we'll name here in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, Carson Wentz is in a little bit different situation. Because when Carson Wentz looks to the sideline and goes into his meeting room, he doesn't necessarily, he sees who probably would replace him in Jalen Hurts. A couple other gentlemen across the National Football League, teams are going to have to get a little creative to find the replacement for them at that spot. However, you're looking at Ryan Tannehill, who was a replacement last year, pretty dang good, and leading the Tennessee Titan team that right now is rolling. Tiger Woods rolling today, day 1 of the Masters. And goodness gracious, was Tiger on one earlier today. We're going to hear from the man himself. And unapologetically so, the Masters and any golf tournament is a lot more interesting when Eldrick Tiger Woods is near the top of the leaderboard. He did something today that he hasn't done in a decade. We'll get into that. And who's the best wide receiver in the National Football League? Devontae Adams was asked about it last week. But who do you think? 1-800-224-2004. We're off and running. Sports Map all night.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick and loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter. License in all 50 states. NMLS Consumer Access.org. Number 3030.
Over 2.5 million airline passengers fly every day in the United States. Those passengers depend on reliable airplanes, and those planes need certified aircraft technicians. That's where you come in. We are the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, and we train tomorrow's technicians. We train our students hands-on with real aircraft, develop their skills, and prepare them for real jobs in the industry. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the average aircraft technician in the United States makes over $62,000 a year.
The job opportunity is there, the money is there.
If you want to work with your hands, it's a perfect place for you. Call 800-876-0097.
I'm very impressed with the AIM curriculum. The school's keeping pace with the demands of the industry.
The potential for growth is astounding.
At the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, we train tomorrow's technicians.
800-876-0097. 800-876-0097.
The Sentinel Group sponsors this paid advertisement for legal services and is responsible for legal services. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months? The FDA has warned that Zantac and other medications containing heartburn drug, ranitidine, may be contaminated with cancer-causing agent NDMA. Zantac may be linked to these cancers: bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months, call now. 800-325-8544. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. You may be owed significant compensation. Call 800-325-8544. 800-325-8544. That's 800-325-8544.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmid on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmid.
Thanks for hanging out. Sports Map All Night is off and running here on Sports Map Radio Network. Appreciate you being here. Andrew Carlson alongside. I'm Bill Schmid. Inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, watching Phillip Rivers double clutch all the way down to the end zone. The Indianapolis Colts are putting the pedal to the metal. Straight to the floor. No break for these boys tonight. They've gone for it now on fourth down. I want to say like 6 times already in this game. Andrew, they've had to have gone for it four times on fourth down with inside the red zone already this year. In this game, I mean.
Oh, at least. I mean, their very first drive, they had 4th and 1 at their own like 43-yard line, and they went for it. I mean, they were not holding any punches. Frank Reich is clearly taking this game like a must-win. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, it is a must-win for them, essentially, if they want to have any hope in the AFC South. But he is not giving up any chances. He doesn't have any faith that this Tennessee defense can stop him, and rightfully so, because I think they're like 4 or 5 or 5 of 6 so far.
And Zach Pascal just came on an end around a pitch in front of the quarterback for a touchdown. They'll review it. It looks real close to see if he's down or not, but they're confirming it, it looks like now. And then Andrew's boy, Rodrigo Blankenship, will come on out for an extra point. He's already knocked through 2 field goals in this game. Right now, if the touchdown stands, it's 19-17. Colts taking over the lead here. And looking at this AFC, oh yeah, he's definitely short. Maybe Jonathan Taylor would get a plunge in as they rotate backs over there in Indianapolis, just like a college team. It's unreal to watch. But we're now halfway through the season. We did our midseason awards yesterday, Andrew, and we came through with Coach of the Year and Offensive Player of the Year, MVP. It was unanimous on the show if Patrick Mahomes would be the MVP of the league. And it got me thinking that halfway through the season, while we're able to start making legit determinations on if teams are good, if a guy can win the MVP or if he's just slowly making a nice candidacy for it, you can start to realize what teams are playoff bound, what teams could actually be in contention, and what teams are going to fade away through the next 8 games. I believe you can also make that assumption, start to build that case for what teams are going to start looking into the draft for a new quarterback. Because despite the records for a lot of groups, what we've seen here in 2020, quarterback play is a thing of the future. What we're watching is a youth movement across the quarterback position that almost 90% of the guys, 95% of the guys you look at as big-time starters in the league are still under 30. And they're all coming in from different schools, coming in a lot on rookie contracts. We're seeing Justin Herbert absolutely ball out. Now, the wins haven't necessarily been there for the Chargers, but everybody who's watched Justin Herbert through his first 7 starts there in Los Angeles can realize that kid can play. And he's going to be a player for quite some time. Same thing with Joe Burrow. Same thing with guys that are right now still looking for that first big contract in the league. A guy that won the MVP last year in Lamar Jackson. We know he can play, right? But what do people think elsewhere with their young quarterbacks? And records can determine when you go for that move, right? When you make that big-time investment to go and grab a new starting quarterback. But what teams and what quarterbacks in these last 8 games need to prove something to keep that job going into 2020 or 2021 rather? The New York Jets, we already know they're gone. If Trevor Lawrence is laying in your wheelhouse, you got to go and make that deal. But the rookie class coming in here has a ton of intriguing names. Trevor Lawrence is going to garner most of the attention, and rightfully so. Best player in college football. But is he the guy that can everybody stack up to? Probably not. No. He might be one of the more can't-miss guys and highly touted prospects at that spot in recent memory. But you're still stacking up a Justin Fields, Trey Lance out of North Dakota State, who's got a ton of pub. Kid like Zach Wilson coming out of BYU, who is as hot right now of a name as I can remember coming through in college football for what he's done with the Cougars in a strange year. And you look across the league, there are some teams that I know wish they could make a move at the quarterback spot, and then there's teams that need a little bit more clarity. For the last 3 years, it felt like the Las Vegas Raiders were hoping, once John Gruden got into that position, got that 10-year, $100 million deal to be the head coach, it felt like there were multiple times he was hoping to go and be able to grab a new quarterback and replace Derek Carr. One of the reasons why they gave the kind of money, $7.5, $8 million to Marcus Mariota. Because Mayock and Gruden, both when he was coming out of the draft, raved about this guy. Were huge fans of Mariota, wanted to see what he could do, and thought, why not do it here? That AFC West is pretty much stacked up. The AFC South that we're looking at right now and watching a battle for essentially the division lead here. If Indianapolis beats the Titans in Nashville, they would control themselves to win that division. But Indianapolis on a 1-year, $25 million deal with a player option for Phillip Rivers, this isn't a long-term solution. They already know that they have to start looking at somebody else. They know that their eye is still going to be cast towards the future. But I think it becomes a real conversation when you look into the NFC with all different quarterbacks that are going to need a big-time run here in the last half of the season, like a Carson Wentz, who has turned the ball over more than any quarterback in the NFL this year, that despite what he has already done in his career in his first 5 seasons, you can't regress the way he has through an entire 16 games and not walk into a legitimate quarterback competition next year with Jalen Hurts. Washington, Dwayne Haskins has already been shown the proverbial door by Ron Rivera. And Ron's doing a great job of putting lipstick on the situation and making it feel like, wow, we still like Dwayne. We want to make sure Dwayne develops and has the opportunity to watch and learn and grow as a quarterback. No, you've kind of made your decision on what Dwayne Haskins is. Daniel Jones, I don't think you can make a legitimate decision on him in just 2 years, but once again, records make you enforce decisions, right? Deadlines force deals. When we talk about trade season in the NBA and in the NFL, a lot more in Major League Baseball, right? Deadlines breed deals in business. And say the New York Giants have a top 5 pick this year. I know Dave Gettleman loved Daniel Jones coming out. But if Daniel Jones doesn't take another couple of steps here in the next 8 games, you got to imagine that those conversations are going to happen in New York. And I think they're justly so. Is Daniel Jones a good quarterback? I think he's okay. I don't think his ceiling is where I watch Justin Fields at Ohio State and see where he can be. I don't think it's the ceiling of what I project for Zach Wilson at the next level coming out of BYU. Definitely not for a Trevor Lawrence, but they're not going to be in that conversation. They definitely might end up, though, at 2-7 in that Justin Fields, Zach Wilson era. Look at Atlanta, and look at what Matt Ryan has already done since Dan Quinn has been dismissed. He felt the heat. We played cuts from Matt Ryan immediately after Dan Quinn gets fired week 5, and the questions are already coming up. What do you believe this means for you? And Matt Ryan understandably goes, I can't allow myself to think about that. I'm a professional. I got to play all these games the way that they're meant to be played. Nobody's buying any of that. The numbers can look good, and they do. 9 games in for Matty Ice. Completing 67%. 15 touchdowns, 5 picks. Pretty normal for what a Matt Ryan season kind of looks like. Almost already at 3,000 yards passing. But developing and then moving forward, Atlanta's got to project that Matt Ryan in these next 7 games for him shows that he's still going to have that type of talent for the next 3 years. Because they're walking into a rebuild. Teddy Bridgewater, I think, has already done enough in Carolina to show Dave Tepper, Matt Rule, and the rest of the decision makers there in Carolina that he's done enough to deserve his spot. But what about Jimmy Garoppolo? He might not be able to prove that he's worth that spot in San Francisco. And Lord knows Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard. It doesn't look like anything is going to be enough. What about the Minnesota Vikings? I think Kirk Cousins needs a big-time 8 games and a push towards a playoff spot coming from 1-5 for the Minnesota Vikings to justify being back as the starting quarterback for the Purple. Dalvin Cook was our consensus show last night, Sports Map All Night, Offensive Player of the Year. Probably the best running back in football. Top 3 for sure. Henry, Cook, and Kamara right now. And you can't be wasting that with Kirk Cousins doing and throwing games away like he did against Atlanta week 5. And you're going to be in that position with a lot of draft capital still after an offseason like Minnesota had a year ago, where they could be into the market. It's a fascinating look at where we are in the league. But you already know the Jaguars. You already know the Jets are going to be in the conversation. But it is those New York Giants. It's also the Denver Broncos. What Drew Lock's done. While you see some flashes from the former second rounder out of Mizzou, He's also thrown at least a pick in each of his last 4 starts. So decision-making and development go hand in hand in this league. Whether or not you see development trending upwards, and where does the production tap out at? These last 8 games, not only big for head coaches, because head coaches are going to keep their jobs and lose their jobs for these last 8 games. But players get fired too. And for organizations that really like their head coach, they'll fire players before they fire a head coach. Bo Wolf stops by and answers this question about the Philadelphia Eagles. They are absolutely in the midst of that conversation inside that building. You don't draft a guy in the second round if you don't believe that he can play. That's where they grabbed Jalen Hurts for a reason. He comes up in 15 minutes from The Athletic talking Eagles with us. The college football playoff has a golden opportunity in the next month to do the right thing and also give a test run. Everybody loves a good test drive. Money back guarantee. There's a satisfaction guarantee 30-day risk-free trial for the college football playoff, and I can't believe they're not taking it. I'll explain next. Bo Wolf in 15 minutes talking Eagles on Sports Map.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Is going to have to make it. They're sitting there with the first overall pick.
Well, whoever's handling that ball, they need some help up front. I don't know whether Sam's still going to be there. I do know that if the Jets are in that undesirable position at one time or another during the season to being in last place, they're being in the most desirable position to have the first pick. But, you know, they could maybe get other draft choices. Do they still believe in Sam? It'd be hard to pass on Lawrence, I tell you. He's just a marvelous player and has been there the last few years. Everything about him, his passing ability, his movement, his habit of winning, he's a monster.
The Jake Osmond Show, weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
Wake up call!
In Google search, just go Cougar.
Mom. No, see, if I put Cougar Mom, that's not going to be what I want.
That could be fun.
I'm not going to get the video that I'm looking for. I just can't believe I almost Googled Cougar Mom to find your story of a real cougar trying to track down the Utah
All
runner.
I did was Google Cougar and then just went to news. Yeah, I felt safe there. If you go Cougar Mom, don't hit images.
Wake up call with Tony D and Ron Culver, weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Wake up call!
In Google search, just go
Cougar Mom. No, see, if I put Cougar Mom, that's not going to be what I want.
That could be fun.
I'm not going to get the video that I'm looking for. I just can't believe I almost Googled Cougar Mom to find your story of a real cougar trying to track down the Utah
All
runner.
I did was Google Cougar and then just went to news. Yeah, I felt safe there. If you go Cougar Mom, don't hit images.
Wake up call with Tony D and Ron Culver, weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Pushing the odds with Matt Peralt.
Here's the problem for the Dolphins. If this wasn't the plan all along, Fitzpatrick played too well, that they thought that he was going to come in and struggle. He was going to play poorly. And so the team was comfortable sitting Tua because they thought they'd be right back in the top 5 to draft. There's no way that Tua Tagovailoa is better than Ryan Fitzpatrick is right now for the Dolphins. There is just no way that in practice you're watching Tua and watching Fitzpatrick and you're like, yeah, Fitzpatrick shouldn't play. I get why you're going to Tua, but you got to be a little bit more upfront with Fitzpatrick on this. If you've asked him to buy in and you've asked him to play well and you've asked him to kind of be your guy, and then he goes out in there and does that, and the move to Tua is the best for Miami to win games right now, get out of here. That's a lie.
Pushing the odds with Matt Peralt, weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
You're listening to Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmid on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmid.
Thanks for hanging out at Sports Map All Night. Andrew Carlson alongside. I'm Bill Schmid inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios. Going to talk some Eagles with Bo Wolf of The Athletic in about 12 minutes from right now. Ask him what Carson Wentz needs to do in these last 8 games to keep his job. We listened to Brett Favre come out and criticize and say that he would have had, if he had the chance, he would have kept Nick Foles. He was surprised they didn't. I don't think anybody else was surprised. But now that Jalen Hurts is in the fold, that's a legitimate conversation. I haven't liked the way that they've used Jalen Hurts so far this year. I've thought it's a little bit of a waste of an opportunity. But for Carson Wentz going into work every day, he looks over and sees his replacement in the corner. Because I can't think he sees a gadget like maybe one Doug Peterson does. That comes up in 10 minutes from The Athletic. Guys, we're inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts studios. Need replacement parts and tools for your repair, maintenance, or restoration project? O'Reilly Auto Parts has you covered. Trust the friendly, knowledgeable parts professionals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They know what it takes to get the job done right the first time. And in fact, professional technicians have counted on O'Reilly Auto Parts for years. Stop by and talk to one of the professional parts people today at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every single day. The college football playoff has a golden opportunity to do something that a lot of folks in America love taking advantage of, right? Classic money back guarantee. Risk-free trial. The college football here in this second weekend, third weekend, whatever you want to say, of November is catching the biggest hit I can remember so far in this 2020 COVID-stricken season that we've battled through, witnessed, muddled through. The SEC already has 4 games canceled this weekend, all of which including ranked teams, number 1 Alabama being one of those who is sitting out this week due to their opponent suffering an outbreak of COVID-19. LSU in the midst. Auburn, number 24, their game against Mississippi State had to get canceled with about 10 to 15. I don't know exactly what the number came out from today, but they were split 50-50 between coaching staff and players. Wisconsin appears to be coming back this weekend on the number 1 game on ABC. You'll see Fowler and Herbstreit with Michigan and Wisconsin. They played 1 game and sat 2 weeks out. Right? Boise State played tonight down 14 players against Colorado State. All of these keep stacking up and up. Pittsburgh giving a game canceled. Maryland and Ohio State, another one of those blue blood teams getting canceled. Number 5, Texas A&M, 3 of the top 5 teams are sitting out this week because of cancellations and postponements. When college football and the college football playoff get harassed seemingly every single year, what is the long-term plan? Are we staying at 4? Do you only stay at 4? When does the college football playoff expand? I can't believe that the CFP is not taking this opportunity here in 2020 to just test the waters and do what every other league, every other sport has done and expand your playoff. This is a risk-free opportunity. The NHL brought in 24 teams into a bubble to a 24-team playoff. 2/3 of their teams made the playoffs. And at the end of it, it was 2 of the best teams dueling it out with Dallas and Tampa. Both teams would have been in the playoffs if the season had ended with 16 as normal. Look at Major League Baseball. The 2 best teams the best team in each league ended up in the World Series. However, Major League Baseball unprecedentedly had more playoff teams than non-playoff teams this year. When the NFL just this past week had a owner-wide vote to expand the playoffs if even 1 game gets canceled. 1 game. They'll move it for the first time to half the league makes the playoff. The NBA had play-in games to decide the final couple of teams in the playoffs, getting into the 16-team format. Then they went with their normal grouping, I'm not saying you have to double up, maybe go to 8. I think it would make too much sense. But even to the 6-team format that a lot of people have been interested in, thinking you go with a bye for the first 2 and 3-6, 4-5, duel it out, even that makes too much sense to me, to at least test the waters here in a season that is so unpredictable. And maybe there's more that I'm not fully gathering with time off into winter break for players, bowl games that you expect to see. Who expects to see the Belk Bowl this year? They're not playing, I can't believe they're playing the Pinstripe Bowl here in 2020. We got teams playing 14 men down. I don't think anybody's going to the Alamo Bowl this year. If you're looking to save the revenue that you were so desperately craving for the NCAA tournament, all the money that you had to try to get from the networks this past year, it's built in for the chance for college football to walk out and say, guys, this year it's been so unpredictable, so wild with teams not being able to have a full spring ball to get into, have their entire teams cancel games, and teams play the biggest games of the year without the best player in the league. Trevor Lawrence misses arguably the biggest game you'll see regular season-wise this year, Saturday against Notre Dame. DJ played great, backup quarterback, true freshman for Clemson. But what does that game look like if each team's at full strength? Just because you go into a college football playoff, I know doesn't mean you're going to be at full strength, and doesn't mean that the 8th team in the playoff is going to win it. But with the opportunity to have everybody across college football, everybody across the national sports landscape give you a free pass, makes too much sense for me why college football wouldn't go and expand to 8 teams this year. Every single conference champion gets in, all Power 5, or Autonomy 5. All those Power 5 teams get one. We'll have 3 at-large bids. Opens up the door for a Cincinnati, for a BYU, for you to make more money. Risk-free, money-back guarantee. And even better in this one, you get to keep all the cash for college football, and I know the NCAA loves that. All right, Bull Wolf stops by, talks Philadelphia Eagles. What does Carson Wentz need to do to keep his job? Keep it right here at Sports Map All Night.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS Consumer Access.org. Number 3030.
Over 2.5 million airline passengers fly every day in the United States. Those passengers depend on reliable airplanes, and those planes need certified aircraft technicians. That's where you come in. We are the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, and we train tomorrow's technicians. We train our students hands-on with real aircraft, develop their skills, and prepare them for real jobs in the industry. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the average aircraft technician in the United States makes over $62,000 a year.
The job opportunity is there, the money is there.
If you want to work with your hands, it's a perfect place for you.
Call 800-876-0097.
I'm very impressed with the AIM curriculum. The school's keeping pace with the demands of the industry.
The potential for growth is astounding.
At the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, we train tomorrow's technicians.
800-876-0097. 800-876-0097.
Attention, if you or a loved one took Belviq or Belviq XR for weight loss, call the Belviq Advocates at 1-888-743-7254. You may be at increased risk for cancer, including pancreatic, colorectal, and lung cancer, and you may be entitled to a compensation. Call for a free review of your case at 1-888-743-7254. In February 2020, the FDA requested that the manufacturer of Belviq withdraw the drug from the market due to cancer findings. Call so that we can fight for a compensation to cover your medical bills and more. If you've been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, colorectal, or lung cancer after using the weight loss drug Belviq or Belviq XR, call the Belviq Advocates now for a free consultation. You may be owed a significant compensation. Call 1-888-743-7254. 1-888-743-7254. That's 1-888-743-7254. Consult your physician prior to discontinuing use of any medication. Results may vary.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmid on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmid.
Welcome back. This is Sports Map All Night. I'm Bill Schmid. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's hit up the Progressive Guest Hotline, talk some Philadelphia Eagles and Carson Wentz. Always fun, especially when Brett Favre gets into the mix. Progressive, making it easy. Bundle your home and car insurance. Get your quote online at progressive.com today. Bo Wolf joining us, covers the Philadelphia Eagles for The Athletic. Bo, thanks for the time, man. Listening yesterday to Doug Peterson have to come to his quarterback's defense, and then Carson Wentz getting asked about what Brett Favre thinks and where their heads are at. How much do you think the next 8 games can quiet every doubter for Carson Wentz and what the Eagles can actually do here?
Well, I don't know about every doubter, but certainly there is an opportunity here for Carson Wentz to turn things around. I mean, this 8-game stretch to start the season, I think it's fair to say, has been the worst 8-game stretch of his career. And, I mean, really, if you look at it, you know, he has been probably the worst starting quarterback in the entire NFL through the first 8 games because he's given the ball away so much. But that said, you know, this is a team that is well set up to win the division, probably at, you know, something like 6-9-1 or 7-8-1, something ugly like that. But if they beat the Giants on Sunday, they are in very good position to win this division. They've got a pretty tough schedule after that, but they will create some real distance if they win this game. And as for Wentz, I mean, it's probably fair to say that he can't be any worse than he was in the first 8 games, so you would expect some kind of, regression to mediocre for him. And, it's fair to say that, this seems like an outlier, but he has looked sort of broken a little bit in the pocket. He does not look comfortable stepping up in the pocket when there is room to step up. Instead, he's sort of fleeing to the outside. He is not accurate. He is not protecting the ball well. So there are real concerns with the way that Carson Wentz is playing. And, I expect that he will turn things around a little bit. But if he doesn't, if he keeps playing like this, at some point you do have to sort of think that, you have a guy you drafted in the second round in Jalen Hurts. How bad is bad enough for you to want to pull that trigger?
And you mentioned it right there, turning the football over that much. It has been the Achilles heel for what Carson has done. Some of the poor throws, and I mean, those can be chalked up to just simple, physical mistakes. But turning the ball over, those are things that at this stage in your career, you have to have learned that lesson by now, right?
Yeah, and some of the interceptions have been a little bit fluky. They've been, tipped balls or, diving interceptions or, after drops from receivers or even just being on the wrong page with the receiver. But the fumbles are just disastrous, and it's been something that has been a problem with Carson Wentz since he entered the league. He's got the most fumbles in the NFL since he entered the league, and this is something that he's been, asked about at every stage of his career, and he never has improved it. It is still a real issue, and there are turnovers like his first turnover against the Cowboys in the last game on Sunday Night Football, where he rolls out to the left. There's nobody open. He's got plenty of time to throw the ball away, and there's one free defender running at him, and he waits and waits and waits, and then tries to throw the ball as the receiver hits him, and he fumbles the ball. And it was really like one of the worst plays you could see from a fifth-year quarterback The guy's almost 28 years old. He shouldn't be making those kind of rookie mistakes.
And getting healthy is one reason why there's still some optimism. I know from a lot of people watching this team as closely as you do. Bo Wolf covers the Philadelphia Eagles for The Athletic here, joining us on Sports Map all night. The health at the skill position is going to help. But what about in the backfield, and where is Miles Sanders trending towards?
Well, it looks like Sanders is probably going to play this week. And, if you are looking for reasons for optimism for the Eagles team, it is that they are getting back a lot of the cavalry. Jalen Reagor will be playing his second game back. He came back against the Cowboys. He looks pretty good. Travis Fulgham is a guy who has, sort of broken out as the Eagles' number one receiver. But even beyond them, you're probably getting Dallas Goedert back. Goddard played last week, but he will be full go this time. You're probably getting Isaac Seumalo back, the left guard, which is going to make a big difference for a beleaguered offensive line. You're maybe getting Alshon Jeffrey back this week. I don't know whose reps he takes, whose snaps he takes, but he is probably going to play in some degree. You're getting Sanders back, as we said. So, on the one hand, the healthiest the Eagles have been this season was week 1, and they lost to Washington. But on the other hand, certainly you would expect that bevy of weapons is going to help Wentz and the offense.
And Doug Peterson, Bo, I've been a big fan of the way that he coaches and the way that he can, aspire guys and build a culture, bring some optimism to the room. For you covering him, how much has this year really weighed on him and kind of coaching in the National Football League at that level takes some years off of your life, but what has that been like just observing it this year with all that's going into a season and the struggles, especially that they're having at the top with the quarterback?
Well, I do think it has to be a little bit exhausting for Doug Peterson. I think that's a good point because this has happened each of the past 3 years now where the Eagles have, lost enough games to paint themselves into a corner where it's really, win or go home. And it happened in 2018 when Carson Wentz went down for the season and Nick Foles had to rally them back to earn the last spot in the playoffs. It happened last year. They were, I believe, 5-7 at one point before they rallied to win the final 4 games of the season to win the NFC East. And this year, they have been really bad. They're 3-4-1 right now, but they were much worse than that to start the season. And I do think it has to be exhausting. And on the one hand, you say it's really nice and it's a good job by Doug Peterson that his teams have this characteristic where no matter how far down they are, they don't sort of, things don't blow up like they have in Dallas, I guess you could say. They will continue to fight, and Doug Peterson does a good job of keeping the locker room together in that capacity. On the other hand, you say, why is it that you keep falling into these holes? It'd certainly be a lot nicer, and you'd probably have, a lot more sleep during the week if you didn't have to just fight from the bottom pretty much every season.
Bo Wolf joining us here, covers the Philadelphia Eagles for The Athletic Philadelphia on Sports Map all night via the Progressive Guest Hotline. Progressive proud to honor our veterans by donating cars to move their lives forward, especially in times of need. Learn more about their Keys to Progress program and plans for 2020 at keystoprogress.com. Bo, what have you noticed? I know the move in the secondary with Darius Slay this year. They signed him to the extension after the trade. Been dinged up a lot in his career, a little bit this year as well. I know went down in the San Francisco game, but how much has that acquisition shored up that back end, which has been an Achilles heel for that defense for quite some time?
Yeah, I'm sort of two minds on this because on the one hand, when Darius Slay has played, he's been awesome. He's been exactly what the Eagles thought they were getting when they traded a 3rd and 5th round pick and signed him to a brand new deal. He has been the best cornerback that they have had in a very long time, and he has done a good job of shutting down the receivers that he's gone up against. On the flip side, it hasn't really made much of a difference to the overall quality of the defense. They've gone from 12th in DVOA to 11th in DVOA. And part of that, I think, is because they didn't really do anything else to address the rest of the secondary. So just because Darius Slay is locking guys down, there's still plenty of players open when they're being covered by Avonte Maddox and Nickel Roby-Coleman and Crevon LeBlanc and these safeties. So I still question the decision, the investment in Darius Slay because he has not changed the overall shape of the defense. At the same time, they are getting what they paid for. So it's sort of an interesting roster-building construction argument.
So what are the feelings, Bo, in Philadelphia, in an NFC East city? There's so much criticism of what the division has been like and the performance and where these guys get slotted into the playoffs. I'm still of the belief in the group that you win your division, you deserve a home playoff game because it's the way it's always been and it's the way it's going to continue to be. There's got to be a first hurdle into the next dance. But what does it feel like, the sentiment from your readers, about what winning this division will be like this year?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you that if you win the division, no matter what your record is, you deserve the home playoff game. The schedule is tilted that way. You play so many games against your division team. That is the way that it should be. And I'm not gonna cry for the 8th best team in the conference not getting into the playoffs if the Eagles finish 6-9-1. But as for this Eagles team and this Eagles fan base, I think they're as excited as they should be, which is to say not very excited. I mean, you're seeing a quarterback regress. You are seeing a roster that is filled with old players. The roster as a whole is old, mediocre, and expensive. There's not a lot of cap room coming up for this team. You look at players who are young and exciting, and it's basically Travis Fulgham, maybe Jordan Mailata, who's now going to be on the bench for 37-year-old Jason Peters, which is sort of head-scratching for Eagles fans. Miles Sanders, but he's a running back. Dallas Goedert, I guess. Josh Sweat, and that's really about it. So I would say that for a fan base that celebrated a Super Bowl 3 years ago and spent the weekend celebrating saving democracy, I don't think they're going to be having a parade for a 6-9-1 season.
And this, you mentioned the Giants game this weekend, then it's at Cleveland, and the schedule there into December is a 3-game gauntlet. Home against Seattle on Monday night, at Green Bay, home against New Orleans, probably the top 3 teams into the NFC. What do you believe they have to do to win this division in the final 8 games here?
Well, and even on the other side of that 3-game stretch, it's Cleveland on the front end and Arizona on the back end. So that's 5 straight games against teams with winning records. And the truth is, if they beat the Giants this weekend, they probably don't need to win any of those games. If they win their 3 remaining NFC East games, which is the Giants this week, then they have that 5-game stretch against non-division opponents, then they close with Washington and Dallas. If they win those 3 NFC East games, that takes them to 6-9-1, and they'll have the division tiebreakers. They're not going to get caught. So it's pretty silly to say that they don't have to win any of those 5 games. But if the goal is just to get into the playoffs, that's pretty much all they need to do.
And Bo, you brought up Jalen Hurts' name in the beginning of this, and Bo Wolf covers the Philadelphia Eagles for The Athletic, and we appreciate him joining us. Bo_Wolf, WULF. What do you believe would have to happen for them to go and give Jalen Hurts a legitimate chance this year, or do you think that's only a 2021, 2022 conversation? Excuse me.
I don't know. And, it's one of the disappointing things about not being able to be in the locker room this year, as a reporter, not getting as much of a sense of what the feeling is in the locker room. But, when you draft a guy in the 2nd round, I think you have to believe that he is a future starting quarterback. And if Carson Wentz is as bad as he's been through the first half of the season, I think you owe it to the team. I would say you owe it to the players on the field, and you owe it to the fan base to bring in somebody who could make a difference. And, Carson Wentz's contract is pretty much locked in through the end of the 2021 season, so he's not going anywhere. But I think if the Eagles lose this game against the Giants, and this is sort of a toss-up game. I think the Giants are 3.5-point favorites right now. If the Eagles lose this game and all of a sudden they are really fighting for their playoff lives, and Carson Wentz continues to play as poorly as he did against the Cowboys a couple weeks ago, then I don't think it's crazy to expect that Jalen Hurts is going to come in at some point here. And I'm sure that there are people in the locker room who are thinking that Jalen Hurts might give them a better chance. Now, Carson Wentz can go out and sort of quiet those doubters and play well over the next couple of weeks, and we can forget we ever had this conversation. But if things continue the way they started for Carson Wentz, then I think he should probably be looking over his shoulder.
What have you thought of the way that they've used Jalen so far this year?
I have been unimpressed because the plays where Jalen Hurts has been on the field have worked very well for an offense that has struggled to move the ball. And yet, the worse Wentz has played, it seems like the less of Hurts we have seen. It seems as if they're sort of protecting him. And it's either they're protecting him, or it's that they never really had a plan for him in the first place, and they've sort of already exhausted the plays that they had for him. I'm curious to see what will happen now coming off of the bye, because they had some time off to sort of self-scout and see what's working and maybe add a few things to the playbook. And I think they should, because the base offense is not working great right now. I think they deserve to sort of throw some wrinkles in there, and I think it sort of reveals that there maybe wasn't as great of a plan for Hurts as you might have expected when they used a second-round pick on it.
Bo, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy the game this weekend. You mentioned that 5-game gauntlet. We'll have to catch up with you in the middle of that and get a status check on what Doug Peterson and the fan base is feeling over there at The Athletic. Great work, man. Appreciate all you do, and thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks again, man. Bo Wolf, Bo_Wolf, WULF. Go follow him right now on Twitter and keep up to date at The Athletic with their local writers and their team of local reporters, because guys like that do great work. And, man, I can only imagine how difficult that is, getting the information that you want on a team that you've covered for so long. And with a second-round quarterback like Jalen Hurts, there'd be a lot of backdoor conversations in the locker room that you'd love to have. Bo, join us once again on the Progressive Guest Hotline. Quote, buy, and save on home insurance with Progressive's new Home Quote Explorer, only at Progressive.com. We're back after this. Keep it right here at Sports Map All Night.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
And I'm not sure that's a good fit.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
I don't know who is. I have no idea who can replace Alex Trebek, because, I mean, he is Jeopardy.
Here's my advice to the Stephanopoulos people. Just like we say about quarterbacks, you never want to be the guy that follows the guy.
Yep.
You want to be the guy that follows the guy who follows the guy. You want to be the guy that takes over the job when the guy who takes over for Alex Trebek can't do it anymore.
Who knew we would be that strong about the next host of...
I know. Totally.
We got opinions, people.
That's right.
You can't have just anyone start reading off answers and you have a question.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
The Athletic is delivering every sports story that matters. The Athletic has full-time local writers dedicated to your teams, providing breaking news, in-depth analysis, and exclusive stories you can't find anywhere else. Plus national names like Robert Mays, Stuart Mandel, David Aldridge, Ken Rosenthal, Lindsey Jones, and many more, who provide unrivaled league-level perspective and insight. All personalized and ad-free. Subscribe today for $1 a week at theathletic.com/radio week. Once again, that's theathletic.com/radio week.
The middle.
Love sausage. Yes, this is the other product. Outside of the Santa's Yum Nuts, M&S also sells the Love sausage. Now, what would you rather buy? Now, seriously, let's all be Barrett Brooks. Let's be 6'6", 3+, former Eagle football player. And then you have the cashier say, price check on Yum Nuts, price check on Santa's Yum Nuts. That or the Love sausage. I got to be honest. I see Barrett Brooks. I see Jeremiah Trott. I don't care, Brian Dawkins. Y'all out here ordering Love sausages. I might think twice about rocking a jersey next time.
I got to go Love sausage.
Okay, you'd rather have the cashier say Love sausage.
Yes.
Barrett's thinking.
I'm like, yo, we might just have to go hungry that day, bro.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
The Jake Asman Show.
You know, in baseball, there's a thing called the managers trying to steal outs. Like maybe you send a reliever out there for an extra at bat or two, and you just hope that he could steal an out or two before you got to make a pitching change. I tried to steal a bite or two as we were trying to come back from the commercial break. It didn't work because now I need some water, but I still have a couple minutes left before I can take a water break. So it didn't work.
The Jake Asman Show. Weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
You're listening to Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
Man, Steven Gostkowski, this is just getting bad. I know that him and Mike Vrabel are boys back from their days with New England, but at some point, you're going to have to pull the plug on this. Now after a Jacoby Brissett rushing touchdown, it is 34-17, Indianapolis all over the Tennessee Titans tonight in Nashville in front of a ruckus 11,000 fans there in the Music City. They bring in Jacoby Brissett to run the QB sneak on a 3rd and 1 from the 3. Don't line anybody up in either A gap, and he just walks right in. So that's good strategy from the defensive-minded head coach. But you're also just looking at this Tennessee Titan defense. While their offense is really, really nice, no doubt about it, they got weapons. To have Derrick Henry in the backfield, that's the weapon that everybody craves. They are getting exposed, though, as well as one of those teams that might just be a front runner. Very much, Andrew, like my Green Bay Packers are. They are a totally different team. When you get up a score, 2 scores, you can pin your ear back and let them run. That's what Jadeveon Clowney and all those guys want to do. This hour of Sports Map Radio brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. When you need certainty in the home buying process with a loan that fits your life, Rocket can. Tiger Woods did something at Augusta today in the opening round that he hasn't done in over a decade. We'll tell you in 10 minutes on Sports Map All Night.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville. FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
I think they can beat Seattle. They already beat Green Bay. I think they can beat anyone in the NFC. And in fact, with Tom Brady and that team loaded, I think they can beat the Chiefs, Steelers, anybody.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Perrault.
The Raiders are turning into an old-fashioned power football team, and nobody really is paying attention to it. Their defense has been smacking people. If the game had been played in 50-degree temperatures, then I think it may have been a totally different game. You couldn't punt, you couldn't kick, all you could do was run. The Raiders were a better run offense than what the Browns were going to be able to put out there. Remember, just because trends are pointing one way, you have to be able to look at a team, handicap the game, look at the numbers, and talk about it on this day, not what happened previously. Trends only talk about what has happened. We bet on what is going to happen. The Raiders suck in cold weather, or they suck in the wind, or John Gruden's not good on the road. So be careful when it comes to that. You got to look at what's happening on that date.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Perrault. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, Automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit Automotivemap.com today.
Wake-up call! Chicago White Sox have hired Tony La Russa to be their manager. I'm blown away by this.
Things are bad in Chicago, I guess.
Tony La Russa started his managerial career with the White Sox back in 1979. Jimmy Carter was president. Make no mistake, I'm blown away by this. So blown away by this that I have to revisit something I actually said on this show. Tony La Russa's name being bandied about as a manager in 2020 is insane. You're talking about bringing in a dinosaur. I'll be walking if they make that move. I'll be trudging right through Gatlinburg, all the way up through Louisville, all the way through Indianapolis to Valparaiso, all the way to the south side of Chicago.
So this just in, Tony is on sabbatical till next year.
I can't believe they did this.
Wake Up Call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
The middle.
Crown Royale?
Yeah, Crown Royale. If I go to the bar and want some Crown Royale, they'll be like, what?
They'll give you whatever you want. You're ordering 7 and 7. You're ordering kids' drinks. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Shirley Temple's in 7 and 7. Are you back at Kansas State?
How tall are you, Barrett? 6'5", 6'6"? 6'5.5". Yeah, you're going to get whatever you want.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Perrault.
Anthony Lynn's done. It's just a matter of when are the Chargers going to fire Anthony Lynn, because Justin Herbert's a player. This dude is good. He has a cannon for an arm. He's really accurate. He's big. He's mobile. Anthony Lynn's got experience now in these games, and he is still making critical errors at the end of games that are costing his team the chance to win. 1 second left. You could have done anything you wanted to if you were the Chargers. And you throw it to Donald Parham on a jump ball? No. Horrible play call. Awful, awful play call. Bad, bad decision for the Chargers, but the team's got talent. The team's got a lot going for it, but they get hurt all the time, which is really problematic. But then they just don't have the edge, that coaching advantage that you need to win close football games. The Chargers do not have it.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Peralt. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
Coast to coast!
Sounded like Adam needed a tissue after the game. Here's Adam Gase.
It hurts. Thought guys, they battled. Just have a few mistakes that cost us the game.
We did a really good job of doing what we wanted to do here, which was lose, so that we would maintain an 0-9 mark and get the number 1 draft pick. Everyone did a fantastic job.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on Quicken Loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS Consumer Access.org. Number 33.
It's time.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
He talks about sports on the radio.
On the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Home loans that fit your life. Rocket can.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
Colts running away from the Tennessee Titans tonight. About 7 minutes to go, and it's 34-17 Indy. I don't know that Phillip Rivers has played all that well tonight, but when your team's doubling up Tennessee, you can't complain. Rushing touchdown from Nyheim Hines. He's also got one through the air. Michael Pittman, maybe his coming out party. Rolling in with 116 total yards. Add in 6 catches for the second round pick. Yeah, he wouldn't have looked good playing around alongside Aaron Rodgers. No chance. That wouldn't have worked out very well. However, the Indianapolis Colts beating the Titans exactly how the Titans upended Baltimore 1 year ago. When you play a team that is built to play from ahead, this is exactly what happens. Andrew, you and I were talking about it during the break, man. This is a totally different group than what we've seen in a couple of other chances where they've had to come from behind. They had to come from behind against Minnesota, exposed how the Vikings early in the season, their corners were just not good. You can't come back on this Indianapolis defense like you might be able to a lot of different teams in the NFL this year.
No, the defense is just too good. And the Titans, they looked really solid in a comeback situation against Pittsburgh, and that changed my perception of them. But I think this is much more of the reality for this Tennessee team. When they're not able to use the play action and play off of all of Derrick Henry's strengths and what he brings to the team, when teams don't have to truly worry about you handing the ball off to Derrick Henry 30-plus times a game, the offense becomes a lot easier to defend.
And how different this game looks if, and you hate to say it starts with one play, but it does. It goes back to a couple of different plays in an NFL game. A.J. Brown dropped twice the same 80-yard touchdown down the left sideline. That would have put Tennessee up at the time, right? 14-0?
Yep.
A.J. Brown's got one catch for 21 yards. Oh, how different this game turns with just that one play on third down. and playing from ahead, it shifts the entire outlook of this game, man. But Indianapolis having a lot of fun. They're on their way to a big win in a tied AFC South. Tiger Woods did something today that he has never done at Augusta National. We'll tell you next in Update. Day one, tradition unlike any other.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter. License in all 50 states. NMLS Consumer Access.org. Number 3330.
I owed the IRS $10,000. The IRS garnished my wages. They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744.
Over 2.5 million airline passengers fly every day in the United States. Those passengers depend on reliable airplanes, and those planes need certified aircraft technicians. That's where you come in. We are the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, and we train tomorrow's technicians. We train our students hands-on with real aircraft, develop their skills, and prepare them for real jobs in the industry. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the average aircraft technician in the United States makes over $62,000 a year.
The job opportunity is there. The money is there.
If you want to work with your hands, it's a perfect place for you.
Call 800-876-0097.
I'm very impressed with the AIM curriculum. The school's keeping pace with the demands of the industry.
The potential for growth is astounding.
At the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, we train tomorrow's technicians.
800-876-0097. 800-876-0097.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
Hour number 2 of Sports Map All Night rolling through. We're going to talk to Tom Barton from Sports Gardens Wanna Bet Weekend Edition once this thing goes final. Indianapolis dominating the Tennessee Titans, and Mike Vrabel calling off the Dogs. Something called Woodside is now in at quarterback for the Tennessee Titans. Once Tannehill comes out, you knew it was just about done. They didn't even run Derrick Henry on the last possession. Derrick Henry, in a game where his team's been battling from behind, it's not like Derrick Henry had a bad night. 103 yards on 19 carries, but just unable to capitalize on the big plays. I keep going back early in this game. Tannehill throws an absolute dime down the left sideline, rainbows it right into A.J. Brown's hands. He dropped it not once but twice. That was an 80-yard touchdown. This game is completely different. Tennessee goes up 14-0 at that point. And Indianapolis, with that defense, is playing from behind. And their run game is completely different. You're not able to use Michael Pittman on 6-yard crossers so Phillip Rivers can actually, land the ball where it needs to be. on a 4 to 8 yard range of where he can actually throw this football seemingly at this point. However, credit Indianapolis. I mean, you want to talk about playing on all three phases. Defense is balled out. Special teams blocks a punt, takes it in for a touchdown, almost blocked another one. I don't know, Andrew, was that first one blocked that ended up going like 14 yards, or was it just heavily pressured and shanked?
I thought it was just shanked. It could have been blocked, but from what I saw, it was just shanked.
It looked like the guy just completely missed it right off his foot. But Indianapolis is showing a lot of teams, again, what they can do. And these two teams are going to meet up again coming up in about, 20 days? In week 12, these two teams will do it again, and they'll battle up in Indianapolis and talk about full control of the AFC South in that one. Right now, Indianapolis is going to even it back up. Each team walking out of here at 6-3. So we'll talk to Tom Barton of Sports Garden about this game and what it means for AFC South bettors. And Indianapolis on Thursday nights against the spread continues to be impressive. Phillip Rivers continues to be impressive. So we'll talk about that with Tom Barton. But also, I want to get Tom's take on the Masters and where he sees potential in-week investments coming from the Masters, because we were able to come on here last night, Andrew, 3 plays that pay. You and I love giving some people some investments and some opportunity to make some cash. However, we were eyeing up different odds and guys that would make some sense to go after here in the Masters. And ultimately, playing and going with Tiger Woods seems to somewhat be chalk. However, earlier today, goodness gracious, did Tiger Woods start out the tournament the way he would have wanted? 35-1 you could have got Eldrick at going into the tournament. And Tiger did something today that he has not done ever in his career at Augusta National. And first and foremost, whether or not it is 2008, 2002, 2020, beyond for me, and this is just me personally, I love playing golf. It's one of my favorite hobbies in the summer, especially living up in the northern states. You get about 5 months that you can actually be outside. Golf's the best way. Outside of tailgating, best outdoor hobby to get a clip on with. Easiest way to compete when you don't have to worry about blowing out an Achilles. As well as, it is the most stressful event that I actually enjoy doing. It painstakingly difficult, but to watch it on TV, I need something more. When Tiger Woods is in contention, that's the something more that I need to stay engaged in golf on television, especially going up against the NFL. The Masters in November is just flat out weird, right? The azaleas not being blooming, not hearing Jim Nance 2 weeks ago call the NCAA Final Four and then all of a sudden end up in Georgia. Say, hello, friends. It's a tradition unlike any other here at Augusta National. We stay here on 17 tonight. And watching these dudes play without fans in the midst of one of the more iconic courses in golf, that's all well and good. But for the Masters this weekend, in my house, to get a screen, to get some screen time, when you got Tom Brady on the noon schedule, 8 games on the early schedule, NFL in general, college football with some big-time Big Ten games. I know 3 of the top 5 teams in the league are in college football or are being held out this week because of COVID-19. But for me to fully be down and be invested and watching the Masters, especially into the weekend, Tiger's got to be in the mix, man. I'm down with watching John Rahm. Patrick Reed is definitely entertaining. Can't stand Bryson DeChambeau, but I do like cheering against him. All those dudes aside, you're starting to see a little bit more personality in the game. But there's something different about that red shirt on Sunday that will have me glued to see every shot that Eldrick shoots. If Tiger's in contention, just like it was in 2011, when he was winning the U.S. Open with a bum leg. When Tiger's in it, then it draws the eyeballs for me. Tiger in his opening round here today, once again, 35-1 when the tournament began, if you wanted to snag in a little sweet action, goes 4 under, and it was his first bogey-free opener at Augusta National in his career. First time he has shot a bogey-free round in a major since the U.S. Open in 2009. It's a guy that's undergone, 3 extensive back surgeries, multiple different swing changes, and golfers know how difficult that is. But I'm just looking at the physical toll and the difference in what Tiger has come back from. And reigning, defending Masters champion, he came in defending today. And Tiger, very, very confident whenever he walks into Augusta National. He talked to Tom Rinaldi after the round.
Well, it's just experience. It's just understanding how to play this golf course. And that's just, years of playing practice rounds with guys that know how to play it. I've played a lot of past champions, and I've had a lot of great friends that showed me exactly how to play this golf course. And over the years, I've developed my own game plans and learned my own little nuances, throughout the years. And there is a sense of ease, when I come here, just because I understand how to prepare for this golf course. And there is no other major championship that plays every year on the same venue. I know it has been redesigned, but it's still virtually the same layout.
And that is one of the coolest parts about the Masters, and I will admit that when you're talking early April, to see just a perfectly manicured 18, the first and second 9. It takes your breath away at certain points. And to see the guys there at the course today was cool to witness. However, without fans, it's got to be different for the golfers. Competitors have talked about it throughout the pandemic and golf getting going. This will be the last major that they'll play this season. No British Open or the Open Championship over across the pond. But you look at how much it's affected the play, especially in a major. Colin Morikawa, nice player, but is he able to hold off some of the names that he did in the U.S. Open this year out in California if there are 200,000 people strolling around in galleries watching? If he's hearing the roar of the crowd from Dustin Johnson 2 holes behind him making a push? Does he hit that tee shot on a par 4 5 feet away from the cup and just run it straight up on a 294? Those are factors that, you can't quantify. And Tiger has been at this course forever, right? Had as much success at Augusta National as he ever has. He talked about how weird it was and how different the Masters Championship is without any patrons at Augusta earlier today.
This is the first round of the Masters. As I said earlier this week, we didn't look like we were going to play this event. And to have this opportunity again to be able to play it, it was awesome to be out there. It certainly is a much different atmosphere with no patrons, and the electricity is just not there. And there's so many shots that are uphill here that we don't know where the ball ends up. So there's no fan reaction. We asked a few of the camera guys out there where that ball end up, because we just don't know. So it is a very different world, but the fact that we were able to have a Masters and be able to have this opportunity to compete for a green jacket is pretty amazing. That's
the part of it that I love. When he just talks right there about asking camera guys, hey man, where did that thing end up? Where did that thing end up? And not exactly knowing where exactly a tee shot goes with the undulation that they deal with there in Georgia. It's pretty impressive to witness. And guys that I've talked to that have been able and lucky enough to walk the course or, heaven forbid, play there, that's what they always tell me is, you don't understand. TV doesn't do it justice to see just how hilly, the undulation that you're dealing with on, 4 or 5 different shots, especially on 10, how blind that hill ends up making it. Tiger has won this event 5 times, arguably his best tournament, his best golf course that he'll play on. So Tiger, 4 under, bogey-free. First time you've ever done that in an opening round. But obviously, there's got to be something that you think you could have done a little bit better here today, right?
Everything. I did everything well today. There's nothing that I felt like I did poorly. And looking forward to whenever I play tomorrow sometime.
That's my favorite. What did you do well today? Everything. Everything. You see me? Did you watch that round? That was as good as I could have played. Tom Rinaldi knew that was a walk-off for Tiger earlier on today. But the rest of the leaderboard looks rather different. Webb Simpson sitting tied for second at 5 under. He's sitting there with Xander Schauffele. But it's Paul Casey, who has played somewhat miserably at Augusta, ends up with a 65, his best round there ever at Augusta National. Goes down with a 7 under. He is your leader, along with Simpson and Schauffele. Justin Thomas, one of the top names, sitting there tied 2 back off the lead. And Woods sitting there tied for 5th, 3 off the pace, along with Lee Westwood, Louis Oosthuizen, Patrick Reed, Matt Wolff, who, if you watch this weekend and see Matt Wolff, he will not be on any golf tutorials, on any swing clinic tutorials that you watch. But dude is effective. And then a couple other big-time names. John Rahm, along with Tony Finau, Ricky Fowler, all sitting at 3 under par. DJ right there at 3 under as well. However, DJ, one of the many who were unable to finish today, as about a 3-hour rain delay shortened day 1. So even Justin Thomas, who right now sits 5 under, that's 5 under through 10 holes. Justin Thomas might actually end up as your round 1 leader after this thing is all said and done here tomorrow, as those guys are going to have to come out early tomorrow to finish up their rounds at Augusta National for round number 1. Tiger Woods, though, in with a 4 under, something that he had never done, a bogey-free opener at Augusta National. It is officially a final in the Music City, and the Tennessee Titans take one on the chin and maybe get exposed. We'll get into that, along with the Ivy League was first to the party back in March. Did they just crack a code that hopefully no one wants to look at? We'll discuss next before Tom Barton of Sports Garden joins us about 15 minutes talking NFL next on Sports Map.
Save big money on your next project at Menards. Refresh your walls with Smart Coat paint from Zinsser. Smart Coat provides ultra-smooth coverage and a uniform finish. Choose from hundreds of colors or have a color custom match for you. All Smart Coat paint is 11% off. Stop waiting and start saving today on everything you need at Menards. 11% good until November 14th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Strokes in, and in the background, you'll see there is a Gustbuster umbrella being used by someone in Tiger Woods' party. Tiger actually has a custom Gustbuster umbrella. It says TGR on it, which is the sweetest thing ever. It's got his logo on it. So, Gustbuster umbrella well represented at Augusta, and as someone who roots for rain for that reason, not a bad start. But I'd like to see them actually play, so they play in the rain with the umbrellas out.
The Jake Osmond Show, weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
Wake up, Cole!
Yeah, you don't need the 32 team.
32 for you?
Yeah, we're done breaking down this.
No.
The Jets.
I don't have the Jets at 32.
Where do you have 32?
32, I put Alabama.
You've been on that train for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
You know what? It finally came to the station.
Wake up call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Sports Map all night.
I absolutely loved the decision by Matt Nagy. I thought it was a winning move. It sends the clear message as to what your team and what your football culture is going to be about. It's going to be about winning, and it's going to be about competition. Facts are facts, man. Mitch Trubisky was not playing well enough to deserve being the starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears at the point in time when the move was made. And also, look at the numbers. They aren't eye-poppingly great from Nick Foles either. But there was a palpable difference in the tempo of the game, the speed of the offense, the flow for the Chicago Bears, honestly on both sides of the football, once Nick Foles took over as quarterback midway through the third quarter. It was clear that they needed to do something. And Matt Nagy took a huge step yesterday, making a franchise-altering decision that also happened to be the one that helped you win the game on the football field.
Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
Weeknights at 10 Eastern.
If business, pleasure, or sports fandom takes you to Houston, Dallas, Austin, Fort Worth, or San Antonio, check out CultureMap.com to get the scoop on the local favorites. From the best restaurants, bars, pubs, and clubs to the biggest sights and sounds each city has to offer, CultureMap has it all. Just head over to CultureMap.com. The expert team personally reviews and visits each spot to make sure you get the best experience. And if you're coming back, sign up for free CultureMap updates at CultureMap.com.
You're listening to Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
Wow, what a day for Nyheim Hines, running back for the Indianapolis Colts. Ends up with 2 touchdowns on his 24th birthday. What do you think celebrating a birthday is like right now? Like, think about Andrew, now think back. I don't expect you to fully remember. But my cousin actually celebrated her 21st birthday today. And I was joking around with my cousin, her mom, who's actually my godmother. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, good for her. She's going to be the first one in the family to actually remember her 21st birthday. How about that? Like, could you even put yourself into your headspace if this was a 21, 22-year-old turning Andrew Carlson back in the heyday at U of H, dialing it up at the house, all the brothers bringing kegs over, and then actually, hey guys, we all got to stay in our bedrooms. That would just stink, man. I feel for all those kids at this point. You remember your 21st birthday at all, Andrew?
Yeah, relatively. I mean,
as much as you can. Right?
It was like 5 years ago now, so it's. Oh. Yeah, it's no chance. But
I didn't know if you meant I was thinking more from a coherency.
No, I totally understand that. No, but I didn't get too messed up. Normally, I stay within a reasonable limit.
Quarterback of your own buzz, Andrew. I'm very proud of that. Great work. I wish I could say the same. It was a wild situation. Inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, are your wiper blades chattering, skipping, or squeaking? Don't compromise your visibility with streaks or smearing on your windows. When it's time to replace your wiper blades, stop at O'Reilly Auto Parts and see their selection. Professional parts people will help you find the right wiper blades for your vehicle. Best part is their professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will install those wiper blades free of charge. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better parts, better prices every day. 1-800-224-2004, 1-800-224-2204 if you want to join the conversation here tonight. 34-17, the Colts all over the Titans. And as a physical football team goes, from a downhill running standpoint, at least offensively, they don't get much more physical than the Tennessee Titans. That's how they want to play. That's how they're built. You grab a 247-pound running back who's an absolute bulldozer in the backfield, you're going to be a downhill football team. Physical nature of a team. Built off play action. Tannehill is at his best when he's able to utilize the play action. But in a game like tonight where you're going up against a defense like Indianapolis and you fall behind early and can't get into that play action game, you just weren't able to see Tennessee adjust much at all. And the craziest part about it was seeing them take advantage of the turnovers with Ben Roethlisberger, Andrew, a couple of weeks ago in the comeback game against Tennessee where they have a Stephen Gostkowski missed field goal to tie it and go into overtime at 27. They were able to take advantage of a Big Ben pick in the end zone. Another one is there as the Steelers are driving and take advantage and quickly get back into the game. For all the negatives that I've spoke about Phillip Rivers, That was the one thing he did not do tonight, which he has been so notorious for doing in his career, is allowing and throwing somebody back into a football game. He didn't do that tonight. Part of that is on Frank Reich for not allowing him to, not giving him the chance to. But sitting there watching all these third down, fourth down conversions that Indianapolis was going for, pushing all in. One team came with a sense of urgency in this game. And from start to finish, didn't feel like Tennessee matched that sense of urgency that Indianapolis brought. They weren't able to match that, and a lot of it came physicality-wise. First series when Tennessee thinks they stop Indy on a third down, think they're about to get off the field, come right back at them. 4th and 1, we're going for it. Pick it up. They end up stopping them cold on that series down near the goal line. Oh, that was the second series where they stopped them on a 4th down. But you watching more and more Indianapolis just say, we know when push comes to shove, you can't stop our ground game 4 times. And then Michael Pittman is able to showcase a little bit of why he was brought in the top 50 in the draft coming out of USC. Showcase a little bit of that speed. Goes off for 120 all-purpose yards today. They're a better team than maybe I gave them credit for initially. Their defense is definitely their best unit. And when they allow that defense and can allow that defense to, again, pin their ears back in play, like many in the National Football League, they're going to be at a huge advantage. These two teams are both play from ahead football teams that right now need serious construction to change what I think their narrative is in the playoffs. Because Tennessee beat Baltimore at their own game last year, got up 14-0 quick in the divisional round, and everybody was looking saying, man, how did Baltimore go down like a light in that game? Get bounced by Tennessee? How? And it was because they beat them at their own game. Out-physicaled them at the point of attack in the first quarter, set the tone, got up, and made you throw. If you make Phillip Rivers throw, I don't know that he can come back. And Tannehill tonight, he was able to spread it around. Corey Davis was there, as difficult as I can only imagine it was. Lost his brother at 27 after a long battle with kidney cancer just yesterday. Corey Davis playing with a heavy heart today. But A.J. Brown, just one catch in a game where your team was coming back from 2 scores in the second half. Just can't have it. And how different this game is on 2 different plays. A.J. Brown drops a 75-yard touchdown in the first quarter. Could have gone up 14-3 at that time. And then a blocked punt leads to a touchdown, and Indianapolis completely flips it around. Let's talk about it more with Tom Barton, host of Sports Gardens WannaBet Weekend Edition. At Tom Barton Sports is next. We're right here on Sports Map all night. Bill Schmidt hanging out with you inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios. Keep it locked. We're back in 3 minutes.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on Quicken Loans, internal data. Rates and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Attention. If you or a loved one took Belviq or Belviq XR for weight loss, call the Belviq Advocates at 1-888-743-7254. You may be at increased risk for cancer, including pancreatic, colorectal, and lung cancer, and you may be entitled to a compensation. Call for a free review of your case at 1-888-743-7254. In February 2020, the FDA requested that the manufacturer of Belviq withdraw the drug from the market due to cancer findings. Call so that we can fight for a compensation to cover your medical bills and more. If you've been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, colorectal, or lung cancer after using the weight loss drug Belviq or Belviq XR, Call the Belvique Advocates now for a free consultation. You may be owed a significant compensation. Call 1-888-743-7254. 1-888-743-7254. That's 1-888-743-7254. Consult your physician prior to discontinuing use of any medication. Results may vary.
Auto Accident Help Desk is a marketing agency connecting callers with attorneys. Providers pay a fee for advertising services.
I love getting my kids ready and driving them to school.
But a careless driver can change your life in an instant, and insurance companies want to settle on the cheap. Auto Accident Help Desk connects victims with powerful lawyers. They fight for you.
I called Auto Accident Help Desk and got help for my pain and suffering.
Don't let an insurance company take advantage of you. Our attorneys fight and beat big insurance every day.
Call 800-528-6859. 800-528-6859.
If you've been injured in an automobile accident in the last 6 months, you owe it to yourself to make this free call with no obligation. We're available 24/7 to help you get the money you deserve for your pain and suffering. Auto Accident Help Desk helps accident victims like you every day.
Call 800-528-6859. 800-528-6859. That's 800-528-6859.
You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on besthotelrates.com. BestHotelRates.com works with all the top hotels in the country while delivering you great hotel and room choices for the best prices. Why wait? Go to besthotelrates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. BestHotelRates.com, it's in the name. BestHotelRates.com.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmid on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmid.
Appreciate you being here at Sports Map All Night inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios. Let's hit up the Progressive Guest Hotline as we do each and every Thursday after Thursday Night Football wraps up. We're officially into week number 10 in the NFL, and to talk all about it and preview the kind of investments you should be making, you'll hear a lot of them on Sports Garden's One Bet Weekend Edition each and every Sunday here on Sports Map Radio, starting up at 11 in the East Coast. It's Tom Barton of Sports Garden, at Tom Barton Sports. He's on the Progressive Guest Hotline. Progressive, making it easy. Bundle your home and car insurance. Get your quote at Progressive.com today. Tommy, this thing opened at -2 for Tennessee, ends with the Colts giving 1. And that Colts defense, man, the special teams, big tonight. This game could have changed on two completely different plays. A.J. Brown catches a 70-yard touchdown in the first quarter. It's a 14-3 game. Indianapolis blocks a punt, scores a touchdown immediately. Both of these teams look bad playing from behind.
Yeah, they do. And it's kind of the nature of the game itself. I like the Colts, but I laid off. I didn't take anything tonight because I just don't trust Phillip Rivers at this point in his career. Now, look, 59 seconds made the difference. You know, it really did. And I hate to be ripping on the old guys, but I'll talk about this on my show when I have all week, that Phillip Rivers just don't look like he doesn't have it anymore, you know? And he's an interception away from going the other way. Now, look, he can play underneath the way that he has, utilize his tight end. He can get specifically Nyheim Hines, which he did 2 of the last 3 weeks massively. What he did with Austin Eckler last year, just little dump downs all over the place. But if you're asking Phillip Rivers, like you said, to come from behind, make a big throw late in the game, I just don't like my chances.
And you mentioned it right there, man. It's Nyheim Hines. It was Michael Pittman a little bit today, just getting the ball out. I didn't think I saw him complete a pass more than 15 yards down the field. And whether or not, you know, either of these two teams get into the playoffs, I look at Tennessee, and they did exactly what they have to do against Baltimore last year and pulled the upset of the year. They get up 14, and you can lean on the run game. Same thing that Indianapolis is going to hopefully do. But I don't know how much you can depend on that come playoff time in January with either of these two clubs.
No, you know, to me, they're almost a dumbed-down version of the Baltimore Ravens, right? Where we have seen time and time again that Lamar Jackson can't come from behind. He loses to elite competition, loses to the Chiefs 3 times. He loses in the playoffs. it's not necessarily his fault. It's how the team is built. And it's the same thing. Look, could you imagine Phillip Rivers having to get into a shootout with Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Ben Roethlisberger at this point? You know, I mean, it's just a futile effort. They have to play a specific style. Now, they have a tremendous coach. They have a dominant offensive line, and they got some defensive players. But, look, that only goes so far.
I do like that you threw in there with Frank Reich, man. He is a premier coach, I think, into this league. When you're looking in handicapping games, how much does that play into it for you?
I think you have to include it. You know, it's not the tell-all, be-all, and, well, you know what, just because the guy's a good coach, I'm going to take it. In a game like this, look, I laid off, but in a game like this, it comes into play. I think these are two very evenly matched teams. The spread was pretty even, right on target right there. It's a Thursday night game. They're rivals. Hey, give me the better coach. Now, I'm not saying that Frank Reich is a massively better coach than Vrabel. That's kind of a toss-up as well. Now, if it was Frank Reich against, most of the league, I would have leaned towards the head coach.
So we saw some monstrous numbers a week ago, and we've seen some big ones. We got another one with Green Bay laying 13.5 against Jacksonville at Lambeau this past weekend. Last week, though, your Pittsburgh Steelers, who you have thumped for all year long, man, you've been calling them the best team in the league for what, the better part of the last month and a half, and they look very, very good coming back from 10, man. That was definitely a statement from Pittsburgh. I can't believe they thought they were going to get into it going up against something called Garrett Gilbert at quarterback. However, you come from behind 10 down in the fourth quarter in this league, and the league is going to take notice.
Yeah, I have to tell you that. Remember, I did tell you I spoke to Ike Taylor, and I was stunned that Ike Taylor said he thought the Steelers should lose. He thought they needed a reality check, and I think they got it in a win, right? I mean,
no doubt.
Check, yet won the game. So, I understood Ike Taylor's point of kind of get the undefeated off your back and all of that. But in that kind of game, don't you think that they're that team that goes, whoa, we almost lost that. Well, now you got Tomlin. Tomlin has something to yell about. Ask every head coach. They want to find something to kind of lean on. And Arlie Emery kind of, full metal jacket screaming at his players. You want something. Well, he's got it now. And he's got this for the next month that he can lean back and go, hey, you guys want to let up with the gas? This is what's going to happen. Garrett Gilbert's going to run all over you.
Carolina's been a live dog seemingly all year, Tom. They're catching 5.5 at home this week against Tampa Bay. What did you make of that disaster in Tampa last week when New Orleans strolled over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? You learn more, you think, about Indianapolis learn more about New Orleans and them getting healthy with Thomas and Sanders and what that offense can be, or a little bit more of what maybe a distraction could be in Tampa Bay?
I'm so torn. Look, I went 4-1 last week, and that's documented. I went 4-1, had a great week. And then my one loss, Tampa Bay. Before the year, I picked the Saints to win the Super Bowl. So, I have that going for me. But last week, I just saw it. Look, I think we now know that Tampa Bay is just playing some bad football. Because we all said, well, the Giants played so well, but now I look back at that game and I rewatch that game and I go, actually, Tampa's been playing poorly for 2 games in a row. 100%. And it's 2 games in a row where the defense didn't look great, the offense didn't look great. They couldn't get anything going on the ground. So now all of a sudden you get into a position, like you said, they're laying 5.5 on the road against the greatest underdog covering quarterback in the history of the NFL, and that's statistical-wise, that's Teddy Bridgewater. I'm laying off this game. I think most of the public is jumping on Tampa Bay. They absolutely think Tampa Bay is going to bounce back. They're forgetting all about the Giants game and just concentrate on New Orleans. And I think they do bounce back to a point. But it's still a division game. It's still on the road. It's still outdoors. It's still against Teddy Bridgewater. And they're still laying points. So this is a stay away for me. I can make arguments for both sides. I lean toward Teddy Bridgewater anytime I see a plus next to his name, but I do still fear the talent of Tampa.
Oh, that was an easy dub on teasers, whatever you wanted to put in with Carolina last week going up against Kansas City. You give him 10 points. You give Teddy 2 gloves, 10 points, and I'm going to take that every day of the week. What about New Orleans laying down 9.5 against whatever that 29ers team coming in from San Francisco looks like with the mash unit they got?
You know, you got to like New Orleans here. Obviously, the line rose from 6.5. I thought 6.5 was a joke. It quickly rose to 9.5. I didn't even get a chance to get down on it. I got a 7.5 and brought it back to 7 because I liked it. But at 9.5, now even some 10s out there, I'm kind of pulling off a little bit. Again, it's an emotional idea where the Saints were just on national TV beating up on Tampa Bay, their rival. They wanted to do it. There has to be a natural pullback, especially with guys coming in named Nick Mullins and whatever the 7th-string running back is, and no George Kittle. I mean, it has to be. But when you see a team field a squad like the Niners are, it's hard to back that team.
How about Tom Barton from Sports Gardens Wannabe Weekend Edition? Check it out, 2 hours leading up to kickoff right here on Sports Map Radio. Starts up at 10 Central, 11 East on Sunday mornings. He's on the Progressive Guest Hotline. The Buffalo Bills, you mentioned them at the top of this thing with what Josh Allen did last week going up against Seattle, in a team that out of any group in the league goes to the East Coast in a noon slate better than anybody else. They flexed on that team and showed that they could put up points in a hurry. Now, was that more of what the Seattle defense is like, and how many do you expect them to put up against that Arizona defense out in the desert this weekend?
Well, this was a product of both. Look, I think Josh Allen wanted to make a statement, but let's just look at the reality here. The Seattle Seahawks are supposed to beat the record for most points allowed by 1,000 points. Now, the record is under 5,000. So just think about how pathetic they are. The record is 14,076 by the 2011 Green Bay Packers. They're going to beat it by 1,000. This Seattle defense is putrid. But Josh Allen did a lot of good things. And now you go to Arizona, and I mentioned this to you a couple of weeks ago, that Chandler Jones going down just devastates this Arizona defense. I think Murray's going to be fun. I think Murray's going to get his yards. He's going to get look, he's playing at an elite level as well. Hopkins, all of it. It's going to be back and forth contest. That's why the line is upwards of 56.5. Well, you know what? I think they both get into the 30s here. It's probably an over type of game. I won't take it at 56.5, but probably an over type of game. It's just who do you believe will win that shootout? And at the end of the day, they both are struggling to run the ball. They both are really struggling on defense. I trust Buffalo's defense just a tad more to come up with that big stop when they need it.
You always talk about not trusting and not just pushing yourself in because it's the primetime game. The big game on Fox this weekend, Seattle at Los Angeles, 1.5 with the Rams coming off of a bye. What do you make of Los Angeles at this point, Tom Barton of Sports Garden?
It's pretty funny. That's a great setup that you give me here. You want to listen to my show, 11 a.m. I have an in-depth interview this Sunday with Doc Holliday, who hosts a show with Isaac Bruce, about the Rams. And I said, I was down on the Rams before the year began. I'm really, really happy where they are. Doc said to me, I was really happy with them before the year. I don't love where they are. So it's a funny Rams team that we have coming in here. Things to remember. McVay actually owns Pete Carroll. He's 4-1 the last 5 games. His team is averaging 34 points per game over those 5 games. The Rams are one of only 3 teams with a top 10 defense, top 10 offense. Russell Wilson's going to cook. We know that. But the Rams are also going to have plenty of offensive success because, anybody can against Seattle right now. It's, again, who is going to make that stop? I have to think coming off of a bye week, being rested, you want to love the Rams. My only caveat here is you look at the injury report. There is Darrell Henderson, their number 1 running back, banged up. Cooper Kupp, banged up. Robert Woods, banged up. Now, they're probably all going to play, but if you're not 100%, it's tough to throw your money on it. I think we see some scoring, and I lean the Rams, even though, you know what, I could see it going the other way, too.
That's funny you mentioned that about the Rams. Beginning of the year, I talked about a couple of different teams that I said, don't be surprised if they end up in the top 7 of the NFL draft. And that was a dark horse team that I had in that realm because I just didn't know what you were going to get out of them and what Rams team was going to look more like 2019 or 2018. They definitely look more like the 2018 Rams than anything. All right, Tom, we're going to do a topic in the next hour of the program. Who is the best wide receiver in the NFL for you right now today?
Oh, that is a really, really good question. I think just for longevity's sake, I think I'm going to have to lean DeAndre Hopkins from what I see right now. Michael Thomas is off my board, and I know everyone's going to probably point to Devontae Adams. I just don't see that. He's that guy that's always consistent. You know, I hate to say nice things about Aaron Rodgers, but he does have Aaron Rodgers. I'll take Hopkins, who does play with some good quarterbacks for sure, but I'll take Hopkins.
That's going to be the toughest candidate in there. Tom Barton of Sports Gardens Wanna-Bet Weekend Edition. You mentioned it. What do you got on the show coming up this weekend, starting up at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 hours leading into kickoff?
Well, hey, look, I'm right back on the winning way after 2 weeks. I've lost 2 games fully this entire season, and they came back-to-back weeks now. Last week gave you a winner. I'm going to give you another winner this week. I have, like I said, Doc Holliday, former Rams, running back on with me. He does a show with Isaac Bruce. We're going to talk about that. And I'm going to give you some underrated, big-time stats that you need to pay attention to. Little things that you go, oh, wait, maybe I could forget about that. No, do not forget about it, and absolutely slam some of these plays.
That's why you got to be there. Tom Barton's Wanna-Bet Weekend Edition with Sports Gardens Wanna-Bet Weekend Edition. Tommy, thanks, man. We'll talk next week, Thursday.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Take it easy, buddy. Good luck this weekend. That's Tom Barton. Tom Barton Sports, how you follow him on social media as well. And once again, guy is just money. 4-1, he just said last week. Make sure you check him out. And even just tie a couple of those things together and get yourself a little extra juice. He joins us on the Progressive Guest Hotline. Quote, buy, and save on home insurance with Progressive's new home quote, Explore, only at Progressive.com. And Progressive is proud to honor our veterans by donating cars to move their lives forward, especially in times of need. Learn more about their Keys to Progress program and plans for 2020 at keystoprogress.com. We got to take the time out. We're back after this. Keep it right here at Sports Map.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
This on Twitter under the link. I said, a man was murdered and all I care about is coming here for the Abe Froman jokes.
Yes.
Like, that's all I cared about. I see this story where the sausage king of Russia gets murdered, and I'm like, oh, I bet there's a lot of cool Abe Froman jokes. Yeah, I didn't even give a thought to the man that was killed. I was like, where are the Abe Froman jokes? Come on. And Twitter did not let me down.
Not. The one thing I was wondering was, did he get snooty?
Yeah, right.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, we're not going to tell you. You need to just culture yourself.
Come on, culture yourself.
The sausage king of Russia. Not to be confused with the sausage king of Chicago.
That's right. You're Abe Froman. Yes, I am. Sausage king of Chicago. That's awesome.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Coast to coast!
Kevin Cash right now on why he took Blake Snell out of the game.
Personally, I felt Blake had done his job and then some. Mookie coming around for the third time through. I value that.
The bottom line is this. Snell had Mookie Betts dead to rights. The guy threw 70 pitches. He was filthy. And what it was, a terrible decision that he'll regret for the rest of his life.
Farrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
The middle.
There you go. Can you give us a live update now? But give us an update on the leaderboard in Jerry Jones, not Jim Nance.
Your leader is Lee Westwood, currently 5 under par from 9, followed by his countryman Paul Casey, 4 under par. Tiger Woods, he's been on the party bus a time or two. He's a 2 under through 6 holes. Now back to my good friend Jim Nance.
Thank you, Jerry. Not bad. The world needed a little Jerry Jones updating the Masters, man. We all needed that.
He would be great in the booth.
Can you imagine that?
He awesome.
Right.
That never gets old, man. No. You can always get you a laugh out of Jerry.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit automotivemap.com today.
You're listening to Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmid on the Sports Map Radio Network.
presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
We're back here on Sports Map all night. This hour of the program, this hour of Sports Map Radio, presented by Rocket Mortgage. Want to see your loan options, adjust payments, and closing costs online in real time? Rocket can. The Ivy League was the first on the scene way back in March, if you remember. The Ivy League was the first conference to outright cancel their conference tournament at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Just earlier today, the Ivy League announcing that they are outright canceling all winter sports here in 2020-2021. The statement from Robin Harris, the conference's executive director, said, "This is definitely not a decision we want to make, but I know it's the right decision for the Ivy League." Continues in the statement, the council will continue to closely monitor and evaluate the public health climate and consider changes to policies when warranted in order to return to more normal campus operations, including potential spring intercollegiate athletics and competition. Tough part about the Ivy League, they don't bank on revenue to factor into the entire financial budget for the university. You know, athletics are more of a hobby, an after-school activity in the Ivy League. However, there's some pretty smart people over there in the Ivy League. If they don't believe that winter sports are going to be able to go off without a hiccup, I don't know how well that spells for everybody else. Keep it right here. Sports Map all night, straight ahead.
The Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY Moundsville.
Oh, it's the best. How much did we look forward to it?
When I was a kid, it was on at 9 o'clock. I had to be in bed by 9.
It was on at 6. That day of the week was always a really early dinner for us.
I gotta go home early because football starts. I'll be eating it with my TV tray in the living room. Meanwhile, I'm a kid in New Hampshire. My mother's telling me to go to sleep. The Steelers are playing, and it's 9 o'clock, and I gotta go to bed.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Wake up call. We are joined by legendary Hall of Fame quarterback, 4-time Super Bowl champion, the best quarterback in my lifetime, the one and only Joe Montana. How do you look at the quarterback situation in the NFL? Is it better? Is it worse? Where do you see it being played today in 2020?
It's obviously a little bit of a different game, you know, with the rules the way that they are. You're going to see a lot of yards because guys are going to throw it because the rules kind of lend itself to that. It's great to see some of the young guys stepping up and playing early. It's not easy league to make the transition into. Obviously, Patrick did it very well, and Rose is coming along, and Herbert, those guys, I mean, they're fun to watch. And then again, on the other end of the spectrum, the older guys are fun to watch too. When you watch Tom, you watch guys like Russell Wilson and Drew Brees. But I think the essence of it's all still pretty much the same, you know, no matter what, you know, how active and how athletic these guys are. It's still played pretty much from the pocket.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Coast to coast! What's more important, NBA games on Christmas Day or Thanksgiving football? I put 5 NBA games over family and over the Detroit terrible Lions on Thanksgiving every year with their crappy performance on Turkey Day. The only thing good about the Lions ever on Turkey Day was watching the old fat coach eat the turkey legs.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Where are jobs in radio given out? They're not given out on a college campus. No, they're given out in the real world, at real radio stations. And to get a job, you need to know people. That's where Radio Connection comes in. Most schools train you on campus. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn from professional mentors in real radio stations. They've put their private classrooms in these places so you can apprentice under professionals. And as you learn, you're making connections and gaining access to the people that are doing the hiring. This is not the promise of a job, no. But it is a promise to get you as close to the action and opportunities as possible. If COVID is a concern, no problem. You can learn from a radio professional via remote learning tools as well. This is education reimagined to keep you out of debt as you learn in real-world settings. Interested? Visit radioconnection.com for more information today. That's radioconnection.com.
The middle.
You want to talk about a guy who's been taken care of. Now, he's not making Sam Bradford money.
Sam Bradford's like a walking hedge fund.
I look up to him. He was the last first rounder to get that ridiculous money before they put a cap on it.
Yeah.
And he made every single penny of every contract that he signed.
I know we're tearing statues down around the country. They should build one to Sam Bradford.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
The middle.
You want to talk about a guy who's been taken care of. Now, he's not making Sam Bradford money.
Sam Bradford's like a walking hedge fund.
I look up to him. He was the last first rounder to get that ridiculous money before they put a cap on it.
Yeah.
And he made every single penny of every contract that he signed.
I know we're tearing statues down around the country. They should build one to Sam Bradford.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
The Jake Asman Show.
The MVP of Super Bowl III, Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Willie Namath joining us. There could be a big decision that this year's Jets team is going to have to make if they're sitting there with the first overall pick.
Well, whoever's handling that ball, they need some help up front. I don't know whether Sam's still going to be there. I do know that if the Jets are in that undesirable position at one time or another during the season to being in last place, they're being in the most desirable position to have the first pick. You know, they could maybe get other draft choices. Do they still believe in Sam? It'd be hard to pass on Lawrence, I tell you. He's just a marvelous player and has been there the last few years. Everything about him, his passing ability, his movement, his habit of winning, he's a monster.
The Jake Asman Show. Weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on Quicken Loans, internal data. Rates and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS-Consumer number 34.
It's time.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
He talks about sports on the radio.
On the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Home loans that fit your life. Rocket can.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
This is Sports Map All Night. You're listening on the Sports Map Radio Network. Guys, right now, take advantage of one of the best opportunities, best gifts to receive and give. But, I mean, frankly, we're in the media, and there's a me in media, so I'm going to say receive. I like receiving gifts a little bit more than I even like giving, even in the season of giving. Guys, I've discovered one of the coolest things as a sports fan, illuminated three-dimensional replicas of your favorite stadium. I'm looking at my Lambeau Field each and every night here inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios. One of over 165 different stadiums they have replicas of over at homefields.com. Take advantage and make sure that your wife, your significant other, your dad, your mom, make sure they know promo code SPORTSMAP. One word or two words, either way, doesn't matter. Our guys, Ken over there at homefields.com, is going to help you out either way. From NFL, college football, college basketball, NBA, hockey, baseball, some of the meccas of pro sports that you just dream of being able to walk back into, even those classics that you witnessed and loved in the 70s, like the Vet, Cleveland Municipal Stadium. You can find those right there at homefields.com. Some of the coolest things that you're going to ever be able to witness. They got this thing down all the way. I look at it, like the speakers on top of Lambeau Field are impeccable. The detail is unrivaled, and you turn that bad boy on, and it looks like it's a Monday night game sitting right there at homefields.com. So go check that out. Once again, homefields.com, promo code SPORTSMAP. The table here a little bit for the conversation we're going to spark up here coming up next. Who is the best wide receiver in the National Football League right now today? The league is undergoing a complete transformation. Looking back into the time warp of players and drafts that you go in through, the wide receiver in today's NFL is what the running back was in 1990. You know all the names. You know why they're all so great. But who is the best wide receiver, pound for pound, take a boxing term, in the National Football League right now today? One guy was asked, what's he supposed to say? But we want to hear what you have to say. 1-800-224-2004. Keep it right here. Sports Map all night.
The Sentinel Group sponsors this paid advertisement for legal services and is responsible for legal services. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months? The FDA has warned that Zantac and other medications containing heartburn drug, ranitidine, may be contaminated with cancer-causing agent NDMA. Zantac may be linked to these cancers: bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months, call now. 800-325-8544. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. You may be owed significant compensation. Call 800-325-8544. 800-325-8544. That's 800-325-8544.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this: what can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS Consumer Access.org. Number 3030.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
I don't really care at the end of the day. I'll stand by that. I mean, any day of the week, and I feel like I got the body of work and the consistency to prove it. But it's not about, nobody's Muhammad Ali. People aren't coming out in post-game interviews saying, I'm the greatest. That's not what it's about. It's about, I know what I'm about, and I know what I do, and I know, I truly feel that nobody can cover me. So, when I get my one-on-one opportunities, I try to show that, I can't be guarded. And that's just a mentality and, a mindset. So it's the confidence that I have based off of the work that I put in, and the success that I've had, obviously. But there's a whole lot, once again, that, like I said after that game, that goes into me being able to say that.
That's the 8-touchdown man, 53 catches, 675 yards. Davante Adams. And all those numbers through just 6 games in 2020. Who is the best wide receiver in the National Football League? Davante Adams was asked if he was just this past week when the Packers strolled into Santa Clara, and Adams did a pedestrian 10 catches, 175 yards, and a score. He's had 2 games this year where he scored multiple touchdowns. He put up, 189 yards, I want to say, Andrew, up against your Houston Texans down there in H-Town, and just absolutely torched through Houston. It was 196, on 13 catches. I wanted to make sure I gave him all credit there. He's got 6 touchdowns in the last 3 games, 3 of which come in a loss against the Minnesota Vikings. Davante Adams is absolutely making a case to be the number 1 wide receiver in all of pro football. But to you, who is the best wide receiver in football? 1-800-224-2004. Wow, goodness gracious. 1-800-224-2004. We're inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, and I'm Bill Schmidt, and I can talk. 1-800-224-2004. Andrew, when you look at it, pound for pound, I put in here as the best wide receiver in all of football, because that is an aspect of it here. We've always looked in the last 10, 12 years, really I think since the Calvin Johnson effect came into it, right? Julio Jones, DK Metcalf fits that persona, fits that model right now. We look for the biggest, most dangerous weapon and say, man, that's the best wide receiver in pro football. For a while, Calvin Johnson absolutely was. There was no way you were stopping him, no way you were guarding him. I think, disrespectfully, Larry Fitzgerald never got the rub and the length of time being the number 1 wide receiver in football that he rightfully deserved. But in the game here today, Metcalf is kind of the only guy of that last breed, along with Julio, 6'2", 6'3", big frame, big target, monstrous catch radius. But we're changing the way we kind of look at the wide receiver position, because how do you not include Tyreek Hill in this conversation? Guy's got 10 touchdowns on the year, 9 of which through the air. He can hurt you with his legs running. He's as much of a threat catching the ball in the backfield on a pitch as he is 55, 60 yards downfield being launched from Patrick Mahomes. So Tyler Lockett becomes a factor in this. That's a guy who is a high volume receiver. 70 targets that guy's already got with 53 catches on the year. And sometimes quarterbacks and systems can make a guy look a lot better than maybe they are, right? Allen Robinson doesn't get nearly the kind of credit I think that he deserves when you're talking about the best wide receiver in all of football. I even look at a guy this year who, moving states, moving conferences, has made himself a legit competitor in the top wide receiver in all of pro football. Not just because he leads in yards. He's got 63 catches on the year, but he's shaped the way the Buffalo Bills play offense. That's Stephon Diggs. But do the numbers of just 3 red zone touchdowns change it up? I mean, different strokes for different folks, I know, in what you value more when looking at the best wide receiver in all of football. But I got a top 3 right now, and it is all-encompassing. You got to look at route running off the top. Effort in every route is a monstrous fact and factor in determining, for me, who's the best wide receiver in football. Because we've seen it for years, right? You're not getting the ball. You're not getting the targets. Are you running each route with the same intensity, same effort, same look? And also, how do you fit in? Where does the scheme play into it? And how do defenses have to scheme for you? With all due respect to Devontae, and the numbers are just staggering. I mean, in 6 games, the guy's got 69 targets. People around the league just aren't getting that workload where you're averaging 11 looks a game. Right now, Devontae is my number 3 wide receiver in the National Football League. And I don't think that's a knock to anyone across the league, especially Devontae. This is a guy that 2 years into his career in Green Bay, some people in the local media were saying they should outright cut him, see if you could trade him for a 6th-round pick. It's as freezing cold takes as you can get at this point in time. But that's how that position has changed. But I look at the guy that I think is the second best wide receiver in all of football. I think he's the most dangerous weapon in the league. And it's the aforementioned Tyreek Hill. When you can get him the ball in space, get him the ball anywhere, any which way, defenses build their entire model around stopping a guy like Tyreek Hill, knowing that if anybody's going to beat us, it's not going to be that guy. But still, at this point in time, I look around the league. Michael Thomas is not in the conversation right now, even after a ridiculous season last year. You want to talk about a system exemplifying your greatest traits, your greatest attributes inside of 15 yards? Not many better at finding a sliver of room in getting a contested catch on a crosser or an in route than Michael Thomas. I know that. But we've only seen him 2 games this year. So he's going to be out of the equation. I don't mean to kick salt or pour salt in the open wound, kick sand in the face to my guy Andrew Carlson. But I don't know how you don't watch DeAndre Hopkins every single week and still look at him as the best wide receiver in the game. He's averaging over 90 yards a game. And he's not of that old school look, Andrew, where you look at DeAndre and say, whoa, what an absolute matchup nightmare he is. How are we going to get a corner that's going to be able to physically line up against Hopkins? 6'1", 212. But look at the game last week. He's going up against Miami, who, despite what the old school model of the Miami Dolphins looks like, Byron Jones and Xavier Howard might be the best cornerback duo in the league. The numbers won't look great for DeAndre after that week, after last week with just 3 catches and 30 yards. But he had to have forced, I think they had 4 different pass interference calls because they just didn't want to let DeAndre beat you. Ripping him down at the point of attack, tripping him as the ball's in the air. I mean, he was, and that is another aspect of it, a stat that you don't get to see much, as to how much attention and how many flags does a guy like Hop grab? And how many does he force? It's crazy that this best wide receiver in all football I still believe, the 27th overall pick in 2013, only netted a 2nd round pick. Andrew, what about you? Where would you stand with the best wide receiver right now in all of pro football?
You want to rub that in just a little bit more, Bill?
I mean, yeah, no, 27th overall coming out of Clemson. It's a wide receiver factory. He's by far still the best one out of all of them. I mean, you're looking at Sammy Watkins, good player, no doubt. Mike Williams, really nice player. Good guy to grab the ball at the point of attack. But Hopkins, I'll take up against any one of them. Even DK Metcalf, 6'5", 230, whatever he is. Give me a jump ball. I'm going with DeAndre Hopkins. How was that? Did that pour it in a little bit more?
Yeah, just a little bit more pain,
okay.
You know. And that's what we like here.
Easiest way to develop a great young quarterback is give him the best receiver in football. That's exactly what Kyler Murray was gifted this year.
Yeah, it helps, when you've got a awesome all-time talent receiver like DeAndre Hopkins. And I agree with you. I think that he's still the best in the league. I still enjoy watching him because the way he was dumped out of Houston had nothing to do with him. It was all with the man who is no longer part of the organization. He who shall not be named, Mr. Bill O'Brien. And just what he does and the way he goes about his business on the football field, and the fact to me that he never misses games is the most important thing. Attendance is always going to be part of the grade when we're talking about sports. In other things, it may not matter as much, but when it comes to sports, you being there and being available, even when you're at your 50 or 60% and still being able to go out there and perform and put on the big stage, to me, that's a huge, huge factor. And DeAndre Hopkins, basically, if he doesn't practice, it doesn't matter. He's still going to be out there. He's still going to be playing. And I've seen him in the Texans uniform many a time where he's clearly banged up, but at the end of the day, he comes through with the clutch play, the big catch on the drive when you need it. And that's not to discredit Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill, who I think I would have Devontae at 2, Tyreek at 3, maybe Julio at 3, but he's been a little touch and go this season. But other than that, I mean, I just don't see how you don't have DeAndre at 1. I can see the arguments, but when you take health into the equation and just the consistency he's had over these past 3 or 4 years, and then just what he's done with the quarterbacks that he's worked with, no matter who you have under center, whether it's Kyler Murray, Ryan Fitzpatrick, or even Ryan Mallett, the dude's going to put up production. He's just going to.
This man has missed 2 games since he came into the league in 2013. 2 games at one of the most volatile positions in the league. He hasn't had 1,000 yards just twice. His rookie year with 800 on just 50 catches and 950 along with 4 scores in the 2016 season. And I don't even know who the 2016 quarterback was, but I know Deshaun Watson walked in 2017. And show me a great wide receiver, and I'll show you the quarterback is going to be damn good as well. 1,300, 1,500, 1,100, and he's well on his way. At 8 games with 700 yards already this year, DeAndre Hopkins is well on his way to another 1,400 yard season. And you're exactly right, though. At that position, hey, man, availability is the best accountability. When you can be there day in and day out, it's one of the reasons why Russell Wilson is as great as he is, too. The Seattle Seahawks know every single time you're walking onto a football field, you can bet number 3 is going to be back there. You can bet number 10 is going to be out there, and you can bet he is going to be balling for the Arizona Cardinals. You mentioned Julio. The red zone, I don't know, efficiency. He just doesn't get the looks in the red zone that you would imagine a guy of his stature would get. We'll keep this going because Stephon Diggs is going to have something to say about it. And there are going to be these two, Hopkins and Diggs, going at it mano a mano in the desert. We'll look into that and hear from Stephon Diggs next because he's got something to say about this as well. When we ask who the best receiver in the National Football League is right now today, 1-800-224-2004. We're back after this. Sports Map all night on Sports Map Radio.
Pushing the odds with Matt Peralt.
Here's the problem for the Dolphins. If this wasn't the plan all along, Fitzpatrick played too well, that they thought that he was going to come in and struggle. He was going to play poorly. And so the team was comfortable sitting Tua because they thought they'd be right back in the top 5 to draft. There's no way that Tua Tagovailoa is better than Ryan Fitzpatrick is right now for the Dolphins. There is just no way that in practice you're watching Tua and watching Fitzpatrick and you're like, yeah, Fitzpatrick shouldn't play. I get why you're going to Tua, but you got to be a little bit more upfront with Fitzpatrick on this. If you've asked him to buy in and you've asked him to play well and you've asked him to kind of be your guy, and then he goes out in there and does that, and the move to Tua is the best for Miami to win games right now, get out of here. That's a lie.
Pushing the odds with Matt Peralt. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
Wake up call! I guess the only issue with Tampa winning the Stanley Cup, they may not get a parade out of it.
Boo-hoo. Now, the guy that has to travel with the cup, what is his COVID protocol? That thing has been around everywhere in every possible scenario.
This cup has seen things.
A gallon of Smirnoff vodka, 2 strippers, and the Stanley Cup meets a long night for the curator of the cup.
Wake up call with Tony B and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Wake up call! The rumor is that George Stephanopoulos is lobbying to replace Alex Trebek.
I heard this. I heard his people are pushing hard for him to get the job.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that's a good fit.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
I don't know who is. I have no idea who can replace Alex Trebek because, I mean, he is Jeopardy.
Here's my advice to the Stephanopoulos people. Just like we say about quarterbacks, you never want to be the guy that follows the guy.
Yep.
You want to be the guy that follows the guy who follows the guy. You want to be the guy that takes over the job when the guy who takes over for Alex Trebek can't do it anymore.
Who knew we would be that strong about the next host of...
I know. Totally.
We got opinions, people.
That's right.
You can't have just anyone start reading off answers and you have a question.
Wake Up Call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Headed to Texas to watch your team play, but don't know where to go for that pregame drink? Visit CultureMap.com for all of the hottest spots in Houston, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, and San Antonio. From the most popular bars to those favorite dine-in gems, Culture Map has it all. Then before you leave town, why not visit some of the best places to shop or see some of the sights? Culture Map has extensive coverage on all the things to do in the city you're in. So check out CultureMap.com. That's CultureMap.com.
You're listening to Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmid on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmid.
This is Sports Map Radio, Sports Map All Night. Thanks for hanging out with us on the Sports Map Radio Network. Whether you listen to us on one of our local affiliates across the country, coast to coast on the free Sports Map Radio app. I stress free. F-R-E-E, free. It's too easy. Make sure you hit that up. And go to O'Reilly Auto Parts when you need replacement parts and tools for your repair, maintenance, or restoration project. O'Reilly Auto Parts has you covered. Trust the friendly, knowledgeable parts professionals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They know what it takes to get the job done right the first time. In fact, professional technicians have counted on O'Reilly Auto Parts for years. Stop by and talk to one of the professional parts people today at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. 1-800-224-22. Wow. 1-800-224-2004. 1-800-224-2004. Inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts studios. Who is the best wide receiver in the National Football League today? Devontae Adams got the... is it fair to say, Andrew, he got the Joe Flacco treatment? Get the most pointed question you possibly could have, where Joe Flacco just comes off winning a Super Bowl, signs a $100 million contract, and they go, "Hey, Joe, you think you're an elite quarterback?" Well, I don't know what else I would be at this point. Yeah, I think I'm the best quarterback in the league. Oh my God, Joe Flacco thinks he's better than Aaron Rodgers. Well, what is he supposed to say? Devontae Adams gets asked after a 10-catch, 179-yard performance with a score and scoring 6 touchdowns across the last 3 games in Green Bay. He gets asked, are you the best wide receiver in all of football? What is he supposed to say? Absolutely. I think he's definitely in the conversation. He's definitely more in the conversation than he's been in years past. However, availability is the biggest attribute you can have, man. And if you are around like DeAndre Hopkins every single week, missed 2 games since 2013 coming into the NFL, he's got to be in that conversation. Now, Stephon Diggs needed a change of scenery to maybe really step into the light, into the conversation. It's hard to ignore, man, what Stephon Diggs is doing so far out in Buffalo. And maybe he is growing into his own. 63 catches, 800 yards. And what I love about how they use Diggs out in Buffalo, they don't ask Diggs to do anything that he's not comfortable with doing. And I don't mean that Stephon Diggs won't go across the middle. He's tough. He'll take the licks. He's not how do I say this? He's not the biggest possession guy that you're going to witness every single time out. When you watch Stephon Diggs, he's best when you can let him breathe and get deeper into a route. I mean, his yards per catch is always closer to 10 than it is 5 because you want to get him the ball deeper into the route, right? Right now, he's averaging almost 13 yards a reception. And when they want to go deep, they use him as an absolute game breaker because that's exactly what he is. I look at the Vegas game that they played a couple of weeks ago, a game that Buffalo was thoroughly controlling pretty much the entire way, and get a turnover, 14's running to go, and try to take the top off a defense right away. He is as good taking the top off a defense as you're going to find in Stephon Diggs. However, there's a maturity factor that also comes into play here. Now, Andrew, I'll defer to you because you witnessed Hop for a long time. Despite whatever Bill O'Brien thought of his maturity or the people that he necessarily hung around with or the company he had, however that was spun in the media around DeAndre Hopkins, everybody in the locker room seems to love that guy to the nth degree. And he might go and ask for a raise, but I don't really remember DeAndre Hopkins making a stink, calling out his quarterback, demanding the football more, or not showing up to a practice when his team was 2-2. Those are still fresh in my mind, even if Stephon Diggs has matured a little bit. That's why I don't have him necessarily in this top three in that conversation. Tyreek Hill obviously has his own issues off the field, but that's a rare thing to have. And Adams and Hopkins are right there lockstep with, at a position where you always hear squawking. Out of Adams and Hopkins, I can't really remember a time where I've heard either of those guys step out into the media and demand the football more. Demand more touches. Call out the guy that's getting them the football. It helps when Aaron Rodgers throwing you the football. But Andrew, you mentioned it. Hopkins had Ryan Mallett throwing him the football, for crying out loud.
Even in the Brock Osweiler year, which is the year before we got Deshaun Watson, I say we as a Texans fan, that was the year you pointed to where I think he had under 1,000 yards, like 4 or 5 touchdowns. Even in that season, you could tell that he was visibly frustrated, but he, during the season at least, never called out Osweiler. Now, once Osweiler was gone, he had a couple things to say. But during the season, he never publicly called out Brock Osweiler.
And that takes some stomach, because what was Osweiler making? $70 million?
Yeah, he was making, I think it was like 16.5 or 17 on the year.
I sadly had to watch Brock Osweiler in person twice. I put myself through that twice. One with your Texans in that 2016 year that you're talking about. A barn burner of a snow game in December up at Lambeau Field. And then again, maybe 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago was when the Miami Dolphins thought that Brock Osweiler would be a better starting quarterback than Ryan Tannehill, right? Wonder what Brock Osweiler's doing nowadays. You think he subscribed to the Blake Bortles school? Remember that interview that Blake Bortles did when they asked him, "Hey man, what do you think you'd be doing if you weren't playing pro football?" Working construction, ripping cigs. One of the funniest answers I've ever heard in my entire life. Guys, The Athletic delivers every sport story that matters. The Athletic with full-time local writers dedicated to your teams, providing breaking news, in-depth analysis, and exclusive stories you can't find anywhere else. National names like Robert Mays, Stuart Mandel, David Aldridge, Ken Rosenthal, Lindsey Jones provide unrivaled league-wide perspective and insight, all personalized and ad-free. Whether you're looking for a fantasy football edge or a long-term outlook on your NBA team, The Athletic sports coverage has you covered. Subscribe today for $1 a week at theathletic.com/Radio Week. Once again, that's theathletic.com/Radio Week for $1 a week to subscribe today. Phillip Rivers looked a little bit better than I've seen him in years past. He's good enough for a win. We'll hear from him next on Sports Map Radio.
I owed the IRS $10,000. The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744.
Attention! If you or a loved one took Belviq or Belviq XR for weight loss, call the Belviq Advocates at 1-888-743-7254. You may be at increased risk for cancer, including pancreatic, colorectal, and lung cancer, and you may be entitled to a compensation. Call for a free review of your case at 1-888-743-7254. In February 2020, the FDA requested that the manufacturer of Belviq withdraw the drug from the market due to cancer findings. Call so that we can fight for a compensation to cover your medical bills and more. If you've been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, colorectal, or lung cancer after using the weight loss drug Belviq or Belviq XR, call the Belviq Advocates now for a free consultation. You may be owed a significant compensation. Call 1-888-743-7254. 1-888-743-7254. That's 1-888-743-7254. Consult your physician prior to discontinuing use of any medication. Results may vary.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter. License in all 50 states and MLS Consumer Access Order number 330.
This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
Guys, I've recently discovered the life-changing benefits of CBD, even better CBD with no THC from a great line of products from Infinite CBD. From their freezing point cooling creams, which help me manage my aching hip. And their tasty yet relaxing vegan gummies, Infinite CBD's line of products have 0% THC, non-intoxicating, which makes it ideal for people seeking the benefits of cannabinoids without the mind-altering effects of medical marijuana. CBD, non-toxic, can help you better manage your pain, discomfort, and stress levels. Infinite CBD's hemp is organically grown in Colorado. All of their products are expertly formulated by master chemists to provide all the benefits without the worry. With products available in CBD isolate or broad spectrum CBD oil, there's something for everyone. Their products are even backed by a 30-day satisfaction guarantee, so giving it a try completely risk-free. Text BILL to 511-511. Once again, BILL to 511-511 for free shipping on orders over $99. Go to infinitecbd.com. Use the promo code BILL at 511-511 to start improving your quality of life. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration, are not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure, or prevent any disease or illness. Message and data rates do apply when you text. Text STOP to unsubscribe. Once again, that's Infinite CBD. This is Sports Map All Night. Thanks for hanging out with us. Andrew Carlson alongside. I'm Bill Schmidt. We were just witnessing earlier tonight a group in the Indianapolis Colts who have been a little bit of an enigma for me. I've been having a lot of trouble figuring out what Indianapolis is and how you forecast what the Colts can do later on in this year. Now, Indianapolis is going to go and host Green Bay next weekend. Green Bay with somewhat of a de facto bye going up against Jake Luton and the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend up at Lambeau. But Phillip Rivers is playing at at a Phillip Rivers pace to me. Watching him last year, his final year with the Los Angeles Chargers, it was evident that the arm strength just was not there. Now, the decision-making, which has always been testy, a little dicey for Phillip Rivers. He's always had the gunslinger mentality with a arm that for the better part of his 17-year career could make up for some of those decisions. He could fit it into as many windows, as tight of windows as anybody. But at his age now, it's clear that there are limitations to his game. And whether or not Indianapolis, if they get into a shootout, if you get into a game in which you can't play from ahead, how confident are Colts fans in Phillip Rivers leading you through there? Getting into a shootout and ultimately winning it in the playoffs with a Lamar Jackson. With Ben Roethlisberger, for that matter. Definitely you get into a throwing match with Josh Allen. That's a gunfight you don't want to get into. I don't even have to say don't get into a gunfight with Pat Mahomes, because there's not many people in the world that are going to win that throwing contest. But, I even look at Derek Carr and what the Las Vegas Raiders do on offense. And despite a defense that is good, not great, they're now 6-3. Their schedule's not tremendous. However, you have to respect wins when they come. And 6-3 in the National Football League is 6-3. Frank Reich's been around this NFL for quite some time. And he spoke after the game, winning 34-17, and now locking into a tie atop the AFC South. What has Phillip Rivers on his 1-year, $25 million contract meant to this Indianapolis Colts team?
Phillip's he's in control. That puts him in the driver's seat, allows him to see everything and get us in the right play when he needs to, which he did with regularity tonight. He's just really good in that mode, and he was accurate, good decisions, good checks in the run game, good situational football. So he was on point tonight for sure.
And it's easier to be on point when you get a special teams touchdown. You avoid a huge deficit going down 14-3 in the first 7 minutes of the game when A.J. Brown drops a would-be touchdown down the left sideline. However, taking advantage of those opportunities is what the league is. And 29 of 39 from Rivers, you just can't sneeze at. One touchdown, no picks, was only sacked one time, invited quite a bit of rush, but got the ball in the hands of his speedsters, 7 catches for 100 yards by Michael Pittman Jr., and took advantage when he needed to. However, I looked at him have an open Mo Alley Cox in the corner of the end zone and completely airmail it. So there's a definite give and take, I feel, when watching Rivers at this point, especially this year in Indianapolis. Maybe last year the decision-making was so sporadic because of Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, and Austin Eckler, Melvin Gordon. You had such weapons there in Los Angeles that it was easier to want to be aggressive. You look over and see a very different T.Y. Hilton than we've seen for years past. Zach Pascal, is what he is, and Michael Pittman Jr., who they believe can be a top-flight receiver in the league. Just distribute and don't hurt the team and don't hurt that defense has to be the mantra. But winning a game like tonight on the road on a short week and now setting up in 2 weeks from Sunday another battle against Tennessee for essentially the control of the division, how important was that W tonight, 17?
Yeah, it was a huge win, especially coming off last week, not getting it done against the Ravens, going into this division road game. But we all felt good at halftime. They didn't slow us down in the first half. We got the 3 right before the half. Felt like if we drove and scored to start the half, that we would, to take the lead. We obviously get stopped on 4th and goal after about a 9-minute drive, but defense came up with some huge stops. Obviously get the block punt for a touchdown, and then we were efficient on offense all day long.
Tonight, Phillip Rivers moved ahead of Dan Marino on the all-time touchdown list with 421 touchdowns. Now, he's still sitting behind guys like Favre, Manning, Brady, and Breeze, who are essentially playing hot potato with the record. But the counting stats are always there for Phillip Rivers. The illustrious ring is still eluding him. I don't know that this team is Super Bowl contender, but they definitely look like they're going to go mano a mano all the way through 17 weeks with this Tennessee Titan team. And don't forget that the Tennessee Titans, while they make it to the AFC title game last year, were only 9-7 in the regular season. And were seemingly just kind of hitting a stride late into that year. So winning and evening up at 6-3 with a Titan group that has a top 2 or 3 running back in the league, where does this rank in terms of the best wins on the year for the Indianapolis Colts, Phillip Rivers?
Yeah, well, this one was bigger than the last 2 because it was the next one, and then Green Bay in 9-10 days will be the biggest one of the year because that's the one we're playing. But we're just a team that's continuing to get better, and all the teams I've been a part of, and just being around the league for a long time, the teams that are playing the best in November and December are the ones that get to play in January, and ultimately you hope to play in February. So we just got to continue to improve, but we need to win along the way. And this was a huge game. Every game's huge the rest of the way out. And I love these Thursday night games, especially after a win. You get that mini bye, and then we get to regroup and get ready for Green Bay.
And it's just their second win against a team with a winning record this year, both of which came on the road. And both of which are teams that I don't think we know quite truly how good those teams are. At Chicago is looking less and less impressive. But tonight is an impressive game because it's on a short week, because it's on the road, and because of how good I've believed the Tennessee Titans were all year long. And evolving in the league and growing and maybe understanding those warts in his game. How much does Phillip Rivers believe he's truly growing into his own as he grows in age and ages in the NFL? How is that progressing?
Well, I think you try to keep getting better and keep improving, and obviously the challenge is going to be how to maintain that physically as you get up there in age. But I feel good physically. I really do. I feel like I can still make all the throws necessary, and obviously I've always thrown with anticipation, so that's helped me. I've never had the Mahomes or Rodgers or Stafford or those guys' arms. I've just never had that arm anyway. But anticipating and throwing with accuracy is what's been my game. And then the mental aspect of it. We're in no huddle today, getting to be at the line of scrimmage, check in and out of things. And I just felt like we were in a good rhythm all day long. Again, we had 2 4th down stops. We're in a good rhythm all day long. The guys up front, it starts with those guys. We rushed for over 100. I think we were over 70% in the completion in the pass game, and we didn't turn it over. So you do those things, you're going to have a chance every week with the way our defense and special teams is playing.
Yeah, you take care of the football, and Phillip Rivers is right. They're going to have a chance to win a lot of games. But that touchdown record he mentioned, he never had the arm of a Mahomes or a Rodgers, but now he's got the stats up there with Dan Marino. What's that crossing of one of the greatest of all time feel like for Phillip Rivers tonight?
Yeah, it is special. It's special. And, those guys up there on that list, I don't know that I'm in their category, and that's okay. But, Dan Marino was on my wall. There's a poster on my wall as a young boy in Decatur in Athens, Alabama. So it is special. Thankful that I've been able to play long enough. Thankful I've been healthy enough to play, over 230 in a row now. And, watching Dan Marino, meeting Dan Marino at the Senior Bowl, playing against his teams, and it's all special. It's all just special, and thankful that here at 38, I'm still getting out here and compete and play the game I love.
And he turns 39 on December 8th. And Phillip Rivers at 39 years old right now with an 11 touchdown, 7 interception season. The Colts at this point control their own destiny to get on into the playoffs, and a place where he mentioned it with dominant offensive line, really good defense, they expect to be. Mike Vrabel, though, his team expected to be competing for the AFC Championship, the same place that they were 1 year ago with multiple 10-point leads at Arrowhead against the defending world champions. Mike Vrabel says they got a lot of things to work on going into a de facto bye week after a Thursday night game.
Well, there's a lot of good things, and then, third down wise, we didn't give ourselves enough third and shorts. We're playing too many third and longs. That again, that consistency early on in the series, just developing that rhythm of getting that first down, and we'll go back to work. That's what I told the team. We'll go back to work, and we'll get away for a couple days and try to get healthy.
And as difficult as that is, you can't really get away much in the COVID-19 style year. You're still in the building each day to undergo testing and make sure you're staying safe and staying regulated like that and keeping healthy as possible. He mentioned it, though, third downs were not good for either team. Both teams, 30% on third down, 3 of 10 for Indianapolis. However, or for Tennessee, 4 of 12 were the Colts. But the stat of the night was getting off the field, not on third down, but on fourth down. 3 of 5 were the Colts on fourth down conversions tonight. Maybe cut into your Rigo Blankenship scoring in fantasy. However, it did in for Indianapolis as they double up. The Tennessee Titans tonight win at 34-17. We're back in a moment with some emotional MVPs. And I think the BBWAA deserves some credit for getting it right again. Keep it right here at Sports Map All Night.
The middle.
Love sausage. Yes. This is the other product. Outside of the Santa's Yum Nuts, M&S also sells the Love Sausage. Now, what would you rather buy? Now, seriously, let's all be Barrett Brooks. Let's be 6'6", 3+, former Eagle football player. And then you have the cashier say, price check on Yum Nuts, price check on Santa's Yum Nuts. That or the Love Sausage. I got to be honest. I see Barrett Brooks. I see Jeremiah Trott. I don't care, Brian Dawkins. Y'all out here ordering Love Sausages. I might think twice about rocking a jersey next time.
I got to go Love Sausage.
Okay, you'd rather have the cashier say Love Sausage.
Yes.
Barrett's thinking.
I'm like, we might just have to go hungry that day, bro.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Coast to coast!
Sounded like Adam needed a tissue after the game. Here's Adam Gase.
It hurts. I thought guys, they battled. Just to have a few mistakes that cost us the game.
We did a really good job of doing what we wanted to do here, which was lose, so that we would maintain an 0-9 mark and get the number 1 draft pick. Everyone did a fantastic job.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Pushing the odds with Matt Perrault.
The Raiders are turning into an old-fashioned power football team, and nobody really is paying attention to it. Their defense has been smacking people. If the game had been played in 50-degree temperatures, then I think it may have been a totally different game. You couldn't punt, you couldn't kick, all you could do was run. The Raiders were a better run offense than what the Browns were going to be able to put out there. Remember, just because trends are pointing one way, you have to be able to look at a team, handicap the game, look at the numbers, and talk about it on this day, not what happened previously. Trends only talk about what has happened. We bet on what is going to happen. The Raiders suck in cold weather, or they suck in the wind, or John Gruden's not good on the road. So be careful when it comes to that. You got to look at what's happening on that date.
Pushing the odds with Matt Perrault. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
The Athletic is delivering every sports story that matters. The Athletic has full-time local writers dedicated to your teams, providing breaking news, in-depth analysis, and exclusive stories you can't find anywhere else. Plus national names like Robert Mays, Stuart Mandel, David Aldridge, Ken Rosenthal, Lindsey Jones, and many more who provide unrivaled league-level perspective and insight. All personalized and ad-free. Subscribe today for $1 a week at theathletic.com/radio week. Once again, that's theathletic.com/radio week.
You're listening to Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmid on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmid.
Hey, congratulations as we wrap up Sports Map All Night to The Weeknd. Announced today that he's going to be doing the halftime show at Super Bowl 55. A weird circumstance, right? They're planning on like 15, 16,000 people. But headlining the Super Bowl halftime show is maybe one of the only marquee events anymore for like breakout stardom, I feel like, in music. Once you hit that Super Bowl halftime show, man, that is uncharted territory that only the greats get into. Congratulations, man, to The Weeknd. Super, super talented. Crazy talented. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy it, though, as much the last 5 years. Anything with Bruno Mars is just unreal. That Super Bowl 50 halftime show, when he sang, I think that was 24 Karat Magic that he sang at that halftime show. Crazy, crazy talented. Hey, congratulations, Jose Abreu, tonight winning the AL MVP. Absolutely. You guys hear about this Mike Trout guy? He finished 5th in the MVP balloting. Wow. Does he suck? Couldn't get into the top 2 again? Like he has every year of his life playing in Major League Baseball? No one ever has had, I want to make sure I have this right, first 9 full seasons in Major League Baseball, the longest streak in history to be a top 5 balloter in the MVP race. And Freddie Freeman wins it for the National League. Freddie Freeman battled COVID-19 before the season and strongly considered opting out. And today wins the MVP, second in OPS in the league, 1,137 extra base hits. Great work by the BBWAA for getting it right tonight. Tom Barton from Sports Garden, we owe him a thanks, and Bo Wolf as well from The Athletic. For AC, I'm Bill Schmid. We'll do it again tomorrow on Sports Map All Night. Keep it right here. Peace.
Watchdog is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY.
The Jake Asman Show.
Now, under normal circumstances, it would have been a devastating loss as a Jet fan. Not last night. Last night I had the thrill of being able to root for something again. And I hate having to root against my team, believe me. It is the most 2020 thing ever. But until they have the first pick locked up, the Jets cannot afford to win any games. They just can't. Period. The tank has to roll on, baby. And roll on it did last night.
The Jake Asman Show. Weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
Wake up call! Chicago White Sox have hired Tony La Russa to be their manager. I'm blown away by this.
Things are bad in Chicago, I guess.
Tony La Russa started his managerial career with the White Sox back in 1979. Jimmy Carter was president. Make no mistake, I'm blown away by this. So blown away by this that I have to revisit something I actually said on this show. Tony La Russa's name being bandied about as a manager in 2020 is insane. You're talking about bringing in a dinosaur. I'll be walking if they make that move. I'll be trudging right through Gatlinburg, all the way up through Louisville, all the way through Indianapolis to Valparaiso, all the way to the south side of Chicago.
So this just in, Tony is on sabbatical till next year.
I can't believe they did this.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Pharrell.
Coast to coast!
Tom Brady is in Tampa, and everybody thought he wouldn't do well. At first, they laughed and said, Super Bowl. He's not going to the Super Bowl in their own building. Now, you could argue they're going to that game. I think they can beat Seattle. They already beat Green Bay. I think they can beat anyone in the NFC. And in fact, with Tom Brady and that team loaded, I think they can beat the Chiefs, Steelers, anybody.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Let's go. Pushing the odds with Matt Perrault.
Anthony Lynn's done. It's just a matter of when are the Chargers going to fire Anthony Lynn. Because Justin Herbert's a player. This dude is good. He has a cannon for an arm. He's really accurate. He's big. He's mobile. Anthony Lynn's got experience now in these games, and he is still making critical errors at the end of games that are costing his team the chance to win. 1 second left. You could have done anything you wanted to if you were the Chargers. And you throw it to Donald Parham on a jump ball? No. Horrible play call. Awful, awful play call. Bad, bad decision for the Chargers, but the team's got talent. The team's got a lot going for it, but they get hurt all the time, which is really problematic. But then they just don't have the edge, that coaching advantage that you need to win close football games. The Chargers do not have it.
Pushing the Odds with Matt Peralt. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, Automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit Automotivemap.com today. Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to Automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, Automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit Automotivemap.com today.
The Jake Asman Show.
November Masters. Can't wait. Yeah, the fall foliage. And then I wake up this morning. I'm getting ready for the show. There's a weather delay. So we waited a long time for the Masters, golf fans. We have to wait a little bit longer now and hope the inclement weather goes away. I am a rooter of rain when it comes to golf. My father owns an umbrella company. So there is a picture of Tiger Woods, getting some practice strokes in. And in the background, you'll see there is a Gustbuster umbrella being used by someone in Tiger Woods' party. Tiger actually has a custom Gustbuster umbrella. It says TGR on it, which is the sweetest thing ever. It's got his logo on it. So Gustbuster umbrella well represented at Augusta, and as someone who roots for rain for that reason, not a bad start. But I'd like to see them actually play, so they play in the rain with the umbrellas out.
The Jake Asman Show. Weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com.
The Sports Grid TV network is a new streaming video sports channel for you, dedicated to serving the massive fantasy sports and wagering audience. Sports Grid TV is live, free on the Roku channel, with real-time data and expert commentary featuring Pat McAfee, Scott Farrell, Gabe Morency, Pro Football Doc Dr. David Chow, NFL Insider Adam Kaplan, and more. Simply download the Roku channel app and go to the free sports channels to watch Sports Grid and get the winning edge. That's Sports Grid TV, free on the Roku channel.
This is Pharrell on the bench.
You'll have plenty of time to think about it on the bench, because that's where you're headed.
On the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios.
Here's Scott Farrell.
Row on the bench in the biggest way possible, hanging out the bad seat, a broken eight, a bad apple with a bad attitude, hanging around a bunch of bad attitude, bad taste, bad life, bad dude, bad breath, bad attitude, bad vibes. We are live in the Farrell Palatial, right across the river and through the woods from where Granny loves to roll up those spliffies of purple haze and drink a little J-Mo to wash it down in New York City, the Big Apple. Ooh. People dressed in plastic bags, directing traffic, some kind of fashion shake-it-up should do home from the come around, flat to party up, rats on the west side, bedbugs uptown, with a mess, it's time to tat them up, brains splattered all over Manhattan, should be shake it up. Hey, what's gigging? It's Pharrell with Carver High this evening. So, first of all, you're doing the show tomorrow night as well, Carver High? Is that what you're telling me now? That's the Inside Skinny?
That would be correct.
There you go. I can see you're really excited about it. So I think this game is awesome tonight. I think this game is awesome. This Colts-Titan game has been really good. I have to see this play, this pick in the end zone. Looked like he had his feet in. I got to see this again. Let's watch it one more time. I don't know. Oh, he's out. Great try, though. Hell of a pick, but he had 1 foot out. Anyway, 17-13 Titans. If you're watching this game, which I'm sure you are, Carver High, because the college football game is so bad, do you think that, in all honesty, that the Colts are actually playing better than the Titans, even though they're losing?
I think that you could make that case, but the Titans, neither team has had a lot of possessions. The Titans have taken care of the ball, and they've scored when they've had it, so good job by them.
I guess the Colts went down the field and couldn't score on their opening possession, and that kind of really hurt them.
Rocky Mountains of Colorado, where Infinite CBD's hemp is organically grown. Infinite CBD is proud to offer a wide variety of natural American-grown hemp products made in-house. CBD is non-toxic and can help you cope with stress, better manage discomfort, while helping you stay calm and focused. From their 100% natural and vegan gummies to cooling salves and creams, there's something to fit everybody's lifestyle. Infinite CBD's products are third-party lab-tested and contain 0% THC, providing you the benefits of cannabinoids without the mind-altering effects. Infinite CBD's products are all high quality with low prices, plus every order is backed by their 30-day satisfaction guarantee. Visit infinitecbd.com today. Use code WEEKEND to save 20% off your first order, or text the code WEEKEND to 511-511. Plus, orders over $20 receive a free strawberry banana tincture, a $53 value. Text WEEKEND to 511-511 and start improving your quality of life today. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA and are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness. Message and data rates may apply. Text STOP to unsubscribe. This ad is paid for by Infinite CBD.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter. License in all 50 states and MLS Consumer Access.org. Number 330.
This is Pharrell on the Bench on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Home loan options for your family. Rocket can.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Scott Farrell.
All right, so here's Rivers, second and goal, as the Colts are getting ready to take the lead in this game, and they just did. So they score here with 8:27 left in the third, and now you're starting to get Pascal with the touchdown. You're starting to get the vibe of why this game was Indy -1, Carver High, because we couldn't figure it out today on Coast to Coast. Why are they favored in Smashville? You know what I mean? It's right. Like I said at the beginning of the show, they seemed to me, even though they were trailing, that they were playing better. That Rivers was playing better. I thought their running back was playing better. This kid, I forget his name. I think he's better than Taylor.
Hines.
This kid, Hines. I just think he's an animal. Like the guy. Have you seen that kid? The speed and the runs he's had. I mean, he gets 6, 7, 8 yards. He's just all over the place. And then
this is gonna be
I just think Rivers. Really? Is he? Oh, his elbow was down?
His elbow was down. This is going to be 3rd and goal from the 1.
Yeah, they're going to score. So you can feel it, can't you? You know it's going to happen, right? So I just feel like everything about the game has, the first possession, they marched down the field, and they didn't score, whatever, and they were negative and bummed out about that, obviously. But at the end of the day, Rivers has 254 yards and a touchdown. Tannehill's got 99 yards and a touchdown. And then Hines has 61 yards. Henry has 51 yards. And, I just think that everything about their, they're just better. 20-14 in first downs. They've gained 322 yards to 156. They've had twice as many plays, 53-25. They've had more drives, same yards per play, 243 yards passing to 99, as I mentioned. They've thrown it 34 times to 13 for Tennessee. It's like they've outrushed them 79-57. The one thing that they've done poorly is all the penalties, 6 for 38, 1 for 5 yards for Tennessee. And the Colts have had 22 minutes of possession to 14 for the Titans. So is that not a litany of reasons right there? Just all of the stats from this game through, the middle of the third quarter that Carver High, they've dominated the game in every facet. And, obviously it's 3rd and 1 or 3rd and goal from the 1. But they have, and if they get in, they'll take the lead. And at some point, you just have to say they deserve the lead because they've played better than the Titans.
No, you're absolutely right. And the one thing that stuck out to me was they let Rivers throw for over 200 yards in the first half, which, they just moved the ball up and down the field. But the other side of it is, as few possessions as they've had, the Titans have scored when they've had the ball too. They have. So I think that there's still a lot of life left in this game. And they did call that back. So 3rd and goal now from about the 1/2 line, 1 yard line for the Colts here. We'll see if they get it in. So they took the Pascal touchdown off the board. And your boy Taylor just gets stuffed at the 1. It'll be 4th and goal from the 1 for the Colts here.
You're right,
Scotty.
It's 4th and goal from the 1. So I'm surprised. It's interesting to me, to be honest with you, why did they bring him in for that run when the other guy's been so much better than him? Hines has taken his job. Now I know why. Because we've been talking about it on Coast to Coast for the last couple of days. What is the reason why the Colts don't hammer Taylor, and why do they use 3 backs? And what I've seen tonight is they're not using 3 backs. They're using Hines and Taylor, and they're using Hines primarily. And now on this play, I guess they still have Taylor back there.
He didn't get it.
Oh, so they got stopped on 4th down? You got to be kidding me. That is gigantic. And that was the 3rd back. That was Wilkins. That's the 3rd back. Wilkins. That's the first time I've seen that. that they've used all three. So they are using all three backs. But I think that, in essence, what I've seen is that I think Taylor's got his job taken from him. I think Hines is better. I mean, he looks better. He looks faster. He's gaining yards in bulk. I think the guy will run and get 7, 8, 9 yards every time he touches it. And then Taylor doesn't. Now, they're going to sell you that Taylor had this huge pile drive.
Yes, I saw that.
Remember he ran over the guy? And
Buck and Aikman got all hyped up about that when the guy hit him and he spun out of it and then gained an extra 6 yards.
Right. So I can't even believe they didn't score there. I thought they were going in for sure. Remember it was like second down at the 3. I'm like, they're going in. And then I said, they just took the lead on the Pascal. I didn't know his elbow was down. And then they don't score on 3rd and 4th down. That is gigantic. Do you think that will be the key to the game? That
yes.
Stop right there will be the difference in this game?
Yes, I do. I think that is a game changer, especially if the Titans hold on to the ball for a little while here, maybe go on a long drive, even drive the length of the field and score. And Henry already has them a first down after being backed up in their own goalpost. So if the Titans move here, this is definitely a game-changing type of play, that 4th down stop.
It really was. The other game that I was interested in tonight, at least during the show.
Don't even get me started.
How about this? Like, did I not say today, and, obviously I'm going to get that spread wrong, but I said, look, one of two things are going to happen here. A, they're going to come off of that BYU ass beating, and they're going to put it on Colorado State to take it out on them. Like, that they're going to get it right this week by taking it out on them, and they're just going to beat them senseless. Or it's going to be that the Boise State's posers, like Ohio is, and that Central Michigan beat them, and then they went out and they could barely beat Akron. So I just don't think they're a good football team this year, Ohio. From what I've seen, they look real average. And I said Frank Solich always is a really good team in the MAC, and they just blow out teams like Akron left and right. But then I said it reminds me of Boise State. Boise's got their ass beat, and then how are they going to respond? Are they going to pull at Ohio and not cover, but they'll win? And either that or they're going to blow them out. And obviously they're blowing out Colorado State. It's 42-14. I don't know. It's early in the third. I mean, there's tons of time left. They're going to put 60 on them.
Well, I was very interested in this game. I have a couple of things going on in it. But in the first half, Boise State had 3 blocked kicks returned for touchdowns. 3 special teams touchdowns blocking Colorado State kicks. So they've done it in all facets of the field here tonight.
Colorado State just scored.
Yes, so 42-14
they scored. It's 21 now.
Oh, is it really?
42-21. Yeah, they scored again.
And the reason why that's big for me is I played the Colorado State team total over 22.5. So I need one more score from Colorado State, any kind of score now, the rest of the game, and we'll be in good shape here.
So you over 22.5.
For Colorado State, I played, yes.
So you need them to score anything, a field goal, a safety, anything.
Yep, anything works for me now. And I got basically the entire second half to do it.
I hope you hit, obviously, but I don't. You can't guarantee that they will.
Now, remember here, though, this is and the other thing that I played is already dead. I played the kid O'Brien, the quarterback, to go over 268 yards, but they pulled him after the first half, and they put it when they were down 42-7, and they put this other kid in.
Oh, so the Colorado State.
Yeah, so I'm done with that one.
All right, I don't know if you just saw this, but Daniel, the punter for the Titans, just shanked the punt. And I mean, he literally. I don't know how far it went, but it looked like it may have gone 10 yards. He just absolutely shanked it. I mean, shankopotamus. It went right off the side of his foot. When I saw the punt, I just saw it going straight right, like right out of bounds, hit some guy's head.
Wake up call.
In Google search, just go
Cougar Mom. No, see, if I put Cougar Mom, that's not going to be what I want.
That could be fun.
I'm not going to get the video that I'm looking for. I just can't believe I almost Googled Cougar Mom to find your story of a real cougar trying to track down the Utah
All
runner.
I did was Google Cougar and then just went to news. Yeah, I felt safe there. If you go Cougar Mom, don't hit images.
Wake Up Call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Sports Map All Night.
I absolutely loved the decision by Matt Nagy. I thought it was a winning move. It sends the clear message as to what your team and what your football culture is going to be about. It's going to be about winning, and it's going to be about competition. Facts are facts, man. Mitch Trubisky was not playing well enough to deserve being the starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears at the point in time when the move was made. And also, look at the numbers. They aren't eye-poppingly great from Nick Foles either. But there was a palpable difference in the tempo of the game, the speed of the offense, the flow for the Chicago Bears, honestly, on both sides of the football. Once Nick Foles took over as quarterback midway through the third quarter, it was clear that they needed to do something. And Matt Nagy took a huge step yesterday, making a franchise-altering decision that also happened to be the one that helped you win the game on the football field.
Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
Weeknights at 10 Eastern.
The Athletic is delivering every sports story that matters. The Athletic has full-time local writers dedicated to your teams, providing breaking news, in-depth analysis, and exclusive stories you can't find anywhere else. Plus national names like Robert Mays, Stuart Mandel, David Aldridge, Ken Rosenthal, Lindsey Jones, and many more who provide unrivaled league-level perspective and insight. All personalized and ad-free. Subscribe today for $1 a week at theathletic.com/radio week. Once again, that's theathletic.com/radio week.
Wake up call! It is bad that this guy died, but his title, he was the Sausage King of Russia.
Yes, I saw this yesterday on Twitter.
All I could think about was Abe Froman.
Me too. I posted this on Twitter under the link. I said, a man was murdered, and all I care about is coming here for the Abe Froman jokes.
Yes.
Like, that's all I cared about. I see this story where the Sausage King of Russia gets murdered, and I'm like, oh, I bet there's a lot of cool Abe Froman jokes.
Yeah,
I didn't even give a thought to the man that was killed. I was like, where are the Abe Froman jokes? Come on. And Twitter did not let me down.
Not. The one thing I was wondering was, did he get snooty?
Yeah, right.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, we're not going to tell you. You need to just culture yourself.
Come on, culture yourself.
The Sausage King of Russia. Not to be confused with the Sausage King of Chicago.
That's right. You're Abe Froman. Yes, I am. Sausage King of Chicago. That's awesome.
Wake Up Call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
You're listening to Pharrell on the Bench on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Scott Farrell.
All right, first and goal again for the Colts. They're down at the 2 once again. This is not a replay. What happened is that the punter for the Titans, Shankopotamus, the guy literally punted the ball off the side of his foot, and it went like 10 yards. So when he was deep in his own end, he had to punt the ball out, and he shanked it, and it went to like the 20. They had first down at the 20, and they moved it right down to the 2 in like 2 plays. They threw a pass to Pittman. He got down to the 2. It's second and goal. You have got to be kidding me that they get down to the 2-yard line twice within 5 minutes, and they're going to struggle again and not get in. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Here's Hines. He's going to score. Boom, done. He's in. There's no questions asked now. And once again, it's the guy that scores his second touchdown of the game. And I'm telling you, without a doubt, he's taken Taylor's job. That's it. I mean, and blame that on the punter of the Titans, Daniel, with his shank off the side of his foot. And it gives the Colts a ball back at the 20, 25-yard line. They moved right in. So you cannot make that mistake. I mean, that is just a grievous error by the special teams of the Titans, and they've lost the lead now. And if they get the extra point, it'll be 20-17. Now, this guy, what's his name, Blankenship, the kicker for the Colts, do you just want to punch him in the face with those nerdy glasses he wears?
Yeah,
I mean, no.
those are old school.
What are those things? What is that like?
Guy needs
from
the specs,
Revenge of the
man.
Nerds?
He's got to see what he's doing. He needs the specs.
We can't get this kid some contacts or something?
That's.
He wants to roll with those gigantic, like, Kurt Rambis glasses?
If he can actually kick it better with those, then you wear them. All right? We're not out here for style points. We're out here to make kicks.
Do you think that he should wear those out on a date or something?
Well, that might be a different story. I don't know if he wants to do that, but for kicking field goals, whatever's going to help you see those yellow posts the best.
Like, now I'm not one to talk. I got the glasses on right now. People can actually see them if they're watching on our Sports Grid YouTube page. But do you believe that I would look good kicking in a game with these on? I would think not. If I was the punter or the kicker, you know what I mean? The glasses, just I've never liked the guy in the helmet with big glasses.
So you don't wear any kind of glasses or spectacles when you play basketball. There's no glasses. You don't wear the Kirk Rambis glasses. You just put the contacts in.
I don't wear anything. No contacts, no glasses, no nothing. I just play without anything. I have all kinds of vision problems. I have distance problems. I have mid-range problems, and I have reading problems. So what that equates to is the failure of my body and my eyes to adapt to aging. So what happened was, when I was a kid, I had bad glass. I had to wear glasses. I had bad eyes, right? So I got glasses when I was in 6th, 7th grade, something like that. And I ended up, I could see great with the glasses. One thing leads to another. And at one point or another, I got LASIK. And it was when I was doing the Thrashers, right? So I was the Thrashers play-by-play guy in the NHL in Atlanta in their expansion year. And one of the sponsors was some LASIK place. And they did the surgery on my eyes. And I went from having bad eyes to having 20/20 vision. I had perfect vision, right, after this surgery. The LASIK surgery. And suddenly I didn't have to wear glasses anymore and I could see perfect. Little did I know that the doctor didn't inform me that, whatever it was, 10 years later, 15 years later, so that when I guess I did that when I was about 30, and then when I was about 45, it all wore off. And I absolutely had bad vision again. And not only did I have bad vision again, so I had this surgery, right? And I had perfect vision. And then all of a sudden, 15 years later, 12, 15 years, my bad vision came back. And not only did it come back, but it came back in spades. Not only was I couldn't see far before. When it came back, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see far away, mid-range meaning 5 feet away from me on a computer or something like that, or a TV 10 feet away from me. I consider long distance like driving, right, or going to the movies, right? But mid-range is right in front of you, like watching television in the family room. I can't even see that. Then I can't read because you get old, you can't read, right? So literally you go out to dinner and you can't read the menu. You can't even think of reading it, or the newspaper or anything else. Do people know what newspapers are, Carver High?
No.
No. I can't read a phone. I can't read anything. So I literally cannot read a phone, right? I can't see anything. So at this point in my elder years of double nickels, I just literally wear glasses all the time. And I don't wear them when I play basketball. And one of the reasons is because my J is so sickening that I don't need glasses. Wherever I let it fly, it goes in. It just doesn't matter what I'm looking at. My J is so clean that I score so much from everywhere that it doesn't matter if I have glasses or not. Just when I let it fly, I'm like downtown Freddie Brown. I'm like your boy George Gervin. I let it fly and it goes in. Jack Sigma style, son. I just start popping from everywhere. And it goes down. So it's the weirdest thing because I guess when I'm playing basketball, I can see everybody. I just, I'm not, watching TV or driving or reading. So I just need the ball. Give me the ball and then watch what happens. And that's the end of it. So I do have vision problems. Like if I took my glasses off right now, I can see the game, but I can't like read who the players are. You know what I mean? So I'd have to have the glasses on to be able to see who got the ball, like who the player is. I can see everything. I just can't read their names or anything like that. So here's the Colts defense stopping the Titans. And here's the thing is that, I said this today on Coast to Coast. I'm worried about the Colts defense because I think they have a way better defense than the Titans. Would you agree with that, Carver High?
Yes, I would. And now a real turn.
Oh, they blocked him.
Blocked the punt.
For a touchdown. This guy, Daniel, the punter's costing him the game.
Wow.
Like, are you kidding me that this just happened? You got to be kidding me that this guy, 2 in a row, like, who do you blame for that? Do you blame the line or do you blame Daniel?
I blame number 46 right there who just let the guy blow right by him. It's hard. I mean, it's not like he held the ball. He had no time. I mean, the line got absolutely blown up. No shot.
What in God's name just happened? That guy's speed went right through the line and blocked that. He ate that Daniel alive, that block punt.
That's a rough couple minutes for Daniel.
Daniel's having
a rough third quarter for Daniel.
He's having a bad night. Now they're down 10.
Yeah, and now they got and here's what them being down 10 does now, Scotty. It takes away the ability, if you're down 1 score, you could still stick with your game plan, which is mostly trying to run Derrick Henry, trying to do things like that. Now you're down 2 scores. You're getting into the fourth quarter soon. You kind of got to abandon, for the most part. You got to get to throwing the football now. You need to score, and you need to score quickly, and that kind of takes Henry out of the equation a little.
It sure does. And then you're going to have to see if Tannehill can actually produce throwing the ball. And he hasn't thrown the ball all night because the Colts defense is too strong at stopping a run, stopping a pass. And now their special teams, twice in a row, the Titans fail with the punt, the shank punt, and then their front line just got eaten alive. I don't blame Daniel for that block punt. I blame the line because that guy's speed went right through untouched and blocked it. I mean, no one even laid a finger on him. So it is what it is. And they just lost the game right there. You don't seriously think they're coming back in this game, do you? That game just ended right there.
I think that if the Titans can get a touchdown on this drive after it and make it a field goal game again, then, yeah, you're back in the mix. But if they get another quick 3 and out here, yeah, I think the game's over.
I mean, the last time they had the ball, they had a 3 and out. They can't do anything against that Colts defense. And do you remember when the total was 82 for Henry running the ball? I don't think he's getting that, is he?
Yeah, he's close. I played it. He has about 71, 72. So he needs a little over 10 yards to hit it. Now, I know I said they're going to abandon the run game. That doesn't mean he's not going to get another carry the rest of the night. It just means that they're going to be more leaning towards the passing game. I'm obviously hoping that Henry gets another 10 or 12 yards, whatever he needs to get over that 81.5.
He's got 71 right now.
So I need 11 yards.
11 yards. So, and now they have to throw the ball. Do you think he gets it, or you just want him to get it, but do you think he'll get it?
I do, because 10 isn't a lot, and even though they're going to be throwing the ball more, there's going to be spots where they're going to run Henry.
I mean, they have taken over this game in the third quarter, literally, haven't they? They have literally just said, you know what, we're winning tonight. And then, because we talked about it on Coast to Coast, if the Colts, how do they win 2 of the 3? Because they're playing them again in 2 weeks. So they're playing the Titans after they play the Packers, and they're playing them in Indy. So now that they are going to, it looks like, right now, that they might win this game tonight. If they win tonight, then I have no reason to believe maybe Green Bay can beat them, but they might win all 3 games.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick and loans. Internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states and MLS Consumer Access.org. Number 5030.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Frank Thomas, the Big Hurt. After I left baseball, I just couldn't stay in shape like I used to. Turns out, once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to get into shape. So I got back into the game with Nugenics. I'm feeling stronger with a lot more energy and drive. You want to get back into shape? Get Nugenics. All you have to do is send one simple text.
Frank's right. Just text MAIN to 321321 to get a complimentary bottle of award-winning Nugenics, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Its unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help a man feel stronger, leaner, more energetic, and more passionate.
And guys, she'll like the difference too.
Nugenic samples are not available in stores. To get your complimentary bottle, text MAIN to 321321. That's MAIN to 321321.
The Sports Grid TV network is a new streaming video sports channel for you, dedicated to serving the massive fantasy sports and wagering audience. Sports Grid TV is live, free on Samsung TV Plus, with real-time data and expert commentary featuring Pat McAfee, Scott Farrell, Gabe Morency, Pro Football Doc Dr. David Chow, NFL insider Adam Kaplan, and more. Simply connect to the Samsung Smart TV video service for instant access to the free sports channels to watch Sports Grid and get the winning edge. That's Sports Grid TV, free on Samsung TV Plus.
You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on besthotelrates.com. BestHotelRates.com works with all the top hotels in the country while delivering you great hotel and room choices for the best prices. Why wait? Go to BestHotelRates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. BestHotelRates.com, it's in the name. BestHotelRates.com.
This is Pharrell on the Bench on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Home loan options for your family. Rocket can.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Scott Farrell.
All right, Pharrell on the Bench. Later, our boy Joe Lisi will join us to talk college football. Are there any college football games left on the board for Saturday? Carver High, is there any games?
I think there's still a few that are scheduled, but man, this has been a tough week in terms of college football. This has been the worst week, right, Scotty? Because you had all the SEC games. Today you also had Georgia Tech and Pitt. We've got Ohio State and Maryland. You got a lot of smaller games as well. I know that the naval, all the Navy games, it seems like the last 2 weeks have been whacked, the Air Force games. So a lot of college football games have been canceled / postponed this weekend. But there's the one good thing about college football. There's so many games every week that even though we've lost a few, we've still got a lot to get through.
So just so we're clear, Georgia, Missouri, Monroe and Arkansas State, Ohio State, Maryland, A&M, Tennessee, Rice, Louisiana Tech, Memphis Navy, Auburn, Mississippi State, Alabama, LSU, Pitt, Georgia Tech, Air Force, Wyoming are all toast. And I don't care if you use the word canceled or postponed. I don't care what you use. They're not playing. That's all that matters, is that they're not going to play at all. There's your over. He just ran the ball 15, 20 yards. So Derrick Henry just went over right there.
That's a winner. A winner, baby.
You love those winning bets. So what did you think of your boy, Freddie Freeman, and Jose Abreu getting the MVPs tonight in baseball?
Yeah, Freddie Freeman, really good season. I can't argue with either of the choices. Abreu was a little, I know that's probably one a lot of people wouldn't have picked before the season, right? Even definitely a long season or a short 60-game season. I don't think Jose Abreu is the first name that would have came to mind in terms of AL MVP, but played really well for the White Sox. There wasn't anybody else in the AL that really stood out. Ramirez and LeMahieu were the other finalists, but I think that they gave it to the right guy. And same thing with Freeman. Freeman had a monster year. Betts was second, I believe, but Freeman very deserving, Scotty.
Did you think that LeMahieu was better than Abreu? Abreu, only the fourth player in baseball history to lead the AL in hits and RBIs, led baseball in RBIs and total bases, and led the AL in hits and slugging percentage. So I guess, what did LeMahieu he had the best batting average?
Yes, he did. He had the best batting average.
But Abreu's numbers are way better.
Yeah, I mean, and look, there's a lot of people who you could make the argument, why are we even giving out these full season awards for a 60-game season? Right? I mean, like a Cy Young award. I mean, what these guys make who won the Cy Young award? 10 starts, 11 starts? You know, it is a little cheapened per se, but guys got it. Bauer's a Cy Young winner, and Shane Bieber and Jose Abreu gets the MVP. 60 games are 160.
Oh, there's the flag out of bounds. Did you see the late hit on Tannehill? That's a cheap shot out of bounds. That's automatic.
You got a 10-point lead. You can't make mistakes like that. You're getting the Titans a little closer to making this a one-score game now.
So Freddie Freeman actually he blew everyone out of the waters. He blew out Mookie Betts and Manny Machado. I mean, literally blew them out in the voting. I mean, it was I can't, as usual, I can't read it because it's too small, but I don't want to open it up because it took me 5 minutes to open it up. It leads me into some world I don't want to go in. It takes me to 3 other websites. I don't care, but I think it was 410 to 268 to 221. He blew him out. Freddie Freeman, your boy.
Have to be proud. Proud of Freddie.
We can give a rat's ass about
he started the season with COVID. Remember when they started the training camp and
That's right.
He had the bad bout of COVID before the season started.
Have you ever seen his kid hit a baseball with that wiffle ball in the?
Yes.
Did you see him in the conference room jacking shots off the
wall?
I
did see that.
Oh, here's your boy throwing incomplete passes here. Do you think? I have a feeling the Colts are going to stop him down here.
Really?
They're not going to score. They're going to get a field goal at best. And I'll tell you what, that Gostowski, I don't trust him for a minute. He's a train wreck. He used to be good. Remember when he was with the Pats and he was winning Super Bowls and going to the Pro Bowl? He's nowhere near any of that anymore. He's been, senior Shankopotamus. He's missed so many kicks. But they're in the red zone now, and it's 2nd and 10. They got to get a touchdown here. So they give it to the big fella. Look at him get the first down. Henry.
Flag
as always. Flags. Oh,
flag
no.
Always. Back
Holding.
it up.
How do you screw that up? They're just they just want to lose, apparently. Maybe that's it. Maybe they just want to lose. You knew that was coming, right? Automatic. So let me ask you this question. When I was doing the show today and when I was doing it last night, I was talking about Bauer and Lindor. Do you think that Cohen has the stones to go sign both of those guys for the Mets? And I hate the Mets, but let's face facts. He said he's going to spend top market, big market money. He bought the team for $2 billion. He's worth $14 billion. He's going to turn that team. By the time he sells that team one day, it'll be worth $6-7 billion, right? So he bought it for $2 billion. He's going to turn it into, maybe $10 billion by the time he sells it, if he ever sells it. The guy might own it till he's dead. Who knows?
Yeah.
But do you think that he's going to live up to it? Like he has to. He's come out bragging that he's going to spend money, and he said, I want to win the World Series in 3 years. They cannot win the World Series with what they have now, because what they have now is DeGrom and Pete Alonso, and that's it, right? Like, what else do they got? But if they got... Well, go ahead. What else do they got?
Listen, they have a couple of, nice offense. McNeil's a good player. They have a couple of decent players, but I think that he's going to do these things that you talked about. I mean, I don't think he was all fluff and balloons and a party the other day on his little Zoom call where he got the fans all excited. I think that he will spend money, and he is going to turn them into more of a player in free agency and things like that. And Lindor, they have some pieces that, they could deal for Francisco Lindor and then pay him afterwards. That's not going to be a problem for Cohen now. So if the Mets can make a couple of moves like that, hey, they're back in the mix. And sure enough, this guy, you said it, he stinks. This guy absolutely stinks.
He missed it. Did I call that or what?
He missed it. He stinks.
He's terrible, Gostowski. He's absolutely terrible now. I can't even believe they haven't cut him because he's missed so many field goals with the Titans. This guy's career is over, and you're watching it before your very eyes that he's finished. He's absolutely amateur hour now. He has no professional kicking capabilities whatsoever anymore in his foot. You see him miss kicks all the time. If you looked up his stats this year, I guarantee you'd see all these misses. It's embarrassing. He's been awful. Like, that was an easy
misses
kick.
are less than 50. It's like he's hit all the ones over 50, and he misses all the ones from like 35 to 45. Like, it's amazing. It really is.
So that was the game right there, right? They just lost the game.
I mean, 10 points now. The Colts are going to get the ball back, and they've moved the ball all night long. That's going to be a tough hill for the Titans to climb now.
All right, so going back to that conversation. So Stroman, he basically missed the season, right?
Yes.
He's got potential to be good. I'm not going to sit here and act like he's done anything that dramatic in Toronto, right? So I didn't think any of it was that overwhelming. And then, he's somehow gotten to this point where he's allegedly this great pitcher. And I don't believe that for a minute at this point. But I think he's got potential to be good because he does have some decent stuff, right? And he can definitely bring it. So I think he's a huge key to this. I know they picked up his $18 million, whatever, and he's staying with the Mets.
Yeah. They offered him the qualifying, and he accepted it. So.
Right. So I think he should. He missed the season, so he was worthless. He has to be a key cog in the wheel for this team to be good. I think they need to have DeGrom doing what he does normally. They have to have Syndergaard back healthy, and they have to have Stroman pitching well. I don't believe in Matz or any of the rest of them. I think they're all bums. But if they got Bauer, and they had, honestly, if they had DeGrom, Syndergaard, Stroman, and Bauer, even if they didn't get Lindor, if they had those four pitchers, right, would you think that they're a dangerous team with those four pitchers, if healthy? If those, because Stroman never stayed healthy for 5 minutes, and neither did Syndergaard. If they had those four pitch the season, and let's say they each went to the IL once, right? Because I don't think any of them can go the whole stretch and pitch every 5 days the whole summer. At some point, they're going to sit down. But do you think that they'd be a World Series contender with those four, if relatively healthy?
I think that they're definitely a playoff team. World Series contender. They still have so many problems in the bullpen, and you see it now with all these teams that make the World Series, whether it be the Rays, the Dodgers, all that. You need to have several arms that you can go to in that pen. Now, when you talk about guys like DeGrom and Bauer, those are guys that don't want the manager coming out to get them after the 4th and 5th inning. Those are guys that you can rely on to pitch deep into games, but you still need a couple of decent arms in that pen, and the Mets bullpen has been probably their biggest problem the last 2, 3, 4 years. So they need to fix that up as well. But if they didn't get Lindor and they added Bauer, and you have those guys, and Syndergaard is healthy, and I don't know if they'd have him exactly at the beginning of the year, but at some point they'll get him back. I did see some video of him today throwing without his shirt on that circulated throughout the internet quickly. Thor was tweeting at the new Met owner, Cohen, showing how he's working out and he's getting ready to go. So, but they still need some bullpen help too to be a World Series contender.
What exactly was his injury again? Did he have Tommy John?
I believe he did. Yes, I'll double check.
So let me ask you this question: the Yankees, now that DJ LeMahieu has turned down the Yankees qualifying offer, he's going to hit the open market. Do you think that they're still going to sign him?
I do. I think that they will still find a way to sign LeMahieu. The qualifying offer is most guys do decline it. Because they know that they're going to get the big long-term deal on the market. The reason why a guy like Stroman accepts it is because he didn't pitch last year, and he's not going to get $18.9 million anywhere else. So he's got to take the 18, and he'll prove it this year with the Mets. DJ's going to get a fat deal, and I think the Yankees are going to give it to him. He's provided for them the last few years, and they'll pay him for that.
So Rivers has moved the Colts down to the 10-yard line. This game's over.
Game's over.
It's so over. It's not even funny. There's 11 minutes left in the game, and they're now shredding the Titans in Nashville, and they're gonna add to this. I'll be surprised if they don't get more here. And I knew they weren't scoring on that Colts defense. They weren't scoring a touchdown. And I even said Gostowski will miss the kick because he's awful. They got to get rid of Gostowski. He sucks so bad. It's not even funny. I just can't even believe how bad they look tonight, to be honest with you.
The Jake Asman Show.
In baseball, there's a thing called the managers trying to steal outs. Like maybe you send a reliever out there for an extra at bat or two, and you just hope that he could steal an out or two before you got to make a pitching change. I tried to steal a bite or two as we were trying to come back from the commercial break. It didn't work because now I need some water. But I still have a couple minutes left before I can take a water break. So it didn't work.
The Jake Asman Show, weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
The middle.
There you go. Can you give us a live update now? But give us an update on the leaderboard in Jerry Jones, not Jim Nantz.
Your leader is Lee Westwood, currently 5 under par through 9. Followed by his countryman Paul Casey, 4 under par. Tiger Woods, he's been on the party bus a time or two. He's a 2 under through 6 holes. Now back to my good friend Jim Nantz.
Thank you, Jerry. Not bad. The world needed a little Jerry Jones updating the Masters, man. We all needed that.
He would be great in the booth.
Can you imagine that?
He awesome.
Right.
Never gets old, man. No. You can always get you a laugh out of Jerry.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
Coast to coast! Tom Brady is in Tampa, and everybody thought he wouldn't do well. At first, they laughed and said, Super Bowl. He's not going to the Super Bowl in their own building. Now, you could argue they're going to that game. I think they can beat Seattle. They already beat Green Bay. I think they can beat anyone in the NFC. And in fact, with Tom Brady and that team loaded, I think they can beat the Chiefs, Steelers, anybody.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Wake up call. We are joined by legendary Hall of Fame quarterback, 4-time Super Bowl champion, the best quarterback in my lifetime, the one and only Joe Montana. How do you look at the quarterback situation in the NFL? Is it better? Is it worse? Where do you see it being played today in 2020?
Well, it's obviously a little bit of a different game, with the rules the way that they are. You're going to see a lot of yards. Those guys are going to throw it because the rules kind of lend itself to that. It's great to see some of the young guys stepping up and playing early. It's not easy league to make the transition into. Obviously, Patrick did it very well, and Rose is coming along, and Herbert, those guys, they're fun to watch. And then again, on the other end of the spectrum, the older guys are fun to watch too. When you watch Tom, you watch guys like Russell Wilson and Drew Brees, I think the essence of it's all still pretty much the same. No matter what, how active and how athletic these guys are, it's still played pretty much from the pocket.
Wake Up Call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
You're listening to Pharrell on the Bench on the SportsMap Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Scott Farrell.
So they scored the Colts, and now it's 34-17, a total blowout in Nashville. I didn't see that coming at all, Carver High. I really didn't. But I said to you coming out of the halftime that they're dominating the game. Every single facet of the game they dominated. I mean, I went down the laundry list. I won't do it again. So it's just been total. They pushed them around, and their defense is solid. When you look at that team, because they're going to catch them now, right, in the division. They'll be in first. So they're a playoff team, in my view, without a doubt. And because of that defense, that's why they're so good. I think the Colts defense is legit. I think their defense, from what I've seen, I'll be honest with you. I think their defense is better than the Bills' defense. I think the Bills' defense has taken a step back this year compared to last year, right? I thought last year, and you've gone down the list of guys that left, Shaq and the rest of them, right? So I think their defense lost, like you told me, like 3 key pieces left that defense. And
Correct.
What happened is that I think the Colts are better, and I think the Steelers' defense has been better. And, a lot of people think that the Chiefs' defense is great, and I'm not a buyer that they're great. I don't think that the Ravens' defense is great, if you will, but I do think that Colts defense. Now, look, Henry still did his thing tonight. He's still, around 100 yards, whatever it is, but they came up with all the stops when it mattered. You know what I mean? Like, they may have let him have a hundo, but they made all the stops that mattered. When it was 3rd and short, 4th and short, whatever, they stopped him every time. That defense is legit, and I think that's why they're a playoff team. And Rivers tonight showed me for the first time that he's still got it. I mean, you give that guy time, he can crucify you.
Is FM 98.1, AM 1600 WKKX Wheeling, FM 97.7, AM 1370 WVLY.
Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, Automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit Automotivemap.com today. Are you thinking that it's time to start looking for a new car? Then go to Automotivemap.com to see the latest auto news, find out about what's ahead for your favorite brands, and learn how much that new car will cost you. Automotivemap.com is your place to see reviews, check out the hottest exotic cars, read tales from the road, and get acquainted with the luxury automotive lifestyle. Into hot mods? Want to see the cars celebrities drive? Love a good restoration job? From off-roading to on-roading, Automotivemap.com has it covered. Visit Automotivemap.com today. Where are jobs in radio given out? They're not given out on a college campus. No, they're given out in the real world, at real radio stations. And to get a job, you need to know people. That's where Radio Connection comes in. Most schools train you on campus. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn from professional mentors in real radio stations. They've put their private classrooms in these places so you can apprentice under professionals. And as you learn, you're making connections and gaining access to the people that are doing the hiring. This is not the promise of a job, no. But it is a promise to get you as close to the action and opportunities as possible. If COVID is a concern, no problem. You can learn from a radio professional via remote learning tools as well. This is education reimagined to keep you out of debt as you learn in real-world settings. Interested? Visit radioconnection.com for more information today. That's radioconnection.com.
The middle.
Crown Royale?
Yeah, Crown Royale. If I go to the bar and want some Crown Royale, they'll be like, what?
They'll give you whatever you want. You're ordering 7 and 7. You're ordering kids' drinks. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Shirley Temple's in 7 and 7. Are you back at Kansas State?
How tall are you, Barrett? 6'5", 6'6"?
6'5" and a half.
Yeah, you're going to get whatever you want.
The Middle with Eitan Shander, Barrett Brooks, and Harry Mays. Weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
The Jake Asman Show.
The MVP of Super Bowl III, Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Willie Namath joining us. There could be a big decision that this year's Jets team is going to have to make if they're sitting there with the first overall pick.
Well, whoever's handling that ball, they need some help up front. I don't know whether Sam's still going to be there. I do know that if the Jets are in that undesirable position at one time or another during the season of being in last place, but being in the most desirable position to have the first pick. You know, they could maybe get other draft choices. Do they still believe in Sam? It'd be hard to pass on Lawrence, I tell you. He's just a marvelous player and has been there the last few years. Everything about him is his passing ability, his movement, his habit of winning. He's a monster.
The Jake Asman Show. Weekday mornings from 9 to 11 Eastern.
Coast to coast!
Sounded like Adam needed a tissue after the game. Here's Adam Gase.
It hurts. Guys, they battled. Just have a few mistakes that cost us the game.
We did a really good job of doing what we wanted to do here, which was lose, so that we would maintain an 0-9 mark and get the number 1 draft pick. Everyone did a fantastic job.
Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Let's go. Pushing the odds with Matt Perrault.
Here's the problem for the Dolphins. If this wasn't the plan all along, Fitzpatrick played too well, that they thought that he was going to come in and struggle. He was going to play poorly. And so the team was comfortable sitting Tua because they thought they'd be right back in the top 5 to draft. There's no way that Tua Tagovailoa is better than Ryan Fitzpatrick is right now for the Dolphins. There is just no way that in practice you're watching Tua and watching Fitzpatrick and you're like, yeah, Fitzpatrick shouldn't play. I get why you're going to Tua, but you got to be a little bit more upfront with Fitzpatrick on this. If you've asked him to buy in and you've asked him to play well and you've asked him to kind of be your guy, and then he goes out in there and does that, and the move to Tua is the best for Miami to win games right now, get out of here. That's a lie.
Pushing the odds with Matt Perrault. Weekday afternoons from 1 to 4 Eastern.
Wake up call. Yeah, you don't need the 32 team.
32 for you?
Yeah, we're done breaking down this.
No.
The
30,
Jets.
I don't have the Jets at 32.
Where do you have 32?
32, I put Alabama.
You've been on that train for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
You know what? It finally came to the station.
Wake up call with Tony V and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on Quicken Loans, internal data. Rates and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS-Consumer.org. Number 33.
This is Pharrell on the bench.
You'll have plenty of time to think about it on the bench because that's where you're headed.
On the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios.
Here's Scott Pharrell.
So, Pharrell on the bench. By the way, it was Jacoby Brissett who had the quarterback sneak and punched it in to extend the lead to 34-17 for the Colts. And there you go. I think the block punt, I think that shank punt was huge because it led to the touchdown. Then they That was when they got stopped, right? No. The shank punt led to the touchdown, and then the block punt led to another one, and then the quarterback sneak was the third one, right? I think that's pretty much the deal, because they were down 17-13, and they've scored all these touchdowns off of those mistakes. The shank punt and the block punt. I think the shank punt they didn't score, right? And then the block punt they did. You know what I mean? Like, am I getting it wrong? Because,
no, you're not getting it wrong. You're good.
I know you're really excited about the game, but I just want to see here. So it was 17-13, and then the Tennessee punt was for 9 yards. That led to a touchdown. That's right. They went up 20-17. Then they blocked Daniel again and scored, and then Gostowski missed the field goal from inside of 50. Missed it wide right, and then they scored on the touchdown from Brissett. So it was 3 scores. So there you go. I was right the first time.
My concern right now is getting another point or 2 points, I should say, in this Colorado State game, because since we talked early in the third quarter,
never scored.
They have not, and it's early in the fourth now. So I'm actually switching, and I'm actually going to turn on a 52-21 game right now, in hopes that I can get one more score from the Colorado State Rams. That's where the night.
Do you remember when you brought it up? And it was 40. It was, I think, 42-14 when you thought it was 14. And I go, no, they just scored again, and it's 21. You said, good, I need another 1.5, and I cover the bet. And he scored all. And so you needed, whatever. So I said, I don't think they're going to score again, and they're not.
The Sports Grid TV network is a new streaming video sports channel for you, dedicated to serving the massive fantasy sports and wagering audience. Sports Grid TV is live, free on Sling TV, with real-time data and expert commentary featuring Pat McAfee, Scott Farrell, Gabe Morency, Pro Football Doc Dr. David Chow, NFL Insider Adam Kaplan, and more. Simply download the Sling TV free app and go to the sports channels to watch Sports Grid and get the winning edge. That's Sports Grid TV, free on Sling TV.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.